September 25th, 2022, the day the university commenced. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth. As Qin Huan was about to drag his luggage out the door, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. "Hello, Dad. Where have you run off to this time?" Upon answering the call, Qin Huan expressed his discontent. It was one thing for his unreliable father to be elusive every day, but today held particular significance for him. At the Civil Affairs Bureau. The Civil Affairs Bureau? Clearly, his father's response caught Qin Huan completely off guard. "What on earth are you doing there?" "What else?" "I'm there to collect a marriage certificate," his father replied, not giving Qin Huan a chance to inquire further. Swiftly changing the subject, "I've transferred your tuition fees to your card. Make sure to budget wisely." Then, as if struck by sudden thought, he added, "By the way, your sisters might come to the airport to pick you up. Be polite, all right?" "Sisters? They? What on earth? Could it be that my stepmother has several daughters? Aren't you coming to see me off?" Cough, cough. After a couple of awkward coughs, his father replied, "I have to catch a flight with your mother for our honeymoon, so I won't be able to see you off. Goodbye." As soon as the words left his lips, the call ended abruptly. What the heck? This father is utterly unreliable. Listening to the dead air on the other end of the line, Qin Huan felt utterly speechless. Unbeknownst to him, during this phone call, the world was quietly stirring. In a certain military district of Huaxia, upon a lofty mountain, a poised female general gazed longingly at the troops below. This formidable woman was none other than the only female warrior of Huaxia, Qin Huan's fifth sister, Xia Jinxiu. Behind her stood a number of soldiers, all of whom bore the rank of at least major. Though she belonged to the fairer sex, the aura of intimidation emanating from her was truly formidable. After a prolonged moment, Xia Jinxiu withdrew her gaze and spoke in a measured tone. "Present." In an instant, a similarly striking female officer stepped forward. "How long have you been with me?" Xia Jinxiu assessed her for a moment before inquiring. "Reporting, Commander, a total of 8 years, 3 months, and 14 days. Remembering so clearly? Xia Jinxiu was momentarily taken aback. In her recollection, too, she had always been rather carefree. Of course. "I will forever remember the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me 8 years ago." Her response was not only resolute, but also radiated sincerity. "Excellent." Xia Jinxiu nodded, approaching her. Placing a hand on her shoulder, she said earnestly, "I have submitted my resignation. Effective immediately, you shall be the commander of the 001 Group Army." What? Upon hearing this declaration, the assembled personnel were taken aback, eager to voice their thoughts. However, before they could utter a word, Xia Jinxiu interrupted, "I have more pressing matters to attend to. Your counsel is unnecessary." In Xia Jinxi's view, after years of fierce battles, the barbaric tribes at the borders had already been instilled with fear. As long as news of her departure remained undisclosed, they would likely not pose a significant threat. Her departure was motivated by a singular reason: the emergence of Qin Huan. In the executive office of TX Technology. "Miss, you called for me?" A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses addressed the woman before him with great respect. Had anyone else been present, they would have been utterly astonished by this scene. Who was this man? He was none other than the illustrious chairman of TX Technology, Ma Huafei. Now, he was showing such deference to an executive president in an unimaginable scenario. Indeed, Mingyu responded with a calm tone. "Uncle Ma, please prepare a share transfer agreement for me. I will have significant use for it in a few days." "A share transfer agreement?" Ma Huafei hesitated. "Miss, should we consult the board regarding this?" "No need, I shall make this decision myself." Mingyu decisively waved her hand, stating, "By the way, effective immediately, I will officially assume the position of chairman." This. Upon hearing Mingyu's words, Ma Huafei appeared bewildered. "What? Is my word not effective?" Seeing Ma Huafei lost in thought, Mingyu's expression turned stern. And then, returning to his senses, Ma Huafei dared not be negligent and quickly nodded. "Rest assured, I will take care of it right away." With that, he hurriedly exited the room. Shortly after his departure, Mingyu opened WeChat. At the Hungyan Film and Television Base. In the dressing room of a major star. "I say, second miss, why did you suddenly quit the performance?" A middle-aged woman, around 40, looked at the stunning beauty before her with exasperation. Had it been anyone else, she would have berated them on the spot, but she dared not do so in front of this woman. For the beauty before her was not only a renowned first-tier actress in Huaxia, but also the owner of her company. To put it plainly, if she offended this woman, she would not only lose her job, but she might also find herself completely estranged from the entertainment industry. Nothing much. Lu Shishir replied with a smile, her tone laden with meaning. My brother is coming to the capital today. I must focus on accompanying him. What, brother? The middle-aged woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She distinctly remembered that Lu Shishir had no brothers, only 7 sisters. Could it be the boss boyfriend? Good heavens! If this news were to spread, wouldn't all the otaku across Huaxia go into a frenzy? Meanwhile, Qin Huan's other sisters were equally busy, preparing for his arrival as if he were an extraordinary treasure. At this moment, just as Qin Huan was about to put his phone away, WeChat chimed again. Initially thinking it was a group message, he was taken aback upon discovering it was a friend request. Huawan, I am your eldest sister. Li Mingyu, please accept my request. Eldest sister? Li Mingyu? Could this be the sister Dad mentioned? Without further thought, Qin Huan prepared to click accept. What he didn't expect was, before he could take action, another friend request popped up on WeChat. Huawan, I am your second sister, Lu Shishir. Quickly accept my request. Not only that, but shortly thereafter, 5 more individuals sent him friend requests. In other words, Qin Huan suddenly found himself with 7 sisters. Without wasting any time, he promptly approved all the requests. Without much deliberation, he casually opened the WeChat profile of one named Lu Shishir. For some reason, Qin Huan felt as though he had heard the name Lu Shishir somewhere before. And when he finally glimpsed the profile picture, it dawned on him. No way. Isn't this the renowned diva Lu Shishir? It is worth noting that Lu Shishir is not only a top-tier star, but also the epitome of an unattainable, domineering beauty in the eyes of otaku. Her company, Angel Entertainment Media, ranks among the foremost entertainment firms in the country, boasting over 10 first-tier celebrities under its banner. As for its market value, it is estimated to be around 30 billion. Although Qin Huan is not an otaku or a star chaser, he could still recognize Lu Shishir, who frequently graced the screens of movies and television dramas. She must be a fan, right? Qin Huan pondered. It is hardly surprising anyone in his position would find it unbelievable. Who is Lu Shishir? She is a superstar, a commanding beauty. And who is Qin Huan? Just an ordinary high school senior. Claiming a sibling relationship between them is akin to saying Cristiano Ronaldo is Thail's little brother. Of course, though Qin Huan was skeptical about whether the person on the other end was indeed Lu Shishir, he still typed in the input box, "May I ask who you are?" Shortly after sending the message, Lu Shishir quickly replied, "Didn't I already say? I am your second sister." This response genuinely left Qin Huan momentarily at a loss. As he contemplated how to respond, Lu Shishir sent several more messages in quick succession. "Forget it. Your sister forgives you. You are coming to the capital for school, and as your second sister, I have nothing to give you. How about this? I will cover your pocket money for school. I will give you 30 million every month. Spend it as you wish." What did you just say? Sister, you cannot possibly think you are really Lu Shishir, can you? And you are giving me 30 million pocket money every month? Why not just say 3 billion? After reading Lu Shishir's messages, Qin Huan couldn't help but internally scoff. Oh, is that so? Well, could you possibly give me next month's allowance in advance? Initially, Qin Huan intended it as a jest, but to his astonishment, less than 10 seconds after sending the message, he received an immediate response. "Of course, I will transfer it to you right now." Transfer it to me now? Is this real? I haven't even given you my account number yet. As this thought crossed his mind, his phone suddenly buzzed with a text message from the agricultural bank. "Dear Mr. Qin Huan, your agricultural bank account ending in 8427 has successfully received a transfer of 30 million yuan on September 25th at 9:43 a.m. Your account balance is now 30,204,433 yuan. Holy smokes. Does this mean she really is Lu Shishir? Staring at the long string of numbers in the message, Qin Huan felt his composure slip away. 30 million. This is 30 million. He never anticipated that the other party would actually transfer the money. It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Huan's wealth in his bank account now exceeds that of 98% of the population in China. How about it, Huan? Did you receive the money? I did. After taking a deep breath, Qin Huan cautiously asked, "Sister, You cannot possibly be that Lu Shishir, can you? Why not? Seriously? It really is you? Upon receiving Lu Shishir's affirmative reply, Qin Huan nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. My goodness, you, a distinguished superstar, have become my sister. What's the big deal? Your other sisters are far more impressive than me. All right, I have things to attend to. If you need money in the future, just let your sister know. Goodbye. Wait a minute. What? Is the money not enough? Should I transfer you another 30 million? Seeing this, Qin Huan was immediately engulfed in confusion. That's not what I meant. I was trying to say that this amount is too much. Send me your account number, and I will transfer it back. Is it too much? Too much? Is this even a serious question? This is 30 million, not 3,000. If this isn't considered excessive, then what would be? I must say, Qin Huan had encountered wealthy individuals before, but someone as extravagantly generous as Lu Shishir was a first for him. Of course, it's too much. I cannot accept this money. Coming back to his senses, Qin Huan replied immediately that I in his view, while Lu Shishir may technically be his sister, and as a superstar, 30 million might not be a significant sum for her. Yet, regardless, they had no blood relation whatsoever. To simply receive such a large amount of money without reason, Qin Huan's instinct was to refuse. What's wrong with accepting it? I'm your sister, it's only right to give you money. But, just take it I'm busy. To Qin Huan's astonishment, before he could finish typing, Lu Shishir seemed to fear that Qin Huan would return the money. As soon as she sent her message, she immediately closed the chat window. Phew, thank goodness I acted quickly. I just hit the jackpot this time. After taking a deep breath, Lu Shishir gleefully tossed her phone aside. Wait, sister, please send me your account number. This money is really too much. If Dad finds out I took this much money from you, he definitely wouldn't approve. Hey, sister, are you still there? Are you there? Are you there? It was evident that Qin Huan's messages received no response. Forget it. He'll wait for an opportunity to return it to her in person. Next, Qin Huan chatted with several other sisters for a while. However, to his utter astonishment, after this round of discussions, his bank account swelled by another 370 million. Qin Huan didn't refuse. But unfortunately, the attitudes of his sisters mirrored that of the second sister. Lu Shishir, want to return the money? Not a chance. As Qin Huan found himself in a state of resignation, his phone rang at that moment. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Huan? As soon as he answered the call, a melodious female voice came through. Yes, this is I. Qin Huan replied. Mr. Qin, it's like this. Upon confirming his identity, the other party promptly explained, this is Xiangdu Agricultural Bank, that we have recently detected a substantial influx of funds into your bank account, and I am unsure if you're aware of this. I am aware. May I inquire if you know who has transferred these funds to you? It is worth noting that the country is currently undertaking a campaign against dormant accounts. Thus, the sudden appearance of such a large sum in Qin Huan's account naturally raises questions from the bank. Of course. Could you please share their names with me? Certainly. Give me a moment to check my WeChat contacts. Unfortunately, Qin Huan was not well acquainted with several of the individuals, making it impossible for him to immediately recall their names. This, in turn, instilled a modicum of doubt in the mind of the bank representative that it can be said that if Qin Huan were to mistakenly name even one individual, they would promptly choose to freeze his account and report him. Fortunately, Qin Huan's subsequent responses were flawless. He diligently scrolled through his WeChat contacts and named each of his acquaintances. Very well, Mr. Qin, may I ask about your relationship with them? Furthermore, what is the intended use of the funds they have transferred to you? Relationship. Upon hearing this, Qin Huan replied, they are all my sisters. As for the purpose, they merely referred to it as pocket money. What? What did he just say? They're all his sisters? And the purpose is merely pocket money? Clearly, Qin Huan's assertion exceeded the representative's wildest imaginings. Who is Lu Shishir? She is a superstar in China, the esteemed owner of Angel Media. As for Li Mingyu, she is even more formidable. Just moments ago, at least 10 publicly traded conglomerates announced her appointment as chairman, including TX Technology and Byte Technology, among others that are worth trillions. Pray tell, how can anyone believe that such an individual is simply referred to as a sister? Moreover, this is a staggering sum of 400 million in cash. And he dares to claim that it is merely pocket money? I wonder, where can I find sisters like that? I would gladly take a dozen. Mr. Qin, are you certain? After a prolonged silence, the representative could hardly conceal her astonishment as she continued to inquire. Absolutely certain. Very well. I shall not detain you any longer. Seeing that Qin Huan's responses posed no issues, the representative prepared to end the call. However, just then, she suddenly recalled something and added, "By the way, Mr. Qin, if you have the time, you're always welcome to visit our agricultural bank to exchange your standard card for a Diamond VIP Black Card. Additionally, my employee number is 3688, so you may request me as your dedicated customer service representative." Is that so? Reflecting for a moment, Qin Huan responded, "I have a flight to catch this afternoon. I wonder if your branch in our county can assist me?" "Unfortunately, that may not be possible," the representative replied before suggesting, "How about this? I will arrange for someone to personally drive you to the city. Would that be agreeable?" "Certainly." "All right, then I shall not keep you any longer." After reaching an agreement, the two promptly ended the call. Chapter 0003. Another private jet? Subsequently, Qin Huan first visited the agricultural bank in the city to acquire a Diamond Black Card. Shortly after, the bank sent a car to escort him to the airport. "Hello, could you assist me in purchasing a ticket to the capital?" Qin Huan addressed the staff at the ticket counter. "Certainly. May I have your identification card, please?" Upon complying with the request and handing over his ID, the staff member abruptly stood up from her seat, comparing Qin Huan's face to the identification. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, Qin Huan could not help but ask, "Is there a problem with my ID?" The staff member appeared taken aback by his inquiry. Once regaining her composure, she sheepishly replied, "No, not at all." "Then please proceed with the transaction." "Mr. Qin, I'm afraid we cannot process this here." "What do you mean?" Qin Huan was momentarily taken aback. "It's like this." The staff member explained without delay. "We received prior notification that a private jet has already been arranged for you at the airport. You can head straight there upon your arrival." Upon hearing this, Qin Huan immediately understood that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by his sister. "Please hold on. I will notify someone to come and meet you." The staff member promptly took out her walkie-talkie to make the necessary arrangements. "Hey, isn't that Qin Huan?" "Indeed. It is. Can you believe he is also taking a flight? What is so surprising about that? Don't forget, he just received a scholarship of 500,000. True. It seems he has indeed leaped over the Dragon's Gate." While the staff member was making the arrangements, Qin Huan's former rival, Ma Wenhao, along with his group, had also arrived at the airport. Upon spotting Qin Huan, they immediately began whispering among themselves. Leap over what? He's just a small-town test-taker." Hearing his companion's praises of Qin Huan, Ma Wenhao felt a pang of discomfort and remarked sarcastically, "In my opinion, he has a bit of money now and is utterly lost." "Exactly. He's the epitome of a nouveau riche. Wanting to fly like others? I doubt he's the only one." "Who was Ma Wenhao?" "He was the sole heir of Ma Gua, the wealthiest man in Shangdu Lin and a quintessential wealthy second generation. These individuals were merely his sycophants at school, eager to join in on disparaging Qin Huan." However, before they could finish their disparaging remarks, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. A man clad in a pilot's uniform, accompanied by 3 elegant flight attendants, approached Qin Huan with broad smiles. "Good day, Mr. Qin," they first respectfully called out, then bowed to Qin Huan. Goodness, what on earth is happening? It must be said that such a scene not only caught Ma Wenhao and his companions off guard, but even the protagonist, Qin Huan, was equally astonished. "Who are you?" Qin Huan inquired, momentarily taken aback by the individuals before him. "Greetings, Mr. Qin. I am your personal pilot, Dongwon, with 13 years of flying experience." Noticing Qin Huan's momentary confusion, Dongwon promptly introduced himself, stating that he would be the one piloting his private aircraft from now on. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am your personal flight attendant, Zhang Xiaoxiao, a graduate of Southern Airlines in 2020 with 1 year and 6 months of flying experience." "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am your personal flight attendant." After Dongwon finished his introduction, the other 3 flight attendants followed suit. "Mr. Qin, would you prefer to head to the tarmac now?" Dongwon inquired respectfully. "Wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Qin Huan immediately voiced his confusion. "Did you just say that is my private plane?" "Indeed," Dongwon affirmed. "All right, then let's proceed." Upon hearing Dongwon's confirmation, Qin Huan could easily deduce that this was undoubtedly a gift from some wealthy benefactor. Thus, Qin Huan and his companions swiftly made their way through a special passage to the tarmac. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ma Wenhao and his friends were bewildered. Bro, what's going on? How did that guy get in over there? Should we follow him? I think we should. What do you think, bro? Absolutely not. Ma Wenhao replied, somewhat irritated. That area is a special passage. Do you think just anyone can enter besides clients and private aircraft owners? What? Is that true? Only clients and private aircraft owners are allowed in? Could it be that Qin Huan is a client? But how is that even possible? Upon hearing Ma Wenhao's words, the group nearly bit their tongues in shock. They never imagined that Qin Huan, who appeared to have an unremarkable family background, was actually associated with an airline company. As for why they had never considered Qin Huan as a private aircraft owner, it ultimately boiled down to their limited perspective. On the tarmac, after arriving, Qin Huan was genuinely stunned by the opulence of the private jet before him. As he ascended the staircase into the aircraft, he realized just how indulgent the wealthy truly are. The interior was not only lavishly decorated, but also equipped with every conceivable amenity. Remarkably, even a small golf course could be found within the aircraft. Based on Qin Huan's estimates, such a high-end private jet would likely cost around 2 billion. Mr. Qin, may I offer you something to drink? As Qin Huan took his seat, Zhang Xiaoxiao promptly approached with a cart. Red wine, he declared. It must be noted that the primary reason Qin Huan requested red wine was due to his lack of prior experience with it. He was curious to discover what it truly tasted like. Very well, I shall pour you a glass of Romani Conti. Does that sound acceptable? Certainly. Qin Huan was no connoisseur of wine. The most he had encountered in his life was an 82 La fight, and that was merely through the pages of novels. In the realm of opulent fiction, such wines had become the quintessential symbol of affluence. Qin Huan, well acquainted with numerous tales, was certainly familiar with the name. Upon receiving his consent, Zhang Xiaoxiao poured him a small glass. Mr. Qin, please enjoy. With the glass in hand, Qin Huan mimicked the sophisticated gestures of elites he had seen on television, gently swirling the wine for a moment. He then brought the glass to his lips and took a small sip. To his surprise, he found it rather unpalatable. Indeed, it was not that it was distasteful, but rather, it did not meet his expectations. Mr. Qin, how does it taste? Zhang Xiaoxiao inquired, noticing his slight frown. It's all right, nothing extraordinary, he replied. Would you like to try another variety? Zhang Xiaoxiao assumed that a man of Qin Huan's wealth would have discerning tastes when it came to wine. No need. I'll manage with this one. With a nod, Zhang Xiaoxiao took her leave, pushing the cart away. Before long, the aircraft, under Dong Wen's guidance, gradually ascended from the ground. The journey from Chengdu to the capital would take approximately 3.5 hours. Qin Huan planned to rest his eyes, but scarcely had he closed them when he felt a gentle, fragrant touch on his shoulder. Not only that, but his legs were also lifted onto the coffee table in front of him. Clearly, the service provided by Zhang Xiaoxiao and her colleagues extended far beyond mere refreshments. Savoring the luxurious attention, Qin Huan allowed himself to drift off to sleep. Approximately 3 hours later, he awoke, only to find that Zhang Xiaoxiao and her companions were still attending to him. Mr. Qin, you're awake. Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with a bright smile as she continued to massage his calves. Would you like something to eat? No, thank you. Qin Huan stretched lazily and inquired. How much longer until we arrive? About half an hour, Zhang Xiaoxiao replied. Very well, you all should take a break as well. Noticing the fatigue etched on the faces of her companions, Qin Huan promptly directed them towards the lounge. Half an hour later, at the Daxing International Airport in the capital, after bidding farewell to Dong Wen and his entourage, Qin Huan made her way to the exit alone. Young man, where are you headed? Do you need a ride? As soon as Qin Huan arrived at the exit, she found herself surrounded by 3 or 4 middle-aged men. I'll take a look around first, she replied, uncertain if her sisters would come to pick her up. However, her words painted a different picture in the ears of the unscrupulous drivers. To them, Qin Huan's appearance clearly marked her as an inexperienced student. If they could entice her into their vehicles, they would have free rein to exploit her as they wished. Young man, why not just come with me? It's a much better option, one of them exclaimed, seizing her luggage as she attempted to leave. Why should I go with you? Qin Huan retorted. At that moment, another man interjected. No, you should come with me. My car is an Audi, far superior to his old clunker. Uft, is an Audi really that impressive? Mine is a BMW. The rivalry escalated among the drivers, their voices rising in a cacophony of boasts. Gentlemen, could you please quiet down? I can simply take a taxi. Qin Huan finally interjected, but her words only intensified their urgency. One of the men disregarded her wishes entirely, grabbing her suitcase as he declared, taxis are too expensive. It's better to ride with me. What are you doing, Lally? The others protested, unwilling to let him have his way. And soon all of them were reaching for her belongings. As it was Qin Huan's first time traveling far, she found herself bewildered by the commotion. Qin Huan. At that moment, a melodious female voice pierced through the chaos from behind. Instinctively, they all turned to see who was speaking, including Qin Huan. Wow, who are these two beauties? They thought, nearly wide-eyed with astonishment at the sight. It wasn't just the drivers. Onlookers also paused in their tracks, captivated by the allure of the newcomers. Were you calling for me? Qin Huan asked shyly, her cheeks flushed. The reason for her bashfulness was quite straightforward. The two stunning women before her were exceptionally beautiful. As a fledgling student, it was his first experience conversing with such enchanting ladies. What else could he do? Li Mingyu cast a fleeting glance at Qin Huan, her voice tinged with mild reproach. You've arrived. Yet you didn't even think to send a WeChat message to your sisters. If it weren't for Xiao Dong informing us of your arrival, your fifth sister and I would still be waiting outside indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Qin Huan felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks. Just as she was about to respond, Xia Jinxin playfully slapped Li Mingyu on her pert posterior. All right, let us not be too harsh. It's Huan's first time traveling far. What need is there for such comments? Oh my heavens, what did I just witness? Unbeknownst to Xia Jinxin, her playful gesture had nearly caused the onlookers to swoon. Fine, I'll refrain from commenting, Li Mingyu pouted, turning her attention back to Qin Huan. What are you still standing there for? Do you expect me to carry you? At this, Qin Huan's cheeks, already slightly flushed, turned crimson enough to rival ripe cherries. She intended to reclaim her suitcase from a group of unruly cab drivers when one of them, with a sly glint in his eye, leered at Li Mingyu. Hey, beautiful. Why not ride in my car? It's a BMW. Come with me, and I'll take you for free. The other drivers, catching on to his insinuation, chimed in eagerly. No, thank you. We have our own vehicle. Li Mingyu, who had previously exuded warmth, now donned a veneer of cold indifference. Wait. The group attempted to protest, but Xia Jinxin stepped forward with an icy gaze directed at the men. As their eyes met hers, they collectively gasped, stumbling back in fright. It was terrifying. The mere intensity of her gaze imparted a chilling sense of mortality upon them. Little did they know, the enchanting woman before them was none other than the only female war god of Huaxia, who had annihilated countless foes in battle. Had it not been for Xia Jinxin's restraint in honoring her compatriots, these men would likely have succumbed to their fears, collapsing in a fit of terror. After all, even the so-called barbarian lord, who once boasted of possessing the demeanor of a king, had endured months of nightmares after encountering Xia Jinxin's penetrating eyes. What is wrong with these fellows? They seem utterly useless, reduced to this over the sight of a beauty? Surely not. It appears they are genuinely frightened. Is it possible for a beauty to instill such terror? The scene before them was wholly unexpected, leaving not only the onlookers bewildered but also Qin Huan in a state of disbelief. Let us go. With a faint exhale of those two characters, Xia Jinxin effortlessly lifted Qin Huan's suitcase. 3 minutes later, in the airport parking lot, Qin Huan and her companions had just arrived when they noticed a considerable crowd gathered nearby. Judging by their expressions, they seemed to be observing something extraordinary. As Li Mingyu and her companions led Qin Huan closer, she soon realized that the object of their fascination was none other than a sports car. Wow, that car is stunning. Qin Huan could not help but exclaim. Although she had little knowledge about automobiles, the beauty of the sports car before her was undeniably breathtaking. Based on her estimation, its price must be exorbitantly high. Howsy, do you know what kind of car this is? At that moment, one of the onlookers turned to his companion inquiringly. I have no idea. I've been in the city for 3 or 4 years, and I don't think I've ever seen one like it. Howsy replied, immediately pulling out his phone. Wait, let me look it up. What's there to look up? Isn't this the Lamborghini Veneno? Just as Howsy was about to search, others around him quickly provided the answer. Are you serious? This is the Lamborghini Veneno? I've heard it's worth around 90 million, and there are only 13 of them in the entire country. What? This car is worth 90 million? And only 13 exist nationwide. The crowd gasped in astonishment, nearly biting their tongues in disbelief. This is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must take a picture with this car. I want one too. Let us line up, everyone, one at a time. Hey, you there. Can you show some civility? It's bad enough to cut in line, but why are you leaning on me? This spot is mine. No one can steal it from me. In a flash, the previously curious crowd erupted into a frenzy of selfies. Those suggestions were made to form an orderly queue. No one heeded the advice. The commotion only grew louder, and soon the throng of selfie seekers multiplied 2- or 3-fold. "Excuse me, could you make some space?" To Qin Huan's utter surprise, her elder sister Xia Jinxin had also squeezed into the crowd. Wherever she went, people seemed to part as if they had consumed some intoxicating beverage, stepping aside in her wake. In no time, Xia Jinxin had reached the side of the car. "Hey, what is wrong with you people? Can't you line up? This is incredibly rude." The individuals who had been knocked down were about to unleash a torrent of complaints when Xia Jinxin turned to face them. "Goodness gracious! This woman is extraordinarily beautiful, isn't she?" As the crowd beheld Xia Jinxing's visage, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They had encountered attractive women before, after all. Among their circle, there were several girls of considerable beauty. However, in comparison to Xia Jinxing, the difference was nothing short of astronomical. Naturally, as young women, who would willingly concede to being less appealing than others. Moreover, Xia Jinxing's earlier demeanor clearly suggested she regarded them with disdain. One woman, dressed somewhat provocatively, rose from the ground and pointed an accusing finger at Xia Jinxing, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea how much my outfit costs? How dare you push me to the ground?" Another chimed in, "Yes, if you don't compensate me today, I want to let this go." What a farce. Did she truly believe that her modest beauty would command respect? Following her remarks, several other girls quickly joined in the chorus of indignation. Meanwhile, the men present instinctively felt the urge to come to the rescue. However, before they could spring into action, Li Mingyu, standing beside Qin Huan, swiftly approached Xia Jinxing. "It's your fault for blocking our car. You deserve that fall." What an unexpected twist. Had they stumbled into a realm of beauties? Just when the crowd was processing this revelation, Li Mingyu's words sent shockwaves through them. "Wait, what did she just say? This is their car?" The astonishment was palpable. After all, this was a Lamborghini Veneno. How could such young women possibly afford such a luxury vehicle? Skepticism soon followed. "Stop bragging," one girl scoffed, attempting to belittle Li Mingyu. Yet, before she could finish her taunt, Li Mingyu calmly retrieved a stylish car key from her bag and, in front of the assembled crowd, pressed the ignition for the Lamborghini Veneno. In an instant, the roar of the engine filled the air, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief. They never imagined that the car truly belonged to Li Mingyu. The woman who had been so vociferous moments ago now stood agape, her jaw nearly touching the ground. What is the meaning of being slapped in the face? This was the very definition of it. As for demanding compensation from Li Mingyu and her companions, frankly, even if she had 3 times the courage, she would not dare. After all, how could anyone provoke someone who owned such an extravagant vehicle? "Hua Huan, do you know how to drive?" Disregarding the expressions of those present, Li Mingyu offered a faint smile and inquired of Qin Huan. "Will you?" "I will," Qin Huan replied. "Very well, then this car is yours." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyu tossed the car keys to Qin Huan without hesitation. Subsequently, she took Su Jinxing's hand and strolled over to another vehicle nearby. "Get in. Start the engine." The movements were executed seamlessly. Meanwhile, Qin Huan wasted no time. After placing his luggage inside the car, he promptly settled into the driver's seat of the Lamborghini Veneno. After a brief examination of the controls, he swiftly ignited the engine. Beep, beep, beep. With the sound of a few honks, their 2 luxurious cars drove straight towards the parking lot's exit. "Who on earth are these 2 beauties? They must be extraordinarily wealthy," one onlooker exclaimed. "Indeed, giving away a Lamborghini Veneno just like that? I envy that guy." If I'm not mistaken, aside from the Lamborghini, the other car appears to be a Rolls-Royce Phantom. What? A Rolls-Royce Phantom? Good heavens, that vehicle must cost several million. As they watched the luxurious cars disappear from sight, the crowd was not only envious but also profoundly astonished. Initially, they thought owning a Lamborghini Veneno was impressive, but they never anticipated that the other car would also be a fortune on wheels. Meanwhile, after exiting the parking lot, Li Mingyu and her companions merged onto the national highway. Throughout the journey, the Lamborghini Veneno driven by Qin Huan certainly garnered much attention. Numerous pedestrians even took out their phones to record videos. Half an hour later, at a parking lot on a pedestrian street in the capital, Qin Huan stepped out of the car and asked Li Mingyu and Su Jinxing, "Sister, what are we doing here? What else could it be? We're here to get you a new outfit." Li Mingyu assessed Qin Huan from head to toe and remarked, "As my brother, you cannot appear like this. Moreover, I still need to take you to a meeting later. We cannot allow anyone to underestimate you." My attire is perfectly fine. Qin Huan protested meekly. Fine. Just listen to your sister. All right, if you insist. With Li Mingyu's insistence, Qin Huan ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, after exiting the parking lot, under Li Mingyu's guidance, they headed directly to a storefront named Armani. All right, let us start with this shop, Li Mingyu declared as she led Qin Huan and Su Jingxing inside. Hello. May I assist you? The attendant began as she approached, but upon recognizing the guests, she immediately bowed and exclaimed, Boss. What? The boss? Could it be that the boss has arrived? The other staff members in the store, upon hearing that exclamation, hurriedly turned to look. Indeed, once they confirmed that the newcomer was Li Mingyu, they dared not linger any longer. They quickly set aside their tasks and promptly stood before Li Mingyu. Under the guidance of the store manager, Lu Cixi, they bowed in unison and greeted, Hello, boss. Hello to you all. Li Mingyu replied with a nod, waving her hand dismissively. Please, return to your duties. Let Xiao Lu accompany me. Understood, boss. The group nodded in agreement, and soon only Lu Cixi remained. Boss, are you here for an inspection? Lu Cixi inquired curiously as the others departed. Not at all, Li Mingyu replied, directly pulling Qin Huan forward. This is my brother. Qin Huan. I am here to help him select a few outfits. Brother? Upon hearing this, Lu Cixi turned her gaze towards Qin Huan. It must be said that while his attire was quite ordinary, his appearance was undeniably handsome. Just a fleeting glance from Lu Cixi brought a blush to her cheeks. By the way, have any new styles arrived in the store recently? Li Mingyu asked. Yes, Lu Cixi affirmed. Then lead us to see them. Thus, the three of them, under Lu Cixi's guidance, swiftly arrived before a collection of new garments. Chapter 0006. Darling, feel free to choose whatever you desire. Huan, would you prefer to select for yourself, or should we assist you? Li Mingyu casually surveyed the clothing before turning to Qin Huan. I'll look myself, Qin Huan responded, immediately focusing on the array of clothes. It must be acknowledged that a renowned brand is indeed distinguished. Not only were the materials of the garments exceptionally high quality, but the designs were also remarkably appealing. With Qin Huan's physique, which could be described as model-like, wearing these clothes would undoubtedly be a splendid enhancement. However, upon glancing at the prices tagged on these garments, Qin Huan hesitated. Sister, perhaps we should reconsider. It was evident that the prices of these clothes were all in the 5-digit range, with a few even reaching 6 figures. What's the matter? Li Mingyu, understanding his concerns, inquired. Do you find them too expensive? Is that why you hesitate? Yet before she could finish her sentence, a boisterous and overly affectionate female voice rang out from behind. Darling, feel free to choose whatever you desire. Of course, my dear. Shortly thereafter, another sycophantic male voice chimed in, My dear, it seems those over there are all new styles. May I go choose as well? Absolutely. Thank you, my dear. The man, filled with joy, swiftly approached Qin Huan and her companions. Astonished, he exclaimed, These two ladies are extraordinarily beautiful. Just as he contemplated initiating a conversation, he quickly regained his composure. In the next moment, he disregarded the two women entirely and seized a garment valued at approximately 180,000 yuan. Clearly, he understood his priorities better than mere beauty. My dear, may I have this piece? He inquired eagerly, gesturing with the clothing towards an approaching plump middle-aged woman. Let me take a look, she replied, not immediately acquiescing, but stepping forward to inspect the price tag. All right, it's not too expensive. If you like it, go ahead. It was evident that she was indeed a wealthy woman, as the dress was priced at 180,000 yuan, yet she spoke without batting an eye. My dear, I wish to select a few more items. Is that permissible? However, the man was not easily appeased. Daily confronting such a hefty woman, he had to suppress his revulsion while publicly addressing her as dear. Even privately, he was expected to fulfill certain demands. In return, he did not intend to let this opportunity slip away. The overweight woman hesitated at his request. While she did not find the single item expensive, purchasing several would indeed sting her finances. What's wrong? Do you not love me anymore? The man feigned anger, sensing her reluctance. My darling, how could I not love you? Faced with his mock fury, the woman acquiesced. Fine, I will buy it for you. I knew you were the best, my dear, he responded, forcing back his distaste as he planted a kiss on her cheek. Now allow me to choose. Without waiting for her reaction, his hand reached for the garments before him. Wait. At that moment, Li Mingyu called out to him. Is there something you need? The man inquired, pondering if the beautiful woman had any interest in him. This notion was shared by the plump woman as well. Truth be told, if Li Mingyu were to learn their thoughts, she might very well lose her lunch. It's just that we are taking all the new arrivals here, Li Mingyu explained apologetically. Perhaps you could select something else? As the owner of the store, she held her customers in high esteem. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her words were quite displeasing to the man. Could a cooked duck simply take flight? Why should they dictate what he could or could not have? With a disdainful curl of his lip, the man retorted, "You're taking all of them? Do you have that much money? You need not worry about that." Li Mingyu, disinclined to engage in a dispute, promptly instructed Lu Cece to pack all the garments before them. In her view, since Qin Huan was not particular, she might as well acquire them all on his behalf. However, before Li Mingyu could utter a command, the man interjected, directing his ire towards Lu Cece. "Tell me, to whom are these clothes in your store being sold?" "Sir, I apologize, but perhaps you might consider examining other styles." Though Lu Cece did not answer directly, the implication was clear even to the most obtuse. This retort incensed the man further. All right, he exclaimed thrice, then turned to the overweight woman, raising his voice deliberately. "My dear, didn't you mention that the owner of this store is your friend?" The overweight woman hesitated briefly before responding, somewhat sheepishly, "Of course." "Then hurry and call the owner. I refuse to believe this. Or shall we forget it?" she added. In truth, she secretly hoped that Li Mingyu and her companions would purchase all the clothes, thus sparing her the expense. Moreover, her claim of acquaintance with the store's owner was nothing more than a boast. "Darling, can you really bear to let me swallow this humiliation?" Fine. The overweight woman, left with no other options, finally retrieved her phone. Pretending to dial a number, she began a call in front of the gathered crowd. "Hello, darling. Where are you? Really? You've gone to Norway? What can I do for you? I just saw a few pieces in your store, but it seems your staff is reluctant to sell them to me." "Oh, don't. It's tough for them to work. Why would you fire them?" "Hey, who are we to each other? You know I'll be upset if you don't give me a discount." All right. Goodbye. One must admit, the overweight woman's performance was quite commendable. Had her employer not been present, Lu Cece might have been genuinely deceived. "So did you see that? Now you surely understand to whom the clothes should be sold, don't you?" Upon the conclusion of the call, the man arrogantly addressed Lu Cece. "My dear is a friend of your boss. Had she not been so kind-hearted, you would have been dismissed just now." "Pardon me, sir," Lu Cece replied, suppressing a laugh. "As I said before, would you care to explore other styles?" Citing one's boss? The owner stood right beside her. After all, what do you mean by that? The man had intended to exude an air of magnanimity, but little did he expect that Lu Cece would show him no mercy whatsoever. At that moment, his expression turned icy as he directed his words at Lu Cece, saying, "You wait and see. I shall make you regret this." With that, he turned his attention back to the corpulent woman, urging, "My dear, swiftly call her boss. She must be dismissed today." The anger evident on the man's face suggested he was genuinely furious. However, the overweight woman hesitated, while others might be oblivious. She was acutely aware that the previous call was merely a random number she had dialed. Could a single phone call truly lead to Lu Cece's termination? What a farce. "My dear, why are you still standing there? Hurry and make the call." The man, noticing her inaction, approached and, playfully shaking her arm, implored, "Just do it." How absurd. The woman managed to utter, suppressing her embarrassment. "My best friend has finally gone on a trip. Why disturb her?" "What? Wait for her return? That could take ages." The man's frustration surged. "Darling, can you bear to see me bullied like this?" "What bullying? She can always return. I don't care. You must buy it for me today, or else it's over between us," he threatened, clenching his teeth. Yet, the corpulent woman was not one to be intimidated by a mere plaything. With a furious countenance, she raised her hand and struck him across the face. "How dare you presume upon my kindness? Do you truly think I am at your beck and call?" I must admit, that slap jolted the man back to reality. Indeed, he was merely a toy, threatening a benefactor. The absurdity of it struck him as comical. "Why are you still here? Get out at once." The overweight woman glared fiercely at him before striding toward the exit. Seeing this, the man, clutching his cheek, hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed her with a sycophantic demeanor. In his mind, that slap could not go unavenged. He would have to find another establishment and extract a hefty price from this woman. Not long after they departed, Lu Cece had already arranged for all the new clothes to be packed for Qin Huan. "Boss, everything is packed. Would you like to take it directly or have someone deliver it to your estate?" Lu Cece inquired of Li Mingyu. "Have it delivered to the estate, please. We still need to visit other stores, Li Mingyu replied. All right. Lu Cixi nodded and promptly made the arrangements. Meanwhile, Li Mingyu led Qin Huan and the others out of the store. Next, the second establishment is Versace. The third is Louis Vuitton. The fourth is Bulgari. The fifth is Gucci. The sixth, in merely an hour's time, Li Mingyu guided Qin Huan and another companion through more than 30 luxury boutiques along the pedestrian street. As for why the duration was so brief, the reason is rather simple. It was because Li Mingyu's opening remark upon entering each store was to have all the new arrivals bundled and sent to the estate. Indeed, such audacity, such extravagance. It is noteworthy that within each of these boutiques, there were at least a dozen or 20 new items. Moreover, the price of even a single piece starts at no less than 100,000. This implies that within this fleeting hour, Li Mingyu had already spent approximately 100 million for Qin Huan's apparel and footwear. To lavish such a sum on clothing and shoes for her younger brother is no exaggeration. There is scarcely another individual in all of Huaxia capable of such generosity apart from Li Mingyu. Of course, it should be noted that the purchases made by Li Mingyu did not deplete her own finances. All the luxury stores along this pedestrian street belong to her extensive portfolio. Furthermore, she owns not just the storefronts, but also the land upon which they stand. Huan, is there anything else you desire? As they exited the Saint Laurent boutique, Li Mingyu inquired of Qin Huan. Nothing more. Qin Huan quickly shook his head, a rueful smile gracing his lips as he replied, Sister, you have truly bought far too much. In his estimation, the garments and shoes acquired in just this brief period would likely fill an entire truck. What is the issue? Your second sister has far more clothing than you. Li Mingyu retorted with a slight pout, nonchalantly adding, Besides, these are our own stores. If I cannot prepare a few more garments and shoes for you, then what is the purpose of owning them? Upon hearing this, Qin Huan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. All right then, you're still missing a watch. Let us go and pick up a few more. It was evident that Li Mingyu spoke of this with the casualness one might employ when purchasing cabbages. In less than 10 minutes, the trio emerged once again from 3 luxury watch boutiques. Now adorned in lavish attire, Qin Huan found himself in possession of an exquisitely crafted timepiece. Should any connoisseur be present, they would immediately recognize this watch as the Patek Philippe 89. Its value is assuredly over 35 million. Currently, Qin Huan stands as the third individual in all of Huaxia to possess this model. Of course, the fact that he dons only this single piece does not imply that Li Mingyu limited her generosity to just this one item. It should be noted that upon their initial entry, the acquisitions were far from concluded. Li Mingyu had the store managers pack up the 20 most expensive watches from each brand. In total, across 3 stores, she secured 60 timepieces for Qin Huan. Even if he were to change watches daily, it would last him a full 2 months. As for their worth, it could only be described as astronomical. After all, aside from Patek Philippe, the other 2 brands were Vacheron Constantin and Tag Heuer. It is no exaggeration to say that any single watch from these distinguished brands commands a price in the millions. Not to mention, Li Mingyu had chosen the top 20. One would need at least 800 million, if not a billion, to even consider such a collection. To be honest, Qin Huan found it quite perplexing as to what Li Mingyu aimed to gain from such extravagant generosity. Was she truly an indulgent sister? Chapter 0008. The Reluctant Shareholder's Big Sister. Where are we headed now? Qin Huan inquired with a wry smile, glancing at his trendy attire. Truth be told, having grown accustomed to inexpensive clothing, he felt somewhat out of place adorned in such luxury. He also noticed that passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at him. Among them were several leggy beauties casting flirtatious looks his way. Had it not been for the stunning Li Mingyu by his side, he suspected they might have approached him for his contact information. We're going to the company. I need to take you to a board meeting, Li Mingyu said, straightening his collar with a smile. A board meeting? Qin Huan asked, bewildered. What on earth would I attend that for? You'll find out when you get there. Li Mingyu offered no further explanation and led him back to the parking lot. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the technology building, who on earth are they waiting for? This is quite the spectacle. They've been waiting for nearly an hour, murmured the security guards, observing the numerous high-ranking officials gathered. Indeed, it seemed as though the company's upper echelon had all assembled. Was it possible that a prominent figure was arriving? Prominent figure? Who could be more important than Old Ma? One scoffed. Please, Old Ma is nothing. Have you not heard that the company has a new chairman? Another interjected. Wow, I nearly forgot. Given this crowd, could they be waiting for the new chairman? One surmised, as the security guards engaged in their lively discussion. A group of impatient executives at the entrance could no longer contain their grievances toward Ma Huafei. Mr. Ma, has Director Li mentioned when she would arrive? We've been waiting for her for an hour. Indeed, why not give her a call? I have friends waiting for me to join them for tea. I am rather exasperated. It is merely a meeting, yet they insist that we all must attend. In my opinion, she is merely one of the board members. And just as she wishes to speak, two luxury vehicles suddenly approach from a distance. Enough of the complaints. Everyone prepare to welcome Director Li. Observing this, Ma Huafei quickly rallied the crowd. However, the few board members merely curled their lips in disdain. In their view, they were all esteemed directors. Although Li Mingyu is the major shareholder, they are not insignificant figures themselves. Simply being here is already a great favor to her. Honk. Accompanied by a series of car horns, Li Mingyu's vehicles soon came to a stop before the crowd. Seeing this, Ma Huafei promptly dashed over to the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. With an ingratiating smile, he opened the passenger door. Miss. Li Mingyu merely nodded and stepped out of the car, followed closely by Qin Huan and Xia Jinxing. It must be said, Qin Huan was genuinely astonished to learn that the company Li Mingyu referred to was none other than the illustrious tech company. It is widely recognized as one of the foremost enterprises in the Chinese internet sector. To be here was beyond Qin Huan's wildest dreams. Huan, come here. After disembarking, Li Mingyu beckoned to Qin Huan. Distracted by her examination of the tech building, Qin Huan quickly approached Li Mingyu's side. Huan, allow me to introduce you to the current executive president of tech, Mr. Ma Huafei. Upon Qin Huan's arrival, Li Mingyu pointed towards Ma Huafei for the introduction. Ma Huafei? Goodness, isn't he supposed to be the chairman of tech? How has he become the executive president? It is worth noting that Qin Huan had not had a moment to glance at her phone throughout the day, thus remaining oblivious to the significant news that had unfolded. Hello, Mr. Ma. Although puzzled, Qin Huan politely extended her hand towards Ma Huafei. Ha, you flatter me. You must be the young master, indeed a fine specimen. Ma Huafei responded by enthusiastically shaking Qin Huan's right hand, his demeanor radiating warmth. By the way, who is this? At that moment, Ma Huafei quickly noticed the commanding presence of Xia Jinxing beside them. This is my fifth sister, Xia. Li Mingyu casually introduced her. Fifth sister? My heavens. Could this be the only female warrior of Huaxia? Ma Huafei, being an astute individual, quickly pieced together Li Mingyu's brief introduction, noting her use of the affectionate term Xia. He immediately deduced Xia Jinx's true identity and dared not ask further questions. Nodding at Xia Jinx, he turned back to Li Mingyu and inquired, Miss, the conference room is ready. Shall we proceed now? Let us go at once. Li Mingyu replied succinctly, stepping forward with Qin Huan leading the way. Ma Huafei and the others hastily followed suit. 10 minutes later, within a conference room, Li Mingyu addressed the assembled shareholders. I have summoned you all today to announce a significant matter, she began after ensuring everyone was seated. She then positioned Qin Huan beside her before continuing. From this day forth, the position of chairman of technology will be assumed by my brother, Qin Huan. As for myself, I will be stepping down from the company. What? You want me to become the chairman of technology? My dear heavens, sister, are you jesting? This is a conglomerate valued in the trillions. Qin Huan exclaimed, nearly stumbling to the ground in shock. He had always thought his generous sisters were astonishingly magnanimous, but he never imagined their generosity would extend to such an extent. To casually bestow a trillion-dollar asset, who would believe such a thing? The shareholders present were equally taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief at what they had just heard. It had only been a few hours since the announcement of Li Mingyu as chairman, and now they were to replace her? Moreover, with a mere child? As the reality sank in, the shareholders erupted in protest. One stood up, declaring, I object. How can your brother, who is barely out of his youth, assume the role of chairman of our group? Mr. Liao is correct. I too oppose this. Another chimed in. And I too. This company does not belong solely to you. Li Mingyu, I firmly oppose this decision. The remaining shareholders echoed their dissent. Chapter 0009. Taking over the technology group. Clap. Upon hearing their objections, before Li Mingyu could respond, Ma Huafei struck the table forcefully, demanding silence. Enough of this commotion. What is this uproar? Mr. Ma, what do you mean by that? We are shareholders, and are we not allowed to voice our dissent? Indeed, this matter is non-negotiable. Clearly, Ma Huafei, merely the acting CEO, was unable to control the rowdy shareholders. Opposition. At that moment, Li Mingyu scoffed dismissively, with the meager shares you possess. Do you truly believe you have the right to oppose this decision? What did you just say? Upon hearing those words, Mr. Liao immediately rose from his seat, his complexion turning a shade of iron as he pointed at Li Mingyu and declared, Li Mingyu, even if our shares may be minimal, we are still stakeholders. Technology is not a domain governed solely by your whims. Mr. Liao's sentiments held truth. Regardless of how fervently you argue today, we shall remain resolute in our dissent. Li Mingyu, upon hearing this, merely curled her lips in disdain and remarked coolly, I trust you all understand that I am the principal shareholder of the company. My decisions constitute the final verdict of this enterprise. Should you harbor any contrary opinions, you may either swallow them in silence or divest your shares. Following this proclamation, she cast a scornful glance over the assembled individuals. It is important to note that Li Mingyu possesses an 88% stake in the company. Once she makes a decision, any attempts at opposition from others would be utterly futile. The attendees were nearly driven to exasperation by her words, aching to retort, yet finding themselves at a loss. They were, after all, astute individuals who recognized the irrefutable nature of Li Mingyu's assertions. Their earlier objections were nothing more than a fleeting display of pride. As for selling their shares in the company, only a fool would entertain such an idea. Now then, do any of you have further objections? Li Mingyu inquired, observing the reddened faces and agitated necks of the crowd. She then turned to Mr. Liao with a playful smirk and said, if I recall correctly, you hold a meager 6% stake, do you not? If you find my decisions intolerable, you are welcome to sell all your shares to me. What do you say? Need to divest? I can provide you with cash immediately. I will not sell, Mr. Liao retorted after a moment's struggle, begrudgingly managing to utter those few words. Truth be told, he harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Li Mingyu's claims, for she undeniably possessed the means to back them. This very morning, at least 10 publicly listed corporations had simultaneously announced her as chairwoman, several of which boasted market valuations rivaling that of technology. One might ponder, for someone as formidable as Li Mingyu, acquiring his modest shares would be as simple as having a meal. He now found himself anxious that Li Mingyu might choose to inject vast sums of capital to reclaim her shares, thereby diluting their holdings. Should she pursue such a course, it could be said that they would lack even the capacity to retaliate. Since you refuse to sell, then sit down quietly. Humph. Mr. Liao haughtily snorted, but ultimately complied and took his seat. And what about the rest of you? At that moment, Li Mingyu turned her gaze towards the others present. We shall comply with Director Li's arrangements. They are not foolish. With the second shareholder, Mr. Liao, having already compromised, how could they dare to voice any opposition? This is more like it. Upon witnessing this, Li Mingyu nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, she instructed Ma Huafei to present a share transfer contract to Qin Huan. Huan, I have already affixed my signature. All that remains is for you to inscribe your name, and this technology will belong to you henceforth. As she spoke, Li Mingyu rose from her seat. Big sister, perhaps we should reconsider? Qin Huan gazed at the contract before her, a wry smile gracing her lips. I am merely a student. This company is far too vast. I fear I might not be able to manage it, and I wouldn't want to inadvertently drive it to bankruptcy. Upon hearing Qin Huan's words, the shareholders present thought to themselves, well, at least this young man possesses some self-awareness. What do you mean reconsider? However, in the next instant, Li Mingyu abruptly pressed Qin Huan back into her seat. If you cannot manage, so be it. Our company is not devoid of a management team. You can merely take a hands-off approach. Besides, what does bankruptcy matter? If that time comes, we can simply assign you another company. What? Big sister, this is rather reckless, isn't it? This is a conglomerate worth trillions. Why do I feel as though you treat it like a mere street stall? Qin Huan nearly stumbled to the ground upon hearing Li Mingyu's declaration. The other shareholders were equally astonished, exchanging incredulous glances as they questioned whether they had misheard. What is recklessness? What is extravagance? This is indeed recklessness. This is indeed extravagance. To be frank, they were genuinely envious of Qin Huan, for he possessed such a grand and audacious sister, a conglomerate worth trillions. And she casually speaks of giving it away? Furthermore, even in the event of bankruptcy, Qin Huan could take over other companies. They were left wondering where one could find a sister like that. They would gladly accept a dozen more. All right, let us expedite this process. Li Mingyu eagerly extended the pen towards Qin Huan. With her demeanor, one might mistakenly believe that this was a company on the brink of collapse, desperately seeking a naive individual to take over. Well, I suppose I have no choice. Ultimately, Qin Huan reluctantly accepted the pen and inscribed her name upon the share transfer contract. With a round of applause, the meeting finally drew to a close. Subsequently, Qin Huan and her companions, accompanied by the senior shareholders, embarked on a tour of the entire building. As the chairperson, Qin Huan naturally took the lead. This led to the employees witnessing the scene speculating about Qin Huan's identity. Upon discovering that Qin Huan was their newly appointed chairman, the male employees nodded in deference, while the female employees frequently exchanged flirtatious glances. Nevertheless, Qin Huan maintained an impressive composure throughout. In his view, now that he held the position of chairman, it was imperative to embody the demeanor befitting such a role. Subsequently, the group returned to the entrance of the building. "Where are we headed now, sister?" "Home." With that, the three departed once more, under the courteous send-off of Ma Huafei and his companions. Chapter 0010. The terrifying gatekeeper. The vehicle sped along, arriving in approximately half an hour at a hillside in the suburbs of the capital. At the foot of this hill, a group of burly men clad in security uniforms wielding electric batons patrolled diligently. A closer inspection would reveal that each of them bore some form of disability. For instance, the lead security guard seemed to be missing his left hand. Despite their impairments, the aura they exuded was anything but ordinary. As they noticed the approaching vehicle, they saluted and promptly raised the barrier blocking the road. "Xiao Wang, you all have worked hard." Summer Jinx rolled down the car window, glanced at the security personnel, and, after a satisfied nod, spoke with a smile. "Chief, is that you? You're back." Upon recognizing those in the car, the security guards rushed over with expressions of joy. "Yes," Summer Jinx acknowledged with a slight nod and inquired. "So, how are you finding it here?" "It's manageable, but you know how it is," replied the lead guard, shaking his electric baton with a wry smile. It was common knowledge that they had previously been members of the 001 Group Army, equipped with specialized weaponry, and now wielding electric batons was understandably disheartening. "I think you all are unaware of the fortune you possess," Summer Jinx remarked with a hint of reproach. "Since you've all retired, it's better to enjoy your lives. What is the point of being immersed in bloodshed daily?" "All right, I still need to return home. I'll treat you to drinks when I have the chance." "Understood." The group nodded, once again saluting Summer Jinx. 10 minutes later, Qin Huan and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Gazing at the towering gates before them, Qin Huan sat in the car, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a sight. The estate described by Li Mingyu is indeed a grand spectacle, with even the entrance gate exuding an air of magnificence. Beep. Accompanied by the sound of a car horn, the imposing gate, weighing over 1,000 pounds, was opened from within. "Welcome home, young lady." As the gate swung open, the sight that greeted them was a dozen beautiful maids clad in elegant attire. They stood gracefully on either side of the entrance, creating a stunning visual that could hardly be overstated. While their beauty and grace may not rival that of Li Mingyu and her companions, they would undoubtedly turn heads if they walked down the street. To be frank, Qin Huan was genuinely surprised to discover that even in selecting housekeepers, her sister displayed such discernment. Little did Qin Huan know that these maids not only possessed striking appearances, but also formidable abilities. It could be said that each of them held at least a master's degree. Just as Qin Huan was lost in admiration, Li Mingyu and her companion stepped out of the car. "Come down, Huan Huan," Li Mingyu called. "Oh," Qin Huan responded, finally alighting from the vehicle. "Sister, is this your home? It's simply magnificent." As she surveyed her surroundings, she could scarcely believe her eyes. The estate was not only vast, but also exquisitely designed, featuring pavilions, towers, artificial hills, greenery, fountains, and floors of white marble. Essentially, everything one could imagine could be found here. What astonished Qin Huan the most was the presence of a single grand European-style villa situated in the center of this expansive estate. Although this villa was 2 or 3 times larger than an average one, Qin Huan could not help but feel that constructing only one such dwelling on this enormous plot of land was a tremendous waste. Even though this area was on the outskirts of the capital, it was still a place where every inch of land was precious. It seemed that only those with an extraordinary fortune would dare to be so extravagant. "What do you mean, my home?" "This is our home," Li Mingyu swiftly corrected her, adding, "From now on, you will be living with us." "Living together?" Qin Huan asked, bewildered. "Otherwise," Li Mingyu shrugged lightly and continued, Of course. If you prefer to live closer to your school, I could also purchase a property near the campus for you. Let's not go there, Qin Huan exclaimed, waving her hands. All right, we can discuss that later. Let's head inside. Your sisters are probably waiting eagerly. With that, Li Mingyu prepared to lead Qin Huan away, but at that moment, she suddenly recalled something. Turning to the gathered maids, she proclaimed, "This is my brother, Qin Huan. From now on, he shall be your young master. His word is as authoritative as mine. Do you all understand?" "We understand." The maids responded in unison, immediately directing their greetings towards Qin Huan, calling out, "Young master, hello." Hello to you all," Qin Huan replied, scratching his head awkwardly in response. Clearly, he was still adjusting to being addressed as young master for the very first time. However, this moment of embarrassment only rendered him more endearing in the eyes of the maids. "All right, let us proceed inside." Li Mingyu wasted no time and led the two towards the nearby villa, leaving the parked luxury cars in the care of the maids to be driven into the parking area. "Wow, this young master is exceptionally handsome," one maid exclaimed. "I truly did not anticipate that the young lady had a brother." "Indeed, and his surname is Qin. Qin Huan sounds like a name befitting a handsome lad." Another added with a giggle, "His bashful demeanor just now nearly melted my heart." "Absolutely, he is quite adorable." As the trio departed, the maids could not help but whisper amongst themselves, their eyes sparkling with admiration whenever Qin Huan was mentioned. Meanwhile, Qin Huan and the others soon arrived at the villa's entrance. The grand doors stood wide open, revealing an opulent interior, adorned with lavish decorations, and bustling with several beautiful women, seemingly as capable as Li Mingyu herself. "What are all you lovely ladies busy with?" Li Mingyu called out into the hall. "Big sister, is that you?" The women, upon hearing her voice, rushed excitedly to the entrance, embracing Li Mingyu warmly before noticing the presence of two others. "What? You no longer recognize me?" Xia Jinxin pouted, feigning displeasure. It was understandable, as she had spent the past few years mostly in the borderlands, making it difficult for them to recognize her immediately. "Jinxin, is that really you? Fifth sister, you've returned. It's been nearly 6 years, hasn't it? I've missed you so much." The women, regaining their senses, rushed to embrace Xia Jinxin again. After their heartfelt reunion, their gazes finally settled on Qin Huan. "Big sister, this must be our brother Qin Huan, right? He looks quite robust." Sister San, Zhuang Mingming, initially scrutinized Qin Huan with great care. Then, while gently patting Qin Huan's arm, she inquired, Huan, are you interested in national martial arts? How about I teach you?" Just as Qin Huan was about to respond, Sister Xia Jinyan, seized his right hand, exclaiming with a tone of admiration, "Look at this hand. It is undoubtedly the hand of a culinary genius. What do you say, Huan? Would you like to learn cooking from me?" "Cooking? His delicate fingers are clearly suited for the medical profession," Sister Qi, Tang Shitting, retorted as she snatched Qin Huan's right hand into her grasp. "Medical practice? Our Huan could never engage in something so gruesome." Immediately, Sister Lu, He-Wen-Wen, interjected. "In my opinion, Huan is destined for the arts. It would be far more prudent for him to learn writing from me." "Writing? What kind of future could that possibly hold? He should learn martial arts, culinary skills. He must learn cooking." Huan, do not heed their words. "You should study medicine with me." It must be said, at that moment, Qin Huan felt utterly overwhelmed, akin to falling into a den of silk spiders. Fortunately, at that moment, the eldest sister, Li Mingyu, intervened, stating, "Enough of this clamor. Huan is home for the first time. Let us not frighten him away." Upon hearing her words, the sisters felt a twinge of embarrassment and sheepishly stuck out their tongues at Li Mingyu. Observing their reaction, Li Mingyu rolled her eyes and turned to Qin Huan, saying, Huan, allow me to introduce you to them." As she spoke, she pointed to a girl clad in a black bodysuit. "This is your sister San, Zhuang Mingming, the only female master of national martial arts in Huaxia, who once single-handedly confronted 5 major gangs in the United States." "Really? Is that true?" Qin Huan gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Zhuang Mingming not only possessed striking beauty and an impressive figure, but also harbored such formidable combat prowess. It was known that American gangs were notoriously well-armed. To confront them alone and emerge unscathed? Coming back to his senses, Qin Huan looked at Zhuang Mingming with admiration and said, "Sister San, you are truly remarkable." It's not too bad." Zhuang Mingming puffed out her chest, radiating pride. "So, are you now interested in learning martial arts from me?" Just as Qin Huan was about to respond, Sister C, unable to contain herself, interjected eagerly, as if fearing that Qin Huan might acquiesce. Before Li Mingyu could introduce her, she stepped forward to stand directly in front of Qin Huan. Huan, I am your fourth sister, Xia Jinyan, the only female head chef of a 9-star national banquet in Huaxia, and I have previously won. However, before Xia Jinyan could finish her introduction, another girl interrupted her. All right, enough boasting. Let me introduce myself. The girl hastily continued. Huan, I am your sixth sister. Huan, as an educated person, you must have heard of me, for I am. Huan, I am your seventh sister, Tang Shitting, the only one in the country to have won a medical award. What is the meaning of this? I haven't finished introducing her yet. What introduction? Huan is certainly not interested in your culinary skills. Who says that? I think you just need a good beating. Huh, can you even take me on? What left Qin Huan speechless was that the sisters, who had just quieted down for a moment, erupted into another quarrel. All right, can you all just settle down? It must be said, the eldest sister truly commanded respect. As soon as Li Mingyu's words were spoken, the group immediately fell silent once more. Look at you all. There's hardly a semblance of elder sisters. Li Mingyu chided her younger sisters, exasperated. Let Huan choose what she wants to learn herself. With a smile, she turned her attention to Qin Huan. Huan, you heard their introductions. Have you decided what you want to study? It was undeniable that Li Mingyu's demeanor towards Qin Huan contrasted sharply with her earlier attitude towards her sisters. After a moment of silence, amidst the eager gazes of her sisters, Qin Huan finally spoke. How about we learn everything? To be honest, Qin Huan never anticipated that his first meeting with his sisters would revolve around discussions of studies. Inwardly, he was still more intrigued by national martial arts. However, not wanting to disappoint his other sisters, he opted for the inclusive response. Learn everything? Li Mingyu replied, glancing at the assembled sisters. Did you all hear that? We heard. Although the sisters were not entirely pleased, since Qin Huan had expressed such a sentiment, they could only reluctantly nod in agreement. All right then, let us head in. Li Mingyu said, turning to Xia Jinyan. Jinyan, is the food ready? Of course. Then let's prepare to eat. We wouldn't want to let Huan go hungry. Soon, they bypassed the hall and arrived at the dining room. Upon seeing the grand table laden with exquisite dishes, Qin Huan, who hadn't felt particularly hungry before, suddenly found his stomach rumbling. Huan, you can sit here. The eldest sister pointed to a position at the head of the table, addressing Qin Huan. No, I prefer to sit here. Qin Huan waved his hand, preparing to take a seat at the end of the table. However, Li Mingyu would not allow it. She swiftly pulled him to the head of the table, asserting, Father Isnt home, you are the pillar of our family now, so you must sit here. Chapter 0012. Down-to-earth Lu Shishir eldest sister was correct. Huan, you should sit there. Indeed. As Li Mingyu's words trailed off, the other sisters immediately chimed in. Well, if you insist. Realizing he could not resist, Qin Huan reluctantly settled into his seat. All right, everyone, let go of your reservations and let us eat. With Li Mingyu's remark, everyone was ready to dig in. Just then, seventh sister Tang Shitting slapped her forehead and exclaimed, Oh no. Second sister seems to still be sleeping in her room. Then why are you just standing there? Hurry up and wake her. Li Mingyu shot her a glare, clearly annoyed. Hey, you forgot to. As Tang Shitting stood up, she mumbled softly to herself. What are you muttering about? Oh, nothing. Tang Shitting replied, quickly jogging towards the stairs. Watching this unfold, Qin Huan felt a surge of anticipation. After all, he was about to meet the superstar. Before long, Tang Shitting returned with a girl in pajamas. Her hair tousled. Wow, is this the private Lu Shishir? The difference from her image on the screen is quite striking. Qin Huan could hardly believe his eyes. He had expected Lu Shishir to make a grand entrance as she did on television. However, he was taken aback. Of course, it wasn't that Lu Shishir's beauty or figure differed significantly from her screen persona. Rather, her appearance in pajamas and messy hair lacked any semblance of a star's aura. Just as Qin Huan felt a tinge of disappointment, Lu Shishir dashed towards him as she entered the dining room. Before Qin Huan could react, Lu Shishir cupped his face in her hands, bringing her face close and her beautiful eyes wandering across his features. What she said next nearly made him faint. Huan, you must be Huan. Come, let second sister cherish you. Goodness. I mean, second sister, you are a superstar, right? Can't you at least pay a little attention to your image? With his face held in her hands, Qin Huan found himself staring at her stunning visage, feeling utterly speechless. Sure, what are you doing? Don't scare Huan Huan. Not far away, Li Mingyu, witnessing the scene, promptly admonished Lu Shishir with a hint of irritation, urging her to sit down and eat, questioning her demeanor. I'm fine, she retorted. One must admit, the elder sister certainly commanded authority. With just a brief exchange, Qin Huan swiftly extricated himself from Lu Shishir's clutches. Once Lu Shishir settled down, the rest of the group immediately dug into their meal. It must be said, Xia Jinyan's culinary skills were truly exceptional. As Qin Huan placed a piece of unfamiliar meat into his mouth, his eyes instantly sparkled with delight. How is it, Huan Huan? Does this French escargot suit your palate? Xia Jinyan inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on Qin Huan. Her hope was that if he enjoyed her dishes, he would be inclined to learn cooking from her, thus fostering a deeper bond. Delicious. Truly, Sister 4 is deserving of her title as a master of state banquets, Qin Huan exclaimed, swallowing the morsel and giving Xia Jinyan a thumbs up. Really? Xia Jinyan nearly leapt for joy at his praise. Just as she was about to respond, Huan, seated beside her, seemed to perceive her unspoken thoughts. Before she could finish her sentence, Huan picked up a small piece of steak and placed it directly into Qin Huan's bowl. Huan Huan, do try this. All right, Qin Huan replied, reaching for the steak. However, at that moment, the other sisters followed suit, eagerly adding dishes to his bowl. Among them was the second sister, Lu Shishir, who differed from the others. While the others used chopsticks, she held a bowl, pouring its contents directly into Qin Huan's dish. In the blink of an eye, Qin Huan's bowl was brimming with an array of delectable dishes. Sisters, you're being a tad too enthusiastic, aren't you? He said with a wry smile, gazing at the overflowing bounty before him. What is this? You are our brother. It is only natural for us to shower you with affection, Lu Shishir replied. Indeed, indeed. Hurry and eat. The other sisters chimed in. Feeling touched, Qin Huan nodded and decided not to be polite any longer, devouring the food with great enthusiasm. In the midst of the meal, Li Mingyu even poured a glass of red wine for everyone. One could only imagine the exorbitant value of such wine. 10 minutes later. Huan Huan, aren't you going to eat? The seventh sister, Tang Shitting, remarked as she noticed Qin Huan setting down his chopsticks. You must try this Boston lobster. Yes. Yes, you've only had one abalone. Don't waste the rest. Another sister added. And make sure to sip some of this squab soup as well. Upon witnessing the scene, the other sisters chimed in. Burp. Qin Huan let out a hearty burp, and faced with their exuberance, she could not help but express her discomfort. Sisters, I truly cannot eat another bite. Why don't you enjoy it yourselves? I hardly saw you consume much. That simply cannot be. Everything here has been prepared specifically for you. Just as Qin Huan was about to voice her thoughts, the eldest sister, Li Mingyu, intervened, saying, All right, do you all truly wish to overstuff Huan Huan? Since she cannot eat anymore, let us distribute it all to Xiaoya and the others. The Xiaoya she referred to were the maids who had been waiting outside earlier. As for whether they would disdain the leftover dishes, it would be an exaggeration to say they would hesitate at all. The mere fact that they did not fight over the food was already commendable. Not to mention, these ingredients were far beyond what an ordinary person could afford. Even Summer Jinyan's culinary skills made it exceedingly difficult for prominent figures to secure a meal with her. Disdain? Such a notion was inconceivable. Well then, seeing that the eldest sister had spoken, the rest of the girls had no choice but to comply. Not long after they had finished dinner, a maid clad in a servant's uniform hurried in from outside. Miss, Brother Wang from down the mountain called to say that the items you ordered have arrived. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Li Mingyu promptly replied, Let them through. Understood. The maid nodded and quickly exited. Chapter 0013. Eldest sister, you are too much before long. 3 large trucks came to a halt outside the courtyard. It was evident that the items aboard these trucks were the clothes, shoes, and watches that Li Mingyu had purchased for Qin Huan. Subsequently, more than 10 individuals took nearly half an hour to finally unload everything into the dressing room that Li Mingyu had prepared specifically for Qin Huan. Eldest sister, this is truly excessive. Huan gazed at the expansive dressing room, filled to the brim. She pouted at Li Mingyu, feeling wronged. What? Are you feeling jealous of Huan Huan? Li Mingyu teased, gently patting her head. If I recall correctly, aren't all the clothes and shoes in your dressing room also from my store, taken without payment? Humph, who mentioned that? Huan pouted, attempting to clarify. What I meant was, I originally planned to take Huan Huan shopping for these tomorrow, but unexpectedly, you beat me to it. Indeed, eldest sister, you have gone too far this time. I had the same intention, And I too. This is so frustrating. Now I have no idea what to gift Huan Huan. Upon hearing He Wenwen's words, the other girls immediately began to chastise Li Mingyu. Is that so? As Li Mingyu observed the situation, a smug expression crossed her face as she remarked, "Who can blame me when you all lack enthusiasm?" The other girls, upon hearing this, could only shake their heads in resignation. All right, it's getting late. Li Mingyu then turned to Qin Huan and said, "Huan Huan, you need to report to school tomorrow morning. So let me show you your room." With that, she led Qin Huan to the door of a room located at the far end of the second floor. The others quickly followed suit. "Huan Huan, this is your room. Go in and take a look." Li Mingyu opened the door and encouraged Qin Huan. Okay. Qin Huan nodded and stepped inside. Wow, this room is enormous. And the decor, the arrangement. Oh my goodness. Upon entering, Qin Huan was instantly dazzled by the sight. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Li Mingyu and the others had followed her into the room. I'm very satisfied, of course. Qin Huan replied as she carefully examined her surroundings. That's great to hear. Li Mingyu, upon hearing this, pointed to a nearby cardboard box and said, Huan Huan, inside there are a laptop and some supplies I prepared for you. Don't forget to take them to school tomorrow. Thank you, big sister. What else with the thanks? You don't have to be so polite with me. Qin Huan chuckled, scratching her head. Huan Huan, aren't you going to thank your second sister? At that moment, Lu Shishir interjected proudly. Did you see all these figurines? I prepared every single one of them for you. What is so great about figurines? The books on that shelf were all arranged by me. Look here, all this boxing equipment was prepared by your third sister. Huan Huan, don't listen to them. Come look over here. To Qin Huan's surprise, her simple expression of gratitude had sparked a competition among her sisters to take credit for their gifts. All right, you all truly lack shame. Do you expect Huan Huan to thank each of you individually? Li Mingyu scoffed and prepared to usher the girls out. Thank you, sisters. Just as the sisters were about to leave the room, Qin Huan sincerely bowed to them. Although she couldn't quite comprehend why they were so kind to her, she could feel their warmth in every word and action. All right, we know. Get some rest early. Good night. After exchanging smiles with one another, the sisters gently closed the door behind Qin Huan. Shortly after they left, Qin Huan took a shower in the bathroom and then laid down on the bed. She was uncertain if it was due to the unfamiliar surroundings. Qin Huan lay in bed for nearly half an hour, yet sleep eluded him. With no other option, he decided to occupy himself with his phone for a while. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Huan Huan, are you awake? Not yet. Qin Huan climbed out of bed and called out, Sister, what brings you here? I forgot to give you your phone. Could you please open the door? Give me my phone. Qin Huan responded in confusion as he opened the door. In the next moment, his sister handed him a brand new phone box. Your old phone is too outdated. Use this one from now on. Qin Huan was about to decline, believing his phone, though somewhat worn, was still functional. However, before he could voice his refusal, Li Mingyu seemed to read his thoughts. Don't be modest with your sister. Just take it. I need to get some sleep now. Thank you, sister. Qin Huan felt it would be rude to reject Li Mingyu's kind gesture. After expressing his gratitude, he finally accepted the phone. All right then. I'll be on my way, Li Mingyu said, promptly leaving. Once Qin Huan closed the door, he brought the phone box to his desk. A Huawei 50? This model was not merely new. It was a limited edition, making it exceedingly rare to acquire. Although the official price hovered around 8,000, securing one would likely cost at least 10,000. As Qin Huan opened the packaging, he delved into his exploration of the device. It was undeniable that the adage you get what you pay for rang true. Having never used such a high-end phone, Qin Huan was instantly enamored. Little did he know, the phone gifted to him by Li Mingyu was specially customized by Mr. Rin of Huawei for elite individuals. Both its hardware and software were several tiers above the ordinary models available on the market. While Mr. Rin offered it free of charge, if sold, it could easily fetch between 80,000 to 100,000. Upon closer inspection, Qin Huan noticed that both the packaging and the back of the phone bore unique laser-etched letters. After some time, he downloaded WeChat onto the phone and logged in. Beep. As he logged in, notifications from his senior class group, chat, began to flood in. Chapter 0014. The Envy of Ma Wenhao. Without much thought, Qin Huan decided to check the group messages since he had nothing else to do. What caught his eye was a series of subtle yet ostentatious messages from his rival, Ma Wenhao. Ma Wenhao. Dear classmates, have you all settled into the new school? How is the environment? Today, I drove out to shop for an entire day, and I must say, It truly exhausted me. Indeed, the capital city lives up to its reputation. It is incomparable to our little hometown. As soon as Mao Wenhao sent this message, the other classmates in the group immediately responded. I'm so envious of you, President Mao. You even have a car in the capital? Sigh, I won't start school until tomorrow. I just rented an apartment today, and the environment is barely acceptable. By the way, President Mao, where do you reside in the capital? At this moment, lying in bed, Mao Wenhao felt a surge of pride as he read the messages from his classmates. He promptly replied, I just acquired the car today. It's not anything extravagant. Merely a Porsche Cayenne worth over $1 million. As for the house, I initially intended to purchase a villa, but there were none available in the vicinity. So, I bought a roughly 100 square meter apartment near the school outright. One cannot deny that Mao Wenhao's words detonated like a depth charge among his classmates. No way. Is this for real? President Mao, you're incredible. They exclaimed. He even modestly claims it's not a good car. If that isn't a good car, what is? President Mao, if my memory serves me correctly, the apartments near the university must be at least 100,000 per square meter, right? What? 100,000? Goodness gracious. Doesn't that mean a 100 square meter apartment costs over $1 million? As they reached this point in their discussion, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It is essential to understand that for ordinary individuals like them, $1 million is a figure that seems astronomical. Even if they toiled their entire lives, they might never earn such an amount. To President Mao, that's nothing. They mused. After all, his father is the wealthiest man in our county. Purchasing a house worth millions is merely a matter of desire. President Mao, may I ask if you need any accessories for your leg? The envy among the classmates for Mao Wenhao was palpable, and this admiration propelled his vanity to new heights. You needn't feel envious. Mao Wenhao smirked. A hint of arrogance in his voice. We are all classmates. If you need anything, just let me know. President Mao, you are indeed generous. I'm glad to call you my friend. By the way, President Mao, could we have a glimpse of your home? I am genuinely curious about what $1 million house looks like. Yes, indeed. I'm quite curious too. Why not share a video with us? At this moment, several classmates proposed their requests. Not a problem. Just give me a moment. Mao Wenhao, eager to show off, could hardly refuse them. He stood up from his bed, ready to capture the entirety of his room on camera. Beep beep. However, just as he was about to turn on the camera, a series of friend requests chimed abruptly, leaving no doubt about their origin. It was certainly those classmates eager to cozy up to him, seeking to affiliate themselves with his prominent stature. As Mao Wenhao anticipated, upon opening his WeChat contacts with an air of smugness, he was greeted by over 20 friend requests, including several from girls. Each request was laden with flattery, proclaiming his prowess. Mr. Ma, you are so impressive. Don't forget about me in the future. Or Mr. Ma, may I have the honor of being your girlfriend? While Mao Wenhao felt a surge of delight upon reading these messages, he refrained from hastily approving the requests. He believed it essential to maintain the grandeur befitting his newfound status as their esteemed figure. Instead, he first captured the entirety of his lavish abode on his phone, simultaneously boasting about the exquisite decor and the newly acquired furniture. Once the filming concluded, he wasted no time in sharing the video with the group chat. My goodness, this house is extraordinarily luxurious. I must say, Mr. Ma, our tastes are in perfect harmony. This style of decoration is indeed remarkable. Each piece of furniture must cost a fortune, right? Incredible, truly incredible. As his classmates viewed the video, an uproar of admiration ensued. By the way, Wenhao, I just added you on WeChat. Could you grant me a friend request? At that moment, the class monitor, Liang Qing, sent this message. What? Is this for real? Isn't Liang Qing usually so self-important, looking down on everyone? Why is she suddenly so subservient? The other students were astonished, unable to believe their eyes. It was well known that Liang Qing, not only the class monitor, but also the third most beautiful girl in the entire school, rarely deigned to acknowledge any boy, including Mao Wenhao during their high school days. Mao Wenhao had once pursued Liang Qing, only to be disdainfully rejected. Moreover, a significant reason for the animosity between Qin Huan and Mao Wenhao stemmed from Liang Qing. During an assignment submission, Qin Huan had openly contested Liang Qing's arrogance, leading to a heated quarrel. Consequently, Mao Wenhao perceived Qin Huan as a mere stepping stone for his heroic rescue of Liang Qing, gathering a few sycophants to corner Qin Huan in the restroom. Fortunately, Qin Huan's height offered him an advantage, allowing him to hold his own against 3 or 4 of them. This matter stirred quite a commotion back in school. Of course, the initial shock among the crowd was fleeting. Once they regained their composure, they quickly mimicked Liang Qing's demeanor, eagerly sending messages. Also me, Boss Ma. I just sent you a friend request. Me too. We're desk mates. You mustn't forget me. And I. In an instant, all the classmates in the group were clamoring for Ma Wenhao to add them as friends. Hold on, one at a time. Ma Wenhao's lips curled into a slight smile as he swiftly added them all. Boss Ma, let's make sure to keep in touch from now on. Yes. By the way, Wenhao, have you thought about my proposal to be my boyfriend? I asked him too. Can you all stop being so familiar? Wenhao isn't someone you can just call like that. Goodness, Liang Qing, what are you pretending to be? You're right. I actually thought you were pure and innocent. Are you really trying to compete with us for Wenhao? Compete? Look at your appearances. To everyone's surprise, Liang Qing quickly found herself embroiled in a quarrel with a few girls in the group. Observing this scene, Qin Huan wore a look of disdain and prepared to exit WeChat. In his eyes, these girls were astonishingly superficial. However, at that moment, Ma Wenhao unexpectedly reached out to him, sending a message. Boss Qin, how about we add each other on WeChat? After all, we'll soon be attending the same university. What? Is this for real? Boss Ma actually wants to add Qin Huan on WeChat? Aren't they sworn enemies? Wait, could it be? When the classmates saw Ma Wenhao's message, they were initially taken aback but quickly realized his intention. It was clearly a chance for him to show off in front of his rival. After all, flaunting oneself in front of an adversary is far more gratifying than doing so in front of them. Qin Huan naturally grasped this as well. Initially, he had no intention of responding. Yet, unexpectedly, Ma Wenhao soon followed up in the group with another message. No response? Could it be that his old phone is malfunctioning? I think that is highly likely. With that phone, even my grandmother wouldn't want it. Indeed, our pineapple phone is much better. Pineapple phone? What? Did you get a new phone, landlord? Of course. This thing isn't expensive, just a few thousand. Do you think everyone is as poor as Qin Huan? Although they knew Qin Huan had secured admission to Qing University and received a reward of 500,000 from the city, they deliberately spoke deprecatingly about him to curry favor with Ma Wenhao. How could Qin Huan possibly endure this? Have you all taken leave of your senses? What does my choice of mobile phone have to do with you? If these individuals wish to curry favor with Ma Wenhao by stepping on others, then they cannot blame Qin Huan for her sharp tongue. Goodness, Qin Huan, what on earth are you saying? Is it a crime to use an inferior phone? What does your complaint have to do with me? How can it not be relevant? You are also a classmate from class 131. If there is shame to bear, it tarnishes us all. I certainly do not share your ilk. Do not flatter yourself. Amidst the escalating altercation, Ma Wenhao chose this moment to intervene. All right, enough of the noise. We are all classmates. What is there to argue about? One must admit, he truly knows how to play the part. Following this proclamation, he turned to Qin Huan and said, Boss Qin, how about we exchange WeChat? Not a chance. Qin Huan retorted with a dismissive expression. Perhaps you should reconsider? Surely, you are not planning to wander the streets, are you? Seeing Qin Huan's refusal, Ma Wenhao was not so easily deterred. I just happen to have a storage room available, completely free. Plus, I can drive you to school tomorrow. Goodness, Ma Wenhao is truly something else. The onlookers were not oblivious to the underlying implications in his words. The individuals who had just argued with Qin Huan quickly chimed in again. Qin Huan, you should really consider accepting. One cannot deny that Ma Wenhao is quite magnanimous. Indeed, although it is merely a storage room, it is certainly better than being homeless. Who would have imagined that Ma Wenhao could possess such generosity? Qin Huan, you might as well take joy in this. What does it mean to be a sycophant? This is precisely it. Faced with the nauseating remarks of those around her, Qin Huan nearly retched. After a brief pause, she responded with measured calm. I have a place to stay. There is no need for your concern. A place to stay? Is that true? Surely, you are not considering sleeping in a bar? Haha, I bet he is planning to spend the night in an internet CAF. As soon as Qin Huan's words left her lips, the others erupted into mockery once more. Chapter 0015. The Unexpected Slap in the Face. I say you all. Qin Huan prepared to respond, but before she could speak, Ma Wenhao preemptively posted a message. Oh really? Since you claim to have a place to stay, could you share it with us so we can see? Yes. Ma Wenhao is absolutely right. Do show us. I am quite curious to know whether you are merely boasting. The others quickly echoed in agreement. Do you truly wish to see? Certainly, you wouldn't dare, would you? Since you are so resolute, I shall indulge you. Just wait and see. In Qin Huan's perspective, since Ma Wenhao and the others insist on being confronted, they cannot blame him for being ungracious. With that said, he wasted no time. After activating the camera, he promptly captured the entirety of the room. Subsequently, he uploaded the footage to the group chat. Oh, how audacious to upload it. When the members of the group saw Qin Huan's video, they initially exhibited a profound disdain. However, upon clicking the video and discerning its contents, they were rendered utterly speechless in the next moment. Is this for real? My heavens, this is undeniably extravagant, isn't it? They could not help but feel that Qin Huan's room could rival that of a 7-star hotel. Qin Huan, you didn't happen to find this video online, did you? At that moment, a stunned Ma Wenhao could not help but voice his skepticism. It must be sourced from the internet. This room seems eerily familiar. Indeed, I believe it is quite likely a room from that 7-star hotel in Dubai. Absolutely, my cousin once stayed there and even sent me pictures that were identical. As Ma Wenhao's doubts emerged, a few others swiftly chimed in with their own certainties. Given their confident demeanor, to be honest, if it weren't for Qin Huan's unwavering assurance that he personally filmed it, he might have been swayed to believe their fabrications. Yet, Qin Huan's certainty evidently held no weight. The others in the group genuinely took their word for it. I say, Qin Huan, even if you wish to show off, at least find something that others haven't seen before. Indeed, a 4-star hotel would suffice. How could you possibly claim a 7-star one? Furthermore, considering your circumstances, do you truly believe we are unaware? What a disgrace, truly embarrassing. In an instant, the entire group erupted in derision aimed at Qin Huan. Observing this, Qin Huan could not help but scoff, saying, you truly are quick to believe rumors. What do you mean by that? I see you are determined to ignore the obvious until you face the inevitable. Since you assert that we are gullible, why not provide us with proof? No need for that. No need. I believe you simply cannot prove it, can you? Very well, then continue to wait. To be honest, Qin Huan initially had no intention of further entangling himself with them. However, since they were so aggressively confrontational, how could he possibly grant them their wish? Before long, Qin Huan released yet another video. Moreover, this time, he deliberately made an appearance in the video. I said, Qin Huan, is this the only video you could find? It truly cracks me up. In my opinion, Ma Wenhao merely glanced at it without actually opening the video, preparing himself to enter into mockery mode. However, little did he expect that before he could even finish his second sentence, the others in the group who had watched the video would erupt in excitement. Goodness, this is actually real? My dear uncle, he.s. even in the video, we have unjustly accused Brother Huan. Indeed, I must admit, I was too superficial before, never anticipating that Brother Huan was not exaggerating. I wonder if anyone else has noticed how much more handsome Brother Huan seems now. Clearly, once this group of people confirmed that Qin Huan was not boasting, they even began to refer to him as Brother Huan. What does this mean? I'm having a hard time understanding. Witnessing this scene, Ma Wenhao was bewildered and hurriedly posed a question in the group. Yet, to his surprise, the others seemed to ignore his inquiry entirely. One by one, they began to flatter Qin Huan. Brother Huan, it was all my fault earlier. Please don't hold it against me. Brother Huan, I'm also in the capital. Could you grant me a friend request? I want one too. By the way, Brother Huan, are you in need of a girlfriend? If so, what do you think of me? I must say, the speed at which these individuals changed their faces was faster than flipping a book. How long has it been? The object of their flattery had suddenly shifted to Qin Huan. Observing this scene, Ma Wenhao's expression darkened, and he promptly clicked on the video. He was eager to see why these people had suddenly altered their attitudes. However, upon finishing the video, he fell back onto his bed in utter defeat. How is this possible? How can this be? Isn't Qin Huan supposed to be quite poor? Initially, Ma Wenhao had thought to step on Qin Huan to show off, but little did he realize that the true fool was himself. As for Qin Huan, he found these people utterly distasteful and had no intention of granting them friend requests. Without a second thought, he promptly exited the class group and set his friend request settings to automatically decline all requests. After accomplishing this, Qin Huan laid down his phone and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, knock, knock, knock. Huan, are you awake? Li Mingyu knocked on Qin Huan's door and called out. I'm awake. Qin Huan replied upon hearing the voice. If you're awake, come out for breakfast. All right. Moments later, after preparing himself, Qin Huan made his way to the entrance of the dining room. To his surprise, all 7 sisters were there waiting for him, and the breakfast spread was extraordinarily lavish. Good morning, Huan. Upon seeing Qin Huan, The sisters immediately greeted him. "Good morning, sisters," Qin Huan replied, and then posed a question that had been on his mind. "Aren't you all supposed to be at work?" "Work? Why do you ask that?" "It's just that I noticed you all here so early waiting for me," Qin Huan said with a slight smile, adding earnestly, "If you need to work, you could eat first." "Oh, is that what you meant?" Second sister Lu Shishir responded promptly. "Rest assured, we are here to wait for you today. After all, we still need to take you to school, right?" "What? You all are coming with me to school?" Qin Huan exclaimed, nearly widening his eyes in disbelief. "Otherwise, it's your first day of university," third sister Zhuang Ming remarked with a slight pout. "If we don't accompany you, our mother would surely scold us. Besides, with us by your side, no one at school would dare to bully you." Upon hearing this, Qin Huan wanted to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. In his view, the sisters were being overly concerned. He hardly believed anyone would bully others in college. Moreover, he felt that their presence would attract too much attention. Given their beauty and figure, it was inevitable that their appearance would cause quite a stir at school, and he would surely be subjected to countless inquiries. Yet, considering the sisters' heartfelt intentions, he found it difficult to refuse. "All right then, let us hurry up and eat breakfast." Seeing that Qin Huan had no objections, eldest sister Li Mingyu promptly stated. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately prepared to dig in. However, they were unaware that fourth sister Xia Jinyan was displaying an expression of eager anticipation. "My goodness, this is extraordinarily delicious." Just after taking a bite of the fried dough stick, their eyes instantly lit up. They never expected fourth sister Jinyan could make something as ordinary as a fried dough stick taste so exquisite. "Fourth sister, did you add some special seasoning to this? It's just too delicious." "Yes, indeed. The fried dough sticks you made before were good, but they pale in comparison to this. So tasty. I could boast about this for days." "Fourth sister, please tell us what you added." Everyone believes that the delectable taste of these fried dough sticks must be attributed to some secret ingredient. However, it is simply a pinch of salt. Xia Jinyan shrugged with a proud expression and claimed that the secret to their deliciousness lies in her culinary skills, which have evidently improved. "You can boast all you want, but I don't buy your nonsense," He Wanwen retorted, pursing her lips, and immediately scooped a small spoonful of porridge in front of her. "You say your cooking has improved? I want to see if this porridge is equally delightful." How could plain porridge be tasty without any additions? Did she really think of herself as a culinary goddess? Indeed, this porridge looks utterly plain. It would be a miracle if it tasted good. As soon as He Wanwen spoke, Li Mingyu and the others chimed in. It must be said that their skepticism wasn't rooted in disdain for Xia Jinyan's skills, but rather in the nature of porridge itself. Without embellishments, it simply could not be flavorful. At that moment, He Wanwen had already brought the spoonful of porridge to her lips. "Wow, oh my goodness. Is this for real? This porridge is astonishingly delicious." Initially, He Wanwen hadn't thought much of the porridge, but in an instant, she was utterly enamored. "So, Wanwen, does it taste utterly bland?" Xia Jinyan quipped. Just as the girls were about to respond, they were momentarily struck dumb by what they witnessed. He Wanwen lifted the bowl of porridge and quickly devoured it. After finishing, she wore an expression that suggested she craved more. "Goodness, what is Wanwen doing? Now I'm tempted." One of them exclaimed. "Shall we give it a try?" "Absolutely." The others agreed, and they each scooped a small spoonful of porridge into their mouths. How can this be? This is unbelievably delicious. In that instant, it was as if they had discovered a new world. They paid no heed to their image and, mimicking He Wanwen, polished off their bowls of porridge with gusto. "Now do you see I wasn't exaggerating?" Xia Jinyan said with a satisfied smile. "Sister 4, I never expected that just after one night. Your culinary skills have improved so much. This is just the beginning. My skills will only get better. Is this for real?" "It must be." As Xia Jinyan spoke, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Qin Huan. If one looked closely, they would notice her gaze held the reverence one might reserve for a rare treasure. More than 10 minutes later, having eaten their fill, the group settled comfortably on the living room sofa. "Have you packed everything, Huan?" Li Mingyu inquired, crossing her legs and directing her question at Qin Huan, who was a short distance away. "I'm all set," came the reply. "Is that so? Then bring your things down. We shall take you to school right away." "All right." Qin Huan nodded and soon retrieved her luggage from the second floor. "All right, everyone. Let us prepare to depart," Li Mingyu announced, leading the group to the parking lot. Upon witnessing the array of luxurious vehicles before them, Li Mingyu turned to Qin Huan and asked, Huan, will you be driving yesterday's car, or would you prefer to choose another?" "I'd like to switch to another." Qin Huan responded promptly. She found the previous day's car, the Lamborghini Veneno, rather ostentatious. Very well. Choose as you wish, Li Mingyu replied, allowing her the freedom to decide. However, as Qin Huan approached the vehicles and observed the emblems, she stood frozen in place. Her initial intention was to select a car worth a few $100,000. But she was taken aback to find that all the cars before her were luxury models, Aston Martins, Bugattis, and the like. It was no exaggeration to say that the least expensive among them cost upwards of 10 million. What is the difference between driving these and the Lamborghini Veneno? Huan, what is wrong? Don't you like any of these? Li Mingyu asked, noticing her stunned expression. Huh, I told you I wanted to buy Huan a helicopter. But you didn't believe me. Look at this now. Lu Shishir interjected, rolling her eyes. Shut up. You talk too much. Li Mingyu retorted sharply. Clearly, the sisters were under the impression that Qin Huan found these vehicles lacking in prestige. At that moment, regaining her composure, Qin Huan addressed Li Mingyu, sister. Do you have any more affordable cars? Perhaps a Mercedes or a BMW, or even a Porsche? What kind of junk are those? He Wenwen chimed in, suddenly realizing something. Huan, you can't possibly think these cars are too ostentatious, right? Ostentatious? Li Mingyu echoed, momentarily taken aback, before replying nonchalantly. The most expensive of these is only a few tens of millions. What is so ostentatious about that? Qin Huan felt a wave of frustration wash over her at Li Mingyu's words. If driving a car worth tens of millions wasn't considered ostentatious, then what was? How about this? Li Mingyu suggested, seeing that Qin Huan was still indecisive. Why don't you just take the car from yesterday? What do you think? Well, if that is the case, then I suppose that is fine. Qin Huan conceded, realizing she had little choice. 5 minutes later, 8 luxury cars, valued at tens of millions, emerged from the estate. It is evident that once Qin Huan and his companions drive these cars to school, it will undoubtedly cause a sensation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Qingdao University, a bustling crowd had already gathered. Students from various regions of the country arrived, some wheeling their suitcases, others driving their vehicles. Among them was Ma Wenhao, who had arrived in a Porsche. After parking his car at the entrance, he did not follow the throng into the campus, but instead halted beside the entrance. His motives were twofold. Firstly, he intended to leverage his luxurious vehicle to forge new friendships. These so-called friends, aside from some attractive girls, were primarily affluent heirs or individuals of influence that he wished to associate with. This was precisely what his father had advised him before his departure. As the son of a businessman, Ma Wenhao understood all too well the implications of this guidance. It was clearly a preparation for him to inherit the family fortune after graduation. Secondly, his reasoning was quite simple. The previous evening, Ma Wenhao had felt overshadowed by Qin Huan in their group chat, who had seemingly stolen the limelight. To be frank, even now he suspected that the video Qin Huan had posted might have been edited. Thus, he was eager to ascertain whether Qin Huan would arrive at school on foot or by car. If he walked, it would validate Ma Wenhao's suspicions, and he would seize the opportunity to humiliate him thoroughly. Shortly after Ma Wenhao parked his car, a rather attractive girl approached him. Tap, tap, tap. She knocked on the window, prompting him to swiftly lower it. He presumed she was drawn to him because of his luxury vehicle and was keen to engage in conversation. With a casual flick of his hair, he inquired, "What can I do for you? Are you the new student registering today?" The girl asked with a faint smile, not immediately answering his question. "Yes," Ma Wenhao replied. Upon hearing his response, the girl's smile seemed to broaden. Just as he anticipated that she would ask for his WeChat, her next words nearly caused him to stumble in astonishment. "Actually, I'm a junior here, and I'm responsible for assisting new students in obtaining campus mobile phone cards. Would you like to apply for one?" "What? A mobile phone card?" Ma Wenhao exclaimed, taken aback by her proposition. The expression of pride on Ma Wenhao's face instantly transformed into one of embarrassment. He hastily waved his hand, declining. "I'm sorry. I don't need it." Disappointed, the girl murmured softly, "I didn't expect someone driving a luxury car to be so stingy. It must be rented." "What did you just say?" Despite the girl's quiet mutter, Ma Wenhao caught the words. How could he tolerate being accused of renting his car? "I didn't say anything." The girl shook her head, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment." At that instant, Ma Wenhao called out to her. "Is there something else you need?" She inquired. "Are you not applying for a campus mobile phone plan? Then get one for me. No, make it 10. In Ma Wenhao's view, as a newcomer to the university, he could not afford to appear inferior. "Really?" The girl's eyes sparkled at his words. Whether Ma Wenhao could actually use 10 phone cards was of no concern to her. Of course it's true. Ma Wenhao smirked slightly, replying nonchalantly. All right, then show me the money. The girl extended her hand, her face brimming with excitement. Show you the money? Ma Wenhao was bewildered, asking, isn't this supposed to be free? The card itself is free, but activation requires 100 yuan of prepaid credit. Oh, I see. Without further thought, Ma Wenhao pulled 100 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the girl. That's 100 yuan per card. She explained eagerly. What? 100 yuan each? Ma Wenhao was immediately incensed, exclaiming, why don't you just rob me? He felt as if the girl was treating him like a fool. Although 1,000 yuan wasn't a significant amount to him, he was still reluctant to part with it. How can you speak like that? You were the one who wanted 10 cards. She retorted. Besides, if you can't afford that much, why were you pretending? Who said I was pretending? I was merely trying to help your business because I felt sorry for you. Feeling sorry for me? I think you're the one who should be pitted. Renting a car to come to school is truly a sign of vanity. As their argument escalated, a crowd of onlookers quickly gathered around them. Upon learning the details of the situation, they began to criticize Ma Wenhao vehemently. I say, if you're broke, why act like a big shot? Indeed, it is no wonder that the senior student was infuriated. If one cannot even produce 1,000 yuan, why feign the need for 10? I am truly exasperated. There truly is a vast array of individuals. Faced with the scornful jeers of the onlookers, Ma Wenhao was nearly driven to the brink of fury. To speak candidly, had he not forgotten the car purchase contract at home, he would have vehemently thrust it in the faces of those mockers. Humph, is it merely 1,000 yuan? I would have given it to you. As the crowd grew in number, Ma Wenhao, left with no recourse, ultimately clenched his teeth and handed over the 1,000 yuan to the young lady. Once the throng dispersed, he attributed this humiliation entirely to Qin Huan. After all, in his view, if it were not for waiting for Qin Huan, how could he have encountered such a predicament? Qin Huan, mark my words. Chapter 0018. The principal's important guests. At the very moment Ma Wenhao was ensnared in these thoughts, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The principal of Qin University, Lu Guotao, was seen hastily approaching the school gate, accompanied by a cadre of school leaders. Goodness, is that not our principal? Indeed, it appears so. I have seen him online before, yet never did I anticipate encountering him in person today. What could be the purpose of his hurried approach? Those accompanying him must surely be the school's administration, correct? As Lu Guotao and his entourage made their entrance, they were promptly recognized by passing students. Observing their swift direction towards the school gate, one student conjectured, in my view, it is likely that some distinguished personage is arriving. Otherwise, why would they exhibit such urgency? Indeed, they were practically jogging. What sort of esteemed figure could possibly warrant such a reception from Principal Lu and his team? While the students whispered amongst themselves, Lu Guotao and his group finally reached the school entrance. Principal, what brings you here? Inquired the head of security, noticing Lu Guotao's arrival. Nothing much. A few important figures will be visiting the school shortly, and I must personally attend to their welcome, Lu Guotao replied succinctly, casting his gaze eagerly toward the entrance. Important figures? Could it be that a notable official from the Ministry of Education is coming? The head of security mused, for in his estimation, only such individuals could prompt Lu Guotao to greet them in person. Thus, Lu Guotao and his party began their anticipatory wait. Meanwhile, the curious students gathered, eager to discern the identity of the important figures Lu Guotao had spoken of. Approximately 4 to 5 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce elegantly appeared before the crowd. As the students marveled at the impressive vehicle, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt directly in front of Lu Guotao and his companions. Could it be that the individual within was the distinguished figure awaited by the principal? The surrounding students immediately entertained this notion. At that moment, a dapper young man emerged from the vehicle. Uncle Lu, what brings you here? He inquired, rushing over to Lu Guotao with an air of deference. Wow, this young man is exceptionally handsome, they whispered among themselves. He addressed the principal as Uncle Lu, leading them to speculate that he might be a relative of the principal. Yet, it seemed unlikely that a mere junior would warrant such a personal greeting from the principal. Anything is possible. Perhaps his family background is quite formidable, they mused. Indeed, it appears you are all simply envious of him. Upon witnessing the young man's striking appearance, the onlookers' reactions varied. The boys, while intrigued, merely exchanged a few comments. But many girls transformed into infatuated admirers. To them, a man so dashing and affluent, with such a powerful background, epitomized the dream of a princely figure. As the girls pondered how to approach him, Lu Guotao's next remark nearly caused them to stumble in disbelief. "Who are you?" he asked, scrutinizing Li Wen with a furrowed brow. Could it be true? The principal does not recognize him? How is that possible? The girls were left bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Huh, even the principal doesn't know him, yet you thought he was the one being awaited? This is hilarious. Surely now you cannot claim he has a significant background? Nonsense. It seems he merely seeks to create an impression before the principal. In an instant, the boys, previously silenced by the girls, switched to a mode of mockery. Humph. Just because the principal doesn't recognize him doesn't negate his potential connections, one boy retorted. Exactly. Don't forget. He arrived in a Rolls-Royce. A girl shot back. But just because he drives a Rolls-Royce doesn't imply that the principal was waiting for him, another girl insisted. The girls attempted to voice further arguments, but found themselves at a loss for words. After all, the principal's earlier demeanor clearly indicated that he was not anticipating this young man. "Uncle Lu, it's me, Li Wen," he exclaimed, surprised that Lu Guotao had forgotten him. Li Wen. Lu Guotao pondered for a moment, taken aback. Subsequently, realization dawned upon him as he exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. You are the son of Li Jiaming, aren't you?" "What? Li Jiaming? Goodness, isn't he the wealthiest man in Huaxia? My heavens, this fellow is actually the son of Huaxia's richest man." Upon hearing Lu Guotao's words, the surrounding onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed. A few years ago, I even visited your home to pay my respects during the new year." Lu Guotao clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "You go on in first. We shall converse later." "All right." Li Wen nodded in agreement and promptly drove his vehicle into the school. Meanwhile, several girls discreetly followed suit. As for the remaining individuals, they were eager to discern whom the principal was awaiting. Thus, they continued to wait for approximately 4 to 5 minutes. A Mercedes-Benz then approached and came to a halt before Lu Guotao and the others. "Lao Lu, what are you all doing here?" Soon, a middle-aged man alighted from the car and greeted Lu Guotao. Judging by his demeanor, it was clear he was no ordinary person. Director Wang. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Guotao hurriedly approached to shake his hand. "Director Wang? Could this be the significant figure the principal has been awaiting?" As all the onlookers pondered this, Lu Guotao continued. "Oh, nothing much. We're just waiting for someone." Afterward, he instructed one of his companions, "Director Sun, please escort Director Wang to my office." "Understood." Director Sun nodded and promptly led Director Wang away. It was evident that, despite Director Wang's seemingly remarkable status, he was not the individual Lu Guotao was waiting for. This only intensified the curiosity of the onlookers regarding the so-called important person. Naturally, this included Ma Wenhao. He mused to himself about the kind of extraordinary individual who could command such esteem from Lu Guotao. If possible, he was determined to seek an opportunity to forge a connection. Chapter 0019. The grand entrance of Qin Huan and others. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes had passed, just as the crowd began to feel drowsy from the wait. Qin Huan and his convoy finally arrived at the school entrance. What on earth is happening? Why have so many luxury cars suddenly appeared? Lamborghini Veneno? Aston Martin? Windchild? My goodness, is this a den of luxury vehicles? Look over there, the beauty in the Ferrari LaFerrari. Is she not extraordinarily beautiful? Indeed, she was stunning. Could she possibly be a new student? As soon as Qin Huan and the others made their appearance, they immediately captivated the attention of everyone present. The crowd, which had previously been somewhat drowsy, was instantly invigorated. At that moment, Li Mingyu, who was leading the way, stopped the car right in front of Lu Guotao. Could it be that the principal was waiting for them? The onlookers couldn't help but speculate. Indeed, their assumptions were correct. The moment Li Mingyu stepped out of the car, Lu Guotao hurriedly approached with his entourage, exclaiming, "Mingyu, welcome, welcome. Principal, what is this all about?" Li Mingyu asked, bewildered by the grand reception. "Haha, we are here to greet you." Lu Guotao chuckled, extending his hand towards Li Mingyu. "To greet us?" Li Mingyu, while shaking hands, couldn't help but smile wryly. "My dear principal, I had already mentioned that I was merely dropping my brother off at school. This is quite an extravagant welcome." "Extravagant? Not at all." Lu Guotao waved his hand dismissively, speaking earnestly. "Let us not forget, you are an esteemed alumna of our school. Given your contributions over the years, it is only fitting that we come to welcome you." "What? Esteemed alumna? Is this for real? Such a stunning beauty is our senior?" The crowd gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. They had been puzzled as to why Principal Lu Guotao would personally come to greet them, but now everything fell into place. Since its establishment in 1911, Qin University has produced over 1 million graduates in its century-long history. However, fewer than 100 individuals have received the title of esteemed alumna, and more than half of them have long since passed away. To suddenly encounter someone so young and beautiful possessing such a distinguished title was indeed astonishing. By the way, where is your brother? Lu Guotao inquired, turning his attention back to Li Mingyu. He is still in the car, Li Mingyu responded, then turned to the vehicles behind her, calling out, "Everyone, come out." As her words echoed, Qin Huan and the others opened their car doors amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. Wow, my heavens. Is this for real? So many beauties. The moment Qin Huan and his companions emerged, the onlookers were left utterly speechless. They had never anticipated that. Aside from Qin Huan, all the others stepping out of the luxury cars were stunning women. Moreover, not only were these beauties remarkably attractive, but their elegance surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Look everyone, is that Lu Shishir? Lu Shishir? Oh my goodness, it really is her. My goddess is here. The crowd had already been captivated by the stunning beauties before them. Yet, who could have anticipated that the illustrious diva, Lu Shishir, would also be among them? How could this be? Why was that rascal, Qin Huan, present in their midst? Moreover, he arrived in a Lamborghini Veneno. At that moment, the attention of the onlookers was entirely fixated on Lu Shishir and her companions. However, not far away, Ma Wenhao stood in shock, his gaze locked onto Qin Huan. He simply could not fathom it. Just a while ago, Qin Huan had been nothing more than a penniless wretch, and now he had suddenly ascended to such lofty heights. It is no exaggeration to assert that even his father, Ma Guanghua, could not possess a luxury vehicle like the Lamborghini Veneno. One must understand that such a marvel is not merely a product of wealth. It requires status and prestige. After all, there are only 3 of these cars in all of Huaxia. Astonishing. Utterly astonishing. In an instant, the earlier intent of Ma Wenhao to mock Qin Huan evaporated, leaving him despondent. How could his meager Porsche possibly qualify him to deride someone else? Allow me to introduce you. Once Qin Huan and his companions approached, Li Mingyu promptly introduced Lu Guotao and the others to them. Subsequently, Li Mingyu pointed at Lu Shishir and introduced her to Lu Guotao and the others, saying, "Principal, this is my younger sister, Lu Shishir, who works in the entertainment industry." With laughter, Lu Guotao and his companions readily acknowledged the introduction. Following this, Li Mingyu proceeded to introduce the remaining sisters. Upon hearing Li Mingyu's introductions, not only were Lu Guotao and his companions utterly astonished, but the surrounding onlookers were equally taken aback. They had never anticipated that these young ladies not only possessed breathtaking beauty, but also held such remarkable achievements. Of course, when Li Mingyu introduced Xia Jinxing, she merely mentioned that she served in a certain mysterious unit, deliberately keeping the details vague. She was acutely aware that if Xia Jinxing's identity were to be inadvertently revealed, it could provoke a significant incursion from the barbarians on the border. As for whether others could recognize Xia Jinxing by her appearance, she was reassured. During her years on the frontier, aside from a select few trusted confidants, no one had seen Xia Jinxing's true visage. She had always concealed her face behind a silver mask in every circumstance. Ah, and this is my brother, Qin Huan. After introducing all her sisters, Li Mingyu finally placed special emphasis on introducing Qin Huan to Lu Guotao and the others. Indeed, he was a striking figure. Lu Guotao meticulously scrutinized Qin Huan and couldn't help but express his admiration. "Thank you for the praise, Principal," Qin Huan replied, scratching his head and feeling somewhat bashful. "Shall we head inside now?" Noticing the growing number of students gathering around, Lu Guotao promptly suggested to Li Mingyu and the others. "All right, Principal. Will you be joining us in our vehicle?" "No need." Lu Guotao waved his hand with a smile. "We shall simply walk in. It's just a few steps away." "Very well." Li Mingyu did not press the matter further. Nodding, he led Qin Huan and the others back to their car. With the roar of engines, they quickly vanished from the school gate. Chapter 20. The bounty of the 4 school beauties. Once Lu Guotao and the others departed, all present, except for Ma Wenhao, were fervently inquiring about which department Qin Huan belonged to. It was evident what the girls were after. As for the boys, they naturally hoped to cultivate a good rapport with Qin Huan, perhaps dreaming that one day they might become her brother-in-law. At that moment, on the forum of Qin University, an astonishing array of posts, spanning 3 sections, were solely dedicated to Qin Huan and her companions. Shocking. Honorary alumni visits. The principal personally welcomes them. Shocking. Superstar Lu Shishir suddenly appears at our school. Shocking. 7 beauties and a handsome man in broad daylight. The entire school pleads for information on Qin Huan's department. Generous rewards await. It is undeniable that these posts reveal the students of Qin University are no strangers to the forum. If they continue like this post-graduation, they might as well join the ranks of the sensational news department. Moreover, while posting, they uploaded numerous photos. Consequently, those browsing the forum were instantly captivated. In a certain girl's dormitory, a shriek pierced the air. "Oh my goodness, Lu Shishir has come to our school." The other girls hurriedly turned their attention to her. "Is that for real? Don't tease me. Isn't she busy filming a movie? How could she possibly find time to visit our school? You must be joking. We don't believe you." Clearly, the girls were skeptical of her claims. This disbelief was quite understandable. Lu Shishir, being a superstar, always dominates the trending topics whenever she has a new film. Everyone in this dormitory happens to be her ardent fans, well acquainted with her schedule. "Don't believe me? Just take a look for yourselves," the girl declared, promptly directing her phone towards them. "Is this true?" Upon encountering her, the roommates realized she was not jesting, and with a disdainful curl of their lips, they leaned in closer. Good heavens, could this truly be real? Our idol has come to our school? Initially, they regarded it with skepticism. However, upon glimpsing the photograph on the phone, they erupted with excitement, bouncing with glee. "Quick, where is she now? I must go and take a picture with her." "Indeed, let us see," they exclaimed. Before the girl could react, they snatched the phone and began perusing the forum. Goodness, why are there so many posts? Who is this Qin Huan? Why is she associated with so many bounties? 30,000 for information on the department of freshman Qin Huan. Is this for real? You must see who made this post. It's actually our department's belle, Jiang Xin. They had initially hoped to find Lu Shishir's current location on the forum, but to their surprise, the majority of posts were dedicated to bounties for Qin Huan. What astonished them even further was that among the posters, there was their own department's flower. It was well known that since entering Qingshan University, Jiang Xin had been pursued by countless admirers. Yet, this typically aloof beauty had never acknowledged any of them. Thus, her sudden post was nothing short of astonishing. What is this? Look at this 100,000 bounty for information. Who is it for? Who? Goodness, Zhang Wenjing. What on earth is happening? It wasn't just Zhang Wenjing. They continued to peruse the 3 additional posts. Wang Zixuan, Tang Tiantian, my word. Even Li Meng'er, the ordinary campus beauty, has offered 1,000. This is madness, truly madness. Who exactly is Qin Huan to have all 4 of our school's renowned beauties seeking information about her? Just when they thought their astonishment had reached its peak, they had no inkling that this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, the 4 most handsome boys at school also issued bounties for Qin Huan. The content of their posts clearly hinted at their desire to curry favor. Is this for real? If the girls are doing it, why are the boys also placing bounties? In their tone, it feels almost like they're simping. Little did they expect that the male idol they had secretly admired for so long was also caught up in this frenzy. Meanwhile, the rest of the school, perusing the forum, were equally flabbergasted, their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. 10 minutes later, everyone who had read these posts, including professors and instructors, was rushing toward the playground. This was prompted by a recent revelation on the forum that Qin Huan and her entourage had arrived at the school's playground. In the blink of an eye, the once desolate playground was suddenly teeming with thousands of people. Moreover, it appeared that the crowd was continuously swelling. To my astonishment, it truly was Lu Shishir. I never expected her to visit our school. There are so many beauties here, seemingly even more enchanting than our school's 4 renowned flower goddesses. That tall and handsome boy must be Qin Huan, the one whose image was circulated in the forums with a bounty on his head. No wonder the 4 flower goddesses are simultaneously vying for his attention. With such striking looks, who could resist? As the crowd gathered on the playground, they could not help but engage in lively discussions. Lu Guotao and his companions, who were accompanying Qin Huan, were taken aback by this unexpected spectacle. They attempted to disperse the crowd, but the noise was overwhelming. For safety reasons, Lu Guotao had no choice but to swiftly escort Qin Huan and the others to the faculty office area. Huan, it seems that in the future, you'll have to wear a mask like your second sister whenever you step outside. As they arrived at the office area, Li Mingyu jokingly remarked to Qin Huan. Upon hearing this, Qin Huan couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. In truth, He wanted to express that if it weren't for his sisters insisting on sending him off, such a scene would never have unfolded. It was evident that wherever he roamed within the school, people would undoubtedly seek to associate with him. Of course, his sisters had only the best intentions, and Qin Huan felt it inappropriate to voice any dissent. Mingyu, I had initially planned to show you all Huan Huan's dormitory, but it seems that's no longer feasible. At that moment, Lu Guotao, who was walking ahead, turned to Li Mingyu with a wry smile. That's all right, Principal. Huan Huan can stay at home. It's not far anyway. Li Mingyu replied with a smile. Indeed. Dormitories can be quite uncomfortable. It's far better to stay at home. If Huan Huan is concerned about traffic, I've already reserved a helicopter for him. Helicopters are rather unsafe. It would be better to simply purchase an apartment off campus. That's feasible, but I'll be the one footing the bill. What do you mean you'll pay? This was my suggestion. To their surprise, as soon as Li Mingyu uttered these words, the other sisters instantly began to bicker among themselves. Witnessing this scene, Lu Guotao and the others nearly stumbled in disbelief. They had encountered extravagant individuals before, but witnessing the likes of Lu Shishir and her companions was an entirely new experience. They casually discussed gifting a helicopter and an apartment. Frankly speaking, even individuals of their status could not help but feel envious of Qin Huan. They were eager to inquire whether such sisters were still available. They would gladly welcome a dozen more. Chapter 21. Donating 1 billion to the school. Dear sisters, perhaps you should refrain from arguing. As I witnessed the sisters growing increasingly heated in their argument, Qin Huan hurriedly interjected, expressing, in truth, I would rather stay at school. What? You wish to reside at school? That simply cannot be. How long would it be before we could see you again? Indeed, I shall never agree. I too shall not consent. The moment Qin Huan uttered her thoughts, the previously contentious sisters united in their disapproval, turning to Qin Huan with resolute opposition. Observing this, Qin Huan managed a wry smile, intending to voice a response. Fortunately, at that precise moment, Lu Guotao interjected, since Huan Huan wishes to stay at school, I shall arrange for her a separate dormitory. She may choose to reside there or not. What do you all think? Upon Lu Guotao's suggestion, he gazed expectantly at Li Mingyu and the others, awaiting their replies. Well, that seems acceptable. After a brief exchange of glances among the sisters, they finally acquiesced. However, Li Mingyu did not forget to advise Qin Huan. Huan Huan, we do not oppose your staying at school during other times, but you must return home after evening classes. Understood? All right then. Qin Huan thought to herself that this arrangement seemed rather similar to the previous one. Noticing Qin Huan's nod, Li Mingyu turned back to Lu Guotao, stating, Principal, it appears we will not be able to explore today. If there are no other matters, I intend to take Huan Huan to settle the fees. There's no need for such inconvenience. Lu Guotao waved his hand and called out to someone behind him. Director Zhou, please come here. Certainly. Upon hearing the call, Director Zhou hurried over. Lu Guotao addressed him. Please handle all of Huan Huan's enrollment procedures promptly. Is that agreeable? Of course, no problem. Director Zhou replied with a slight smile, then turned to Li Mingyu, asking, Mingyu, which department is Huan Huan in? Finance. Not an issue. I shall take care of this matter. Then I shall transfer the funds to you. Li Mingyu said, promptly retrieving her phone to initiate the transfer to Director Zhou. There's no rush. Director Zhou remarked, waving his hand, I am currently unaware of the exact amount. Once calculated, I will inform the principal. Very well. Li Mingyu then shifted her attention back to Lu Guotao. Principal, I intend to donate 100 million to the school. What do you think? What? What did she just say? A donation of 100 million? Good heavens, am I hearing things? As Li Mingyu's words echoed in the air, everyone present, including Qin Huan, widened their eyes in astonishment. Silence. An utter silence. In that moment, one could hear a pin drop. Li Mingyu, how much did you just say? After a considerable time, Qin Guotao finally regained his composure and, with a look of astonishment, directed a question toward Li Mingyu. 100 million. Li Mingyu smiled faintly and replied, however, I have one stipulation, and I am uncertain if you, Principal, can acquiesce. You may speak. To be honest, even if it were 10 requests, as long as they do not contravene regulations, Qin Guotao would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. After all, this is a sum of 100 million. Even for a prestigious institution like ours, such an amount is no trifling matter. Here's the matter, Li Mingyu stated directly. Without any preamble. First and foremost, The 100 million I am donating is solely to be utilized for constructing the school library and other public facilities. Furthermore, my singular requirement is that the newly constructed venues must bear the name of my beloved Huan. If you can consent to this, I am prepared to transfer the funds to you immediately. At this juncture, Li Mingyu paused briefly before continuing. Of course, should you decline, I will still contribute 10 million. What does it mean to be generous? This is precisely it. I have no objections whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Qian Guotao turned to the other leaders present and inquired, "What say you?" "I have no objections. You may decide, principal." "Likewise, I support the principal's decision." "Me too." Clearly, it was merely a matter of naming. In comparison to a donation of 100 million, how could they possibly voice dissent? "Very well, since there are no objections. I shall accept this donation on behalf of the school." Observing the unanimous agreement, the principal leisurely retrieved his mobile phone. Li Mingyu, not wasting any time, opened WeChat and promptly transferred the sum of 100 million to Qian Guotao's account. "Li Mingyu, given your substantial donation, perhaps we should hold a commendation ceremony for you tomorrow?" As soon as the funds were received, Qian Guotao suggested to Li Mingyu. "No need." Li Mingyu waved her hand, promptly declining. "Let us proceed with the ceremony." Qian Guotao persisted. Such a generous donation ought to be recognized. The students must know who the benefactor is. Li Mingyu contemplated for a moment before proposing, "Principal, how about this? The day after tomorrow, during the new student welcome assembly, you could announce that this donation of 100 million was made by my Huan. What do you think?" Huan, overhearing this, interjected before the principal could respond, "Sister, that won't do. This money was clearly donated by you. What is wrong with that?" Li Mingyu replied earnestly, "Sister's money is your money. Do you understand?" Huan seemed poised to say more. Beside him, Qian Guotao gently patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, don't refuse. This is also your elder sister's heartfelt intention, isn't it?" "Well, if that's the case." Seeing the principal say so, Qin Huan could only smile wryly and nod in agreement. "Principal, if there are no further matters, we shall take our leave now." Li Mingyu also wished not to intrude on Lu Guotao and the others any longer, for today marked the commencement of a new school year, and undoubtedly they had much to attend to. Very well. Lu Guotao did not insist on prolonging their stay. After nodding, he reminded Qin Huan, Huan, remember to come to school for the freshman welcome ceremony at 8 a.m. 2 days from now." "Understood, Principal." Thus, after bidding farewell to the principal and others, Qin Huan and her companions drove back to the estate. Love you all, moi. Chapter 0022, Provocation of Lu Shishir simultaneously. As they returned to the estate, a report regarding Lu Shishir sending her brother to Qingda quickly ascended to the front pages of various platforms. To be frank, typically such news piques the interest of fans at most. However, this time it unexpectedly attracted the attention of some individuals with ulterior motives, elevating it to a matter of public discourse. At the forefront of this was the leading music company in Huaxia, Giant Stone Music. It is noteworthy that since Lu Shishir established Angel Media, she has not only signed numerous talented actors within a mere 3 years, but has also increased the company's valuation by hundreds of times, propelling it into the top 3 in Huaxia. Furthermore, she has recently been signing artists with remarkable frequency. In light of this situation, Giant Stone Music, being the foremost entity in the music industry, felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. They perceived Lu Shishir's foray into the music realm as a blatant attempt to seize their market share. Thus, upon witnessing this news, their immediate thought was to undermine Lu Shishir, the owner of Angel Media. Naturally, it was also essential to ride the wave of popularity and elevate their own star. Chen Xiaoquan. Before long, Giant Stone Music's official account released a news statement. Some individuals strive diligently to create music and ascend to stardom, and we take pride in that. Yet, some, lacking ambition, occupy higher positions, and we deem this disgraceful. Our diligent boy, Chen Xiaoquan, after 2.5 years of meticulous production, will unveil his latest single, Guinea is Beautiful, to fans next Monday. Concurrently, as Giant Stone Music disseminated this announcement, their top artist, Chen Xiaoquan, promptly shared it on his Weibo. Moreover, he shamelessly added a note, expressing gratitude for the company's praise, stating, "Though these past 2.5 years have been arduous, I must say, this song is worth it." What does yin and yang mean? This is truly a manifestation of the duality of fate. The news of Lu Shishir has just ascended to the trending headlines, and yet, Rock Music and Chen Xiaoquan have issued such a veiled Weibo post. It is evident to any discerning observer who they refer to as the so-called person of higher stature. Is this not a subtle insinuation that Lu Shishi, as a diva, lacks ambition and only focuses on sending her brother to school? Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoquan has dedicated 2.5 years to diligently crafting a new single. One must admit, Chen Xiaoquan, as a new generation's top-tier star, may be somewhat aloof, yet his influence is indeed remarkable. Within mere minutes of his Weibo post, the comments surged past 1,000. Moreover, the number of commenters appears to be continually rising. Wow, is my brother releasing a new single? I am so looking forward to it. My brother works so hard. It pains me to see him so exhausted. He must take care of himself. Speaking of the so-called person of higher stature at Rock Music, could it be her? Let us not mention her. We must be cautious of her bullying our brother. I have never liked her. Neither have I. As the comments continued to accumulate, several entries associated with Chen Xiaoquan swiftly ascended into the top 20 of Weibo's trending topics. The two most prominent entries were Chen Xiaoquan named Most Dedicated Artist and Chen Xiaoquan's new single, Guinea is Truly Beautiful. The Most Dedicated Artist? Is that for real? Who conducted the evaluation? Could it be even more dedicated than my brother, who rehearses his lines for 3 hours daily? Upon witnessing this entry, many fans initially displayed disdain, only to click on it directly afterward. Goodness, Rock Music and Chen Xiaoquan have gone too far, haven't they? Is it not blatantly stating that Lu Shishi lacks ambition? Are these fans' comments not excessively harsh? One must concede that even those who are not fans of Lu Shishi expressed considerable indignation upon seeing this content. As for Lu Shishi's fans, their fury was even more palpable. Seething with rage, they immediately began to voice their grievances under Chen Xiaoquan's Weibo post. How dare they cast shade on my Shishi? Do they truly believe that being a top star makes them superior? With no works to their name. Who gave them the audacity to criticize my Shishi? It infuriates me to hear them claim my Shishi lacks dedication. Is it not their brother who has held 30 concert tours in a year? While Chen Xiaoquan enjoys a vast fan base as a top star, one must not forget that Lu Shishi is a superstar. In just a fleeting moment, the comments beneath this Weibo post were completely dominated by Lu Shishi's fans. And how could Chen Xiaoquan's fans possibly endure such a sight? In the blink of an eye, chaos ensued. The fans from both sides engaged in a fierce exchange of insults. Meanwhile, within the manor, Lu Shishi, who had just returned home and settled on the sofa, suddenly received a phone call from her manager. Hello, what's the matter? Lu Shishi yawned lazily into the phone. Miss Lu, it's bad news. A major incident has occurred. The urgency in her manager's voice was palpable. A major incident? What kind of incident? Lu Shishi, upon hearing this, remained utterly unconcerned. It's like this. Upon noticing her dismissive attitude, the manager hastily relayed the events that had just transpired on Weibo. Is that so? All right, I understand. Is that all? The manager anticipated that Lu Shishi would react with considerable anger and anxiety upon learning this information. To her surprise, Lu Shishi displayed an attitude of indifference. What else? Lu Shishi retorted with a slight pout. My lady, they are bullying you to this extent. Aren't you even a bit angry? Angry? What is there for me to be angry about? It merely proves my dedication. Lu Shishi corrected her manager, adding, and I am the second miss, not the eldest. Please do not confuse it again. At this, the manager was left speechless, her forehead adorned with a frown. She found it incomprehensible that her boss, at such a moment, still had the presence of mind to correct her. Suppressing her urge to reprimand Lu Shishi, she sighed and inquired, proving your dedication? How do you intend to do that? That is simple. Just let my work speak for itself. Lu Shishi replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. Let your work speak for itself? The manager was momentarily taken aback, then excitement surged within her. Miss Lu, are you implying that you have prepared a work? Not yet, but I will soon. As she spoke, Lu Shishi cast a glance at Qin Huan nearby. To her, as long as Qin Huan was present, Chen Xiaoquan's so-called single was nothing but a joke. Not yet. Soon. Is that for real? I can't help but feel it's rather unreliable. Just as the manager was regaining her composure and about to ask more, Lu Shishi had already ended the call. By the way, Su also loves savory zongzi. Chapter 0023. The astonished Qin Huan, how did it go? What did the boss say? Yes, I'm nearly dying of anxiety here. Red. What kind of expression is that? Could it be that the boss is helpless too? As the manager, with a dazed expression, lowered her phone, The executives of Angel Media Company hurriedly surrounded her, eager to know more. From their expressions, one could discern the urgency they felt at that moment. The agent opened his mouth but hesitated, unsure whether to speak. "Sister Hong, please don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us," urged the executives eagerly. "Well," Sister Hong took a deep breath, then spoke slowly and deliberately. The second young lady mentioned that she would prove her dedication through her work. "What? Prove it through her work? Are you implying that the boss has already prepared something to counterattack? Is that true? Hasn't she been filming for the past year?" "Indeed. If she had a new project, how could we possibly be unaware?" Clearly, the executives were highly skeptical of Sister Hong's statement. "I'm not quite sure about that." Sister Hong sighed, then continued. "The second young lady said that she currently has no works, but she will shortly." "Shortly? What does that mean?" "A song isn't something you can whip up like a meal. It isn't that simple." "Exactly. A good song takes at least a year or two to produce." Upon hearing this, the executives voiced their thoughts. In their view, even if Lu Shishir was their boss, this seemed far too implausible. They could hardly believe Lu Shishir possessed such capabilities. After all, among them were several skilled lyricists and composers who would never dare to guarantee the creation of an excellent single in such a brief span. "How about this? I'll call Director Lee right now and see if we can request some photos from them," proposed one of the executives. "I think that's a good idea. After all, the boss has genuinely been with that crew for a year, once the photos are released. I find it hard to believe anyone would dare claim she is not striving for progress. That's absurd. How could they possibly agree?" "Exactly. Director Lee's film is still under review. Releasing photos now would be akin to leaking spoilers. Shouldn't we at least try? What if they agree?" Meanwhile, as the executives debated whether to consult the production team, Lu Shishir, having hung up the phone, rushed over to Qin Huan without a moment's hesitation. Huan, are you busy right now?" "Not at all," Qin Huan replied, scratching her head, looking bewildered. "Great. I'm glad to hear that." Lu Shishir beamed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked, "Now, my second sister wishes to ask you for a favor. I wonder if you would be willing? Just tell me if you need something." Qin Huan quickly gestured, eager to assist. Well, Lu Shishir, upon hearing this, no longer held back. At that moment, she swiftly extracted a sheet of paper from her pocket and presented it to Qin Huan. Huan, I wish to record a video of you singing this song. Would you be so kind as to oblige your sister?" "What? Sing? I can't." Upon hearing this, Qin Huan immediately retracted the hand she had just extended. "What do you mean you can't? I shall teach you," Lu Shishir remarked dismissively, curling her lips. "Perhaps it's best not to," Qin Huan replied. "You truly don't realize how fortunate you are. Others would be eager for me to teach them, and I might not even wish to." It must be said, Lu Shishir was not exaggerating. After all, she was not merely a pop diva, but had also been awarded the title of the most popular female singer in Mandarin last year. It is no exaggeration to assert that if she were willing, the number of individuals desiring her guidance in singing could circle the entirety of China. However, despite Qin Huan's awareness of this fact, he remained somewhat reluctant. "There's no perhaps about it. This is settled." Ignoring Qin Huan's protests, Lu Shishir unceremoniously pressed the paper into his hand. "Here, take a look at these lyrics." "Well, fine." Reluctantly, Qin Huan finally unfolded the paper. "Sister, what is this? I can't make sense of it." To his astonishment, upon opening the sheet and viewing the lyrics, he was utterly confounded. Aside from the song title, the rest of the content was utterly nonsensical. What is incomprehensible? Doesn't it clearly state exaggeration here? I can understand that, but the lyrics seem completely chaotic. "Oh, you mean that? This is a Cantonese song. Of course, you wouldn't comprehend it. Then how am I supposed to sing it?" "I shall teach you," Lu Shishir replied, her tone nonchalant. "Come, I'll teach you a line. Just follow along." With that, as Lu Shishir sang the Cantonese lyrics, Qin Huan was astonished to find that, despite having never heard a Cantonese song before, he instantly grasped the meaning. It felt as if he had unexpectedly mastered a new language. Even more perplexing was the sensation that his mind had suddenly acquired additional knowledge related to music theory. Wow, is this for real? When did I acquire this talent? Is it merely an illusion? As Qin Huan pondered this, he remained unaware of the sly smile that flickered across Lu Shishir's face. "How about it, Huan? Isn't it quite simple? It indeed feels that way. Hee. Can you sing the line I just sang?" Lu Shishir gazed at Qin Huan, her face brimming with anticipation. For some inexplicable reason, Qin Huan felt that at this moment, his second sister resembled the cunning wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. After a considerable pause, Qin Huan finally mustered the courage to sing the lyrics. He had anticipated a stammering performance, yet to his astonishment, he sang not only with remarkable fluency, but also with an unexpected melodiousness. Could it be that I possess a latent talent for this? Quite impressive. Upon hearing his performance, Lu Shishir expressed her satisfaction and promptly urged, "Come on, let us proceed to the second line." However, what followed was utterly bewildering. But certain sheep come. Oh wait. My heavens. What is happening? The moment Lu Shishir uttered this second line, Qin Huan, who had been intently listening, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. He could distinctly perceive that her vocal prowess in this second phrase had ascended to a significantly higher level compared to the first. Why are you still dazed? It's your turn. Noticing Qin Huan lost in thought, Lu Shishir prompted him. Oh right. Regaining his senses, Qin Huan nodded and immediately sang the second line. To his surprise, his vocal skills seemed to have improved considerably as well. Next came the third line, the fourth line, until the final line was completed. Qin Huan could unmistakably sense that both he and Lu Shishir had reached an extraordinary level of singing. Sister, have you noticed that our singing abilities seem to have enhanced remarkably? Unable to contain himself, Qin Huan asked Lu Shishir. Really? I haven't noticed. Lu Shishir feigned ignorance and swiftly redirected the conversation. By the way, Huan, having sung along with me, can you now sing on your own? I should be able to. Qin Huan replied confidently, without further hesitation. All right then, let us see what you've got. As Lu Shishir spoke, she took out her phone to record. Meanwhile, Qin Huan wasted no time. After clearing his throat, he began to sing. It must be said that at this moment, Qin Huan's voice, even when compared to musicians, held its own and perhaps even surpassed them. Consequently, the commotion from their side quickly attracted the attention of the other sisters. My heavens, this singing is simply exquisite. Not only the sisters, but also the maids busy within the villa paused their tasks upon hearing Qin Huan's enchanting voice. Fearing even the slightest sound might disturb the enchanting melody, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Once Qin Huan concluded her performance, an eerie silence enveloped the villa, only to be shattered moments later by a thunderous applause. What a splendid performance. I never imagined you could sing so beautifully, Huan. Truly remarkable. The sisters were lavish in their praise, showering compliments upon Qin Huan as they applauded. Meanwhile, Lu Shishir, after recording the video, swiftly retreated to her room. It was evident that the counterattack against Chen Shaoquan and Giant Stone music was about to unfold. Upon returning to her chamber, Lu Shishir wasted no time in posting the video of Qin Huan on her Weibo. What constitutes a counterattack, if not this? In stark contrast to the feeble criticisms, Lu Shishir's Weibo post was undeniably more provocative. It should be noted that Chen Shaoquan had previously announced on Weibo that he would release a single the following Monday. Now, Lu Shishir proclaimed that she would also unveil an album on that very day, clearly positioning herself to compete with him. While the quality of their respective songs remains to be seen, the sheer quantity of songs in an album evidently eclipses that of a single. Furthermore, Lu Shishir emphasized that the song Qin Huan performed was crafted in a mere 2 minutes, while Chen Shaoquan took 2.5 years. The disparity was glaring, and surely, anyone with sense could discern the difference. Shortly after Lu Shishir's post, her fans, who had been vocally denouncing Chen Shaoquan on Weibo, quickly caught wind of the news. Ladies, stop the insults. It appears our Shishir has updated her Weibo. Let's check it out. Oh my, it seems she really has. Come on, let us regroup for battle. Wait for me, I'm coming too. In the blink of an eye, over half of the followers on Chen Shaoquan's Weibo departed. Witnessing this, his fans, without hesitation, followed suit. Wow, Shishir is finally releasing a new album. Haha, that guy dared to belittle our Shishir's ambition. And now he's getting slapped in the face. An album versus a single? Ha, this is too amusing. As Lu Shishir's fans entered her Weibo, they were instantly captivated by the text displayed. To them, it was immensely gratifying. In stark contrast, the Chen Shaoquan fans who stealthily followed were left seething with frustration. I'm curious to see what you've conjured in those 2 minutes. And thus, the stage was set. In the following moment, the fans from both sides eagerly clicked on that video. Initially, they scarcely took it seriously. After all, in their eyes, Qin Huan was hardly a singer. How good could his singing possibly be? Moreover, even the fans of Lu Shishir harbored little confidence in this song, which had been composed in merely 2 minutes. However, they soon discovered that matters were far more complex than they had anticipated. As soon as Qin Huan opened his mouth in the video, A celestial melody resonated in their ears. Good heavens! This is astonishingly beautiful. The audience before the screen could not help but gasp in awe. They had never expected that not only did Qin Huan sing exquisitely, but the quality of this song could only be described as divine. By the time the video concluded, they were still entranced, unable to recover from that enchanting voice. Unconsciously, they found themselves replaying it 3 or 4 times. Shortly thereafter, the comments beneath Lu Shishir's Weibo were filled with praise for Qin Huan and this song. Sisters, have you all listened? I am truly astounded. Who would have thought that the younger brother could sing so beautifully? Love it. Is this song called Extravagance? The lyrics are simply magnificent. I never expected that the younger brother's Cantonese would be so impeccable. As someone from Dongguan, I couldn't detect a single flaw. Beautiful. Let us give our support to Shishir and the younger brother. And I must say, the younger brother is truly handsome. Meanwhile, as Lu Shishir's fans were fervently showering compliments in the comments, the fans of Chen Xiaoquan appeared as deflated as punctured balloons. Surprisingly, quite a few of them couldn't resist joining in the praise. Sisters, I am a fan of Kuan, and I must admit, Shishir is indeed remarkable. I am also a fan of Kuan. To be honest, I initially believed his words and thought Shishir was as he described. I never expected this. I've unfollowed. And me, though I am not fond of Lu Shishir, I must say, the younger brother is exceptional. From now on, I will only support him. 3 years of loving Kuan has come to an end. I will only support the younger brother from now on. Me too. To everyone's surprise, at first, there were merely dozens of fans expressing their intention to unfollow Kuan. But as the comments multiplied, the butterfly effect gradually became evident. It is important to note that these fans were not merely speaking, they were serious. At this moment, in a practice room at Giant Stone Music, Kuan's manager urgently called out, Kuan, come quickly and take a look. As he observed the declining number of followers on Weibo. What's the matter? I'm in the middle of a game. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoquan replied without lifting his head. You should take a look. Your followers on Weibo have plummeted by over 300,000, and the decline continues relentlessly. It's already down by 4 million. Is that true? Don't try to fool me. Why would I deceive you? Check for yourself. How can this be possible? What on earth has happened? When Chen Xiaoquan arrived, he discovered that his Weibo account, which should have boasted 20 million followers, now languished at a mere 12 million. Staggering, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 25. The calm before the storm. The agent beside him was startled and quickly helped Chen Xiaoquan to his feet. Shortly thereafter, the agent recounted the recent developments on Weibo, allowing Chen Xiaoquan to grasp the magnitude of his follower loss. While he contemplated how to manage this crisis, the executives at Giant Stone Music also received the news and hurried to the practice room. What are we to do? Your followers are dropping drastically, Kuan. If I had known, I wouldn't have crossed paths with Lu Shishir. This has truly become a case of losing more than one gains. Kuan, what do you propose we do? As soon as the executives entered, they eagerly inquired of Chen Xiaoquan. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiaoquan responded, There is but one solution. What solution? The executives looked at Chen Xiaoquan with anticipation. First, post some photos or videos of me working hard in the practice room on Weibo. Chen Xiaoquan continued without hesitation. Also, prepare a basketball and some suspenders for me. I can understand the need for photos and videos, but what is the significance of the basketball and suspenders? One executive questioned, puzzled. Just prepare them. You will understand when the time comes. It was evident that confidence radiated from Chen Xiaoquan as he spoke. In his mind, he believed that even if Lu Shishir were to compete against him, he would not concede. He was resolute that the single he had painstakingly crafted over 2.5 years would surely surpass Lu Shishir's album. Once he triumphed over her, wouldn't his followers return in droves? Meanwhile, the executives at Angel Media were already reveling in joy. Who would have thought? Our boss is truly remarkable. Indeed, to compose such an impressive song is simply unbelievable. A masterpiece written in just 2 minutes. I must ask, who else could do this? It must be said, the boss's younger brother sings exceptionally well. Amidst their excitement, they remained mindful of their duties. As the agent, Hong Jie swiftly dialed Lu Shishir's number. She began with a flurry of commendations directed at Lu Shishir, before promptly delving into the crux of the matter. Miss Lu, is it true that you will be releasing an album next Monday? Indeed, it is true, Lu Shishir affirmed, a hint of nonchalance in her tone. I have prepared all 12 songs and will be heading to the studio for recording shortly. That is splendid news. Hong Jie exclaimed with delight, then cautiously inquired, "May I ask, Miss Liu, about the quality of these 12 songs?" It was worth noting that the song Exaggeration, recently performed by Qin Huan, was, in Hong Jie's opinion, the finest piece of work in the last 2 years, without exception. If Lu Shishir's 12 songs reached such heights, one could only imagine her unrivaled status in the music industry. "They are on par with what my brother sang," Lu Shishir replied confidently, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Really?" Upon hearing Lu Shishir's words, Hong Jie felt her heart flutter with excitement. "It must be true, you will see shortly," Lu Shishir replied, cutting the conversation short as she hung up the phone. Approximately an hour later, after exchanging pleasantries with Qin Huan and the others, Lu Shishir arrived at Angel Media Company. Upon presenting the lyrics of her numerous songs to Hong Jie and the team, they were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Is this real? Am I dreaming? My goodness, the lyrics to Courage are simply exquisite. And Invisible Wings nearly brought me to tears." They could not help but exclaim. It was undeniable that even without melodies, these lyrics could achieve legendary status. As the executives marveled at the lyrics, Hong Jie, the agent, seized the moment to pose a question that everyone was eager to ask. "Miss Liu, did you just compose these songs, or have you had them prepared for a while?" As soon as the question was posed, the crowd turned their attention to Lu Shishir. Of course, they were just created. Lu Shishir shrugged, her demeanor casual. "May I inquire how long it took you?" Hong Jie asked, her voice tinged with anticipation, and it was evident that her body trembled slightly with excitement. "About half an hour." "What? Half an hour? Is that for real? My heavens, half an hour hardly seems sufficient to write these lyrics." "Miss, are you certain it only took half an hour?" Hong Jie gazed at Lu Shishir, taking a deep breath. "Is that so difficult?" Lu Shishir replied, her tone incredulous. "Goodness, is that even reasonable?" Upon hearing Lu Shishir's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, their expressions clouded with disbelief. In their perspective, if composing 12 such high-quality songs within half an hour was deemed easy, then what could possibly be considered difficult? Well, with merely 2 days remaining until the upcoming Monday, it was time to expedite the production of the album. Lu Shishir, not one to linger, promptly led the group towards a designated practice room. Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, 2 days had passed. Throughout this period, Lu Shishir remained at the company, neglecting to return home. As for Qin Huan, ever since that day when Lu Shishir imparted her musical knowledge, the other sisters had kept him busy as well. During these 2 days, aside from eating and sleeping, he dedicated his time either to learning martial arts or acquiring culinary skills and other talents. It could be said that every skill possessed by his sisters was imparted to him without reservation. Consequently, Qin Huan emerged from this brief interlude as a remarkably versatile individual. Not only did his martial arts skills soar, allowing him to break stones with a single punch, but his culinary abilities also reached heights beyond the average person's reach. To be candid, Qin Huan sometimes questioned whether he truly possessed extraordinary talent. After all, how could he possibly excel so profoundly? It was noteworthy that while learning these skills, his sisters had only demonstrated them once. Yet, with just that single demonstration, he comprehended and mastered them entirely. Take, for instance, the iron sand palm technique he learned yesterday morning. He merely observed Sanjie Zhuang Mingming execute it once. Not only could he replicate it instantaneously, but the power he wielded was equally formidable as Zhuang Mingming's. With just one strike, a pebble the size of a bowl was shattered into countless fragments. If such force were to be applied to a person, it would surely result in dire consequences. What astonished Qin Huan the most was the apparent qualitative enhancement his sisters experienced while teaching him these skills. It felt as if they were under some enchantment. Although Qin Huan had attempted to inquire discreetly about this phenomenon, the sisters chose to remain tight-lipped. Ultimately, he decided against pursuing the matter further. Early one morning, after completing his morning routine, Qin Huan promptly made his way to the dining area. At that moment, aside from the eldest sister, Li Mingyu, the other sisters were absent. Qin Huan did not inquire further. After enjoying breakfast and exchanging greetings with his eldest sister, he prepared to head to the parking lot. It was important to note that today marked the official commencement of school. The previous days had merely involved enrollment. However, before Qin Huan could step out of the restaurant, his elder sister Li Mingyu called out to him, Huan, wait a moment." "What is it, elder sister?" Qin Huan turned to inquire. "You'll know once you follow me." Without further ado, Li Mingyu led Qin Huan towards the back of the villa. Before long, They arrived at a vast expanse of lawn behind the villa, which appeared to stretch over several acres. Just as Qin Huan was pondering the purpose of this visit, a distant, buzzing noise suddenly echoed from the sky. Upon raising his gaze, he was astonished to see a black helicopter approaching. "Elder sister, what is the meaning of this?" Qin Huan turned to Li Mingyu, questioning her. "This is a gift from your second sister. She said you will be flying this too, and from school." "What? She bought this for me?" Qin Huan quickly protested. "Elder sister, let us not go through with this. We have plenty of cars at home. I can drive myself to school. I cannot decide that." Li Mingyu waved her hand dismissively. "It's a gift from your second sister, not from me. Besides, she mentioned that this will be much faster than driving." "True. It is fast," Qin Huan replied with a wry smile, "but I doubt there is a place to park at school. That is not something for you to worry about." Just then, Li Mingyu revealed an even more astonishing piece of information. "Your third sister spoke with the principal yesterday, and the school will allocate a designated area for you to land the helicopter." "Seriously? Is that true?" Qin Huan nearly stumbled in disbelief, unable to fathom that his sisters had not only procured a helicopter for him, but had also arranged for a landing spot at school. "Elder sister, Qin Huan began. But Li Mingyu interrupted him. "All right, hurry along now. You don't want to be late." "Fine then. Goodbye, elder sister," Qin Huan said, bidding her farewell with a resigned expression as he made his way toward the helicopter. "Young master, greetings." Just as Qin Huan approached the helicopter, a man in uniform swiftly appeared before him, respectfully addressing him with a shout. Then, he gently lowered Qin Huan's head and guided him aboard the helicopter. Once everything was prepared, the helicopter slowly ascended into the sky, leaving Qin Huan feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement. "Young master, how are you feeling now?" As they ascended into the sky, the individual who had previously accompanied him turned to Qin Huan with a concerned inquiry. "Are you all right?" To be candid, Qin Huan, who harbored a slight fear of heights, felt a twinge of apprehension within. "That is good to hear," the man replied, gesturing towards the pilot. "Allow me to introduce you. Young master, this is your future pilot, Wang Meng, a retired Special Forces soldier. You may call me to Meng," the pilot, Wang Meng, stated without turning around, offering a succinct reply. "Very well." Qin Huan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the man gestured to himself, saying, "I am Tian Wanqing, your safety officer. Also a retired Special Forces soldier." "Tian Wanqing?" Qin Huan nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the name, finding it rather amusing. "Ha ha. I imagine you find my name quite entertaining." Tian Wanqing chuckled, seemingly attuned to Qin Huan's thoughts. "Back in the military, they used to call me landlord. You may refer to me as such in the future." "Landlord, ha ha." Qin Huan could not contain his laughter. It must be said that his nickname was truly fitting for his name. "By the way, young master, do you know how long it will take to reach your school?" "No idea. Just 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes. Tian Wanqing continued. "By the way, young master, do you know how much this aircraft purchased by the second young lady cost?" "No idea. 300 million. 300 million. By the way, young master, do you know?" It must be remarked that Tian Wanqing was quite the chatterbox, his mouth never ceasing to move throughout the journey. Were it not for his prior declaration of being a Special Forces soldier, Qin Huan might have been tempted to deliver a punch. Fortunately, the helicopter's speed was indeed remarkable. In less than 10 minutes, they had already arrived above Qin University. "Wow, is that a helicopter? What are you babbling about, you rascal? You scoundrel." "Why am I a scoundrel? Just take a look. Isn't that a helicopter? Oh heavens. It truly appears to be a helicopter. Everyone look. A helicopter is flying over our school." As soon as Qin Huan and the others arrived above Qin University, the students assembled on the playground for a meeting immediately noticed them. One by one, they hurriedly looked up. "Goodness, is that helicopter going to land at our school?" "It seems so. It looks like it's preparing to descend." "Do you think the people aboard are students from our school?" "I believe it's quite possible. But I wonder who it could be. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry over and take a look." "Wait for me. I'm going too." As I gazed at the helicopter descending slowly towards the eastern horizon, a throng of students, numbering in the thousands, immediately began to jog towards it. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. At that very moment, the helicopter carrying Qin Huan and his companions finally touched down in the designated area. "What do you intend to do?" "You are not allowed to approach that area." To everyone's surprise, as the eager students made their way closer to the helicopter, hoping to catch a glimpse of its passengers, they were abruptly halted by a group of school security personnel. "How chill the data is. Oh dear." Chapter 0027, A Welcome of Thousands. Unprecedented and unmatched, we are students of Qing University. Why are we forbidden from entering? Indeed, this is utterly unreasonable. We must enter today. Let us see what you can do about it. Faced with the obstruction, the assembled students were unwilling to relent. In an instant, they prepared to charge forward. Do you dare? However, at that moment, the head of the security team swiftly positioned himself before them. Let me assure you, this is a school decision. Should you attempt to force your way in, do not blame me if you face expulsion. After delivering this warning, the security chief fixed his gaze sternly on the leaders among the crowd. Upon hearing his words, those leaders hesitated, their bravado faltering. If what the security chief stated was indeed the school's directive, they would hardly dare to defy it. After all, having finally been admitted to Qing University, the thought of being expelled due to mere curiosity was far too great a risk. Have you all considered your options? Do you still wish to enter? The security chief surveyed the crowd with a sardonic smile. Humph, if we can't go in, we shall wait outside just the same. Indeed, what is so impressive about this? Are they really treating a feather as a command? Regardless, he must come out eventually. I refuse to believe he won't approach this way. Just as the crowd reluctantly began to concede, a voice suddenly emerged from the back. Everyone, please make way. Who are you? Scram. You have no right to cut in line. Precisely. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? The individuals at the front, already agitated, turned to scold the newcomer mercilessly. They were in a heightened state of frustration, and the appearance of someone attempting to cut in line was intolerable to them. What did you say? However, the person behind, upon hearing their remarks, responded with indignation. What are we saying? Is that not Senior Lin Yang? What is he doing here? My dear uncle, did I just insult him? This is a disaster. The crowd that had been ready to continue their jeers suddenly turned around and realized the newcomer was none other than Lin Yang, a third-year senior. Their previously furious expressions shifted immediately, and they hurriedly made way. Let it be known, Lin Yang is no ordinary third-year student. Not only is he the son of the admissions director, but his stature within the school is enough to intimidate most of the students present. He is the foremost among the 4 campus heartthrobs and the president of the student council. With such illustrious titles, the students had no choice but to yield. Seeing the crowd parting respectfully, Lin Yang let out a cold snort and strode directly to the head of security. Captain Zhang, they cannot enter. But surely I should be allowed in? No, you cannot. What Lin Yang did not expect was the immediate rejection from the head of security. What? Is this for real? Even Senior Lin Yang cannot enter? The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Do you even know who I am? Lin Yang had never encountered such insolence before. His expression turned icy as he addressed the head of security sternly. The reason he wanted to enter was not mere curiosity. That morning, his father had mentioned that Lu Shishir's brother, Qin Huan, would be arriving by helicopter at the school. With his dreams of stardom, Lin Yang believed that if he could establish a connection with Qin Huan, he might secure a close relationship with Lu Shishir, thus paving his way to fame. I don't care who you are. Even if you were the king of heaven, you shall not enter today. The head of security replied dismissively. He recognized Lin Yang and understood his background, but he was bound by the school's orders. To him, it didn't matter if it was Lin Yang or even his father. Entry was strictly forbidden. Listening to the head of security's words, Lin Yang was infuriated. After a long pause, he finally managed to say with a darkened expression, "What if I insist on entering? Then prepare to be expelled." Just as the tension between them escalated, Qin Huan, having disembarked from the helicopter, began to walk toward them. Everyone, look. The person from the plane is coming over. Who is he? Does anyone recognize him? He seems somewhat familiar. Who else could it be? Isn't this Qin Huan? Just the other day, I heard him singing on Weibo. Indeed, it is him. My dear uncle, did he not arrive at school just a couple of days ago in a luxurious vehicle? How is it that he has now come in a helicopter? This is astounding. Typically, one might expect a celebrity to arrive in a fancy car, yet here he is, alighting from a helicopter. The moment Qin Huan appeared, the crowd immediately recognized him. This is hardly surprising, considering that he is currently the epitome of popularity, both at school and online. Qin Huan, over here. I am your fan. At that moment, a girl in the crowd suddenly shouted out to him. Upon hearing her call, Qin Huan instinctively glanced in her direction and acknowledged her with a nod in front of the gathered audience. Is this for real? Can this even happen? The other girls present, filled with envy, disregarded any sense of modesty and began to mimic the girl, calling out wildly to Qin Huan. Qin Huan, look over here. I am also your fan. Qin Huan, Your song exaggeration is simply delightful. Qin Huan, I adore you. Please be my boyfriend. It was evident that among these enthusiastic girls were the four most beautiful girls from Qing University. Qin Huan, I love you too. Although I am a male fan, I also wish for you to be my boyfriend. Just then, a loud male voice pierced through the excitement, instantly silencing the crowd. Upon hearing this shout, Qin Huan could not help but shudder. In his mind, it was one thing for girls to express their attraction, but what was the deal with a guy making such a proclamation? Could he possibly be interested in me as well? Chapter 28. The overbearing and arrogant Zhang Meng. As Qin Huan pondered this, he was utterly unprepared for what followed. The male students present seemed to be inspired by this individual, as they began to echo his sentiments towards Qin Huan, unleashing a torrent of inappropriate remarks. The scene was almost unbearable to witness. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Guotao and a group of school officials rushed over upon noticing the commotion. What is going on here? This is utterly inappropriate. Lu Guotao frowned and admonished the crowd. Oh no, the principal is here. Everyone, disperse quickly. Upon seeing the principal, the crowd hastily retreated, dashing towards the playground. Humph, at least you all know your place. The principal scoffed, but a smile crept onto his lips as he turned to Qin Huan with concern. Huan, are you all right? I'm fine. Qin Huan replied. Very well, let us proceed to the meeting. With those words, Lu Guotao led Qin Huan and the others toward the playground. Upon arriving, perhaps concerned that other students might disrupt Qin Huan, Lu Guotao took the liberty of arranging for him to occupy a seat at the very front. It is worth noting that this front position is typically reserved for the most distinguished students, those deemed exceptional among their peers. Thus, at that moment, apart from the absence of anyone in front of him, the individuals seated beside and behind Qin Huan were all prominent figures within the school. To his left sat Wang Zixuan, the foremost among the four school beauties. To his right was Li Ming, the second of the four beauties and the only one from a humble background. Her attire clearly indicated her family's modest means. As for the individual seated behind Qin Huan, it was Lin Yang, the student council president, who had previously attempted to strike up a conversation with him. As soon as Qin Huan settled into his seat, the two school beauties beside him, with bashful expressions, seemed poised to engage him in dialogue. However, before they could utter a word, Lin Yang, positioned behind Qin Huan, interjected eagerly, Junior Qin Huan, I am Lin Yang, a third-year student from the Business Administration Department and the Student Council President. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our student council? Joining the student council? Upon hearing this, Qin Huan was momentarily taken aback. He considered himself merely a freshman, and the idea that someone would extend an invitation to him to join the student council was both surprising and perplexing. Indeed, if you are willing, I could elevate you to the position of vice president. What? Vice president of the student council? Qin Huan responded promptly, declining with a polite smile. I appreciate the offer, but I am afraid I have little interest. It was not that Qin Huan wished to dismiss him. Rather, he simply had no desire to engage with the student council. In his view, he would prefer to spend that time perusing a few books in the library. However, Lin Yang, misinterpreting Qin Huan's refusal as disdain for the position's insignificance, pondered for a moment before clenching his teeth and saying, Junior Qin Huan, if you believe that the role of vice president does not align with your status. Just as Lin Yang was about to suggest that he could offer Qin Huan the position of president, he was abruptly interrupted by a sharp pat on his shoulder. Who is it? Lin Yang exclaimed, visibly irked. What? Is it not permissible for me to tap you? Very well, Lin Yang began to curse, but in the next moment, he quickly swallowed his words. Forcing a smile, he turned to the person behind him, trembling slightly, and said, Ah, it is Senior Zhang Meng, of course. You are welcome to do so. Humph, at least you know your place. Zhang Meng scoffed, commanding him in a tone of authority, This seat is now mine. You may move to the back. What? Why are you unwilling? Zhang Meng remarked, immediately clenching his fist before Lin Yang. Willing, of course I am. I shall oblige you at once. Faced with his fist resembling a sandbag, Lin Yang had no choice but to concede, reluctantly vacating his seat for Zhang Meng. Why was Lin Yang, the student council president, so intimidated by Zhang Meng? There were three key reasons. Firstly, it was Zhang Meng who had relinquished the position of student council president to Lin Yang in the first place. Secondly, Zhang Meng held the esteemed title of president of a taekwondo club at school. His physical prowess had led to numerous students being bullied by him, including Lin Yang, who had once been hospitalized after an altercation. Lastly, and most importantly, was Zhang Meng's formidable background. He boasted a grandfather who was a fiercely protective president of the Huaxia Taekwondo Association, while both his father and uncle were employed in significant governmental roles. It was not merely Lin Yang he could not provoke. Even Lin Yang's own father, Director Lin, was a figure to be reckoned with. "Hey, you must be Qin Huan, right?" As soon as he sat down, Zhang Ming glanced at Qin Huan and asked dismissively. However, Qin Huan chose to ignore him entirely, turning away. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Zhang Ming's expression darkened as he raised his voice at Qin Huan. "Who are you talking about?" Although Qin Huan was a newcomer, he was not one to be trifled with. He turned back, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Zhang Ming, startling the two beautiful senior girls beside him. They were astonished that Qin Huan dared to challenge Zhang Ming, a figure notorious for his violent tendencies. In their eyes, no amount of wealth could stand against such overwhelming power. As they contemplated whether to intervene on Zhang Ming's behalf, Zhang Ming, feeling unnerved under Qin Huan's stare, broke the tension with a laugh. "Haha, I didn't expect you to have such a fiery temper. I like it. I have good news for you. You qualify to join our Taekwondo club. Is that so?" Qin Huan replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "Sorry, but I have no interest." "What did you say?" Zhang Ming stared at Qin Huan in disbelief, incredulous that a peer would dare address him in such a manner for the very first time in his life. "I am utterly disinterested. Are you deaf?" Qin Huan exclaimed, deliberately amplifying his voice. This audacious declaration not only attracted the attention of the surrounding students, but also captured the gaze of the school leaders on stage. Could it be that my ears are deceiving me? Qin Huan is actually rebuking Senior Zhang Ming? Good heavens, has he lost his mind? This is disastrous. I fear my idol will be confined to a hospital bed for the next few months. Why provoke anyone else when he could have avoided this menace? Those upperclassmen familiar with Zhang Ming were nearly left agape in astonishment. To them, it was evident that even if Qin Huan survived this encounter, he would surely emerge with some scars. As for the leaders on stage, they were initially taken aback, but soon began shouting at Zhang Ming, urging him to return to his seat. "You, just wait, this isn't over." Zhang Ming, caught off guard, halted his impending retaliation. Despite his arrogance, he was still merely a student and dared not challenge the authority of the school leaders. After casting a fierce glare at Qin Huan, he begrudgingly returned to his original position. Chapter 0029. The Sorrowful Senior Sisters. Qin Huan, come here for a moment. At that moment, Lu Guotao, concerned for Qin Huan's safety, beckoned him over. Sure. Without hesitation, Qin Huan approached Lu Guotao. "Do you know who that person was?" Lu Guotao inquired, pulling Qin Huan aside with a furrowed brow. "I have no idea," Qin Huan replied candidly. Upon seeing Qin Huan's confusion, Lu Guotao promptly divulged Zhang Ming's identity and background. "So what does that mean, Principal?" However, Qin Huan remained unimpressed. "What I mean is," Lu Guotao wasted no time in expressing his thoughts. "If he insists on provoking you in the future, you can call me anytime. My number is..." Just as Lu Guotao was about to share his contact information, Qin Huan waved his hand dismissively. "No need, Principal. I can handle this myself." "Handle it yourself? Do you understand who he is?" Lu Guotao attempted to dissuade him further. "Rest assured, Principal," Qin Huan interjected, rolling his eyes. "If he chooses to provoke me, even if his grandfather arrives, I will not hold back." It must be said, while Qin Huan's words may sound brazen, he was not merely boasting. It is worth noting that in the past few days, Qin Huan had not only been studying martial arts with his sister, Zhuang Mingming. Sister Xia Jinxin imparted numerous combat techniques to him as well. Although he remained uncertain about the extent of his current prowess, he was confident in his ability to easily overpower Zhang Ming. After all, his strength had reached a level where he could shatter stone with a single punch. A mere individual capable of breaking fragile wooden boards hardly warranted his concern. Coughing lightly, Lu Guotao could not help but clear his throat. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and said, "Very well, do as you see fit." Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the students below began to murmur amongst themselves in small groups. "What do you think the principal called Qin Huan for? What else could it be? Surely it's about Senior Zhang Ming. Oh dear, Qin Huan has already offended Senior Zhang on his first day. Won't he be in for a rough time?" That shouldn't be the case. The principal is stepping in. After all, stepping in, what good will that do? Is he expected to follow Qin Huan around 24 hours a day? Such was the nature of their hushed discussions. Nearby, Zhang Ming scoffed, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In his view, even with the principal's support, it mattered little. Anyone who dared to cross him must face the consequences. Once Qin Huan returned to his seat, Principal Lu Guotao wasted no time and officially announced the commencement of the freshman welcome ceremony. Concurrently, the confrontation between Chen Xiaoquan and Lu Shishir was also primed for action. It is worth noting that this day marked not only Qin Huan's formal commencement, but also the much-anticipated showdown between the top-tier Chen Xiaoquan and the superstar Lu Shishir. It is no exaggeration to say that the excitement stirred by this event was palpable, not just among the fans of both parties, but also among industry heavyweights who were keenly watching. Early that morning, major platforms like Weibo were already inundated with headlines about the event. It was clear that whoever lost this match would become the subject of ridicule throughout the entire industry. As for the outcome, it was all too predictable. Lu Shishir, the reigning queen, undeniably dominated the match, effortlessly overpowering Chen Xiaoquan. While Chen Xiaoquan did garner considerable attention from this encounter, he would subsequently become the target of relentless mockery for years to come. His hairstyle, suspenders, and even his basketball skills became fodder for humorous commentary and viral videos. Of course, those were merely afterthoughts. Returning to the present, after Principal Lu Guotao and several leaders delivered their opening remarks, it was time for the senior students to showcase their performances. Interestingly enough, all those who took the stage were prominent figures within the school. Even the two beautiful upperclassmen beside Qin Huan took the stage to perform a dance together. Qin Huan, how did I dance just now? Wang Zixuan, who had not yet conversed with Qin Huan, immediately inquired with a smile after stepping off the stage. Not bad, Qin Huan casually replied, offering little more than a perfunctory response. In his eyes, though the upperclassman was indeed beautiful, she simply did not pique his interest. Since he had no inclination, it was best not to give her any false hope. Consequently, this led to Li Meng'er, the commoner beauty who had initially wanted to speak with Qin Huan, hurriedly turning her head away as if nothing had happened. Qin Huan, aren't you a bit too aloof? Wang Zixuan remarked with a hint of melancholy upon realizing that Qin Huan had not even cast a glance in her direction. Is that so? Qin Huan shrugged, dismissively stating, honestly, I believe your dance pales in comparison to Meng'er's. As soon as he uttered those words, before Wang Zixuan could react, Li Meng'er swiftly turned to Qin Huan and asked, do you really think so? Absolutely. Hee, though it's not that impressive. Li Meng'er chuckled, a blush quickly blooming on her cheeks. Witnessing this, Wang Zixuan felt a surge of jealousy. You're not wrong, Qin Huan continued, but compared to my second sister, you do fall short. What does it mean to be a straight man? This is precisely it. It is no exaggeration to say that within this brief exchange, Qin Huan had inadvertently offended two young ladies. Just as the two girls gazed at Qin Huan with expressions of discontent, the principal's voice suddenly interrupted them, announcing, now, I would like to invite student Qin Huan to come to the stage. What does it mean to have Qin Huan on stage? Is it possible they wish for him to perform? That shouldn't be right. A freshman shouldn't have that qualification. To be fair, I am quite looking forward to his performance. After all, that song he sang a couple of days ago was simply enchanting. Indeed, I agree it was wonderful. How I wish I could hear it live. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the other students below began to speculate. Most believed that the principal calling Qin Huan up was likely to have him perform. However, they soon realized their perspective was far too narrow. Chapter 30. Has Sister Xia Jinxin come to school? As Qin Huan stepped onto the stage, Principal Lu Guotao directly yielded his position to him. In front of all the students present, along with the school leaders on stage, he bowed deeply to Qin Huan. What on earth is happening here? Why is the principal bowing to a student? Am I seeing things? It must be said, to the students, this scene was akin to a thunderclap. They could scarcely fathom that Qin Huan, merely a student, could receive such treatment. Indeed, it was not only they who were astonished. Even Qin Huan himself felt similarly bewildered. Principal, what is this? He began to inquire, but before he could finish his thought, Lu Guotao raised his hand to interrupt him. Huan, this is our token of gratitude. We hope you will not refuse our goodwill. Upon hearing this, Qin Huan's understanding began to dawn. Gratitude? What could that possibly mean? Meanwhile, the others remained utterly perplexed. Just as they were grappling with their confusion, Principal Lu Guotao turned to address all the students present. Classmates, it is not just the school leadership who wishes to thank Qin Huan. You too should bow to him. What? We must bow to him? On what grounds? Indeed, even if he is wealthy, that hardly warrants our reverence. I, for one, will not bow. You may do as you please. The crowd, already feeling a sense of incredulity, was hardly inclined to comply with Lu Guotao's seemingly unreasonable demand. One by one, they expressed their refusal. Do you know why I am asking you to bow? Lu Guotao, undeterred by their resistance, posed a rhetorical question to the assembly. I care not for your reasoning. There is no way I shall bow to him. Zhang Meng stood up defiantly, aware that Qin Huan had offended him not long ago. How could he possibly bow to him now? Zhang Meng is right. I shall not bow either. Nor will I, came the chorus of agreement from the others. Then let me inform you. Qin Huan has generously donated 100 million to the school, specifically to fund the construction of a library and other public facilities for your benefit. Will you still refuse to bow to him? Lu Guotao stated plainly, no longer withholding the truth. What? What did he say? Qin Huan donated 100 million for us to have a library and public amenities? Is that true? The audience was struck dumb by his words, scarcely able to believe their ears. Although they were aware of Qin Huan's wealth, they had never imagined it could extend to such a degree, donating 100 million for their sake. In an instant, those who had been vociferous moments earlier now felt a wave of shame wash over them. Indeed, Qin Huan had been so generous for their benefit. What was the act of bowing compared to such magnanimity? Any lingering hesitation dissolved in that moment. After exchanging glances, the crowd promptly stood up from their seats. Bowing deeply in the direction of Qin Huan, they collectively exclaimed their gratitude. Thank you, classmate Qin Huan. However, not everyone possessed such gratitude. For instance, Zhang Meng and his cohort from the Taekwondo club displayed nothing but scorn towards the actions of their peers. Please, everyone, no need for such formality. It was my duty. Qin Huan interjected, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, the substantial donation of 100 million was made by his elder sister, Li Mingyu. Upon hearing Qin Huan's words, the shame felt by the crowd intensified, transforming into deeper admiration. What a good person. Qin Huan is truly a remarkable individual. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Lu Guotao said, clearly pleased as he gestured for everyone to sit. Shortly after they settled down, the new student welcome ceremony finally came to a close. Noticing the crowd beginning to gravitate towards him, Qin Huan felt a surge of urgency and swiftly made his way towards the teaching building. Just as he was about to search for his classroom, a figure in the distance caught his eye. Sister Wu? He called out uncertainly. Huh. Upon hearing her name, Xia Jinshu turned around. Sister Wu, is that really you? Recognizing her as his fifth sister, Qin Huan hurried over. What brings you here? Guess, Xia Jinshu said, playfully patting Qin Huan on the shoulder, her expression shrouded in mystery. Let me think, you must be here for school? Qin Huan pretended to ponder, then teased. No, you're too old for that. The school wouldn't accept you. Impudent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I'd slap you? Xia Jinshu retorted, slightly irked. I'm only 26, you know. The doctoral students here are about my age. Why couldn't I be here for my education? It's worth noting that although Xia Jinshu had spent nearly a decade in the frontier, she had enlisted at the tender age of 16. You really are here for school? Qin Huan asked, his expression rife with skepticism. Why else would I be here? I don't believe your tall tales. Qin Huan scoffed, urging her, hurry up and tell me why you're really here. Hee, you'll find out this afternoon. This afternoon? What do you mean? Are you here to be a counselor? Guess what nonsense. Qin Huan began to retort, but suddenly noticed a large group of students approaching from a distance. Thus, hurriedly, I turned to Xia Jinshin and inquired, by the way, do you know where the classroom for the finance department's class 8 is located? Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Jinshin promptly revealed, the building behind, on the 3rd floor, the 4th room on the right. Really? Is that true? Qin Huan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but express his skepticism, asking, Sister 5, you aren't our counselor, are you? How could you possibly know so much about our class 8's classroom? Guess. She replied playfully. Never mind, I won't ask you anymore. Sister 5, goodbye? As Qin Huan spoke, he turned to leave. However, at that moment, Xia Jinshin called out to his retreating figure with a hint of puzzlement. Huan, remember to eat more at noon. I want to be polite. Eat more? What does that mean? Qin Huan thought little of it, and hastily made his exit. Unbeknownst to him, a sly smile crept onto Xia Jinshin's face. You little rascal. Dare to say I'm old? This afternoon, you'll see just how young I truly am. Chapter 31. Counselor Shangwan Duo before long, following Xia Jinshin's directions. Qin Huan swiftly arrived at the entrance of Class 8. He initially assumed the room would be empty, as both students and teachers had likely congregated at the school playground. However, upon entering the classroom, He was taken aback to discover a graceful woman reclining on the podium, seemingly lost in slumber, with a hint of drool escaping the corner of her mouth. She appeared to be in a deep dream. Qin Huan chose not to disturb her, casting a casual glance before finding a seat for himself. Shortly after he settled down, a commotion erupted from the corridor. Lily, you weren't lying to me, were you? Is Qin Huan truly in Class 8? Why would I deceive you? I just saw him walk in. Well then, let us hurry inside. Look at you, so eager. Tell me, if you win him over, what will you give me in return? As these voices echoed, two girls soon appeared at the classroom door. They scanned the room before their faces lit up with joy as they approached Qin Huan. Junior Qin Huan. I am Tang Tian from the 3rd year of the Foreign Language Department. As they drew nearer, one of the strikingly beautiful girls blushed and extended her hand to Qin Huan. It was evident that she felt a tinge of nervousness as she spoke. Hello, senior. Though Qin Huan found the situation somewhat perplexing, he politely shook her hand. As for the other girl, although Qin Huan's gaze seemed infatuated, it was evident she had no intention of greeting him. Senior, could you please let go? As Qin Huan attempted to retract her right hand, she was taken aback to find Tang Tian frozen in place, lost in thought. With no other option, she gently reminded her, ahem. Upon regaining her composure, Tang Tian released Qin Huan and cleared her throat, awkwardly shifting the topic. Qin Huan, Junior, are you interested in joining our street dance club? Street dance club? Qin Huan was momentarily taken aback. She found it perplexing that so many people had been encouraging her to join various clubs today. Indeed, I am the president of our school's street dance society. Tang Tian exclaimed with a slight smile, brimming with confidence. If you are willing to join, I could even make you the vice president. Not interested, Qin Huan replied without hesitation. To her, while street dancing appeared undeniably cool, at 19 years of age, she felt she could hardly achieve anything remarkable. Why squander time on something unlikely to yield significant results? Not interested? How can you not be interested? You know that street dance. Just as Tang Tian was about to continue persuading her, a girl on the podium was abruptly awakened. What are you two doing over there? At the sound of her voice, Qin Huan and the others instinctively turned to look. Wow, who is that girl? She is breathtakingly beautiful. Even Qin Huan, accustomed to the beauty of older girls, was momentarily stunned by the girl's appearance. Hello, Teacher Shangwan. Just as Qin Huan was lost in admiration, Tang Tian and her companion promptly greeted the girl with respect. What? Teacher Shangwan? Could she be our advisor? Upon hearing their address, Qin Huan quickly deduced the girl's identity. However, she was somewhat surprised to note that the advisor appeared to be no older than 21 or 22. Tang Tian. Shangwan Duo scrutinized Tang Tian closely and soon recognized her. Teacher Shangwan, do you know me? Of course, you are one of our university's 4 campus beauties. How could I not know you? Oh no, Teacher Shangwan you. Tang Tian was about to modestly decline the compliment when Shangwan Duo sternly interrupted her. If I recall correctly, you should be a student from the Foreign Languages Department. This is the classroom for first-year finance students. If you have no important business here, please leave. Tang Tian did not expect Shangwan Duo to be so unapproachable. Initially, she had believed the rumors circulating within the school were unfounded. However, it now appears that the enchanting beauty is indeed an icy enchantress. Her manner of speaking is as frigid as a block of ice. Just as Tang Tian was about to utter something further, a throng of students suddenly burst in from outside the door. They disregarded Shangwan Duo entirely and hastened directly towards Qin Huan. Junior Qin Huan, I am Wang Tian, the president of our school's comic club. Might you be interested in joining us? Junior Qin Huan, I am Zhou Wei, the president of our school's basketball club. Excuse me, could you please move aside? How am I in your way? I arrived first, you know. You arrived first? Who can vouch for that? Undoubtedly, these individuals were all prominent figures within the school. Their desire for Qin Huan to join their clubs was primarily motivated by the aspiration to establish a connection with him. However, to everyone's surprise, their conversation quickly escalated into a heated argument. As Qin Huan witnessed this scene, he was just about to interject when Shangwan Duo on the podium preemptively exclaimed, Have you no sense of decorum? All of you get out. Who does she think she is, being so arrogant? Does she not realize, upon hearing this, the crowd prepared to retort. However, as soon as they recognized the speaker, they promptly fell silent. As upperclassmen, how could they possibly be unaware of Shangwan Duo? Recalling certain rumors circulating within the school, they dared not linger any longer and hastily fled the scene. This left the new students who entered behind them utterly dumbfounded. Wow, who is this stunning girl? She is absolutely remarkable. As they pondered this, Shangwan Duo spoke again from the podium. If you are not students of our class, it would be wise to leave before I lose my temper. It was evident that as she said this, her unwavering gaze was fixed upon Qin Huan, as if to convey, "You, young man, I am addressing you. Miss Shangwan, could you please refrain from staring at me? I truly am a student in this class," Qin Huan said with a wry smile, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny. "Wait, Miss Shangwan, could she be our advisor?" Upon hearing Qin Huan's words, the students present finally understood why the upperclassmen had so quickly vacated the area. Yet, they shared the same question as Qin Huan. How could this advisor be so remarkably youthful? Is that so? Shangwan Duo replied, her expression tinged with skepticism. Then tell me, what is your name? Is this a joke? Does she not even recognize Qin Huan? Is it possible she doesn't go online at all? The other students couldn't help but doubt their own ears upon hearing this. After all, in recent days, Qin Huan had not only become the talk of the school, but could also be easily found online with a simple search for his videos. It was astonishing that someone, especially a teacher from Qingda, would inquire about Qin Huan's name. I am Qin Huan. Without further ado, Qin Huan stated his name. Qin Huan. You are Qin Huan. To everyone's surprise, just as Qin Huan announced his name, the previously skeptical Shangwan Duo suddenly sprang up from the podium. Is there a problem? Qin Huan asked, bewildered by her sudden reaction. Do you know Tang Shitting? Shangwan Duo did not answer his question, but instead posed one of her own. Of course. She is my seventh sister. Qin Huan candidly revealed his relationship with Tang Shitting. All right, I see. See, what does that even mean? This feels rather perplexing. As Qin Huan pondered this, he heard Shangwan Duo shift the topic. Next, I have two matters to discuss with everyone. The first is that from now on Shangwan Duo, will be your counselor. Therefore, I expect you all to behave and not provoke my ire, or else the consequences. At this point, she made a show of shaking her delicate fist before the assembled crowd. As for the second matter, starting this afternoon at 2 o'clock, you will commence a week of military training. Once the training concludes, the school will conduct a comprehensive evaluation. Is that clear to everyone? After delivering these statements in one breath, her beautiful eyes scanned the crowd. Understood. The students responded in unison. Excellent. With satisfaction, Shangwan Duo announced, lunchtime has arrived, everyone. Head to the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, the students promptly rose from their seats. Just as Qin Huan prepared to leave the classroom with them, unexpectedly, Shangwan Duo called out. Qin Huan, stay for a moment. What on earth? The others turned to look at the two. What are you staring at? Don't you want to eat? Shangwan Duo glared at them. And nothing. They quickly averted their gaze, exchanging glances with Qin Huan before hastily making their exit. Teacher Shangwan, did you have something to discuss with me? As the crowd dispersed, Qin Huan gazed at Shangwan Duo, confusion etched across his face. Follow me, Shangwan Duo replied, showing no intention of answering, and stepped outside the classroom. Seeing this, Qin Huan had no choice but to hastily follow suit. Look, isn't that Qin Huan? One student exclaimed. Indeed, and who is that girl with him? She's stunning. Another remarked. Of course she's beautiful. She is the most attractive female teacher at our school. What? She's a teacher? Really? She looks about our age. And what else with Qin Huan? Why is he trailing behind her? As the duo descended the stairs of the teaching building, they immediately attracted the attention of numerous students, who began to whisper amongst themselves. However, Shangwan Duo appeared entirely unfazed by the spectacle, leading Qin Huan away without a glance back. After approximately 5 minutes, Qin Huan realized that Shangwan Duo had brought him to the staff dormitory. Teacher Shangwan, Yui began. But before he could finish his sentence, Shangwan Duo had opened the door. As she pushed it open, she beckoned to him, saying, Come in. Qin Huan opened his mouth to speak, but in the next moment, he was pulled into the hallway by Shangwan Duo. We can discuss it later, she said, casting a glance at him before ascending the stairs. With no other option, Qin Huan could only follow her with a wry smile. He couldn't help but wonder what exactly Shangwan Duo was concealing. After another 2 or 3 minutes of walking, they finally paused before a door on the 4th floor. Just as Shangwan Duo retrieved her key to unlock the door, a male voice suddenly called out from behind them. Duo, you're back. Shangwan Duo replied without turning around, her tone casual and dismissive. It was evident that this man was no stranger to engaging with her. The somewhat awkward man swiftly redirected his focus to Qin Huan, inquiring, "Which department are you from? What is your name? Who permitted you to enter the staff dormitory?" It was obvious that while questioning Qin Huan, he stole glances at Shangwan Duo. He expected her to offer some explanation, but to his surprise, as she opened the door, she simply stated, "Qin Huan, come in." "Oh, all right," Qin Huan thought, not inclined to pay attention to the arrogant man. After nodding slightly, he strode inside. The young man, feeling disregarded, became exceedingly irate. Just as he was about to say something to Qin Huan, she mockingly slammed the door shut before he could finish his sentence. "You brat. Your name is Qin Huan, right? Just you wait," the man shouted at the closed door. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Qin Huan. Is he the freshman who donated 100 million to the school, as the principal mentioned? At that moment, he recognized the gravity of the situation and, feeling utterly outmatched, hurriedly fled the scene. Chapter 33, Resting Here? Not long after the man departed, Qin Huan entered the room and began surveying her surroundings. It must be said, although the room occupied by Shangwan Duo was not particularly large, approximately 30 square meters, the decor and layout exuded a distinctly youthful charm. With pink walls, cartoon-patterned flooring, and a miniature sofa, it was a delightful sight. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind, but Qin Huan sensed a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Could it be her natural scent? As Qin Huan pondered this, Shangwan Duo turned to her and said, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and change your shoes." "Change shoes?" Qin Huan glanced at the shoe rack by the door and, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "I say, Teacher Shangwan, do you see anything here that I could possibly wear?" The rack held nothing but high heels and a pair of rather adorable slippers, which, to her surprise, had two SpongeBob SquarePants figures attached to them. Although Shangwan Duo acknowledged that the footwear was indeed ill-suited for Qin Huan, she stubbornly insisted, "Just put them on. What else with all the fuss? Should I just forego changing then?" To be candid, while the slippers were cute, they appeared to be no larger than size 35. If Qin Huan were to wear them, her heels would likely be left hanging off the edge. "That won't do. I just mopped the floor this morning." Shangwan Duo quickly countered, "Just manage for today. I'll buy you a new pair after work tonight." "Wait, what? Manage for today? You mean I'll have to come here every day?" Qin Huan, already bewildered, was now thoroughly perplexed by Shangwan Duo's words. He could not comprehend the true intention behind Shangwan Duo inviting him to her dormitory. "Hurry up and change. Do you want me to assist you?" Seeing Qin Huan lost in thought, Shangwan Duo urged him. "No, I can handle it myself." Coming to his senses, Qin Huan felt he had no choice but to helplessly put on the slippers. "Sit on the sofa and watch some television. I will prepare dinner." Once she saw Qin Huan obediently change into the slippers, Shangwan Duo called out and promptly headed toward the kitchen. "Ms. Shangwan, Qin Huan began to voice his confusion. But before he could finish, a male voice echoed from outside. Duo, have you eaten? I brought you." The man had just reached the door when his words abruptly ceased. After a moment of bewilderment, he asked, "Qin Huan, what are you doing here? I invited him. Is there a problem?" Before Qin Huan could respond, Shangwan Duo interjected. No problem." Although the man was quite displeased, he realized he could not afford to offend either of them and hastily retreated. "Ms. Shangwan, you certainly have an abundance of admirers." Qin Huan teased as he watched the man disappear. "Do I?" Shangwan Duo shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "This is just the beginning. All right then. You sit tight and watch television while I cook." With that, she dashed back into the kitchen before Qin Huan could react. Left with no option, Qin Huan complied with Shangwan Duo's command and settled on the sofa to watch television. During this time, at least 7 or 8 men appeared at Shangwan Duo's door with takeout. However, upon seeing Qin Huan inside, they quickly left in dismay. To be frank, had it not been for Shangwan Duo's earlier demeanor in the classroom, which clearly indicated she did not recognize him, Qin Huan might have genuinely suspected that she brought him to her dormitory merely as a shield. Approximately 20 minutes later, Shangwan Duo called out to Qin Huan, Huan, close the door and come here with the dishes." Hearing that endearment, Qin Huan nearly stumbled in surprise. Could it be that Shangwan Duo had taken a liking to him? "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." "All right." Without dwelling on it further, Qin Huan closed the door and stepped into the kitchen. Before long, the two emerged from the kitchen, each carrying 3 dishes and a soup. "Teacher Shangwan, I never anticipated that your culinary skills would be quite commendable." As Qin Huan set down the dish, he inhaled the delightful aroma deeply. It's acceptable, as long as it doesn't lead to any unfortunate consequences. Shangguan Duoduo smirked and urged Qin Huan to eat quickly, reminding him that they still had military training to attend to in the afternoon. What? Rest here? Upon hearing this, Qin Huan instinctively glanced towards Shangguan Duoduo's room. Observing his reaction, Shangguan Duoduo blushed and tapped the table in front of her, saying, "You mischievous boy. What are you thinking? I meant you can sleep on the sofa." Coming back to reality, Qin Huan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, "Teacher Shangguan, perhaps it would be better if I just returned to my dormitory to rest." "What do you mean perhaps? If I say you can sleep here, then you shall. However, won't that cause any issues?" "What issues could arise? We are not doing anything inappropriate." "I must say, you have quite the imagination." Just as Shangguan Duoduo was about to say something further, Qin Huan swiftly interrupted. "All right, I shall heed your words. Now that is more like it." Shangguan Duoduo wasted no more time, declaring, "All right then, let us eat." With that, they began their meal. After finishing, Qin Huan intended to assist Shangguan Duoduo with the dishes, but as he stepped into the kitchen, she promptly shooed him away. Left with no choice, Qin Huan settled onto the sofa, engrossed in his phone. After a few minutes, Shangguan Duoduo finally emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, "What are you still doing on your phone? Hurry up and rest." She began to make her way towards her room, but at that moment, Qin Huan called out to her, "Teacher Shangguan, may I ask you a question?" "What question?" "Go ahead." Shangguan Duoduo halted and turned to face Qin Huan. "Well," he began without delay, "I've been curious as to why you were so kind to me." To Qin Huan, he was merely a student of Shangguan Duoduo. The level of care he received, including meals and the prospect of resting, seemed quite illogical. "Do you truly wish to know?" "Absolutely." "Very well, I shall enlighten you." Shangguan Duoduo did not hold back, stating plainly, "Because your sister, Tang Shitting, is my dearest friend. Since you are her brother, you are naturally my brother as well. It is only fitting that I treat you well." Shangguan Duoduo spoke without pausing for breath, delivering her words in one continuous flow. Was that all? Upon hearing this, Qin Huan felt somewhat dissatisfied with the response. What else could there be? Shangguan Duoduo pursed her lips and took a few steps closer to Qin Huan. Leaning down, she brought her lips to his ear, forming an alluring curve as she teased, "What? Do you really think that I have any thoughts about you, you little rascal?" "Who is a little rascal?" Qin Huan retorted, slightly displeased. "I'm already 19 this year, you know." 19? Shangguan Duoduo straightened up, tilting her head with a smirk. "Isn't that just a little rascal? Come on, you're barely 20 yourself." "Who said I'm only 20? No one had to tell me." "You just look no older than 20. All right then, I can't be bothered to argue with you about this. Hurry up and get some sleep." With that, Shangguan Duoduo turned and made her way toward the room. It must be said that while she appeared calm, her heart brimmed with joy. After all, which girl wouldn't want to be told she looked youthful? As soon as she entered the room and closed the door, she promptly pulled out her phone from her pocket. Locating a WeChat friend saved as Tingbao, she sent a message. Tingbao, are you there?" "Yes, my little Duoduo." "Are you missing me?" Moments later, Tang Shitting, who had been engrossed in her writing, quickly replied, "Hee, I'm not missing you at all." "Is that so? If that's the case, I shall get busy then." "Wait, can I miss you?" Shangguan Duoduo, having sent the message, sat down helplessly on the edge of the bed. "Now that is more like it. You're finally being sensible. All right, enough of the games. Let me tell you something serious." "Something serious? What is it?" "About your brother." "Qin Huan." Shangguan Duoduo replied. "Qin Huan, what's wrong? Did he get into trouble at school?" Tang Shitting asked anxiously. "Not at all. I just wanted to let you know that he'll be having lunch and resting here with me from now on." "What do you think?" "Really? You haven't already taken him to your dorm, have you?" Tang Shitting exclaimed, her face showing shock. "Yes, I have." Shangguan Duoduo confirmed without hesitation. "Oh my, just yesterday. You told me you didn't like my brother, Qin Huan." "Who said I liked him?" Shangguan Duoduo's cheeks flushed as she quickly defended herself. "He is not just your brother. He is my brother too. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to bring him to the dorm? Is it really normal? What has gone awry? I was merely conversing with you amidst the two of us." In the blink of an eye, over an hour had swiftly passed. As the lunch break was drawing to a close, Shangguan Duoduo bid farewell to Tang Shitting and hastily tucked her phone into her pocket before exiting the room. Facing the slumbering Qin Huan on the sofa, she called out, Huan, wake up, don't sleep any longer." However, much to Shangguan Duoduo's dismay, despite her loud call, Qin Huan exhibited no response whatsoever. With no other recourse, she approached Qin Huan and firmly tugged at his ear. Ouch, ouch. Feeling a sharp sting, Qin Huan abruptly sat up from the sofa. Looking at Shangguan Duo with a face full of grievance, he exclaimed, I say, Teacher Shangguan, I was in the midst of a delightful slumber. What is the meaning of this? What else could it be? Shangguan Duo assumed a teacher's demeanor and pointed at the clock on the wall, remarking, Do you not see that it is nearly 2 o'clock? Oh my, why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Huan replied, leaping to his feet in a flurry. Without awaiting Shangguan Duo's reaction, he dashed out of the room. Moments later, as Shangguan Duo regained her senses, a thought struck her. Wait, did he not change his shoes? Upon stepping outside, Shangguan Duo realized that Qin Huan had seemingly vanished without a trace. With no option left, she could only grab Qin Huan's shoes and chase after him towards the stairs. As for Qin Huan, he had barely reached the foot of the faculty dormitory when he was recognized by students passing by. Look, everyone, isn't that Qin Huan? One exclaimed. Indeed, but why is he coming from the faculty dormitory? Ah, you are unaware. I heard from others that he was taken to the dormitory by teacher Shangguan during lunch. Is that true? So, he has supposedly spent a full 2 hours in teacher Shangguan's room? That's nonsense. I refuse to believe it. Came the chorus of disbelief. However, just then, someone noticed an anomaly. Goodness, look at what Qin Huan is wearing on his feet. On his feet? What the? Those appear to be women's slippers. Indeed, his heels are sticking out. Could it be that he truly spent 2 hours in teacher Shangguan's room? Otherwise, how could he possibly be wearing women's slippers? As the crowd grappled with this implausible revelation, the next moment unfolded. A scene that left them utterly astounded unfolded before their very eyes. Suddenly, Shangguan Duo appeared, clutching a pair of men's sneakers. She called out to Qin Huan, who was jogging a short distance away. Huan, wait for me. You haven't changed your shoes yet. Could it be that my eyes deceive me? Is that really teacher Shangguan? Does she not fear the repercussions of such a display? This is quite the romantic folly, is it not? Incredible. Qin Huan has truly managed to win over the icy beauty that is teacher Shangguan. My admiration knows no bounds. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was first taken aback, then unable to suppress their admiration for Qin Huan, silently giving him a thumbs up. Chapter 0035, Madness. The military training instructor is her? As for Qin Huan, perhaps due to his eagerness, he seemed entirely oblivious to Shangguan Duo's calls from behind him. By the time she caught up, he had already stepped into the classroom. Upon entering, he was greeted by a classroom filled to capacity with students. Shangguan Duo took a few deep breaths, concealing Qin Huan's sneakers behind her back, and entered with an air of calm. Simultaneously, the once boisterous classroom fell into a profound silence, every gaze fixated upon her. Clearing her throat, Shangguan Duo addressed the assembly. Is everyone ready? We are about to commence military training. Ready. The crowd responded in unison. Very well. Shangguan Duo continued. You are to proceed to Area 18 on the playground and await the arrival of the military training instructor, who should be here shortly. At her words, the students promptly rose from their seats. Just as Qin Huan prepared to follow suit towards the playground, to everyone's astonishment, Shangguan Duo called out to him once more. Huan, please stay a moment. What on earth? Why is she asking him to stay again? The crowd, though filled with curiosity, dared not linger. After exchanging knowing glances with Qin Huan, they hastily exited the classroom. Once they had departed, Shangguan Duo tossed the sneakers directly in front of Qin Huan. What does this mean? She asked me to stay just to give me a pair of shoes. Clearly, even at this moment, Qin Huan had yet to comprehend the significance of what he was wearing on his feet. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and change. Observing Qin Huan's bewildered expression, Shangguan Duo could not help but speak with a hint of exasperation. Change. Qin Huan was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized, what on earth am I doing wearing this? Regaining his composure, he prepared to bend down and change his shoes. However, at that moment, Shangguan Duo stopped him. What did you just say? What? You just uttered a curse. Did I? Of course you did. From now on, no more swearing, understood? Understood. That's better. Now hurry and change. Whatever. Do you really think I'm a child? Qin Huan muttered under his breath as he quickly changed his shoes. By the way, Shangguan teacher, what should I do with these slippers? Just leave them here. I'll take them back later. All right, I'm heading out then. Go ahead. With that, Qin Huan wasted no time and promptly left the classroom. Approximately 4 or 5 minutes later, he hurriedly arrived at the playground, only to find it already bustling with students. After a careful search, he finally located his class's designated area. However, it appeared that the instructor had yet to arrive. Goodness, it's sweltering out here. Indeed. Who knows when the instructor will show up? Shall we find a cooler spot to wait? Sounds good. Who can stand this heat? After waiting another 4 or 5 minutes without any sign of the instructor, the students, suffering under the blazing sun, decided to seek refuge in a cooler area. Yet, before they could act, the principal, Lu Guotao, appeared in the distance, accompanied by dozens of individuals clad in camouflage uniforms. It was evident that these were the military training instructors hired by the school. Wow, look over there. Is that a girl among the instructors? A girl? Seriously? I didn't notice. Wow, I see her too. She's definitely a girl, and she seems quite beautiful. Goodness, is it true? Can a girl really be an instructor? How wonderful it would be if she were assigned to our class. As soon as Lu Guotao and his entourage made their entrance, the thousands of students on the playground turned their attention toward them. To their astonishment, among the military instructors, there was indeed a female instructor. While everyone was buzzing with excitement, Qin Huan instinctively glanced over at the female instructor. What in the world? How is she among this group of instructors? When Qin Huan recognized the female instructor's face, he nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. It was abundantly clear. The female instructor, whom he recognized, was present at that moment. Just then, Lu Guotao and his group finally arrived at the podium on the playground. Lu Guotao first raised his hand, signaling for silence. He then approached the microphone and addressed the gathered students, saying, "From today onwards, these 43 soldiers before you will be your instructors for the next 7 days of military training. I expect everyone to unconditionally obey their every command. Do you all understand?" The students promptly replied in unison, "Understood." Lu Guotao nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Now, I will assign the instructors to each of your classes." Lu Guangwen, present. At the principal's call, a tall and imposing instructor stepped out from the crowd. "You are responsible for Class 3 of the Finance Department." "Yes." Zhang Yiping, present. "You are responsible for Class 7 of the Foreign Languages Department." "Yes." Zhou Yaowu, present. "You are responsible for." In under 5 minutes, the 43 instructors were assigned, leaving only 3 unassigned. Perhaps it was the principal's intent. Among the remaining 3, the female instructor was included. Meanwhile, as the principal assigned these instructors, the emotions of the students in various classes varied greatly. Those who had already been assigned instructors shook their heads in lamentation, while the students in classes without assigned instructors began to silently pray. There are only 3 classes without instructors. That female instructor must be assigned to Class 5 of the Finance Department. Oh, Buddha, please ensure that the female instructor is assigned to Class 2 of the Finance Department. I beg you. Class 8 is definitely ours. It was evident that even the classmates of Qin Huan hoped for the female instructor to become their military training instructor. However, unlike everyone else, Qin Huan was silently praying that the female instructor would not be assigned to her class. Chapter 0036, The Terrifying Beauty Instructor Zhao Wensong, present. You are responsible for the Finance Department. It was uncertain whether Lu Guotao was deliberately trying to lighten the mood, but he suddenly paused after mentioning the Finance Department. What is going on? The principal is being quite mischievous, isn't he? Hurry up. I'm dying of anticipation. Please, don't let it be Class 3. The students from Classes 2, 3, and 8 exclaimed in anxious anticipation. At this moment, they were filled with an overwhelming desire to rush forward and deliver several resounding blows to Lu Guotao. To them, this was an unbearable tease. Apologies. I momentarily lost my train of thought. Fortunately, Lu Guotao did not keep them waiting for too long. After sharing a light laugh, he immediately announced the class, Class 3. What? After all that waiting, this was the outcome? Upon hearing their class number, the students of Class 3 were almost driven to the brink of exasperation. Tension mounted. The final 2 classes remained. At this moment, everyone eagerly awaited, eyes fixed on Lu Guotao, anticipating the ultimate result. Ahem. Lu Guotao first cleared his throat and then continued. Tang Zhan, present. You are in charge. What the heck? Surely the principal does not intend to prolong the suspense? As everyone pondered this, little did they know that Principal Lu Guotao was not one to dilly-dally and promptly announced, Class 2. Class 2? Is that for real? Goodness. Does that mean we have one? This is simply marvelous. I adore you, Principal. As soon as Lu Guotao announced the class, the students from Qin Huan's class nearly leaped from the ground in joy. They could hardly believe such a stroke of luck had befallen them. However, with joy comes sorrow. At this moment, Qin Huan exhibited no signs of happiness whatsoever. To be frank, he harbored serious doubts about whether this was a collusion between the principal and the female instructor. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that she was assigned to his class? The reason for Qin Huan's skepticism was quite simple. The female instructor was none other than his fifth sister, Xia Jinxiu. Honestly, Qin Huan never anticipated that his sister would come to school merely to serve as a military training instructor. It is worth noting that just a couple of days prior, Xia Jinxiu had reminded him in front of the teaching building to eat more at lunch, asserting she would not hold back. At the time, Qin Huan found it somewhat perplexing, unsure of her true intentions. Yet now, he comprehended fully. His sister Xia Jinxiu had clearly taken on the role of instructor with him in mind. Just a few days ago, while teaching Qin Huan combat techniques, she had not hesitated to give him a good thrashing. Now, as his instructor, how could the next 7 days of military training possibly be bearable? With this thought, Qin Huan felt a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, after concluding his announcements, Lu Guotao offered a few more remarks before finally departing from the scene. Following this, the instructors then made their way towards their respective classes. Here she comes, the beautiful instructor. Upon seeing Xia Jinxin approaching, the students of Class 8, irrespective of gender, wore smiles as radiant as blooming flowers. Hello, instructor. You are truly stunning. What is your name, instructor? How old are you, instructor? As soon as Xia Jinxin arrived at Class 8, everyone, except for Qin Huan, eagerly surrounded her with expressions of delight. However, to their utter astonishment, the next moment, Xia Jinxin's demeanor shifted. Her expression hardened and her tone turned icy as she declared, "Is this the attitude you exhibit during military training? Stand in formation at once." What on earth is happening? How can such a beautiful instructor be so fearsome? The students, who had just moments ago been as cheerful as blossoms, were now rendered speechless. They had presumed that the female instructor would be more lenient than her male counterparts, which was the source of their initial joy. Yet, little did they know, this was merely their wishful thinking. Did you all go deaf? I said to stand in formation immediately, as the bewildered students remained motionless. Xia Jinxin's authoritative voice rang out again. Hurry, form a line. Coming to their senses, the students dared not linger any longer and scrambled to line up. However, being unfamiliar with one another, they spent several minutes trying to arrange themselves properly, only to end up in disarray, some too tall, others too short. Observing this, Xia Jinxin furrowed her brows and ultimately had to assist in directing them. After a considerable time, they finally managed to form a neat line. Just when they thought Xia Jinxin would have them introduce themselves, they were met with her stern voice once more. You can't even line up properly. Each of you will do 50 push-ups. What? Push-ups? 50 of them. Good heavens. Would this not cost us our lives? Upon hearing this, the students nearly stumbled to the ground. They were all top scholars, accustomed to spending their time buried in books. And the most exercise they ever engaged in was an occasional jog. And now, this Xia Jinxin was demanding that they perform 50 push-ups under the scorching sun? To them, it felt like a matter of life and death. Why are you still standing there? Seeing them frozen in place, Xia Jinxin's commanding presence intensified as she shouted. Did you not hear what I said? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately prepared to voice their thoughts. However, upon encountering the frigid gaze of Xia Jinxin, the words they were about to utter were promptly swallowed back. Just as the assembly found themselves in a state of indecision, they were taken aback to see Qin Huan, standing at the far right of the group, bent down and prostrated himself on the ground. Witnessing Qin Huan's capitulation, none dared to harbor alternative notions. With no other recourse, they ultimately imitated Qin Huan, lowering themselves to the ground. Initially, a few managed to maintain their stance, but soon, they all succumbed to the earth beneath them. 38, 39, 40. As they lay down, the next moment, Qin Huan's voice counting the numbers resonated in their ears. Chapter 0037. The nightmarish experience of classmates. Is this for real? Am I seeing things? Incredible. Qin Huan is simply phenomenal. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, and they were nearly rendered speechless by the astonishing scene before them. They never anticipated that Qin Huan's push-ups would appear as if he were operating on a different plane of existence. In the blink of an eye, he completed several more. 48, 49, 50. Before long, Qin Huan effortlessly finished 50 push-ups in front of all present. 5 instructors, I'm done. As Qin Huan rose, he shouted towards Xia Jinxin. Really? I was momentarily distracted, and didn't he catch that? Do another 50. What? Seriously? Didn't he see it? Another 50? This is utterly unfair. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of indignation on Qin Huan's behalf. Yet, what surprised them further was that Qin Huan seemed to take it all in stride. Without a hint of hesitation, he promptly returned to the ground. The spectators, initially concerned about Qin Huan's stamina, were once again left in awe by the subsequent spectacle. This time, Qin Huan performed the push-ups with even greater speed than before. In mere moments, he completed the 50 push-ups once again. Instructor, I'm done. Didn't he see it? Do another 50. More? What else should I do? All right, then I'll do 100 this time. Not enough? Make it 200. Very well. After this seemingly inconsequential exchange, Qin Huan once again began his vigorous performance. Oh my heavens! Is Qin Huan out of his mind? The onlookers, upon witnessing this spectacle, began to question the very fabric of their existence. To them, it was one thing for the instructor to be deranged, but to discover that Qin Huan surpassed even the instructor in madness was utterly shocking. 200 push-ups? It is no exaggeration to say that this seems like an astronomical figure to them. How could anyone even entertain such a notion without being deemed insane? What are you all standing there for? Do you also wish to follow in his footsteps? Just as the crowd pondered these thoughts, Xia Jinxin coldly addressed them. The moment her words reached their ears, they were so startled that any inclination to be lazy vanished, and they hurriedly braced themselves, trembling as they began their task. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally managed to complete the 50 push-ups, gritting their teeth through the ordeal. Goodness, I'm utterly exhausted. This hardly resembles military training. It feels like a fight for survival. As they grumbled, they struggled to rise to their feet, drenched in sweat. It was evident that they had been thoroughly worn out. Some of the more delicate girls appeared to sway unsteadily as they stood up. Not long after they regained their footing, a thought struck them, and they all turned in unison to gaze at Qin Huan. What on earth is happening? Could it be that he has already completed those 200 push-ups? This is simply outrageous. They had initially assumed that Qin Huan must be lying exhausted on the ground by now, but to their astonishment, he appeared as though he hadn't exerted himself at all. The contrast between their weary state and Qin Huan's vitality was nothing short of staggering. As the crowd stood in stunned disbelief at Qin Huan's prowess, Xia Jinxin glanced at her watch and promptly announced to everyone present, "All right, everyone, take 10 minutes to rest in place." With her command echoing in the air, the dazed crowd immediately collapsed in exhaustion, sprawled across the ground as though their very essence had been drained. Qin Huan also took a seat, although those hundreds of push-ups were a mere trifle for him now. Thanks to the rigorous training from his sisters in the past few days, the sweltering heat still left him feeling quite uncomfortable. He pulled out a few damp tissues from his pocket and wiped his forehead, the already moist tissues becoming drenched as if washed in water. Goodness! To endure military training in such scorching weather is truly beyond reason. Indeed, the military training could be overlooked. But the arduous task of performing push-ups nearly left me utterly exhausted. I had harbored such high hopes for her guidance, only to realize that my expectations were misplaced. Alas, what do we amount to? Qin Huan managed to accomplish hundreds of them. Shortly after he sat down, a few classmates, having regained their composure, began to engage in conversation. As they spoke of Qin Huan, one by one, they gravitated towards him. "Qin Huan, I am Chao Fei. May I pose a question to you?" One of them asked. Awe etched across his face. "What question?" Without further ado, the individual inquired. "I simply wish to know how you excel at doing push-ups." "Yes, indeed. I am quite curious as well. Your prowess is astounding. Surely, accomplishing hundreds is no small feat. By the time I reached my 5th, I was utterly drained. Do share, for I am eager to learn." As soon as the question was posed, the others chimed in enthusiastically. "Well," Qin Huan said with a slight smile, "to be candid, I attribute it to my innate strength." "What? Innate strength? Is that for real? Come now, while I must admit your abilities are impressive, I still feel you should perhaps temper your enthusiasm in the coming days. Indeed, I have an inkling that the female instructor seems particularly fixated on you." I share that sentiment. As the conversation flowed, their focus shifted to Xia Jinxin. "Is that so? I fail to perceive it," Qin Huan replied, feigning ignorance. "Is that true? She made you perform hundreds of push-ups, and you remain oblivious? Impressive. Qin Huan, could it be that you are smitten by the beauty of the female instructor, leading to a romantic distraction?" The others were almost incredulous at his response. In their eyes, Xia Jinxin's demeanor towards Qin Huan was palpably distinct from that towards others. Targeted. It is exceedingly targeted. Chapter 0038. The school bell delivers beverages romantic distraction? You truly misunderstand. Qin Huan scoffed. Indeed, we know nothing. They retorted, believing he was merely saving face, thus swiftly shifting the topic. By the way, have you gentlemen heard of our school's four renowned bells? Of course. They are Tang Tian and Wang Zixuan, among others. To be honest, my favorite is the commoner bell, Li Ming. She epitomizes my aesthetic ideals. Well, I differ from you. Only children make such choices. I admire all four of them. It is evident. The expressions on their faces as they discussed the campus beauty were undeniably lewd. By the way, have you all seen those senior sisters? Of course I have. Just the other day during the freshman orientation, I even exchanged greetings with Senior Li Ming. Huh, you're just boasting. I've heard from the juniors that she never speaks to boys. Is she really that aloof? Honestly, I don't expect the senior sisters to converse with me. If they merely cast a glance my way, I would be thrilled for quite some time. Listening to their discussion, Qin Huan lay sprawled on the ground, clearly uninterested in their topic. His sole desire was to finish the military training promptly, so he could savor a chilled Coke. After all, the weather is unbearably hot. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Look, that seems to be Senior Tang Tian. The boys' excitement surged at the proclamation. Senior Tang Tian? Is that for real? No way. She is here at the playground. And is that a bottle of Coke she is holding? Is she planning to give it to someone? Upon hearing the shout, the boys from Class 8, invigorated, followed the boy's gaze towards her. Oh my goodness, she is coming this way. Could it be that she is bringing me Coke? Huh, you're not that attractive, yet your thoughts are quite fanciful. Before they could finish their banter, Tang Tian approached them. Excuse me, junior brothers, may I ask you a question? She said with a warm smile. Oh my heavens. The senior sister is actually speaking to me? This is pure bliss. The boys nearly fainted from excitement at being addressed by the goddess. Meanwhile, the other boys around them were filled with envy. Are you all alright? Tang Tian inquired with genuine concern as she noticed them frozen in silly smiles. Why yes, senior. Please feel free to ask anything. They stammered, eager to reassure her. Absolutely, senior. Whatever I know, I will share without reservation. As they regained their composure, they each pounded their chests in assurance. To them, being questioned by the campus beauty was something they could boast about for years. It's like this. Tang Tian said without delay, I wanted to ask if Qin Huan is among you. Qin Huan. To their astonishment, it appeared that senior sister Tang Tian had come in search of Qin Huan. Upon hearing her words, the crowd momentarily stood in disbelief, before instinctively glancing in the direction where Qin Huan lay. This movement did not go unnoticed by Tang Tian. Upon confirming that the individual resting on the ground was indeed Qin Huan, she swiftly approached him with a beaming expression. Qin Huan, my junior. Tang Tian called out as she bent down before him. Qin Huan, who had been enjoying a brief respite with his eyes closed, opened them at the sound of her voice. However, to his surprise, the first thing he noticed was Tang Tian's striking visage. Coughing softly, as if to avoid drawing unwanted attention, he quickly shifted his gaze to her face, bewildered. Senior sister, what brings you here? Tang Tian had certainly noticed Qin Huan's subtle reaction. Blushing, she extended a bottle of cola towards him, exclaiming, I came to bring you a drink because I saw how hot it was outside. Bring a drink? Qin Huan was initially taken aback, then hastily waved his hand in refusal. Senior sister, it's really not necessary. I'm not thirsty. How can you not be thirsty? Just look at your lips. They're already cracked. Tang Tian insisted, her tone firm. Take it. Without waiting for another refusal, she kindly twisted off the bottle cap and forcibly placed the cola into Qin Huan's hands. Goodness, is Qin Huan truly that remarkable? Has he enchanted senior sister Tang to this extent? The onlookers found it hard to believe their eyes. Tang Tian was none other than the widely recognized third beauty of Qin University. It was no exaggeration to say that since her first day on campus, there must have been at least 1,000 suitors vying for her attention. Yet, she had never granted any boy an opportunity. Now, astonishingly, she not only brought Qin Huan a drink, but even opened it for him. At that moment, the crowd could only feel envy, pure and unadulterated. All right, I'll take my leave if there is nothing else. Tang Tian announced as she stood up, preparing to depart. However, before she could take a step, a sweet voice echoed from a distance. Oh, isn't this our senior sister Tang Tian? What brings you here? Goodness, Is that really senior sister Wang Zixuan? Has she also come to deliver a drink to Qin Huan? Upon hearing the voice, the crowd immediately turned to look. As they discerned the identity of the newcomer, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. They never anticipated that the illustrious campus belle, Wang Zixuan, would grace this place with her presence. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it appeared she was indeed here to seek out Qin Huan. Chapter 0039. Beauties in Succession, leaving everyone dazed. Humph. Tang Tiantian let out a cold snort, casting a glance at Wang Zixuan with the eyes of a rival. Whether I come or not is of no concern to you, she remarked. The moment these words left her lips, no one could have foreseen the subsequent revelation from Wang Zixuan, which struck like thunder. Of course it matters, Wang Zixuan retorted, curling her lips in disdain. Qin Huan is the one I pursued first, you know? So what is your sudden intrusion about? Gasp. My goodness. Was Wang Zixuan really so audacious as to utter such blush-inducing words in front of so many people? It must be said that not only the others present were astounded, but even Qin Huan, seated not far away, widened his eyes in disbelief. Was his charm truly that overwhelming? Oh, you pursued him first? Tang Tiantian scoffed, refusing to back down. It was clearly me who made the first move. Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you about this. After a disdainful huff, Wang Zixuan ignored Tang Tiantian and approached Qin Huan directly. In front of the assembled crowd, she handed him a thermos, saying, Huan, I specially made this mung bean soup for you. It's been chilled with ice water. Please have a sip. What? Mung bean soup? Good heavens. Was Wang Zixuan truly so thoughtful? Envy washed over the crowd. This was no ordinary beverage. It was the first campus belle's handmade delicacy, unmatched by any other drink. It is no exaggeration to say that if Wang Zixuan chose to sell it, it could fetch 1,000 or more, and there would be eager buyers. This, however, caused Tang Tiantian to furrow her brow in discontent, thinking to herself, it's just mung bean soup. I can easily make some tomorrow. As for Qin Huan, he did not extend his hand to accept it. Instead, he shook the soda can in his grasp, saying, Thank you, senior, but I already have a soda. As soon as Qin Huan finished speaking, Wang Zixuan rolled her eyes and retorted, What is so great about soda? It offers no nutritional value at all. You should drink mine. How can it lack nutrition? Is your mung bean soup so nutritious? Before Qin Huan could respond beside them, Tang Tiantian could hardly contain her frustration. For the soda in question was a gift she had presented to Qin Huan. Now, Wang Zixuan, right before her eyes, was declaring that her soda lacked nutritional value. Although she was well aware of this fact, admitting it felt akin to conceding defeat. Regardless of its nutritional merit, she was determined to refute the claim first. My mung bean paste is undoubtedly far more nutritious than your soda, she scoffed. Oh, do enlighten me. What exactly is so nutritious about it? To everyone's astonishment, their banter escalated into a full-blown argument. What on earth was happening over there? It seemed like two campus beauties were quarreling over Qin Huan. Could this be real? Was Qin Huan truly that remarkable? It was one thing for the school beauties to offer him drinks, but now they were actually bickering on his behalf. Should we go take a look? I've never witnessed school beauties quarrel before. Before long, the commotion attracted the attention of students from other classes. What are you all whispering about? Nothing much. 20 push-ups. Fortunately, the instructor on duty quickly intervened, preventing a larger crowd from gathering. Back to the scene. Noticing that Tang Tiantian and Wang Zixuan were escalating their argument, Qin Huan was about to interject in hopes of calming them down. However, before he could utter a word, a melodious female voice chimed in from a distance. Oh, what a coincidence. What the heck? Another one. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Wenjing, the fourth campus beauty from Qin University, had arrived at Class 8, seemingly holding a water bottle as well. Initially, everyone assumed the situation would conclude here, considering all four of the campus beauties had now appeared. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, the second campus beauty, the only commoner among them, Li Ming'er, emerged with her own water bottle not far away. This was insane. At this point, no matter who else appeared, I wouldn't be shocked anymore. As they pondered this, the subsequent scene delivered a stunning blow to their expectations. Their counselor, Shangwan Duo, was also approaching with a water bottle in hand. Good heavens. Please don't tell me she is here to deliver a drink to Qin Huan as well. Just when everyone was beginning to question their reality, Shangwan Duo arrived, slightly furrowing her brow before addressing the four campus beauties with an irritable tone. What are you all doing here? Don't you know our class is in military training? Hurry up and leave. Upon hearing this, the four renowned school beauties were undeniably displeased, yet they could not contest the formidable reputation of Shangguan Duo. It is well known that within Qin University, a saying circulates, it is better to offend Principal Lu Guotao than to cross Shangguan Duo. They were aware of the reasons behind this adage. Ultimately, the four girls had no choice but to place their water bottles before Qin Huan and retreat in dismay. Qin Huan, come here. Just as the four school beauties were departing, Shangguan Duo called out to Qin Huan. It must be said, as an advisor, Shangguan Duo exuded an authority that far surpassed those mere beauties. They approached Qin Huan directly, while Shangguan Duo summoned him to her. Oh, Qin Huan responded, rising from the ground and striding towards Shangguan Duo. Teacher Shangguan, is there something you need? Here, take this and drink, Shangguan Duo said, extending her water bottle toward Qin Huan. What is this? Qin Huan inquired, puzzled. It's mung bean soup. What else could it be? I made it myself this morning and just retrieved it from the refrigerator. What? Another cold bean soup? Upon hearing this, Qin Huan hastily waved his hands. Teacher Shangguan, there's no need. I still have several bottles of this stuff. What do you mean there's no need? You can give the others to your classmates. This one is for you to keep, Shangguan Duo insisted, disregarding Qin Huan's reluctance, and firmly pressed the water bottle into his hands. The other students, upon hearing her words, nearly stumbled in shock. They could hardly comprehend the stark favoritism. After all, they were all students of Shangguan Duo. Why was there such a disparity? This was undeniably biased. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and drink. Seeing Qin Huan dawdling in place, Shangguan Duo urged him. What do you mean by what? Just drink it. Very well. Realizing he could not refuse, Qin Huan let out a wry smile and prepared to twist off the cap of the bottle. However, before he could act, a female voice suddenly echoed from behind them. You are not allowed to drink that. What the heck? Who is this? The crowd turned to look, including Qin Huan. An instructor? It's actually her? They were bewildered by the turn of events. Could she possibly be seeking to join in the fray? As confusion washed over the crowd, they were left in a state of utter bewilderment. Frustrated, Shangguan Duo glared at Xia Jinshu and sharply inquired, Why can't I drink? Who do you think you are? I am his instructor, Xia Jinshu replied, immediately countering with a question of her own. And who might you be? I am his counselor, Shangguan Duo declared confidently, puffing out her chest. Oh, a counselor? Xia Jinshu scoffed, dismissing her with a smirk. This is military training time. I am in charge here. You should return to your duties. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Duo was instantly infuriated. She pointed an accusing finger at Xia Jinshu, ready to retort. However, before she could utter a word, Xia Jinshu's piercing gaze fell upon her. Goodness gracious! That stare is terrifying. Shangguan Duo gasped as she met Xia Jinshu's eyes. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the most fearsome gaze she had ever encountered in her life, reminiscent of a demon emerging from a sea of corpses. She hastily withdrew her outstretched hand, suddenly feeling the urge to flee. Without a second thought, she vanished from sight in a flash. What just happened with Teacher Shangguan? Did she really back down that easily? Is this for real? A murmured discussion arose among the onlookers, who were astounded by her sudden retreat. Did you see her? She looked as if she had seen a ghost. At that moment, Xia Jinshu approached Qin Huan, teasingly remarking, You little rascal, I didn't realize you possessed such charm. Qin Huan understood Xia Jinshu's insinuation all too well. He offered an awkward smile, about to respond, but was swiftly interrupted by her. All right, from now on, avoid drinking things from strangers, understood? Understood. Here, drink this, Xia Jinshu said, handing him a bottle of functional beverage. Not one to refuse, Qin Huan took the bottle and, in front of everyone, drank nearly half of it in one go. Seriously? Qin Huan actually drank it? Heh, I told you he is love-struck. Yet he refuses to admit it. Could it be that Qin Huan has feelings for the instructor? Otherwise, why would he drink hers and not anyone else's? That makes sense. But I feel like I've seen this instructor somewhere on the first day of school. Come on, I doubt it. The group that had been joking with Qin Huan moments ago began to weave tales about him, unaware that he remained blissfully ignorant of their musings. After finishing that bottle of beverage, he promptly distributed the remaining several jars among his classmates. All right, the 10-minute break has concluded. Simultaneously, glancing at her watch, Xia Jinshin shouted to everyone, At my command, all rise. What? Is the time really up? Is there no respite for us? This is far too swift, isn't it? Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but grumble internally. Of course, They dared only to voice their complaints in their minds. Speaking them aloud was out of the question. After all, even their instructor, Guagua, had to yield in the presence of Xia Jinxin. Thus, they endured the scorching sun, being drilled by Xia Jinxin for 2.5 hours. All right, today's military training is now concluded, Xia Jinxin announced, dismissing the assembly. Then, she called out to Qin Huan, who was about to leave. Huan, where are you going? Huan, am I going? Could it be that the instructor truly knows Qin Huan? Upon hearing her words, the others halted in their tracks and swiftly turned their gaze toward Qin Huan. I beg you, fifth sister, spare me. I've already done nearly 1,000 push-ups this afternoon. Qin Huan, thinking Xia Jinxin intended to put him through more trials, immediately pleaded for mercy. What? He calls the instructor fifth sister? Damn it, I thought I had seen her somewhere on the first day of school. Turns out it was at the school gate. No wonder she treats Qin Huan kindly at times and then drills him at others. She is actually his sister. Upon hearing Qin Huan's remark, the crowd was first taken aback, then quickly grasped the situation. May I inquire why you are so frightened? Xia Jinxin smirked, somewhat amused. Isn't it obvious? Qin Huan muttered softly before replying to Xia Jinxin. I'm just sweating profusely. I intended to return to the dormitory for a wash. What dormitory? Your home has plenty of space for you to clean up. Xia Jinxin responded, and, without waiting for Qin Huan to react, took hold of him and walked toward the eastern part of the school. Before long, the two arrived at the location of the helicopter. Upon seeing them approach, Tian Wangqing hurried over to greet them. Once everything was ready, Wang Ming was about to pilot the helicopter away. However, just as he was about to act, Qin Huan suddenly thought of something and said to him, Demeng, could you teach me how to operate this thing? Qin Huan asked this out of a desire to ascertain whether he truly possessed exceptional talent. After all, the speed at which he had been learning skills alongside his sisters over the past few days was simply extraordinary. To be honest, he sometimes wondered if his sisters were concealing something from him. Of course, upon hearing this, Wang Ming responded without any hesitation. However, we must wait until we return to teach. This place is simply too small. All right then, let us hurry back. With that, Wang Ming maneuvered the helicopter and ascended into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished above the school. Chapter 0041. The astonished Wang Ming and company in approximately 10 minutes. The helicopter carrying Qin Huan had already landed on the lawn behind the estate. Sister, aren't you coming down? Noticing that Xia Jinxi remained seated without any intention of disembarking, Qin Huan couldn't help but ask her. No worries, I'll observe your learning. Xia Jinxi waved her hand in response. Very well. Qin Huan said no more and turned to Wang Ming. Big Ming, let us begin. All right, please pay close attention. Wang Ming replied and immediately began to demonstrate. Once he completed his demonstration, Wang Ming turned to Qin Huan and asked, Young master, did you remember everything? Yes. Qin Huan nodded. Then it's your turn to try. Wang Ming promptly relinquished his position to Qin Huan. Without hesitation, Qin Huan sat down and mimicked Wang Ming's earlier actions. Oh no, young master, don't pull up so high. You're not controlling it well. No, you can't descend that much. Ascend quickly. No, that's not it. Unexpectedly, as Qin Huan managed to lift the helicopter to just under 10 meters, the entire craft began to sway violently. The scene was so alarming that, aside from Xia Jinxi, who remained somewhat composed, both Wang Ming and Tian Wangqing were nearly struck with panic. To be honest, Qin Huan had not anticipated such a spectacle. After all, he had clearly remembered Wang Ming's operation. Yet, he found that the actual execution was a completely different experience. Compared to the insights he had gained while learning from his sisters over the past few days, it was like night and day. He now firmly believed that he was not endowed with any extraordinary talent. Qin Huan mused that his sisters must possess secrets unknown to him, perhaps some sort of cheat or special advantage. As he pondered this, a somewhat frightened Wang Ming timidly suggested to Qin Huan, Young master, perhaps I should take over? Yes. Young master, let Big Ming take over. Tian Wangqing chimed in eagerly. Fine, then you take the controls. They both assumed Qin Huan would stubbornly refuse. Little did they expect that the response would be so readily affirmative. Yet, how could they fathom the reason behind Qin Huan's eagerness? The explanation was rather simple. He had already acquired the answer he sought. It was that he was not inherently gifted. Rather, it was his sisters who possessed extraordinary advantages. These advantages not only elevated his sisters, but also enhanced his own capabilities. As Qin Huan rose to relinquish his seat to Wang Ming, the usually reticent Xia Jinxi suddenly spoke up, suggesting, Why don't I give it a try? Fifth sister, do you think you can manage? Qin Huan replied, a look of skepticism crossing his face. What difficulty could there be in this? Xia Jinxi retorted, rising and confidently walking to Qin Huan's side. Wang Meng and the others promptly vacated the area, aware of Xia Jinxi's remarkable driving prowess, having once been her subordinates. All right then, just don't crash it. Qin Huan jested, promptly giving his seat to Xia Jinxi. What followed next left him utterly astonished. The moment Xia Jinxi settled into the seat, she seemed to enter a combat-ready state. She navigated the helicopter smoothly around the estate, even managing to hover outside the villa's entrance for several minutes. One must understand, achieving such a feat of hovering was not something just anyone could accomplish. Witnessing the impressive skill of fifth sister Xia Jinxi, Qin Huan felt compelled to validate his suspicions and asked, Fifth sister, could you teach me once? I'd like to give it a shot. What? You want to try again? Wang Meng and Tian Wanqing were taken aback, vividly recalling Qin Huan's previous reckless maneuver. In a bid to prevent their own premature demise, they contemplated interjecting. However, before they could voice their concerns, Xia Jinxi preemptively agreed, of course. Goodness, has the commander lost her mind? She actually dares to agree. Wang Meng and Tian Wanqing's faces paled at this revelation. In their eyes, Xia Jinxi's audacity seemed excessive. Meanwhile, Xia Jinxi maneuvered the helicopter to land on the lawn behind the estate. Huan, come over here. I will only teach you once, so make sure you pay attention. As the helicopter had just settled, Xia Jinxi turned to Qin Huan. All right, Qin Huan replied eagerly, rushing to stand behind Xia Jinxi. Without wasting any time, she began her instruction. In the presence of Qin Huan, she immediately demonstrated everything once again. It was not difficult to discern that. Although this time it was merely a demonstration, her driving skills appeared to have ascended several levels. A casual sideways hover left Wang Meng and his companion utterly astonished, nearly causing their eyes to bulge out in disbelief. Could it be that the officer had previously held back? Indeed, that must be the case. As these thoughts crossed their minds, Xia Jinxi promptly relinquished the pilot's seat to Qin Huan. Wang Meng and his companion were taken aback, fearing that the subsequent experience would mirror the earlier chaotic motions. However, what unfolded next almost shocked them into biting their own tongues. Not only did Qin Huan maintain an unwavering steadiness, flawlessly replicating the maneuvers Xia Jinxi had just performed, but he also devised an impressively intricate landing technique all on his own. Is this for real? My goodness, did I just imagine that? At this moment, when Wang Meng and his companion gazed upon Qin Huan again, it was as if they were beholding a prodigious genius. As the helicopter finally came to a halt, the two could hardly contain their excitement as they rushed to stand behind Qin Huan. Young master, you are simply remarkable. Have you flown a helicopter before? They eagerly inquired before Qin Huan could even turn around. Undoubtedly, the earlier spectacle had left them utterly astounded. Chapter 42. The shocked Li Ming. I just learned. Qin Huan replied upon hearing their questions. He was now certain that his sisters possessed some extraordinary advantage. Are you sure? Wang Meng asked, his face filled with anticipation. What is there to be uncertain about? Qin Huan retorted with a slight smirk. You all saw what my first experience flying this thing was like, didn't you? Young master, may I speak candidly? Wang Meng ventured. Feel free to speak your mind. Very well, here's the thing. Wang Meng did not waste any time and continued. Young master, I believe your flying talent could easily allow you to join the Air Force and become an ace pilot. If you are willing, I could recommend you right now. What Meng said is correct, young master. Why don't you consider it? Chimed in Tian Wanqing, immediately supporting the notion. No, Qin Huan replied instantly, intending to decline. However, before he could voice his refusal, Xia Jinxi interjected, Of course, you should recommend him. All right then, it's settled. Upon hearing these words, Meng's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. Fifth sister, perhaps we should reconsider. I still have to attend school. Qin Huan sighed with a bitter smile and addressed Xia Jinxi. Reconsider? It's not as if we're preventing you from going to school, Xia Jinxi replied dismissively, her lips curling slightly. Young master, this will not impede you. Wang Meng chimed in eagerly. With your current flying skills, as long as you join the Air Force, you could temporarily serve as an external instructor, and that would be a guaranteed position. External instructor? Qin Huan expressed a hint of disdain upon hearing this. What is wrong with being an external instructor? Xia Jinxi remarked, her expression earnest. At least it's a teaching role, and it would be at the rank of major. What? A major? In the Air Force? Well, why refuse then? Qin Huan thought to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. All right then, let us proceed as you suggest. Excellent. Upon hearing Qin Huan's consent, Wang Ming and the others were nearly overjoyed, almost jumping with excitement. They believed that someone with Qin Huan's talents joining the Air Force would undoubtedly contribute significantly to the nation's aviation endeavors. What are you all doing up there? Don't you plan on coming home? At that moment, Li Mingyu knocked on the helicopter door and called out to them. No, big sister, we're on our way back. As they spoke, Qin Huan and Xia Jinxin stepped down from the helicopter. Once they returned to the villa, Li Mingyu inquired of Xia Jinxin, what were you all doing up there? Flying about? What else? Teaching Huan how to fly. Xia Jinxin replied nonchalantly, her lips twitching slightly. What? Teaching Huan how to fly? Li Mingyu was taken aback, her surprise palpable. She then turned to Xia Jinxin to voice her complaint. Jinxin, do you not realize how dangerous it is for a novice to operate that? You actually taught him? Xia Jinxin began, but before she could finish, Qin Huan took the blame upon himself. Big sister, please don't blame fifth sister. I asked her to teach me. Child, do you not understand how perilous it is? If something were to happen, what would we do? Li Mingyu quickly redirected her admonitions towards Qin Huan. I felt it was quite safe. Qin Huan muttered under his breath, a hint of defiance in his tone. Safe? You, a novice, think you know? Although Qin Huan's murmurs were soft, they were still caught by Li Mingyu's ears. Just as she prepared to lecture him further, Xia Jinxin interjected, Big sister, let us not criticize Huan. To be frank, given his current flying skills, he might not even measure up to the Air Force instructors. Go ahead and boast. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyu could not help but scoff. Boast? You must have seen the hovering at the entrance just now, right? And what of it? Are you trying to tell me that was accomplished by Huan? Indeed. It was him. Are you serious? At this revelation, Li Mingyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How could it be otherwise? Xia Jinxu smirked, remaining noncommittal. To be honest, we just discussed this. We plan to have Huan join the Air Force. Join the Air Force? Li Mingyu immediately waved her hand in protest. That won't do. He still needs to attend university. What's the problem? We're merely considering him for a part-time instructor role, not a permanent position in the military. A part-time instructor? What's so great about that? Clearly, Li Mingyu's thoughts mirrored those of Qin Huan's earlier. Sister, you might not realize this, but Xia Jinxu, aware of Li Mingyu's perspective, quickly elaborated, a part-time instructor holds at least the rank of major. If he were full-time, given Huan's flying prowess, he could very well attain a higher rank, perhaps even general. What? A general? Li Mingyu's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. Is that for real? Don't kid me. Why would I deceive you? You still doubt me? Ha. That is simply splendid. Seeing that Xia Jinxu was not jesting, Li Mingyu could not restrain her delight and laughed heartily. Sister, why are you laughing so joyfully? What is the matter? Yes, do share with us. The other sisters, hearing the laughter, emerged from the dining area, bewildered. What treasure did you find? Li Mingyu, upon their inquiry, recounted Xia Jinxu's previous remarks. No way, is that true? Huan, is that impressive? Incredible. If Huan truly becomes a general, wouldn't I then be the sister of a general? Aren't you already? Have you forgotten about Jinxu? Oh, please, you just love to argue. After hearing Li Mingyu's words, the sisters' faces instantly blossomed with joy. To them, Qin Huan was simply extraordinary. All right. Jinxu only mentioned that if he goes full-time, he might become a general. It's not a certainty. Li Mingyu first attempted to temper their excitement, but soon her face broke into a beaming smile. Given such joyous news, shouldn't we celebrate? Absolutely. I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. Eat whatever you wish. The third sister, Zhuang Mingming, eagerly chimed in. All right, I shall not contest with you, said he Huan, turning to Qin Huan and inquiring, Huan, you have brought honor to your sisters. Do you have any desired gifts in mind? Yes, indeed. Do share with us. As soon as he Huan uttered these words, the other sisters' eyes lit up in anticipation. In the blink of an eye, they all turned their gazes toward Qin Huan. Observing their eager demeanor, one might mistakenly believe they were imploring Qin Huan for presents. The data is too cold. Su feels quite disheartened. Chapter 0043. Come, let the sister cherish you. It seems I have none. Qin Huan replied with a shake of her head. I must admit, this is not mere politeness on her part. Given her current circumstances, she truly lacks for nothing. Not to mention cars and houses. Her collection of clothing and shoes has already filled an entire room. How could you possibly have none? He Huan responded, urging, "Why not ponder a bit more?" "Yes, yes." The other sisters chimed in, eager to support her. "I genuinely cannot think of anything." Qin Huan sighed deeply, a wry smile gracing her lips. Before the sisters could continue their inquiries, the eldest sister, Li Mingyu, interjected, "All right. If Huan cannot think of anything, let it be. The hour is late. We should hasten to prepare for our outing." "Very well." The sisters nodded in agreement, promptly rising to head toward their respective rooms. "Eldest sister, I might need to take a shower. What do you think?" After the others had departed, Qin Huan addressed Li Mingyu, who was about to leave. She had perspired profusely during afternoon military training and felt rather sticky all over. "Then shower away." "Why are you telling me this?" Li Mingyu teased. "What is it? Do you expect me to wash you?" Qin Huan blushed, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. After a moment, she hurriedly clarified, "Eldest sister, that is not what I meant. I simply need about 10 minutes, and I worry the sisters will become impatient while waiting." "Oh, is that so?" Li Mingyu smirked, nonchalantly replying, "Do not worry. Even if you take 2 showers, it is of no concern." "2 showers? What does that mean?" Qin Huan asked, utterly bewildered. "You'll find out shortly," Li Mingyu said with a mysterious smile. "Now hurry along and wash." With that, Qin Huan wasted no time and swiftly returned to her room. Perhaps anxious that the sisters would grow impatient, she took less than 10 minutes. Qin Huan had just finished his bath and emerged from his room. Upon descending to the living room, he was astonished to find that not a single sister had come out. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the sisters are also taking baths? With this thought in mind, Qin Huan promptly took out his phone to occupy himself. However, to his utter surprise, he found himself waiting on the sofa for nearly half an hour, and still, not a single sister had appeared. This is simply unbelievable. I must go upstairs to investigate. Just as Qin Huan was contemplating this, a noise suddenly emanated from the staircase. Without a second thought, he turned to look. Oh my heavens! The eldest sister is simply too stunning. As he beheld Li Mingyu gracefully descending the stairs, he was rendered utterly speechless. She was adorned in a pristine white dress, with a subtle touch of makeup on her face, appearing as if she were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. "How do I look, Huan?" Li Mingyu asked, twirling in front of him. "Beautiful," Qin Huan exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. "Ah, how delightful to hear that." Li Mingyu chuckled, settling beside him. "Are you anxious waiting?" "Not really," Qin Huan replied, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. He then inquired, "Sister, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead. It's just that I'm curious why you all take such a long time." "Ah, you're still young and don't understand. It's all about makeup and dressing up," Li Mingyu answered with a gentle smile. "Makeup and dressing up? Does that really take so long?" Qin Huan asked, initially taken aback. "That's nothing. Some girls take several hours." "Is that true?" Qin Huan nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. He simply could not fathom why putting on makeup would require such an extensive amount of time. "Absolutely. You'll understand when you have a girlfriend." Qin Huan was about to respond, but before he could utter a word, another noise echoed from the staircase. He quickly turned to see. Oh my heavens! The moment he glanced over, he was once again left in awe. Though he was fully aware that the sisters were inherently beautiful, however, it was utterly unexpected that after the makeup and adornment, she resembled a celestial being. The crucial point was that her own sister happened to be one of 7, making them the perfect embodiment of the 7 fairies. Huan, what do you think? Do I look beautiful?" As soon as the sisters approached, they twirled around and inquired of Qin Huan. "Beautiful," Qin Huan replied. "So, who looks the best among us?" "Everyone looks stunning." "Oh, listen to that sweet tongue," Lu Shishir exclaimed as she moved closer to Qin Huan, playfully extending her hand with a mischievous grin. "Come, let me indulge in you." "No." Qin Huan swiftly sidestepped Lu Shishir's playful grasp, not wishing to endure the same embarrassing fate as before when she had cupped his face. "All right, stop teasing him." Fortunately, at that moment, Li Mingyu interjected to put an end to the banter. "TCH, he wants me to touch him, yet I want tea." Lu Shishir muttered under her breath with a pout. Li Mingyu, unfazed, addressed the group. "Everyone should be ready, right?" "Ready. Great, let us depart." With that, Li Mingyu led them out the door. Soon after, 7 or 8 luxury cars departed from the estate. Meanwhile, outside a large shopping mall in the capital, a remarkably handsome streamer was broadcasting live via his phone. "Wow, young Master Tong is indeed so handsome, isn't he? I thought he'd be rather ordinary in person, but he is stunning. I must quickly snap a photo to boast about it on my social media." Tong Yuhao, the most popular outdoor streamer, had just made his entrance. and several people immediately recognized him. However, Tong Yuhao paid no mind to this, fixated on his phone screen, grinning mischievously as he addressed the viewers in his live stream. Brothers, as per tradition, I will randomly interview 10 passing couples and, with my charm, attempt to break them apart. Let us start a prize guessing game. How many couples do you think I can separate? If you guess correctly and I screenshot it, you'll win one of 10 Apple iPhone 14s. As soon as Tong Yuhao finished speaking, the live chat erupted with excitement. I guessed 10 couples. With young Master Tong in action, there's no doubt about his prowess. Haha, I also guessed 10 couples. I believe in your abilities. Is there even a need to guess? It's pointless. Who could escape your clutches? I've never won a prize before. I'm guessing 10 couples. Today must be my lucky day? Clearly. Everyone in the live stream was convinced that Tong Yuhao would undoubtedly succeed in his endeavor. This sentiment was entirely reasonable. Let us not speak of Tong Yuhao for the moment. He is undeniably handsome. Since his debut in live streaming, he has never faltered in his endeavors. To underestimate a pair would be a disservice to the iPhone 14. The ensuing scenes indeed corroborated their assumptions. In a mere 30 minutes, Tong Yuhao, with his charm and affluence, managed to dismantle 9 couples before an audience of hundreds of thousands. This implies that he now only needs to dismantle one more pair to perpetuate his undefeated legend. However, what took many by surprise was that, from that moment on, any couple passing by Tong Yuhao would promptly pull away, with the male partner hastily leading his girlfriend away. Consequently, for the next several minutes, Tong Yuhao found himself at a loss for targets. Goodness, Tong Yuhao is astonishingly powerful. Young couples now seem to evade him. It is quite understandable. Were I in their shoes, I too would seek refuge. Alas, it appears the iPhone may be in jeopardy. As the viewers continued to flood the chat with comments, Tong Yuhao, in search of a target, suddenly halted his steps. Chapter 0044. The viewers are truly merciless. What is happening? Why has Tong Yuhao stopped? Has he perhaps spotted a new target? Anticipation swells. It seems another unfortunate soul is about to fall victim to Tong Yuhao's grasp. Tong Yuhao, do not forget the camera. What are you up to? At that very moment, as Tong Yuhao paused, the hundreds of thousands in the live chat erupted with excitement. To them, it was evident that his pause indicated the discovery of a new target. Just as they suspected, Tong Yuhao quickly regained his focus and directed his camera toward a small group not far away. Goodness gracious, is this for real? There are so many beautiful women. It seems he has stumbled upon a gathering of enchanting ladies. Look closely. Among these beauties, there appears to be a male. Fortunately, Lu Shishir typically adorns herself with accessories that obscure her appearance when she ventures out. Otherwise, the scene would undoubtedly be 1,000 times more chaotic than it is now. As this last comment was posted, the viewers instinctively turned their gazes in that direction. Lo and behold, it is indeed true. Speaking of which, this young man is quite impressive, isn't he? Unbelievably, he is out with such a multitude of beautiful women, and they all seem to be engaged in lively conversation. Do you think these lovely ladies could all be his girlfriends? As soon as this comment was posted, someone immediately refuted. How could that be? While I concede he is somewhat handsome, to claim that these 7 beauties are all his girlfriends is utterly ludicrous. Another chimed in. What was said above is spot on. Even if he had one, it would be a miracle, let alone 7. Are you dreaming? Each of them resembles a fairy, and him? How could he possibly be worthy? The comments from these individuals are not only filled with hostility, but also replete with envy and resentment. This reaction is entirely understandable. Regardless of which young man observes another enjoying such a glamorous outing, it is likely that he would experience a similar sentiment. Moreover, many among them are single, which adds to the dynamic. Despite their assertions, I must convey that this time, it appears that Mr. Tong is destined for failure. Although the young man in question possesses a certain charm, he pales in comparison to Mr. Tong. There is no disputing that. Let us not forget that Mr. Tong is not merely handsome, he is also exceedingly affluent. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Personally, I sense that he is in for a downfall. Amidst the lively discussions among netizens, Tong Yuhao took a deep breath, tousled his self-proclaimed stylish bangs, and approached the group with a beaming smile. Oh my, he's coming over. This is so nerve-wracking. It is indeed my first encounter at such close quarters with so many beautiful women. Me too, me too. As Tong Yuhao took his first step, the viewers in the live stream collectively held their breath. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Qin Huan and her companions, who had just finished dinner at a nearby restaurant, were preparing to stroll to the largest mall in the vicinity when, Unexpectedly, a figure wielding a camera emerged before them. "Who are you?" Li Mingyu furrowed her brow and inquired of Tong Yuhao. Meanwhile, Qin Huan and the others stood to the side, captivated. "Wow, this lady's voice is simply enchanting. A true femme fatale." As the online audience pondered this, Tong Yuhao, taken aback, responded, "You don't recognize me?" In his view, as a well-known streamer, it was implausible for anyone to be unfamiliar with him. "Should I?" Li Mingyu retorted, a hint of disdain in her tone. "All right then, allow me to introduce myself." Tong Yuhao, initially awkward, quickly regained his composure and confidently stated, "I am Tong Yuhao, the most popular outdoor streamer on Longya." "Oh, is that so?" Li Mingyu replied noncommittally. "So what brings you to us?" To be honest, she did not anticipate encountering a streamer from her own platform so soon after stepping out to shop. After all, Longya is the largest streaming platform in all of Huaxia and is owned by Li Mingyu. "Nothing much, just hoping to get to know you better and make some friends," Tong Yuhao exclaimed, brushing his bangs back with a grin. "Make friends? Not interested," Li Mingyu retorted, promptly preparing to lead Qin Huan and the others away. "Haha, this is truly hilarious. Is Master Tong about to face defeat? It seems quite likely, as no one truly knows him. I wager a chicken leg that Master Tong will undoubtedly fail this time." Observing the imminent departure of Li Mingyu and the others, the netizens in the live stream immediately initiated another barrage of comments. Upon witnessing these comments, the indomitable Tong Yuhao swiftly positioned himself in front of Li Mingyu and her companions. "Wait, do you have something to discuss?" Li Mingyu frowned, evidently displeased. "Here's the thing." Tong Yuhao wasted no time and swiftly shifted his approach. "It's fine if we don't become friends. But could you allow me to interview this handsome gentleman?" It was clear to everyone that the handsome gentleman Tong Yuhao referred to was none other than the bystander, Qin Huan. Huan, what do you think?" Li Mingyu turned to Qin Huan and inquired. Although Qin Huan was her younger brother, she believed it best for him to make his own decision. "Sure," Qin Huan, without much deliberation, readily agreed. "You agreed? That is absolutely splendid." Upon hearing Qin Huan's consent, Tong Yuhao nearly burst into laughter. In his view, Qin Huan was still quite naive and had no comprehension of the treachery of human nature. Wasting no time, he aimed the camera directly at Qin Huan. What Tong Yuhao was oblivious to was that the very moment he pointed the camera at Qin Huan, the viewers in the live stream were left utterly astonished. "Wow, this person looks remarkably familiar. Indeed, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Guys, I can confirm. Master Tong has truly hit a brick wall this time." As soon as this comment was posted, the other netizens who had been pondering immediately recalled something. "Damn it. I just remembered. Isn't this Lu Shishir's brother, Qin Huan? I can't believe it. It really is him. Just a few days ago, I watched his video. By the way, could one of these beauties possibly be Lu Shishir?" With this thought, the viewers scrutinized the screen intently, only to be disappointed as the camera remained focused solely on Qin Huan. Haha, why did Master Tong choose to interview Qin Huan of all people? Doesn't he realize that the entirety of Qin Huan's outfit could surpass his entire fortune? I was under the impression that Master Tong was genuinely affluent, but it seems he's just a country bumpkin attempting to show off before a true tycoon. Amidst the viewers' derision and mockery, one astute netizen mischievously suggested, "Brothers, why are you still dawdling? Quickly flood the screen and ensure he doesn't see our comments." What does the commenter mean? What else could it mean? He surely wants Master Tong to embarrass himself. How amusing. So why are we still hesitating? Let us go ahead. The viewers in Tong Yuhao's live stream were quite merciless. In the blink of an eye, the barrage of comments they had just posted vanished from the screen, replaced by a series of supportive messages proclaiming, "I believe in you, young Master Tong." Meanwhile, Tong Yuhao, oblivious to this shift, turned the camera towards Qin Huan and, with a forced smile, asked, "This handsome gentleman, may I inquire your name?" "Qin Huan," he replied softly. "Hello, Qin Huan. I would like to pose a question if you don't mind." It must be noted that the viewers in the live stream had initially worried that Tong Yuhao might react to Qin Huan's name in some way. However, it soon became evident that such concerns were unfounded. "Sure, go ahead." Without wasting a moment, Tong Yuhao launched into what he believed to be a clever query. If you were out shopping with your girlfriend and she happened to fall in love with an expensive handbag, would you be willing to spend a month's salary to buy it for her? After posing this question, he couldn't resist sneaking a glance at the girls beside Li Mingyu. Clearly, he intended to set a trap for Qin Huan. If it had been another young man, he might have inadvertently stumbled into the pitfall. "I wouldn't." Qin Huan responded without a moment's hesitation. What? You wouldn't? Tong Yuhao nearly stumbled in shock at Qin Huan's response. He had anticipated that Qin Huan would at least pretend to consider the question. Little did he expect such a blunt answer. To be honest, not only was Tong Yuhao taken aback, but so were the viewers in the live chat. Of course, while Qin Huan's answer was somewhat unexpected for Tong Yuhao, it also made him feel that victory was tantalizingly close. Clearing his throat, he pressed on. May I ask why you wouldn't? Chapter 0045. What handbag could possibly be worth 400 million? It's quite simple. Qin Huan replied with a slight smirk. I'm still just a university student. And I don't have a salary. A university student? Yes, I just started at Qing University a few days ago. What? You're from Qing University? Upon hearing this, Tong Yuhao's expression shifted dramatically. It was known that his greatest insecurity was his own educational background. Learning that Qin Huan was a top student from Qing University momentarily robbed him of the desire to continue the conversation. Just as he contemplated retreating, he suddenly realized the viewers in the live broadcast room were astonishingly flooding the screen with encouragement for him. Young Master Tong, you must not give up halfway. Indeed. What's wrong with being an academic achiever? You are the foremost outdoor streamer of Longya. Absolutely right. Being a scholar is nothing. I wholeheartedly support you to continue your inquiries. So do I. What does it mean to be stingy? This is precisely it. Tong Yuhao, who was kept in the dark upon witnessing this, mistakenly believed that these viewers were genuinely supporting him. Initially contemplating retreat, his confidence surged instantaneously. Indeed, what is so remarkable about being an academic achiever? Can they rival my wealth? Or my looks? I am Tong Yuhao, the reigning outdoor streamer of Dolong. With this thought, he took a deep breath and addressed Qin Huan. Since you are a student, you must have some pocket money, right? Yes, Qin Huan replied. That's great. Tong Yuhao's heart leaped with joy, and he proceeded to pose the same question. Would you spend a month's pocket money to buy that handbag for your girlfriend? No. As before, Qin Huan's response remained a firm negative. What is going on with Qin Huan? Isn't he being a bit too frugal? Indeed. A handbag only costs tens of thousands at most. I thought he was a wealthy individual. I used to like him. But I never expected him to be so miserly. As soon as Qin Huan uttered those words, before Tong Yuhao could respond, the viewers in the live chat erupted with scornful remarks. This scene was clearly visible to Tong Yuhao. In his view, Qin Huan was digging his own grave, and he could hardly be blamed. Thus, he pressed on with his questioning. Can you explain why you wouldn't? Is it because you can't afford it? Or because you simply don't want to buy it? Undoubtedly, Tong Yuhao's question was remarkably incisive. Being an academic achiever himself, Qin Huan was certainly aware that this fellow was clearly trying to set a trap for him. To be candid, if this question were posed to anyone else, it might indeed be somewhat difficult to answer. However, with Qin Huan, he could respond however he wished. Not at all. Qin Huan shrugged, replying nonchalantly. I merely find it somewhat foolish. Foolish? Tong Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. Then, feigning anger, he asked, are you implying that spending a month's pocket money on a handbag for your girlfriend is foolish? That's about the gist of it. Seeing that Qin Huan did not deny it, Tong Yuhao felt a thrill of delight. Without hesitation, he prepared to stand on the moral high ground before Li Mingyu and the others, ready to vehemently criticize Qin Huan. However, what Tong Yuhao never anticipated was that before he could utter a word, Qin Huan seemed to have seen through him and swiftly interjected, saying, after all, I truly cannot fathom what kind of bag could be worth 4 billion. 4 billion? What does that even mean? Upon hearing this, Tong Yuhao was utterly bewildered. Not just him, but also the 300,000 viewers in the live stream felt equally perplexed. Who could decipher the meaning behind Qin Huan's words? It was utterly baffling. Just when everyone was trying to understand Qin Huan's statement, they heard him clarify. What else could it mean? I spend 4 billion on pocket money each month. What? 4 billion in pocket money each month? Is that for real? Is it truly that outrageous? The viewers in the live stream were nearly left speechless with shock upon hearing Qin Huan's declaration. While they were well aware of Qin Huan's wealth, being the brother of the renowned diva Lu Shishir, they never expected him to possess such staggering riches. As for Tong Yuhao, he harbored a completely different sentiment from the viewers. To him, Qin Huan was merely boasting without any basis. 4 billion in pocket money? He would be foolish to believe that. Just as Tong Yuhao was about to say something further, he noticed that Qin Huan and his companions had not even glanced his way and were already making their way towards a large shopping mall. Watching their departing figures, Tong Yuhao was conflicted about whether he should pursue them. Tong Gongzi, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and catch up with them. Yes. That guy is clearly just bragging. If you don't expose him, who knows where those girls might end up? $4 billion in pocket money a month? What a ridiculous lie. He is just trying to fool the girls. I certainly don't believe it. Me neither. It must be said. The viewers in the live stream were truly reveling in the chaos. They all knew that given Qin Huan's status, it was impossible for him to be lying. Yet they still banded together in the comments to urge Tong Yuhao on. And upon seeing the comments, Tong Yuhao actually fell for their nonsense. Initially hesitant, he grabbed his phone and immediately followed after them. In his mind, even if it was just for the viewers in the live stream, he had to expose Qin Huan's deceit today. Moreover, the beautiful women accompanying Qin Huan genuinely stirred his interest. Little did Tong Yuhao realize, he was merely being played for a fool while counting someone else's money. Upon entering the shopping mall, Qin Huan and her companions found themselves devoid of any particular desire to purchase items, merely meandering through the establishment. Observing this scene, Tong Yuhao hastily concluded that Qin Huan's lack of purchases stemmed from her financial constraints. As they wandered into a high-end luxury store named Chanel, Tong Yuhao feigned interest and followed them inside. However, he was perplexed to discover that the sales associates in this store, much like those in the previous establishments, immediately surrounded Qin Huan and her group with enthusiasm as soon as they entered. Sales associates, which of your most expensive bags is this one? Could you kindly fetch it for me? Tong Yuhao proclaimed, attempting to project an air of superiority. To his utter astonishment, his words, though seemingly ostentatious, went entirely unnoticed by the sales associates, who disregarded him completely. My goodness, young Master Tong, they are not paying you any heed, came the laughter from the viewers in the live stream. Although he acknowledged the bravado of Tong Yuhao's statement, it also felt somewhat humiliating. The viewers expressed their indignation at the apparent disregard shown to Tong Yuhao, prompting him to feel a profound sense of embarrassment. Unable to bear the slight any longer, he called out once more to the sales associates, "What is the matter with you? Did you not hear me calling for you?" At last, the sales associates responded, "Sir, we apologize, but we have a VIP to attend to. Would you mind waiting for a moment?" A VIP? And they expect me to wait? How dare they? Tong Yuhao's anger surged. Who did they think they were? As the foremost outdoor influencer of Longya, his net worth amounted to at least 20 to 30 million. In his previous experiences, he had always been met with eager deference. Yet now, he was left out in the cold. If it weren't for his live stream, he might have swallowed his pride, but with over 300,000 viewers tuned in, how could he afford to lose face? The thought of being ridiculed if word got out was unbearable. His expression hardened as he addressed the sales associates. Do you not possess any discernment? Can you not tell who the VIP is? Alas, it seemed that yet again, this would become another tale of woe for Su Su, destined to be among her third book of failures. The statistics were disheartening, and the earnings were pitiful. The 3 books combined had not even garnered $100. After a long day at work, I find myself fervently typing away into the late hours of the night. It is truly a daunting task. In Chapter 0046, titled The Vengeful Tong Yuhua, as Tong Yuhua's words fell, not only did the sales associates direct their attention towards him, but Li Mingyu and the others did as well. However, what puzzled Tong Yuhua was the expression in their eyes, which seemed to regard him as though he were a fool. What is with those looks? Am I mistaken in what I said? Feeling somewhat unsettled by their stares, Tong Yuhua retorted with irritation. Yet, before he could finish his statement, to everyone's astonishment, a person who was evidently the store manager immediately turned to Li Mingyu and said, "Boss, this person is too loud. Should I have him removed?" "Boss, what is happening here? Perhaps it is a term of respect?" "No way." The manager's demeanor clearly indicated he was addressing a superior. Could it be that she is the owner of this Chanel store? Upon hearing the manager's words, the viewers in the live stream were first taken aback, and then the chat exploded with excitement. Meanwhile, Tong Yuhua, in a fit of anger, failed to notice the barrage of comments. "I say, you all." Tong Yuhua's face turned pale as he prepared to voice his thoughts. However, before he could articulate his words, Li Mingyu, with a serious expression, interjected to the manager, "Did I not just inform you? He is the boss. You may address any concerns to him." As she spoke, Li Mingyu pulled Qin Huan closer to her side. "Oh, understood." The manager, with an awkward smile, turned to Qin Huan and inquired, "Boss, do you think we should have him escorted out?" "Please do. He is indeed rather noisy." Qin Huan replied, rolling her eyes slightly. Very well. The manager, understanding her directive, nodded and signaled to a nearby sales associate. Without hesitation, the associate approached Tong Yuhua and, extending a hand, said to the astonished individual, "Sir, I apologize, but I must ask you to step outside. On what grounds should I leave? Is this how you treat your customers?" Regaining his composure, Tong Yuhua turned to Qin Huan. His face flushed with anger. He was not oblivious to the situation. However, he was unwilling to exit in such a humiliating manner. In his view, regardless of Qin Huan being the owner, did that grant her the right to expel a customer at will? If she were to respond affirmatively, he would surely have to promote this store extensively today. Who else will come to purchase items at his store in the future? Imagination may be rich, yet reality is stark. The individual, Qin Huan, cannot even be bothered to cast a glance his way. "Sir, if you do not leave, I will have to call security." The sales associate, disinterested in further entanglement with Tong Yuhao, promptly exclaimed, "Call security?" Upon hearing this, Tong Yuhao's anger intensified. Did he truly fear such a threat? Very well. Just wait. The sales associate, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, immediately reached for her walkie-talkie to make the call. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene, Tong Yuhao's expression darkened momentarily. Subsequently, he raised his phone and began to rant in his live stream. "Brothers, did you all see that? This is the attitude of the owner of the Chanel boutique in Yida Mall on Xingxiji towards his customers. Utterly arrogant. We must not support their business in the future. This store is infuriating." It must be said, Tong Yuhao's words had a significant impact. After all, the viewers in the live stream had witnessed the entire spectacle. Many resonated with his sentiments, and the next moment, they flooded the comments section. "This is truly excessive. If they treat young Master Tong this way, what would happen to us? What a disgrace. They dare to chase away customers. I will never return to this store." "Me too. I will not go either." Observing the viewers' outrage, Tong Yuhao, who had been quite incensed moments earlier, could hardly contain his amusement. He believed that with such publicity, he could not fathom how Qin Huan's store would continue to operate. After all, his live stream boasted at least 300,000 viewers. Once the word spread, the repercussions would undoubtedly be severe. "Daring to be so arrogant towards me, they shall await the consequences." As Tong Yuhao reveled in his own cleverness, several nearby viewers, having been drawn to the scene, approached him. "Young Master Tong, I am your fan. I was just watching your live stream. You mean this store, right?" A flamboyantly dressed woman stepped forward, inquiring. "Indeed, it is this very store." Tong Yuhao nodded, feigning indignation. "Ladies, what are you waiting for?" Upon receiving confirmation, the woman called out to her companions, "Quickly, take photos of their store. We shall post them online for publicity." "Humph, how dare they bully young Master Tong? We must tarnish this store's reputation today." "All right." The others, without hesitation, took out their phones and began to snap pictures fervently. Upon witnessing this scene, Tong Yuhao's heart instantly blossomed with joy. "What are you doing here? Who permitted you to take pictures?" At that moment, the earlier sales assistant put down her walkie-talkie and shouted at them. "What's wrong with us taking photos? Indeed, weren't you quite arrogant? We simply must promote your antics. We took the pictures. What can you do about it?" Clearly, they held the sales assistant in utter disregard. Seeing this, the sales assistant was about to retort. But before she could finish her sentence, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Soon, dozens of burly security guards clad in uniforms rushed towards them. "Xiao Wang, who is causing trouble here?" As the security guards arrived, one man, evidently the head of the security team, inquired of the sales assistant at the entrance. It was evident that as he posed this question, his gaze was fixated intently on Tong Yuhao and his companions. Upon meeting his penetrating stare, the once brazen Tong Yuhao and his group instinctively recoiled several steps back. "I love you all, moi." Chapter 0047. No trouble, Brother Biao, it's them. The sales assistant wasted no time, pointing directly at Tong Yuhao and his friends. "All right, I see," Zhang Biao scoffed, his expression transforming into one of fierce intimidation. "So it truly is you lot." Just as Tong Yuhao was about to utter something with a face full of trepidation, a girl beside him seized the moment, coldly huffing. "And what of it? Do you intend to lay a hand on us?" Yes. Did you really think we were cowed into submission?" she continued, emboldened. "Let me tell you, we have exposed this store's unscrupulous behavior towards customers today. What will you do about it?" As her words echoed, her companions immediately chimed in, their brazen demeanor causing Tong Yuhao to feel a sense of trepidation. It is worth noting that since Tong Yuhao graduated from middle school in his early teens, he had spent some time in society. He could easily discern that this Zhang Biao was not one to be trifled with. In his view, these girls were being excessively reckless. From the sounds of it, do you intend to escalate this further? Zhang Biao narrowed his eyes, his tone growing icy. And if we do? It seems you truly do not grasp the extent of your folly. Zhang Biao, weary of further discourse, commanded the group of security guards behind him, handle them. Just don't kill them. Now, that is what one might call imposing. If it were someone else, they might truly find themselves at a loss against them. But for Zhang Biao, a mere handful of small provocateurs are inconsequential. Since they dared to challenge him, they must learn why the flowers bloom so vividly. As for their gender, that is entirely beyond his consideration. Indeed, upon hearing this, the security guards behind him wasted no time and, with their fists clenched, swiftly surrounded Tong Yuhao and his companions. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Tong Yuhao, the instigator, outright betrayed the girls, exclaiming, "Hey, brothers, I didn't say anything earlier, so please don't take it out on me. What on earth is going on with young Master Tong? Incredible. He sold them out without a second thought. This is rather ungracious, isn't it? I am at a loss for words. Is this something a person could actually do?" As viewers in the live stream witnessed this unfold, many began to criticize Tong Yuhao. In their eyes, not only was he cowardly, but he also lacked loyalty. The girls were clearly standing up for him, yet he completely betrayed them. Of course, there were also numerous viewers who expressed understanding for Tong Yuhao's actions. I differ in opinion. I believe these girls were far too pretentious. Indeed, setting aside the sheer number of opponents, it seemed they had already been given a chance, didn't they? They chose to act arrogantly. How could that be blamed on anyone else? The sentiment expressed by those above is not without merit. Sometimes, one must endure for the sake of peace. And retreat can lead to broader horizons. They are simply bringing about their own demise. While the viewers voiced their opinions, not far away, Zhang Biao waved a hand at Tong Yuhao. The message was clear. You've shown some sense. Now be off with you. Upon seeing this, Tong Yuhao felt a surge of relief and, disregarding the disdainful glares from the girls, scuttled away. In his view, this was not an act of betrayal on his part. They had merely set themselves up for failure. Just as he stepped aside, the security guards swiftly closed in on the girls. The first girl to provoke, startled at the sight, instinctively attempted to shout something. However, before she could utter a word, a resounding slap struck her face. Losing her balance, she fell to the ground, and it was evident that a few of her teeth had been knocked out during the tumble. Realizing that the situation was serious, the remaining girls lost their earlier bravado. Trembling slightly as they hurriedly begged, "Please don't hit me. I won't cause any more trouble. I, too, implore you, please do not strike me." Sob. In the next moment, they were so frightened that they burst into tears. "Biao Ge, do you see?" The security guards, upon witnessing this, immediately turned to Zhang Biao, seeking his opinion. "Did I not say? Just do not kill them." Zhang Biao pouted and replied nonchalantly, "Now you plead for mercy? It is too late." "Very well." Upon hearing Zhang Biao's words, the group of security guards prepared to proceed with their actions. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Mingyu emerged from the store and promptly intervened, calling out, "All right, everyone, cease your actions. Who are you to command us to stop?" One of the security guards scoffed, turning to face Li Mingyu. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Biao swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face. "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" the security guard asked, covering his cheek. His expression filled with grievance. "Are you blind? Do you not recognize the boss?" Zhang Biao glared, his voice laced with anger. "What? The boss?" The security guard stood there, dumbfounded upon hearing those words. "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and apologize to the boss." "Old boss, I am truly sorry." The security guard, trembling, rushed to apologize to Li Mingyu. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Li Mingyu corrected him, saying, "Do not refer to me as your boss at this moment." "What does this mean? Is the boss unwilling to forgive me? Oh my goodness, what am I to do?" The security guard's face paled in fright upon hearing Li Mingyu's words, interpreting them as a clear indication of his lack of forgiveness. Indeed, it was not only him who thought this way. Zhang Biao shared the same sentiment. In a bid to save his comrade, he quickly addressed Li Mingyu, saying, "Boss, Xiao Zhao has only just joined, so he did not recognize you." Just as Zhang Biao was about to explain further, Li Mingyu interrupted, stating, "You have misunderstood. That is not my intention. What I mean is, my brother Qin Huan is now your boss. With that, Li Mingyu pushed Qin Huan forward. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this revelation, Zhang Biao and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right then, you all may return to your duties. Li Mingyu waved his hand, addressing Zhang Biao and his companions. Understood. Zhang Biao and the others responded and promptly departed. Are you all right? Shortly after Zhang Biao and his group left, Li Mingyu turned to the girls and asked gently, Chapter 0048. Did I say you could leave? No, we are fine. They replied upon hearing Li Mingyu's inquiry. The several young women, already terrified, quickly shook their heads in response. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave, Li Mingyu declared. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her to continue. By the way, delete all the photos on your phones right now. Is that clear? No problem. The young women dared not say more. Nodding in agreement, they hurriedly deleted all the photos from their devices. After doing so, they even glanced at Li Mingyu. All right, you may go. Okay. With that, the young women left in a hurry. Shortly after their departure, Tong Yuhao, who had been watching from a distance, prepared to sneak away. However, as soon as he took a step, Li Mingyu turned and addressed him. Did I say you could leave? Hearing her words, Tong Yuhao immediately halted, a sheepish smile on his face as he contemplated a response. But before he could speak, Li Mingyu inquired, If I recall correctly, you are a streamer for Dolong, correct? I suppose so. Tong Yuhao stammered, clearly confused. Well, whether you are or not, it doesn't matter, Li Mingyu stated dismissively, proceeding to issue a ban. You can forget about continuing in the streaming industry. What do you mean? Upon hearing her words, Tong Yuhao became agitated. You think you can just decide that for me? Who do you think you are? It was evident that after making this remark, Tong Yuhao cast a glance toward the direction where the security guard had left. You'll find out soon enough. Li Mingyu scoffed, pulling out her phone and dialing a number. Humph, acting like you've got it all figured out. I'm curious to see what you're really up to, Tong Yuhao thought to himself as he observed the scene. Meanwhile, Li Mingyu's call was answered. Boss, how may I assist you? Came a respectful male voice from the other end. Zhou Su, there's something that requires your personal attention, Li Mingyu stated directly, adopting a commanding tone. Zhou Su, that name sounds quite familiar, someone in the live chat remarked. I think I've heard it somewhere too. Another replied. How could it not be familiar? Aren't we currently watching a live stream on their platform? Is this for real? She's calling the owner of Dolong and giving orders? It must be fake. She's probably just trying to intimidate young Master Tong. As soon as Li Mingyu's words left her mouth, the viewers in the live chat began to discuss fervently. As for Tong Yuhao, who was not far away, he naturally heard Li Mingyu's earlier words. However, at this moment, he shared the same sentiment as the netizens. Who is Zhou Su? He is none other than the founder and chairman of the largest live streaming platform in Huaxia, Dolong Technology. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that his worth is at least in the vicinity of 100 billion. Who would dare to speak to such a person in such a commanding tone? In Tong Yuhao's eyes, Li Mingyu's actions were utterly laughable. Little did he know that the Zhou Su, whom they regarded as formidable, was merely a pawn pushed forth by Li Mingyu, the true helm of Dolong Technology. Apart from her, could never be anyone else. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Zhou Su, upon hearing Li Mingyu's words, did not hesitate for a moment. He quickly patted his chest and assured her, Boss, just give the order, and I guarantee the task will be accomplished. Very well, Li Mingyu replied without wasting any time, promptly conveying her decision to Zhou Su. After listening, Zhou Su furrowed his brow slightly and asked, Boss, he is one of the top 10 anchors on our platform. Are you truly going to blacklist him? Is what I just said not clear enough? Li Mingyu retorted coldly, a smirk playing on her lips. I understand. I will take care of it immediately, Zhou Su responded, daring not to question further. Not long after, Li Mingyu ended the call. At that very moment, Tong Yuhao, who had witnessed the scene from a distance, couldn't help but mock her, saying, Oh, so you just finished your call with the boss. What did he say? Is he following your orders and will blacklist me immediately? Zhou Su. Ha ha, that is absolutely hilarious. Is it amusing? Li Mingyu's lips curved into a sarcastic smile, regarding Tong Yuhao's demeanor as that of a mere clown. Of course it is. Just as Tong Yuhao was about to say something further, his phone, meant for calls, suddenly rang. Without thinking much, he reached into his pocket to retrieve it. However, upon seeing the caller ID, his heart raced furiously. Zhou Su. It was actually a call from Zhou Su? What a coincidence. Though Tong Yuhao felt something was amiss, he steeled himself and pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Tong Yuhao was ready to say something, but before he could utter a word, Zhou Su launched into a tirade of insults. The words uttered were utterly uncharacteristic of someone of Zhou Su's stature. At that moment, Tong Yuhao, who was on the receiving end of the verbal assault, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. This was not merely due to Zhou Su's reprimand, but also because it appeared he was speaking through a loudspeaker. In other words, the 300,000 viewers in the live stream were privy to the entire exchange. What on earth was happening? It seemed that Zhou Su was being excessively harsh, launching into invective right from the outset. My friends, this situation is too coincidental, wouldn't you agree? Are you implying that the call from that young lady was genuinely directed at Zhou Su? That seems implausible, doesn't it? How could she possibly command someone of Zhou Su's caliber? I too find it hard to believe. It must have been mere coincidence. Clearly, even at this moment, the viewers were convinced that it was simply a fortuitous occurrence. As for Tong Yuhao, he still clung to a shred of hope. In his mind, his boss's inexplicable anger was likely due to some other misstep he had made. How could such a small girl possibly issue orders to someone like Zhou Su? I even thought of changing Su's name to Lover of Tiramisu. What do you think? Lastly, I continue to seek your encouragement for updates, 5-star reviews, and gifts. Love you all, moi. Chapter 0049. The arrogant young lady, however, while imagination can be rich, reality often proves starkly different. Just as Tong Yuhao was lost in thought, the next moment, he heard Zhou Su's voice on the other end of the line, saying, I can hardly muster the energy to scold you. From today onwards, you are officially banned from Dolong. Banned. Upon hearing this, Tong Yuhao immediately felt a surge of panic. If this ban were to materialize, how could he ever enjoy the good life he currently led? Fearing that Zhou Su might terminate the call, he hastily inquired, Boss, why? I haven't done anything wrong. How dare you ask me why? Zhou Su retorted, his voice laced with incredulity. Do you not realize whom you have just offended? Offended whom? Tong Yuhao cast a furtive glance at Li Mingyu nearby, and weakly replied, I haven't offended anyone, really. Just had a few words with a young lady. A young lady? Zhou Su knew precisely who he was referring to. His lips twitched in irritation as he exclaimed, You fool. Do you know who that young lady is? Who is she? Tong Yuhao asked, momentarily taken aback. She is the true owner of Dolong, do you understand? You imbecile. After delivering this scathing rebuke, Zhou Su abruptly hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. As the busy signal echoed in his ear, Tong Yuhao stood there, utterly stunned. The boss? She is actually the owner of Dolong? My heavens. How could this be possible? At this moment, Tong Yuhao's face was etched with despair. As for the more than 300,000 viewers in the live stream, they erupted in an uproar upon hearing Zhou Su's recent comments. Could it be that I was hallucinating? Is this true? Is it really that exaggerated? Zhou Su is not the true owner of Dolong? Incredible. Young Master Tong has indeed encountered a formidable obstacle. Of all the people to offend, he has chosen to cross his genuine boss. Alas, it seems we must find a new host henceforth. While the netizens were fervently flooding the comments section, Li Mingyu stepped forward and, addressing the despondent Tong Yuhao, calmly remarked, So, do you still find this amusing? Upon hearing her words, Tong Yuhao, disregarding any semblance of dignity, was about to plead for mercy. However, before he could utter a word, Li Mingyu, as if seeing through his intentions, preempted him by saying, Don't bother begging for mercy. I will never agree to that. You should leave promptly. Hearing the unwavering tone of Li Mingyu, Tong Yuhao was infuriated. Initially contemplating a plea for forgiveness, he suddenly found his resolve. Humph. He scoffed and retorted, Don't think that I will starve just because I leave Dolong. At worst, I'll switch to another livestream platform. I refuse to believe that with my capabilities, I cannot make a comeback. It must be said, Tong Yuhao's assertion was not mere bravado. After all, he had risen to prominence as a major streamer within a fiercely competitive platform like Dolong in just 3 years, demonstrating his undeniable talent. Oh, switching platforms? Li Mingyu responded with a derisive laugh. Let me enlighten you. There are 27 livestream platforms nationwide, and my company owns all 10 of the top-ranked ones. If you intend to join one of those lesser platforms, then consider my words as never spoken. What is meant by shrimp and pig's heart? This is precisely it. Is this for real? Could this young lady be jesting? Surely not. Didn't we previously think she was joking? Yet, what was the outcome? My heavens, this lady must possess an incredible fortune. How enviable for Qin Huan to have such a wealthy sister. As soon as Li Mingyu finished speaking, The viewers in the live stream erupted once more. They were already stunned to learn that Li Mingyu was the behind-the-scenes owner of Dolong, but little did they anticipate that she was not limited to just that company. The top 10 live stream platforms in all of China? What does that even signify? It is no exaggeration to say she monopolizes the entire live streaming industry. Are you truly not jesting with me? Upon hearing these words, Tong Yuhao was utterly astonished and incredulously asked Li Mingyu, "Do I appear to be jesting?" Li Mingyu merely curled her lips and replied nonchalantly. In that moment, Tong Yuhao found himself engulfed in despair. However, what he could never have anticipated was that this despair was merely the beginning. Subsequently, Li Mingyu continued, "Oh, I almost forgot to inform you. From today onwards, you are prohibited from entering any Yida shopping mall." "On what grounds?" Tong Yuhao exclaimed, his face contorted with displeasure. He simply could not fathom why Li Mingyu would not only blacklist him, but also attempt to control his access to Yida shopping malls. Of course, he was not alone in his bewilderment. The over 30,000 viewers in the live stream shared his confusion. What does she mean by that? Who knows? This seems a bit excessive. One commenter remarked, "Indeed, the mall is open to the public. What right does she have to bar young Master Tong?" Another added, finding the situation absurd. Could it be that Yida Group belongs to her? At that moment, the viewers, who had initially found the situation humorous, suddenly recalled the security personnel they had seen earlier. Wait, didn't they refer to her as the boss? One viewer gasped, a chill running down their spine. If their suspicions were correct, Tong Yuhao's future days would likely be exceedingly difficult. On what basis? Li Mingyu scoffed, her tone indifferent. What do you think? Tong Yuhao hesitated for a moment before weakly responding. Are you implying that Yida Group is also your company? Not quite. Li Mingyu retorted. What are you trying to pull? Upon hearing Li Mingyu's response, Tong Yuhao couldn't help but internally breathe a sigh of relief. Little did he know, Li Mingyu had merely concluded the first half of her statement. Please, I implore you. As Tong Yuhao opened his mouth, ready to deliver a sarcastic remark, Li Mingyu continued. Although Yida Group is not my company, it belongs to my brother, Qin Huan. Are you serious? That must be a joke. Tong Yuhao thought to himself. If it were hers, there would be some credibility, but if it truly belongs to Qin Huan, it feels utterly implausible. Indeed, Qin Huan is evidently a university student. How could a conglomerate like Yida possibly belong to him? It's utterly absurd. I simply do not believe it. As soon as Li Mingyu uttered these words, the viewers in the live stream began to share their opinions. Alongside them, Tong Yuhao harbored the same sentiments. It was not that he looked down upon Qin Huan, but rather that Qin Huan's age clearly indicated he was merely a student. Oh, do you think I would be convinced? Tong Yuhao scoffed, dripping with sarcasm. If you claim to be the owner of Yida, there might be a shred of credibility. But if you say he is, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Tong Yuhao burst into laughter. Is it truly amusing? Li Mingyu retorted, a hint of disdain in her voice. I'm not afraid to tell you that just recently, I bestowed Yida upon him. In other words, my brother Qin Huan is now the true master of Yida Group. No way. Is that for real? Am I perhaps hallucinating? The previously skeptical viewers were nearly left speechless, almost biting their tongues in disbelief upon hearing Li Mingyu's proclamation. What is Yida Group? It is a company valued at trillions. To simply give it to a sibling? My goodness, where can I find an elder sister like that? I would like a dozen. Of course. It was not only the viewers who were astonished. At that moment, Tong Yuhao, positioned before the camera, widened his eyes in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, he finally stammered. This is impossible. You must be lying. The owner of Yida is clearly Wang Linjian. Admittedly, Tong Yuhao's inquiry mirrored the curiosity of the viewers. You need not concern yourself with that. It was apparent that Li Mingyu had no intention of offering him an explanation. Upon hearing this, Tong Yuhao prepared to voice another thought. Yet, before he could utter a word, Li Mingyu interrupted him. I will grant you 3 minutes. If you do not leave within that time, she did not need to finish her sentence. She trusted that Tong Yuhao would comprehend her implication, just as she anticipated. The moment her words left her lips, Tong Yuhao shot them a fierce glare before hastily departing. After all, the earlier security personnel had made a lasting impression on him. He was certain that if he dared to linger, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. Shortly after Tong Yuhao's departure, Li Mingyu resumed her shopping excursion with Qin Huan and the others, spending nearly half an hour wandering through the mall. Sister, I can't go on any longer. Shall we head back? Sister He Wenwen rubbed her slightly aching calves and spoke to Li Mingyu. Indeed, elder sister, I can hardly walk anymore. Let us return. I feel the same, echoed several of her sisters, except for the third sister, Zhuang Mingming, and the fifth sister, Xia Jinxing. Huan, what do you think? Li Mingyu inquired, turning to Qin Huan without immediately agreeing with them. Oh my, elder sister, this is rather biased, isn't it? He Wen and the others could not help but think to themselves. As for me, Qin Huan, taken aback by the question, nonchalantly replied, no need to ask me. If my sisters wish to go back, then we shall return. Very well, then let us head back. Li Mingyu, feeling rather uninterested, nodded in agreement upon hearing Qin Huan's words. Before long, Li Mingyu and her companions arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. Unbeknownst to them, just a short distance away, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes were fixated upon them. Brother Tong, they are the ones you mentioned, correct? One of them licked his lips and asked Tong Yuhao. The others immediately perked up, eager to listen. Indeed, it is them. Tong Yuhao nodded, speaking with indignation. Let us quietly follow them. As for the women, you shall handle it as you see fit. And the man, just don't kill him. At this point, Tong Yuhao suddenly recalled something and turned to one of them, asking, by the way, Ajia, have you prepared what I asked for? Right here, Brother Tong. Take a look, Ajia said, promptly opening a black plastic bag in front of the others. What in the world? Ajia, why do you have so many raincoats? They exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, this is rather excessive. As the black plastic bag was opened, everyone except Tong Yuhao was taken aback. They had not anticipated that he not only brought ropes and masks, but also a staggering 10 boxes of small-sized raincoats. This was specifically instructed by Brother Tong. Ajia chuckled, addressing the group. You mustn't tell me that when faced with such beautiful ladies, you won't use even this many raincoats? Of course, that's impossible. I'm quite capable, you know. One replied. 10 boxes are merely a trivial amount. With 8 of us, that's just over 1 box each. They had to admit. Those girls were indeed stunning, resembling celestial beings descended to earth. However, soon enough, it would become apparent. As they spoke, the expressions on their faces were utterly lewd. All right then, let us all be sharp and ensure no evidence is overlooked, understood? Seeing Qin Huan and his companions drift further away, Tong Yuhao interrupted them directly. Heard that? Well then, let us hasten to follow. Understood. Anticipating the forthcoming scene, they wasted no time and quietly proceeded after them. Chapter 0051. Unreliable pig team members before long. Tong Yuhao and his entourage trailed behind Qin Huan into an underground parking garage. Just as they pondered whether to take action, several cars suddenly entered through the entrance. With no other option, they ultimately abandoned their plans. Meanwhile, Qin Huan and his group, chatting and laughing as they entered the parking lot, did not linger and quickly got into their respective vehicles. With a swift press of the accelerator, they drove towards the exit. My goodness, this is an astonishing display of wealth. If I'm not mistaken, that must be a Lamborghini Veneno. Indeed, the car behind it appears to be an Aston Martin. Good heavens, an entire row of luxury cars. How outrageous. TSK. I'm utterly envious. As Tong Yuhao's companions beheld the scene before them, they momentarily forgot their purpose and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I say, are you all out of your minds? Tong Yuhao, witnessing this, scolded them angrily, reminding them of their mission. Did you all forget why we are here? Upon hearing Tong Yuhao's words, they finally regained their focus. One among them inquired, Brother Tong, what should we do now? What else is there to do? Tong Yuhao replied, exasperated, of course, we pursue them. Pursue? But where are our cars? Yes, Brother Tong. Do we even have vehicles? Of course we do. Tong Yuhao smirked slightly and turned to his companion, Ajia, where did you park the van I asked you to prepare? Caught off guard by the question, Ajia stammered. Well, what is it? Didn't you prepare it? As Tong Yuhao noticed Ajia's hesitation, he furrowed his brow. I did prepare it, but Ajia paused again. But what? Can't you just say it all at once? It's just that the parking spot is rather far. Far? Yes, I parked it at the entrance of Yida. What the heck? That broken van at the entrance was yours. Upon hearing Ajia's words, Tong Yuhao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. He immediately unleashed a torrent of invective, exclaiming, You scoundrel! Why did you not mention this earlier? Ajia, feeling wronged, retorted, I asked you, you big-headed fool. Unable to contain his frustration, Tong Yuhao delivered a swift kick to Ajia. As a result, Ajia lost his footing and fell to the ground. In the process, the contents of the plastic bag he held scattered in all directions. Just then, a young couple happened to pass by. Upon noticing the items strewn across the ground, they were initially taken aback, followed by a peculiar expression as they surveyed the scene. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before. Scram. One of Tong Yuhao's companions snapped at them. The couple, recognizing the numerical advantage of the group, chose to remain silent. However, as they walked away, they whispered to each other, "How disgusting, a bunch of queers." Indeed, I can understand too, but an entire group? That good-looking one seems to be the streamer Tong Yuhao, right? Who would have thought he had such a penchant? Although their voices were not particularly loud, Tong Yuhao and his companions caught wind of their remarks. Are they out of their minds? Who the hell are they calling queers? Tong Yuhao fumed. To be honest, had they not been preoccupied with important matters, he would have relished the opportunity to teach them a lesson. What are you still doing? Hurry up and gather the things. Tong Yuhao, brimming with suppressed rage, barked at the still-seated Ajia. Brother Tong, don't be angry. It wasn't intentional. Ajia replied. I curse your ancestors. Tong Yuhao retorted, preparing to deliver a second kick. Fortunately, at that moment, the other companions swiftly intervened to restrain him. Brother Tong, the matter at hand is urgent. Don't stoop to his level. Yes. Our priority now is to find a vehicle and catch up with them. Catch up? How do we pursue them? They've been gone for several minutes. Tong Yuhao responded with irritation at their attempts to calm him. After speaking, he turned to glare fiercely at Ajia. Brother Tong, have you forgotten what I do? At that moment, one of the younger companions quietly remarked to Tong Yuhao. You? Aren't you just a... Tong Yuhao suddenly realized. Are you suggesting we steal a car to pursue them? It was worth noting that this particular companion had a notorious reputation as a thief in their circles. Unlocking a car door is as simple as having a meal. How do you feel about it? Isn't it rather inappropriate? Upon hearing this, Tong Yuhao hesitated. In his view, he had once been a person of some stature. If word got out about him stealing a car, it would be utterly humiliating. What's the harm? After all, no one will know. His younger companion, while speaking, subtly reminded him, Brother Tong, don't forget. The task we are about to undertake is far more serious than this car theft. Upon hearing these words, Tong Yuhao found some logic in them. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively declared, All right, let us proceed with it. It must be said, the skills of his younger companion were indeed remarkable. In less than 3 minutes, a van in the parking lot was effortlessly unlocked. As for why they chose to steal a van instead of a luxury car, the primary reason was that the van was less conspicuous and easier to follow. Simultaneously, as they opened the van, they wasted no time and quickly crowded inside. With a press of the accelerator by the younger companion, the van swiftly exited the underground parking lot. Initially, Tong Yuhao and his companions were concerned about losing track of Qin Huan and the others. However, as soon as they drove out of the parking lot, they were met with rows of luxury cars. Brother Tong, it seems these are their vehicles. They might not have left yet. One of the younger companions exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, they are over there enjoying ice cream. Tong Yuhao pointed towards Qin Huan and the others in the distance, and then, with a serious expression, instructed his companions. Let us wait a moment. We must not lose them again. Rest assured, Brother Tong. Thus, Tong Yuhao and his companions began their lengthy wait. As time slowly passed, just as they were about to doze off, Qin Huan and his group finally returned to their vehicle. Brother Tong, it seems they are about to leave. The younger companion in the driver's seat urgently called out to the drowsy Tong Yuhao. Tong Yuhao grunted, rubbing his face vigorously before saying, Quick, follow them. Don't lose track. Understood. At that moment, Qin Huan and his group pressed the accelerator and departed swiftly. Naturally, Tong Yuhao and his crew followed suit. About half an hour later, one of the companions exclaimed, Brother Tong, why is their direction becoming more and more remote? Indeed, it seems we are already reaching the outskirts. It is quite unexpected, isn't it? How could such a wealthy individual reside in such a remote location? Witnessing Qin Huan and his companion's vehicle departing the city, the few subordinates aboard the van could not help but pose their inquiries to Tong Yuhao. Their curiosity piqued. You know nothing, retorted Tong Yuhao scornfully. Do you truly believe that affluent individuals are as mundane as yourselves? If my conjecture is correct, they are undoubtedly constructing a manor nearby. What? A manor? Good heavens. This is utterly indulgent. The revelation sent shockwaves through the occupants of the vehicle, nearly causing them to bite their tongues in disbelief. They had assumed that wealthy individuals would simply purchase a villa in the city for leisure. Little did they realize, indeed, Poverty has confined our imagination. Indeed, in my lifetime, I have only seen what a manor looks like on television. One exclaimed. Who can argue with that? However, this is splendid. We shall certainly have the opportunity to witness it firsthand. As their thoughts returned to the present, they eagerly engaged in conversation filled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, their pursuit had now been entirely exposed. After all, this road was exceedingly secluded. How could a van trailing behind not raise suspicions? Jinsi, I have the impression that a van is following us, Li Mingyu remarked, sensing something amiss. She promptly called Xiaojinsi. Upon hearing her words, Xiaojinsi displayed no surprise. She merely shrugged, responding nonchalantly. Indeed, I noticed them when we left Yida. Them? Li Mingyu's curiosity was piqued. Do you know who they are? Yes, it's that streamer from earlier. What shall we do now? Should we inform the others? Li Mingyu immediately thought of the implications. She surmised that Tong Yuhao and his companions were following them out of a desire for vengeance. No need. Let them follow, Xia Jinsi replied with a slight smile, dismissing the concern. Very well. With that, the two ended their call. Their calmness stemmed from a simple reality. Among them were several skilled individuals, such as the martial arts master Zhuang Mingming, the border warrior Xia Jinsi, and the current Qin Huan. It is no exaggeration to say that any of the three could easily handle Tong Yuhao and his companions as if it were child's play. Furthermore, at the foot of their manor, a contingent of retired Special Forces soldiers stood guard. If Tong Yuhao and his group were to attempt entry, it would be akin to climbing the heavens. Thus, the scene unfolded. Once again, over 10 minutes have elapsed. Li Mingyu and his entourage finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. After exchanging a few words with the guards at the entrance, they did not linger and swiftly ascended the mountain. Brother Tong, what shall we do now? Asked a young man in the driver's seat, gazing at the checkpoint in the distance. Upon hearing this, Tong Yuhao slightly furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, let us see if we can get through. All right. The young man, without further hesitation, complied with Tong Yuhao's instruction and drove towards the checkpoint. However, as they approached, several guards immediately stepped forward to halt their van. Brother Tong, what do we do now? The young man asked, turning to Tong Yuhao. The others in the vehicle also looked to him for guidance. What else can we do? There is no other route. Tong Yuhao narrowed his eyes and spoke in a chilling tone. These individuals appear to be incapacitated. Why don't we take decisive action and bind them all? What? Bind them all? Brother Tong, are you serious? There are 15 or 16 of them, and they wield electric batons. Are we truly a match for them? The others in the vehicle could hardly believe their ears upon hearing Tong Yuhao's suggestion. What do you mean we're no match? Can't you handle the incapacitated? Tong Yuhao scoffed dismissively. Yet, the group seemed inclined to voice their objections. Before they could fully express their concerns, Tong Yuhao interrupted them. I'll ask you this. Do you wish to indulge tonight? If not, then let us forget I said anything and turn back. As he spoke, he surveyed the group. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Damn it, let us risk it. They're just a few incapacitated individuals. After a brief moment of hesitation, they quickly acquiesced. The allure of Li Mingyu and her companions was simply too enticing for them to resist. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost. Their current sentiments perfectly encapsulated this notion. Shall we descend now, or wait a bit? Wait for what? I'm already eager. Hee, me too. They're just a few incapacitated folks. The sooner we deal with them, the sooner we can finish. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Just as these men prepared to push open the car doors, Tong Yuhao hurriedly intervened. Are you all out of your minds? Please update, give 5-star reviews, and seek gifts. Free electricity would be great too. I implore you. Chapter 0053. Sending out a blind person for amusement? What does that even mean? Didn't you instruct us to manage these disabled individuals? How can you now claim that we are insane? Upon hearing Tong Yuhao's words, several individuals stared at him in utter bewilderment. Taking a deep breath, Tong Yuhao exhaled heavily, feeling exasperated as he clarified, put on the headgear, then exit the vehicle. Do you comprehend? I am truly at my wit's end with you all. What on earth is the purpose of that? One asked. Brother Tong, what is going on? We have no interest in men. Another added. Indeed, especially since they are all disabled. If it were you, I might consider it. I must admit. Their remarks nearly caused Tong Yuhao to spew blood in frustration. He had encountered foolish individuals before, but never had he met anyone as utterly dim-witted as this group. Who told you it was that kind of gear? I am referring to headgear. Do you understand? And you're considering me? You must truly be revolting. Unable to contain himself, Tong Yuhao unleashed a torrent of expletives directed at them. You need to be clearer. Otherwise, how would anyone know what you mean? One of them retorted, Yes, Brother Tong, you cannot blame us. It's your lack of clarity that's at fault. I said, you fools. Hurry up and put on the headgear and get out of the vehicle. All right. With that, they wasted no more time. Donning the headgear, they exited the van immediately. As they did, one of the guards at the entrance coldly addressed them. Who are you? This is private property. Leave at once. You say it's private property? Disgusting disabled beings. One of them mocked. How amusing, employing a bunch of disabled individuals as guards. What were they thinking? Indeed. Look at this guy. He doesn't even have a right hand, yet he dares to work as a security guard? What a joke. Upon hearing the guard's remarks, Tong Yuhao and his companions didn't hesitate to ridicule them. Their words were painfully cutting. It is essential to note that these guards were all former soldiers from the 001 Group Army. Their disabilities were a result of wounds sustained in the line of duty, defending their homeland. Now, to be so brazenly insulted by those they once protected, how could they possibly endure it? Scoundrels, what are you saying? What is wrong with our disabilities? Who decreed that disabled individuals cannot be security guards? Humph. Although we are disabled, we are at least kind-hearted. A soldier is a soldier. Even after enduring such humiliation from Tong Yuhao and his companions, the retorts were still remarkably composed. How amusing. Tong Yuhao scoffed disdainfully, remarking that kindness means nothing when they are merely a group of wretched invalids. The guards, infuriated by his words, were about to respond when suddenly, Tong Yuhao's underlings could no longer contain themselves. Brother Tong, I believe we should stop wasting our breath on them. Indeed, we must focus on the task at hand. What is there to discuss with these cripples? Absolutely. After we give them a good beating, they will surely behave. Tong Yuhao, finding their logic sound, decided not to waste any more time and commanded, Let us get to it, swift and decisive. In the next moment, a group of masked individuals charged towards the guards, fists flying. They believed that dealing with a mere dozen invalids would be a walk in the park. However, their imagination was grand, yet reality proved harsh. How could they possibly anticipate that those they deemed feeble and incapable were once soldiers who had fought valiantly on the battlefield, often against overwhelming odds? Even if their current strength did not match their former prowess, the saying holds true, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. It is no exaggeration to assert that any one of them could handle the situation in under a minute. How foolishly arrogant. One guard, witnessing the scene, coldly scoffed and prepared to engage. At that moment, however, the previously mocked blind guard called out to him, Brother Wong, allow me to handle this. Very well, it's all yours. Without hesitation, the guard agreed, showcasing his confidence in his comrade's abilities. Yet, this display caused Tong Yuhao and his entourage to halt in disbelief. What is this? Are they really sending a blind man to fight us? Is this for real? Surely, this must be a joke. As these thoughts raced through their minds, the blind guard stepped forward and provocatively challenged them. Didn't you mock me for being disabled? I'm curious to see if you are even inferior to an invalid. Can you even see, you cripple? Ha. Why are we still talking? Let us just beat this blind fool to a pulp. You'll be so battered that your mother won't recognize you. With that, Tong Yuhao and his companions wasted no more time and charged towards the blind guard with fists raised. As the rain-like fists were about to descend upon the blind guard, the subsequent scene rendered them utterly astounded. The blind guard, with remarkable nonchalance, sidestepped, effortlessly evading all their attacks. How could this be possible? Isn't he blind? How could he possibly evade them? Just as Tong Yuhao and his companions stood there, their faces painted with shock, the blind guard launched a counterattack. Bang! 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 The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed. In the next moment, Tong Yuhao and his group were sent flying backward, with a series of splattering blood. They soared nearly 7 or 8 meters before finally crashing to the ground. Had it not been for the blind guard deliberately moderating his strength, Tong Yuhao and his companions would surely have been gasping for breath by now. Humph, utterly feeble. After a disdainful snort, the blind guard turned to the previous guard and said, Brother Wong, you can report to the chief now. This is what true dominance looks like. These past few days of data have been crucial. My dear ones, please indulge me a little, considering Su has been working late into the night. I implore you. Chapter 0054. Can you pilot a fighter jet? Not long after, upon returning to the manor, Xia Jinxin received a report from the base. Without further ado, She instructed the guards to contact the authorities. The outcome was predictable. Tong Yuhao and his group would not only be bedded in the hospital for over half a year, but even upon discharge, they would have to report to the police station. After all, they had not only trespassed into someone else's territory as a gang, but had also stolen a van. It would take at least 3 to 5 years before they could emerge from such a predicament. Naturally, this was the consequence they deserved. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. The next morning, after finishing breakfast with Xia Jinxin, Qin Huan soon boarded the helicopter once more. Shortly after the helicopter took off, Tian Wanqing turned to Qin Huan and said, "Young master, do you remember the matter we discussed yesterday?" "Matter? What matter?" Qin Huan was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, he had long forgotten the conversation from the previous day. It was like this. Seeing Qin Huan seemingly forgetful, Tian Wanqing promptly reminded him. "Didn't we discuss yesterday about hoping you would join the Air Force?" "Oh, is that what you meant?" As realization dawned upon him, Qin Huan casually inquired, "So, is there any news on that?" "Indeed." Tian Wanqing nodded slightly, yet hesitated, as if struggling to find the right words. "What is it?" Qin Huan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Surely, they are not uninterested in me?" "Not at all." Tian Wanqing waved his hand dismissively and explained. "They wish for you to personally visit the Air Force base in the capital this weekend, after which they will decide whether to accept you." It was evident that after delivering this message, Tian Wanqing gazed at Qin Huan with a mixture of apprehension, as if fearing a rejection from him. "Is that so?" However, upon hearing this, Qin Huan immediately expressed his agreement. "No problem, I shall go." To Qin Huan, this was no trivial matter. It was entirely understandable that the esteemed individuals at the Air Force base harbored doubts about his capabilities. After all, who would believe that a university student could pilot a helicopter more adeptly than a seasoned instructor? Really? That is splendid. Upon hearing Qin Huan's words, a weight lifted from Tian Wanqing's heart. Just as he was about to say more, an idea struck Qin Huan. He turned to the side and asked Xia Jinxin, "Sister, can you fly a fighter jet?" "Indeed," Xia Jinxin replied. "That is wonderful." With exhilaration, Qin Huan glanced back at Tian Wanqing and made a request. "I am certainly willing to go, but I would like to bring someone along." "Bring someone? Who?" Tian Wanqing inquired. "Who else but my sister?" Qin Huan responded. Then turned to Xia Jinxin and asked, "Sister, would you accompany me?" "Of course," Xia Jinxin replied without hesitation. "So, will you agree to let my sister join me?" With Xia Jinxin's consent, Qin Huan again turned to Tian Wanqing. "Certainly, but I must inform them on my end first." Tian Wanqing, recognizing Xia Jinxin's agreement, felt he could not oppose. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the helicopter they were aboard finally reached the airspace above Qingda. Once the helicopter landed, just as Xia Jinxin was about to rise, Qin Huan called out to her, "Sister, may I ask you for a favor?" "A favor? What is it?" Xia Jinxin paused, taken aback. "It's like this," Qin Huan said, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "Could we perhaps change the way we conduct today's military training? It is rather dull for you to focus solely on me." It is worth noting that Qin Huan had done at least 800 push-ups the previous afternoon. While he was not exhausted, he found the experience exceedingly monotonous. "Is that so?" Upon hearing these words, Xia Jinxin immediately responded with a mischievous smile, assuring them, "Rest assured, today I shall certainly present you with something extraordinary. One that you shall remember for a lifetime." With that, without waiting for Qin Huan to process her words, she stepped down from the helicopter. "Something extraordinary? One that will be unforgettable? What on earth is she planning?" Feeling a sense of unease, Qin Huan dared not linger any longer and promptly followed her out of the helicopter. "Sister Wu, what did you mean by that?" After catching up to Xia Jinxin, Qin Huan hastily inquired. "You'll find out soon enough." However, to Qin Huan's dismay, Xia Jinxin showed no intention of elaborating. "Sister Wu, you..." Before Qin Huan could finish his thought, Xia Jinxin interrupted him. "Do not ask. I will not tell you. You should hurry back to the classroom." With that, she made her way toward the teaching building without waiting for Qin Huan to respond. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Huan could only shake his head with a wry smile. Before long, Qin Huan arrived at the classroom door. The moment he stepped inside, the other classmates immediately surrounded him. "Qin Huan, you finally made it. We need to discuss something with you." One student looked at him earnestly. "Oh, what is it?" Qin Huan asked, bewildered by the sudden attention. "We just want you to talk to the instructor about not making us do push-ups today. It's just too exhausting." One student exclaimed. Yes, exactly. In other classes, the instructor only makes them stand for a little over 10 minutes. But we had to endure an entire afternoon of push-ups. Who can withstand that? Qin Huan, it's all up to you. She will definitely listen to you. After all, she is your sister. As he finished speaking, the classmates began to voice their grievances. It was evident from their words that they were still haunted by the military training from the previous afternoon. Hearing this, Qin Huan could only respond with a bitter smile. I'm afraid I cannot assist you. We love you. Please update us. 5-star reviews. Gifts, please. Chapter 0055. Is 19 considered young love? Cannot assist us? What do you mean? Qin Huan, don't be like that. Just help us talk to your sister. Besides, if we're exhausted, aren't you exhausted too? Clearly, the classmates believed that Qin Huan was simply reluctant to help. It's not that I don't want to assist. Qin Huan understood their intentions all too well. With a resigned expression, he confessed, to be honest, I spoke with her just a moment ago about this matter, but she completely ignored me. Upon hearing this, the group was instantly enveloped in disappointment. Fortunately, at that moment, with a tinge of compassion, Qin Huan decided to share a little insider information. But I can secretly inform you that today's military training content will likely spare us from doing push-ups. Really? Is that true? That is simply delightful. Thank heavens! They exclaimed, joyfully relieved at the prospect of avoiding push-ups. Their previously disheartened spirits were instantly lifted by Qin Huan's revelation. However, the very next moment, he dampened their enthusiasm by adding, of course, don't celebrate too soon. My sister did mention that she would introduce a new challenge for us today. Knowing her as I do, I suspect it won't be anything pleasant. One must admit, ever since Qin Huan had been subjected to a rigorous trial by Xia Jinxia the day prior, he now perceived every utterance from her as laden with hidden implications. Is that true? Please don't frighten me. Are you suggesting we are to be exhausted again today? Help! Can I switch classes? Your sister is terrifying. Just as their excitement had barely lasted 3 seconds, they plunged back into despair. They would never doubt Qin Huan's words. After all, he was the brother of the instructor. Which brother could possibly be ignorant of his sister's nature? Just as Qin Huan was about to elaborate further, Su Guandua appeared at the classroom door, demanding, What are you all doing here? Hurry back to your seats. The students, sensing her authority, hastily returned to their places, including Qin Huan. All right, I'll take attendance now. Su Guandua wasted no time and promptly began calling out names. Satisfied that everyone was present, she instructed, After this, you will go downstairs to collect your uniforms, change, and then head to the playground. Understood? Understood. The group replied in unison. At that moment, one student raised a question, Miss Su, may I inquire what kind of uniforms we will be wearing? The rest perked up, eager for the answer. What else could it be but camouflage uniforms? Su Guandua replied with a slight smirk. We were supposed to distribute them yesterday, but we ran out of time. You'll collect them shortly. Are there any other questions? No, none. They chorused. Good, then let us get moving. All right. They responded, ready to comply. As he stood up, he made his way towards the classroom door. Just as Qin Huan was about to follow, he was unexpectedly called back by Shanghuan Duo. Huan, wait a moment. I have something to say to you. Oh, Qin Huan exclaimed, halting in his tracks. Meanwhile, the other students paid them no heed, as if they were entirely accustomed to such occurrences. Shortly after they departed, Shanghuan Duo shed her earlier stern demeanor and swiftly approached Qin Huan. Before he could react, her slender fingers grasped his ear. You little rascal. Quickly explain your relationship with that instructor. Ah, that instructor? Qin Huan feigned discomfort, his face a picture of bewilderment. You little brat, still pretending, are you? Shanghuan Duo tightened her grip slightly. All right. I'll tell you. Qin Huan relented. At least you're sensible. With a cold snort, Shanghuan Duo finally released him. Now speak. Why do you need to know, Teacher Shanghuan? Qin Huan retorted, not immediately answering her question. What else could it be? Of course. I'm here to supervise you on behalf of your 7th sister. Shanghuan Duo declared, adopting a serious expression. Supervise me? Qin Huan was taken aback, pondering what the instructor had to do with this. Still pretending, are you? Shanghuan Duo prepared to reach out once more. Wait, I'm not pretending. It's just that you haven't made yourself clear. I haven't made myself clear? Fine, let me clarify. I want to supervise you on behalf of your sister to see if you're secretly dating. Secretly dating? Qin Huan replied, exasperated, Teacher Shanghuan, I'm already 19. Is this still considered early dating? If I say it is, then it is. Shanghuan Duo would not allow him to counter her assertion and urged him, quickly tell me. What is your relationship with her? Do you truly wish to know? Then will you speak or not? Shangwan Duo raised her hand once again. Fine, I'll tell you. She is my fifth sister. Fifth sister? Really? Shangwan Duo's expression turned skeptical. You're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I lie? If you ask my seventh sister, she'll confirm it. All right, I'll take your word for it this time. But remember, if I catch you dating in school, I will certainly inform your seventh sister to deal with you. Got it. If there is nothing else, I'm leaving. With a look of exasperation, Qin Huan prepared to step away, utterly perplexed. Shangwan Duo was merely a friend of her sister and had no business meddling in her affairs. How utterly ridiculous. However, before Qin Huan could take a step, Shangwan Duo called out to him once again. Is there something else? Qin Huan inquired after taking a deep breath. Are you growing impatient? Not at all. That is good to hear. The corners of Shangwan Duo's mouth lifted slightly as she instructed Qin Huan. Remember to come to my room at 10 o'clock. Did you hear me? I implore you. Chapter 56. The mockery of Class 8 what? To your room? Isn't that rather inappropriate? Upon hearing Shangwan Duo's words, Qin Huan nearly stumbled in shock. In his view, her request was far too direct. No wonder he felt something was amiss earlier. You little rascal, what are you thinking? Shangwan Duo knew exactly what was on his mind. She said, somewhat exasperated. I merely want to share some mung bean soup with you in my room. Do you understand? Is that all? What else did you expect? Ah, I see. Qin Huan awkwardly scratched his head, feeling as though he might dig a hole into the ground. All right, that is all I wanted to say. You may go now. Very well. With that, Qin Huan did not linger and swiftly vanished from the scene. Once he had collected his camouflage uniform downstairs, he found himself feeling somewhat lost. The reason for his confusion was quite simple. He had no idea where he was supposed to change into the outfit. Although Lu Guodao had mentioned arranging a dormitory for him, Qin Huan still did not know its location. Should he go and ask Lu Guodao? To be honest, he was uncertain if he would even be able to find him, considering how busy the university president was. Just as Qin Huan was pondering what to do, a key was suddenly thrust into his hand from behind. Here, take it, you little rascal. Teacher Shangwan. Qin Huan turned around, momentarily stunned. He truly did not expect Shangwan Duo, who had just been in the classroom, to appear here as well. Why are you still standing there? Take it. Seeing Qin Huan lost in thought, Shangwan Duo waved the key in her hand. What is this? Coming back to his senses, Qin Huan asked, somewhat perplexed. It's a key. Don't you recognize it? No, I mean, what is it for? It's for my room. Shangwan Duo replied dismissively, clearly unimpressed. The students nearby were instantly abuzz with excitement. What on earth is happening? Incredible. Qin Huan has truly outdone himself. Indeed. It's remarkable that he managed to have teacher Shangwan personally hand him the room key. He must be the first in our school to achieve such a feat. How enviable. The crowd whispered among themselves, casting covetous glances towards Qin Huan, who was not far away. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Qin Huan quietly inquired of Shangwan Duo. Why are you giving this to me? What else could it be for? You have nowhere to change, right? Just take it. One must admit, Shangwan Duo was remarkably thoughtful, even considering this detail. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Qin Huan hesitated, touched yet uncertain. What is inappropriate about it? Just take it. Shangwan Duo insisted, firmly placing the key in his hand. Moreover, she added, with this key, it will be more convenient for you to visit me in the future. Well, if you insist. Qin Huan yielded with a reluctant nod. All right then, I'll get back to my tasks if there is nothing else. Shangwan Duo said, not pausing for his response, and promptly walked towards the faculty office building nearby. Qin Huan watched her go, shaking his head with a wry smile before swiftly departing the scene himself. Approximately 10 minutes later, having changed clothes, Qin Huan finally made his way to the playground. Just as he approached the area designated for Class 8, students from Class 7 began to tease them. Hey, Class 8, you're not still going to be doing push-ups today, are you? Isn't it obvious? I bet you'll be doing them all day long. Ha. You're really unfortunate to have gotten such a strict instructor. Our instructor is so much better. Every half hour, we get to play games. Such a delight. It was evident that the students from Class 7 were reveling in their mischief. The reason for their jibes at Class 8 was quite simple. Class 8 had stolen the spotlight during the instructor assignments yesterday. Now that they had found a chance to vent their frustrations, they were eager to seize it. Of course, they were blissfully unaware that Xia Jinxia was Qin Huan's sister. Had they known, they likely wouldn't have dared to speak so boldly. What's wrong with doing push-ups? We actually enjoy them. Only a coward would think otherwise. You may continue to harbor jealousy, feeling the sting of not being assigned the beautiful instructor, and it is indeed quite evident. The students of Class 8 have discerned the sentiments of Class 7, though they too harbor a distaste for performing push-ups. How could they possibly concede in the face of ridicule? It appears you are merely stubbornly putting on a brave front. Indeed, it brings me great amusement. Why do you not just accept your fate? You claim we are obstinate, yet your envy betrays you, does it not? You could simply express your envy without resorting to such frivolous banter. Are we envious? Let me tell you, it was utterly unexpected. As the two classes engaged in dialogue, their discussion escalated into a quarrel, and judging by the intensity, it seemed to grow fiercer by the moment. What is it that you are all bickering about? Are you so idle? Fortunately, at that very moment, a commanding voice abruptly interrupted their altercation. Oh my, the instructor has arrived. Upon witnessing this, the members of Class 7 gasped and, without a moment's hesitation, turned their heads away, no longer daring to chatter. Yet, as they turned, they did not forget to cast a derisive glance at the students of Class 8. Alas, they were not wrong. We truly have drawn the short straw. Who could argue otherwise? Just yesterday, I was quite elated, but who could have foreseen this turn of events? It is clear that we are destined to be the subject of ridicule in the future. Following the collective pivot of Class 7, the students of Class 8 began to murmur quietly among themselves. It was unmistakable from their words that they, too, felt a profound sense of despair. Thank you to the lovely whale fall when words are unspoken for your encouragement. Much love to you. I humbly request further encouragement, 5-star reviews, and gifts. I plead. Chapter 0057. Who is the mysterious figure? Thus, the students of Class 8 waited for nearly 10 minutes. Seeing that Xia Jingxing had yet to make an appearance, they were just about to consult Qin Huan. However, before they could take any action, Xia Jingxing strolled in, unhurriedly appearing not far from the playground. Oh my, the instructor has arrived. Everyone, quickly fall into formation. In an instant, the previously languid crowd sprang into action. This alone is a testament to the immense authority Xia Jingxing holds in their hearts. When Xia Jingxing finally approached them, to everyone's astonishment, she did not order them to continue doing push-ups. Rather, she instructed them all to sit on the ground. What on earth is happening? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. As the members of Class 8 settled down, they couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. Indeed, they were not alone. Qin Huan and the students from the neighboring Class 7 shared the same bewildered expressions. After a while, someone finally voiced their curiosity. Excuse me, instructor. May I inquire about today's military training content? No sooner had the studentess' voice faded than the others eagerly perked up their ears. You shall find out shortly. Xia Jingxing teased, adding with a mischievous grin, I assure you it will be an unforgettable experience. Wow, don't scare me like that. Why do I feel a chill in the air? Upon hearing Xia Jingxing's remark and recalling Qin Huan's earlier warning, the crowd shivered involuntarily. Just as everyone wore anxious expressions, a faint rumble echoed from the sky nearby. It's finally here, exclaimed Xia Jingxing, uttering those words. Finally here? What do you mean? The others found themselves puzzled by her statement. At that moment, the rumbling grew increasingly louder. Did anyone hear that sound? Yes, it seems to be the sound of helicopters. Indeed, it is the sound of helicopters. Look up. In an instant, everyone on the playground turned their gaze skyward. My goodness, there are so many helicopters. 1, 2, 38. There are 8 of them. By the way, why are all these helicopters military green? Could they be military helicopters? Oh my heavens, look. They seem to be flying towards us. No sooner had the words left their lips than the 8 military green helicopters descended directly onto the playground. Wow, they really landed on our playground? The crowd gasped in astonishment. They could hardly fathom how these military helicopters could possibly land at their school. Logically, such an event seemed utterly impossible. Just then, with an air of calm, Xia Jingxing called out to Class 8, all of you, stand up. The members of Class 8 were momentarily taken aback, then quickly rose to their feet, looking utterly confused. What are they planning to do? Who knows? Perhaps they're going to make us do push-ups? Do push-ups? Seriously? That seems absurd. As the members of Class 8 finally stood up, students from other classes immediately began to mock them in small groups. However, before their ridicule could linger, they were rendered speechless in the next moment. Su Jinxie commanded the members of Class 8 once more, follow my orders and proceed to the helicopter at a run. Could it be that she had lost her mind? Was she truly intending to lead them toward the military helicopter? Was she not concerned about the danger? It was utterly laughable. Had they never encountered a helicopter before? To them, Su Jinxia's command appeared utterly ludicrous, akin to that of a clown. Of course, it wasn't just them, aside from Qin Huan. The rest of Class 8 shared the same sentiment, considering Su Jinxia to be quite deranged. What are you all waiting for? Did you not hear my command? Su Jinxia coldly remarked as she noticed that Class 8 was not complying with her orders. Left with no choice, the members of Class 8 reluctantly steeled themselves and obeyed her directive. They jogged over and soon arrived at the helicopter. What on earth was the instructor planning? I was utterly speechless. It was all so embarrassing. Indeed, everyone was watching us, laughing at our predicament. Why was I so unfortunate to have ended up in Class 8? Shoo, keep your voices down. Don't let Qin Huan hear you. As they approached, the members of Class 8 couldn't help but whisper their grievances in small groups. From their words, it was evident that they were filled with resentment. Meanwhile, from the helicopter emerged over a dozen soldiers who quickly formed a straight line before Class 8, standing at attention as if awaiting the inspection of a high-ranking official. Look over there. It seems that one is a colonel. A colonel? Is that for real? Indeed. It is. And check the one on the far left. He appears to be a major general. Am I seeing things? The one beside him seems to be a major general as well. Not long after the soldiers had taken their positions, many on the playground recognized their ranks. The dozens of military training instructors were also taken aback. Realizing they could not afford to delay, they exchanged glances and hurriedly lined up to jog toward the helicopter. What on earth was happening with the instructors? Why were they also heading toward the helicopter? Was there really a need to ask? They are all soldiers. And over there are the bigwigs. Would they dare not to pay their respects? Is that so? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that those military dignitaries seem to be awaiting the arrival of someone significant, as if anticipating an inspection. I must admit, I share this sentiment. As I observed my instructors all proceeding toward the helicopter, the crowd on the playground immediately fell into hushed discussions. What puzzled them, however, was that the military elites descending from the helicopter appeared to be waiting for some esteemed figure to arrive for inspection. How peculiar. Chapter 0058. Is she actually reprimanding those dignitaries? Greetings, esteemed commanders. As the group of military training instructors arrived at the helicopter, they saluted in unison, promptly exclaiming, "Who are you?" The leftmost major general, gazing at the instructors, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. In response to the commander's question, they replied quickly, "We are soldiers of the army, currently tasked with conducting military training at Qingda." Upon hearing the major general's inquiry, he merely acknowledged with a sound of understanding and ceased to speak further. What does this mean? The instructors exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Just then, Xia Jinxin finally strode over at a measured pace. What on earth is going on? Did she not claim to be a soldier herself? Why does she appear so nonchalant in the presence of so many commanders? Could she possibly be a false soldier? In the very next moment after Xia Jinxin's arrival, the straight-laced instructors were momentarily taken aback. They couldn't help but think to themselves, if Xia Jinxin truly were a soldier like them, how could she not be trembling with respect and saluting in the presence of so many commanding officers? Of course, it was not only them, the students of Class 8, with the exception of Qin Huan, also shared this perspective. Meanwhile, what no one anticipated was that those military elites, upon Xia Jinxin's appearance, collectively raised their right hands and, addressing her direction, called out in unison, "All present, salute the commander." What in the world is happening? Saluting the commander? Aren't they the commanders themselves? And why are they saluting towards Class 8? The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation. As for the students of Class 8, they were even more perplexed. What on earth is going on? How is it that these esteemed figures are saluting us? Who knows? The key point is that they are addressing us as commander, which is rather peculiar. I assent it. Indeed, it is utterly baffling. Just as everyone was left in a state of confusion regarding the situation, Xia Jinxi stepped forward. She confronted the group of military dignitaries and sternly inquired, "Could you kindly inform me what time I specified for your arrival at the celebration? Could it be that I am hallucinating? Is she truly reprimanding those distinguished leaders?" As soon as Xia Jinxi uttered these words, the other attendees collectively gasped in astonishment. They never anticipated that Xia Jinxi would dare to admonish such high-ranking officials. Who are these dignitaries, after all? To say the least, the lowest rank among them is that of a lieutenant colonel. In the eyes of the onlookers, it seemed rather audacious for Xia Jinxi to scold individuals of such stature. Yet, Just as they were contemplating this, to their utter disbelief, the leftmost major general, with a contrite expression, responded to Xiaojinsi, "Commander, your specified time is 9 o'clock sharp." Goodness! He referred to her as commander? My heavens! Is he not a major general himself? How could he address another as commander? What must the rank of their instructor be to command such respect? In that moment, those who had previously viewed Xiaojinsi as a mere jester were left both shocked and painfully aware of their own folly. They realized that it was not Xiaojinsi who was the fool, it was they themselves. What a remarkable turn of events. As for the students of Class 8, when they looked at Xiaojinsi again, their expressions transformed into one of deep admiration. After all, their instructor was someone whom even a major general addressed as commander. It is no exaggeration to say that this would provide them ample material to boast about for years to come. Since you all remember the time, I trust you know what to do next, Xiaojinsi stated upon hearing the major general's reply. As for the title of commander, there is no need for that. Very well, then, you may begin, they replied. Without regard for the expressions of those present, in the blink of an eye, they all dropped to the ground. Everyone. 300 push-ups, starting now. With that command from the major general, the esteemed leaders immediately commenced their push-ups. Goodness gracious! Is this truly happening? Are these dignitaries actually doing push-ups? The onlookers nearly stumbled in disbelief upon witnessing this scene. As for the students of Class 8, suddenly, I felt a significant alleviation within my heart. After all, even the esteemed leaders must engage in push-ups. What grounds do they have for complaints? It was at this moment that they collectively resolved to embrace their fate. In the ensuing days, no matter how many push-ups Xiaojinsi required them to perform, they would utter not a single word of discontent. One must admit, soldiers are indeed soldiers. When it comes to executing push-ups, their form is impeccably standard, and their speed is remarkably swift. Even in comparison to Qin Huan, they seem to be on par. In under 5 minutes, this group had completed a total of 300 push-ups. Reporting, as they rose to their feet and adjusted their uniforms, the previously mentioned Major General immediately called out, "Sir, we have completed all 300 push-ups." Xiaojinsi responded with a solemn hum and said, "Do not presume that my absence permits you to relax. Have you all understood?" "We have understood." The group replied in unison. "Very well, I trust you have brought what I instructed?" Xiaojinsi inquired, looking at the assembled individuals. "Yes," they answered. "Then, stand by." Upon saying this, Xiaojinsi turned to the 8th squad and commanded, "Do not just stand there. All of you fall in. You have 10 minutes to unload everything from the helicopters and move it over. Is that clear?" "Absolutely." The 8th squad responded immediately. "Then let us commence." As soon as Xiaojinsi finished speaking, the members of the 8th squad hurriedly jogged towards the helicopters. They were eager to discover what treasures lay within those aircraft. Thank you to Yunxian from District 5 for the generous gift. At that moment, as she was about to proceed alongside the others, Qin Huan was unexpectedly halted by Xiaojinsi's call. Is there something you need?" Qin Huan asked, momentarily taken aback before quickly approaching Xiaojinsi. "Come, let me introduce you," Xiaojinsi said, proceeding to introduce her to the 10 or so generals present. It was evident that while each general displayed a friendly demeanor, their handshake revealed an underlying disregard for Qin Huan's presence. After all, Qin Huan is merely an ordinary college student, and when compared to these esteemed military figures, he is on an entirely different plane. To be candid, had it not been for Xiaojinsi's personal introduction, they likely would not have deigned to cast even a glance in Qin Huan's direction. Naturally, Xiaojinsi was acutely aware of this dynamic, yet she chose to remain silent. In her perspective, her subordinates were all distinguished individuals with remarkable achievements. Their disdain for Qin Huan was entirely understandable. After all, the best way to earn the respect of others is to demonstrate one's capabilities through strength. She firmly believed that it would not be long before Qin Huan would radically alter their perception of him through his own prowess. Similarly, after introducing these individuals, Xiaojinsi divulged Qin Huan's identity to them. Upon learning that he was, in fact, her brother, their arrogance diminished slightly. However, when they gazed upon Qin Huan, a trace of aloofness still lingered in their expressions. Meanwhile, the classmates from Class 8 had already arrived at the helicopter. Yet, upon seeing the assortment of items piled within, they couldn't help but furrow their brows. "Goodness, I thought it would be something valuable, but it turns out to be just a few shabby wooden crates. What do you think is inside? Who knows what they contain? Let us move them first." As they spoke, Two classmates immediately prepared to lift the wooden crate closest to the entrance. Old Joe, come, let us carry this. All right. Wait, this is too heavy. We need another person. What on earth is inside? Could it possibly be fitness equipment? To their astonishment, the seemingly inconspicuous wooden crate proved to be exceedingly heavy. Even as two grown men, they could barely lift it a little. Moving it out of the helicopter seemed utterly implausible. Fortunately, at that moment, another classmate approached the crate. All right, I'll count to 3, and we'll all exert ourselves together. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them finally managed to lift the crate off the ground. Although it still appeared somewhat laborious, they successfully carried it out of the helicopter. Is this for real? Is it really this heavy? It must be a ruse. They probably just want to avoid work. I think so too. Let me take a shot at it. I refuse to believe it. Clearly, the other classmates regarded the earlier trio's efforts with skepticism. What on earth is in this? It truly is heavy. I can't do it alone. I need another person. Is this for real? Let me give it a try. Alas, how exceedingly heavy it is. It seems that old Joe and the others were not lying. One could assert that such a scene is practically unfolding on every helicopter. What on earth are they transporting? Who knows? It appears to be wooden crates, perhaps? Wooden crates? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that they are struggling considerably with their load. In my estimation, these boxes likely contain fitness equipment, such as dumbbells. The students of Class 8 have just managed to unload the wooden crates from the helicopter. Not far away, the other classes, witnessing this spectacle, immediately began to murmur amongst themselves in small groups. Fortunately, the number of crates is not overly abundant, perhaps only 20 or 30 at most. Moreover, not every crate is excessively heavy. With their 50 or 60 members, they have only made 1 or 2 trips and have already transported them all. Goodness, I am utterly exhausted. This is more taxing than doing push-ups. Indeed, the second trip was manageable, but the first crate must have weighed 200 or 300 pounds. Who would have thought? Initially, I assumed others were merely exaggerating. Yet it truly is an arduous burden. Regardless, I need to catch my breath. After bringing all the wooden crates over, the students of Class 8 plopped down onto the ground without a moment's hesitation. The rapidity of their breaths reveals that they were clearly quite fatigued from their exertions. Hey, Class 8, what on earth did you bring over? Yes, please do share. I am quite curious. You didn't haul over dozens of crates of dumbbells, did you? Strangely enough, that is indeed a possibility, huh? Just as the members of Class 8 were resting, the students from Class 7 inquired while teasing them once again. Is it truly that amusing? I'm not afraid to tell you that what we have in these crates is indeed. That's right, do you understand? If you dare to continue your chatter, we might just retaliate. Do you think you would be of any use to us? Do you believe you are enlisting in the military? How utterly ludicrous. Why not claim that they are filled with mortars? Thus, as the two groups exchanged banter, another quarrel erupted. However, based on the situation at hand, it is evident that the students of Class 8 were at a disadvantage. After all, they too realized that the words of those rascals from Class 7 seemed to hold some merit. What they were claiming to contain was, after all, a lethal weapon typically found on the battlefield. In their minds, how could Xia Jinshu possibly distribute such items for mere military training? Amidst their escalating argument, not far away, Xia Jinshu, having dismissed the instructors, approached Class 8 alongside Qin Huan and more than a dozen generals. The instructor has arrived. Everyone in Class 8 quickly scrambled to their feet upon noticing. As the arguments ceased, they hastily struggled to rise from the ground. Shortly thereafter, Xia Jinshin and her group made their way to Class 8. She first instructed Qin Huan to return to the ranks, and then addressed the class, commanding, all personnel, at ease. At her command, the entire Class 8 promptly complied. Excellent. Xia Jinshin surveyed the gathered individuals before shifting her tone. I have heard that you are rather dissatisfied with my order for you to perform push-ups. Is there any truth to this? Not at all. Surprisingly, the entire class responded in unison. To be honest, had this been earlier, they would not have dared to answer this way. However, upon witnessing the generals obeying Xia Jinshin's command to do push-ups, each one of them swiftly altered their perspective. Very well, if you say there is no discontent, then so be it. Xia Jinshin, unfazed by their response, waved her hand dismissively and continued. For today, as military training, I have decided to introduce a new format. First, I will divide you, over 60 individuals, into groups of 4. Each group will be overseen by one of the generals standing behind me. Now, heed my command and form your teams. As soon as her words fell, the slightly bewildered members of Class 8 quickly sprang into action. However, to everyone's surprise, nearly every individual sought to team up with Qin Huan. Qin Huan, shall we form a team? Qin Huan, we have 3 here. You should join us. Brother Huan, I wish to be in your team. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Faced with this throng of eager classmates, Qin Huan, already prone to indecision, found himself in a quandary. Just then, 3 rather attractive girls, acting swiftly, pulled Qin Huan to their side before anyone could react. Why bother asking? Just take him. Brother Huan, from this moment on, you are our team leader. As the 3 girls claimed Qin Huan, he opened his mouth to respond. But before he could utter a word, the other classmates immediately expressed their discontent. What is the reason for this? Indeed, what gives? It is clearly us who approached Qin Huan first, isn't it? Yes, yes. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? How can you just snatch him away like that? As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 women, unwilling to be outdone, retorted immediately. What of it if we seize him? Who says you are more clever than us? Indeed, how dare you question our right? Simply because Qin Huan is currently linked to our arms. You are truly shameless. Is linking arms such a grand achievement? I can do it too. And I, who among the scoundrels cannot? To Qin Huan's astonishment, amidst the commotion, these individuals suddenly began to encircle him. Good grief. Are you all out of your minds? It might be forgivable for the women to link arms, but what on earth are you men doing? As he watched the crowd closing in, Qin Huan nearly choked on his own breath. Fortunately, at that moment, Xia Jinxin's voice rang out from a distance, halting their advance. What are you all huddling together for? I give you all 30 seconds to arrange your teams. Upon hearing this, the crowd realized the futility of their efforts. After casting one last resentful glare at the 3 women, they reluctantly chose to abandon their pursuit. As for the 3 women, they paid no heed to their disdainful looks. With a slight smile, they turned to Qin Huan and said, Brother Huan, your stamina is remarkable. You must take good care of us later. Yes, indeed, Brother Huan. We will be relying on you. Brother Huan, I have some candy in my pocket. Would you like a piece? I have some too. As they spoke, the girls eagerly reached into their pockets. Wait. Qin Huan, startled by their actions, attempted to voice his concerns. However, before he could finish his thought, a delightful piece of creamy milk candy was unceremoniously thrust into his mouth. Qin Huan was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, 2 more candies followed suit. What on earth is happening? Do they really think of me as a child to be coddled? Just as Qin Huan's inner dissatisfaction brewed, the 3 girls gazed at him sweetly and asked, Brother Huan, how is it? Tasty, isn't it? Coming back to his senses, Qin Huan was about to retort that it was hardly appetizing. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Xia Jinxin's voice echoed from afar. All right, time's up for team formation. Everyone should have their partners by now, right? Yes. The crowd replied in unison. Good, now I will assign the instructors. With that, Xia Jinxin called out, Forest Wolf. Among the generals behind him, a major stepped forward. You are in charge of that group. Xia Jinxin pointed to the 4 individuals not far away and addressed the figure known as Forest Wolf. As for why he was called Forest Wolf, the reason was quite simple. It was merely a code name. Yes, Forest Wolf replied and immediately proceeded towards the 4 individuals. Heavenly Wolf, you are responsible for those 4. Understood. Siberian Wolf. In a short span of time, apart from Qin Huan and his small team of 4, nearly every group had a general appointed as their instructor. Hua Huan. At that moment, Xia Jinxin called out to Qin Huan. Here, perhaps by instinct, Qin Huan echoed the call, though his voice sounded somewhat muffled as he still had 3 pieces of candy in his mouth. What are you responding to? Xia Jinxin murmured under her breath before addressing him again. You will have me as your personal instructor. What? You will personally instruct us? Upon hearing this, Qin Huan was taken aback. He assumed that if Xia Jinxin were to be their instructor, they would likely be put through a grueling ordeal. What? You unwilling? Of course not. That's more like it. After saying this, Xia Jinxin swept her gaze over the crowd. Then, with an air of mystery, asked them, Students, do you know what is contained in these boxes before you? Due to the abundance of rewards, Susu decided not to distribute them all individually. Various requests for updates, 5-star reviews, and gifts. Chapter 0061. Are you crazy? You call this military training? I don't know. The students of Class 8 immediately shook their heads when questioned. To be frank, Xia Jinxin did not prolong the suspense and straightforwardly declared The contents of these boxes will be essential for your military training in the coming days. After speaking, Xia Jinxin turned to Qin Huan and said, Hua Huan, you may open it. All right. Naturally, Qin Huan, filled with curiosity, readily agreed. As he stepped forward towards one of the boxes, not only did the students of Class 8 take notice, but students from other classes also turned their attention towards him. Is he really going to open those wooden boxes? I'm so excited. I wonder what's inside. I guess it's fitness equipment, like dumbbells. I think so too. As these students speculated in small groups, Qin Huan had already arrived at the front of the wooden box. Without any hesitation, he prepared to open it. Before the gathered crowd, he decisively pried open the wooden box. Good heavens! Is this real? At the very moment the box was unveiled, the previously composed Qin Huan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He never anticipated that the contents of the box would be so astonishing. What on earth did Qin Huan see to widen his eyes so? His shocked expression led many to speculate. Could it possibly be dumbbells? Surely not, given his stunned demeanor. My curiosity is piqued. I simply must see. I feel the same. It must be said that Qin Huan's astonished countenance ignited the interest of everyone present, all eager to uncover the mystery of what he had witnessed. Sister Wu, are you certain the contents of this box are something we can utilize during our upcoming military training? Once he regained his composure, Qin Huan took a deep breath and turned to the distant Xia Jinxin, his face still reflecting shock. Absolutely, Xia Jinxin replied with a slight smile, her confidence unwavering. However, before Qin Huan could voice his thoughts further, Xia Jinxin interrupted him. All right, go ahead and show everyone. Reluctantly, as Xia Jinxin appeared entirely serious, Qin Huan bent down and retrieved an item from within the box. Indeed, it was a singular item. Goodness gracious, is this real? Am I seeing things? A handgun? How could it be a handgun? My word, this is beyond incredible. As soon as Qin Huan brandished the handgun, the onlookers were so astonished that they nearly popped their eyes out. They could hardly believe that such an item lay within the box. It is worth noting that in the realm of Huaxia, such items are strictly forbidden. All right, now open another box. At that moment, Xia Jinxin's lips curled into a subtle smile as she addressed Qin Huan again. Isn't it all the same? Qin Huan queried, perplexed. The others present immediately perked up their ears in anticipation. Of course, it's not the same. You'll see when you open it, Xia Jinxin teased without revealing more. Very well. Qin Huan decided against pressing further. After setting down the handgun, he approached another wooden box. As he opened it, the entire assembly of onlookers instinctively rose onto their toes in unison. Their curiosity was simply insatiable. Oh my heavens! As for Qin Huan, upon opening that wooden chest, he could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed, Goodness, is this for real? Qin Huan's reaction was simply too exaggerated. How come I can't see anything? Can any of you discern what lies within? I can't see a thing. My curiosity is killing me. Judging by Qin Huan's response, the contents of that chest are evidently far more formidable than the handgun from earlier. Due to the awkward angle, even those on the playground, despite straining on their toes, could see nothing. Fortunately, at that moment, Qin Huan, having regained his composure, pulled out an item from the chest. Indeed, another one. Goodness gracious, what on earth is happening? Have they truly procured an assault rifle? When the crowd finally glimpsed the object in Qin Huan's possession, many nearly stumbled in disbelief. They had thought that the handgun was already astonishing enough. Yet, who could have anticipated that an assault rifle would emerge next? However, the spectacle was far from over. Following the instructions of Xia Jinxin, Qin Huan proceeded to open each remaining wooden chest one after another. My heavens, is that a mortar? Is that even possible? Wait, grenades? They are indeed grenades? A rocket launcher? It's truly a rocket launcher? Goodness, I have become numb to it all. Even if he were to produce a nuclear bomb, I doubt I would be shocked anymore. Seriously? Where is the nuclear bomb? I can't see it. Have you lost your wits in amazement? I was merely making a metaphor, all right? Just as the crowd began to feel a sense of numbness from the overwhelming surprise, Xia Jinxin first instructed Qin Huan to return to his original position. Then, with a beaming smile, she addressed the students of Class 8, saying, You all should have seen clearly by now, these are the very items you will utilize during your military training in the coming days. What did she just say? This is the military training equipment for Class 8. Is this for real? This is not military training. This is clearly a military exercise. As soon as Xia Jinxin finished her statement, students from other classes, filled with astonishment, could not help but internally express their disbelief. At that moment, Xia Jinxin paused and continued, "Attention everyone, starting from the group on the right. Proceed to collect your grand packages in turn." Very well. No sooner had Xia Jinxin's words left her lips than the students of Class 8, under their instructor's guidance, began to collect their weaponry and equipment in succession. Goodness, I am so envious of them. Indeed, those fortunate souls in Class 8 have been bestowed with such an exceptional instructor. How I yearn to engage in those activities. How ironic it is that we once mocked them, only to be met with the stark reality of our own folly. Witnessing the scene before them, the members of Class 7 were nearly brought to tears with envy. Not long ago, they had ridiculed Class 8. What does it mean to be slapped in the face? This is precisely it. Chapter 0062. Is this too reckless? Meanwhile, the members of Class 8, under the guidance of their respective instructors, swiftly divided the 30-odd wooden crates before them. "All right, the equipment has been distributed," exclaimed Xia Jinxin. "Today, we shall commence our first military training exercise, pistol shooting." Pausing momentarily, Xia Jinxin continued, "In half an hour, I will personally evaluate your training outcomes. Does everyone have confidence?" "Absolutely." The crowd responded in unison, their excitement palpable. "Excellent." Xia Jinxin nodded in satisfaction before turning to the Forest Wolf, instructing, "Forest Wolf, please ensure that the targets are prepared." "Understood." Forest Wolf promptly followed Xia Jinxin's command, arranging for numerous targets to be set up against a wall in the playground. "Are you serious? Shooting on the playground? This is madness. Aren't they afraid of hitting someone? That shouldn't be a problem. There's no one over there. And besides, there's a wall behind." "You speak so lightly of it. But do you know the power of a gun? Indeed, this is quite reckless." In the wake of this revelation, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, astonished. They had initially assumed that with such lethal weaponry, Xia Jinxin would lead Class 8 to a safe outdoor location for shooting practice. To their surprise, they were preparing to do so right on the playground. To be frank, not only did the students from other classes find Xia Jinxin's audacity remarkable, but even Qin Huan and the others from Class 8 shared the same sentiment. "Isn't this a bit too risky, Sister 5? Shouldn't we consider another location?" Qin Huan, expressing her concerns, addressed Xia Jinxin. "What risk?" Xia Jinxin, fully aware of Qin Huan's apprehensions, shrugged dismissively and replied, "We're using blank rounds. As long as we maintain a safe distance, even if someone were to be hit, it would merely cause a brief sting." "Blank rounds? What are blank rounds?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd on the playground fell into a state of bewilderment. Clearly, as mere students, they could not comprehend what a blank round was. "Sister 5, what is a blank round?" inquired the equally perplexed Qin Huan, turning to Xia Jinshu for clarification. "How should I explain this to you?" Xia Jinshu pondered for a few seconds before articulating. "In simple terms, a blank round is a bullet without a projectile. This is what we typically use during military exercises. Now you should understand." "Oh, I see. I get it." After hearing Xia Jinshu's explanation, Qin Huan finally felt reassured. "All right, everyone, gather around." Xia Jinshu wasted no time and commanded the members of Class 8, "Put on your equipment and march forward." With the command given, their instructors simultaneously shouted out the rallying cry, leading them to a distance of approximately 10 meters from the target. Next, without the need for further instructions from Xia Jinshu, their instructors began by introducing the performance of the handguns they would be using. Then, they demonstrated how to load the weapon and shoot at the target. The rest was left to the student's own proficiency. "Come over here, Huan Huan, I will teach you." At the same time, Xia Jinshu summoned Qin Huan and her 3 companions to her side. "This is the Type 54 pistol, the most common domestic handgun in our country," she explained, detailing its specifications. "Now let me demonstrate." She then took aim at the nearby target and fired. Bang! The sound echoed, and the group observed a finger-sized hole appearing in the center of the target. "Wow, is it really that powerful? She hit the bullseye?" The 4 of them widened their eyes in astonishment. It was important to note that Xia Jinshu had not even aimed before firing. It was a completely casual shot. "All right, who's next?" As Xia Jinshu retracted the pistol and unloaded it, she inquired of Qin Huan and the others. "Instructor, may I go first?" One of the girls immediately stepped forward. "Of course," Xia Jinshu replied, handing the pistol to her. After receiving the handgun, the girl winked at Qin Huan and then, following the instructions given by Xia Jinshu, loaded the pistol again. After aiming for about 10 seconds, she finally squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sound rang out once more. To everyone's astonishment, the young lady indeed struck the target. Wow, I actually hit it. Upon witnessing this, she joyfully leapt up in excitement. Clearly, this outcome was as surprising to her as it was to everyone else. Not bad at all. Xia Jinxin glanced at the target in the distance and remarked to the girl, although you missed the mark slightly. Scoring a 3 is quite commendable for a novice like you. Thank you, instructor. The girl replied sweetly to Xia Jinxin. So who will go next? I will. Another girl eagerly chimed in. All right. Bang. Oh my, I hit it too? Haha. Not bad. A 2 is still acceptable. As Xia Jinxin spoke, she turned to Qin Huan and another girl, asking, which of you two will go first? Ladies first. Qin Huan responded without a moment's hesitation. Wow, Brother Huan. You are so wonderful. Truly a gentleman. Hearing Qin Huan's words, the 3 girls' eyes sparkled with admiration. As for the last girl, her performance was unexpectedly impressive. Achieving a score of 7. It is no exaggeration to say that this is quite unimaginable for a newcomer. Oh my goodness, Bebe, you are incredible. A 7? How did you manage that? Have you shot before? This is amazing. The other 3 girls immediately praised her without reservation. Next, it was Qin Huan's turn. Chapter 0063. This shouldn't be, missing the target again? After taking the handgun from the girl, Qin Huan did not immediately aim at the target. Instead, he turned to Xia Jinxin and asked, Sister, how many bullets are loaded in this handgun? 8 rounds, why do you ask? Xia Jinxin replied, slightly taken aback before answering. Oh, just curious. Will I be able to shoot all of them? Go ahead. All right then. A slight smile curled at the corners of Qin Huan's mouth as he prepared the handgun. Brother Huan, you can do it. You're the best. Go for a 10. It must be a 10. At that moment, the 3 girls nearby began to cheer him on enthusiastically, and Qin Huan did not disappoint them. In an instant, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! A resounding shot rang out, and a hole the size of a finger appeared at the center of the distant target. Oh my goodness! Is this for real? A 10? He actually scored a 10? Moreover, it appeared that he had not even taken aim. When the 3 girls beside him beheld the scores on the target, they nearly bit their tongues in shock. Initially, they had assumed that as long as Qin Huan did not miss the target, they would have ample opportunity to praise him. However, they never anticipated that not only did he not miss, but he also achieved a score beyond their wildest dreams. A perfect 10. Brother Huan, have you received specialized training? Inquired a girl named Bebe, snapping back to reality. The other 2 girls eagerly perked up their ears in anticipation. Not at all. This is my first time handling a gun. Qin Huan replied with a slight pout. What? Your first time? Is that true? Brother Huan, you are remarkably talented, exclaimed Bebe. Indeed, I have access to a dedicated shooting range at home, and after 3 years of practice, I have only managed to hit a 9. Truly impressive. As the girls absorbed Qin Huan's words, their astonishment was palpable, and they showered him with compliments. Had it been any other boy, he would likely have been swept away by their adoration. Yet, Qin Huan merely shrugged and responded nonchalantly, It's all right. What? Just all right. My goodness, Brother Huan. You are far too modest. The 3 girls thought to themselves, their admiration deepening. At that moment, Qin Huan raised his hand once more. Bang! Another loud shot rang out. Huh? What is going on? Could it be a miss? That shouldn't be possible. The 3 girls rubbed their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at the empty target. How could Qin Huan, who had just scored a 10, have missed this time? Brother Huan, it's all right. You must have been nervous. Bebe reassured him. You definitely have it in you to hit a 10 this time. The trio, concerned that Qin Huan might feel disheartened, hurriedly encouraged him. Unbeknownst to them, there was not a trace of disappointment on Qin Huan's face. Not only him, but even Xia Jinxin, standing nearby, seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. Continue, Huan Huan, Xia Jinxin urged. All right. Qin Huan wasted no time and pulled the trigger once more. Bang, bang, bang. Unlike before, this time he fired 3 shots in rapid succession. As the shots echoed, the 3 girls quickly turned their attention back to the target. What the? This cannot be. How could he miss again? Not a single shot hit the target. The 3 young women gazed at the still vacant target board, ensnared in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that his previous perfect score was merely a stroke of luck? Just as they were engulfed in such thoughts, the next moment, Xia Jinxin spoke up, remarking, Well done. It appears that Huan Huan has grasped the concept. For the upcoming shooting assessment, you shall represent your group. What? Well done? He will represent our group? Is this for real? This seems rather hasty. As soon as Xia Jinxin's words left her lips, the 3 women, returning to their senses, nearly stumbled in shock. In their eyes, Qin Huan had missed the target countless times. If he were truly to take the stage, he would surely become the subject of ridicule among others. How could they bear to witness such an occurrence? Before Qin Huan could respond, a girl named Beibei hurriedly suggested to Xia Jinxin, "Instructor, why not let me take the stage instead?" Yes, instructor. Although Beibei may not match Huan Ji's ability to score a perfect 10, she could certainly outperform the others. Indeed, please allow Beibei to take the stage. It must be noted that even at this moment, the three young women were still fervently attempting to salvage Qin Huan's dignity. "Huan, what do you think?" Xia Jinxin, however, did not acquiesce to their proposal, instead turning to Qin Huan with a questioning gaze. "I'll handle it," Qin Huan replied, slightly pouting. The three women, witnessing this, were about to voice their thoughts, but before they could utter a word, Xia Jinxin decisively declared, "All right, it's settled." After saying this, she turned to the three women and earnestly added, "By the way, the three of you still need to practice more." "What? We need to practice more? Is this for real? Shouldn't it be Qin Huan who needs the extra practice? After all, he is the one taking the stage." The three women silently pondered upon hearing Xia Jinxin's statement. Little did they expect that in the following 10 minutes, Xia Jinxin would take Qin Huan aside to observe other groups shooting. The two of them appeared as though victory was already in their grasp. "All right, everyone assemble." At that moment, Xia Jinxin commanded the crowd from Class 8. Upon hearing the order, everyone swiftly gathered. "How is everyone? I trust you all have been practicing well." Xia Jinxin inquired with a bright smile, looking at the gathered individuals. "Are you confident about the upcoming group assessment?" "Confident." The crowd responded in unison. "Excellent." After a satisfied nod, Xia Jinxin addressed them, saying, "Since everyone is so confident, let us each send forth a representative." The moment her words fell, over 10 individuals emerged from the crowd of Class 8, each countenance brimming with self-assurance. Among them was naturally Qin Huan. "Very well, let us commence." Xia Jinxin surveyed the group before continuing. "Each of you will take 8 shots. Who shall go first?" "I shall." At that moment, a bespectacled young man stepped forth from the throng. "Very well, you shall go first," Xia Jinxin replied, promptly handing him a fully loaded pistol. Without wasting a moment, he took the gun, casually took aim a few times, and then pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 8 consecutive shots echoed through the air. The onlookers hurriedly turned their gazes toward the target. "Is this for real?" 60 points. He actually scored 60 points. This guy is incredible. Indeed. The average of his shots exceeded 7 points. Damn, I just shot over 10 rounds and barely managed 4 points. You did better than I. I only managed 3. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was astonished and could not help but praise the young man. Even the generals present cast admiring glances his way. To them, a novice achieving such results likely surpassed the level of 95. Even during their own initial training, they had barely reached that standard. Very impressive. What is your name? Xia Jinxin inquired of the young man. Reporting to the instructor, "My name is Zhou He." Zhou He adjusted his glasses and promptly replied, "Zhou He, is it? I wonder if you would be interested in enlisting after graduation?" Xia Jinxin asked earnestly. "Enlist? Is that for real?" The others perked up at this statement. "That is something I have not considered." Zhou He shook his head, curiosity piqued. "Instructor, can someone with my nearsightedness even enlist?" "Of course." Xia Jinxin's lips curved upwards as she explained, "Not to mention your status as a top scholar from Qing University, with your shooting skills. You would certainly qualify for special recruitment." "Really?" Zhou He's expression transformed into one of excitement upon hearing this. To know, his childhood dream was to become a soldier. If it weren't for his nearsightedness, he would not have ended up studying at Keio University. "Indeed, it is true." Xia Jinxin curled her lips and said earnestly, "And I can assure you that if you choose to enlist after graduation, you could at least attain the rank of major." "What? A major? Isn't that equivalent to a regiment commander?" "My goodness, Zhou He is incredibly fortunate, isn't he?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was astounded, casting envious glances at Zhou He. As for Zhou He, how could he possibly refuse such an opportunity? He promptly agreed. After his consent, Xia Jinxin first instructed the forest wolf to note down his contact information. Then, she addressed the remaining dozen individuals, asking, "Who's next?" "I'll go." "All right." Bang, bang, bang. "Not bad, next." "I'll take my turn." Bang, bang, bang. In this manner, within less than 10 minutes, only Qin Huan remained among the group. Unsurprisingly, apart from Zhou He, most had performed rather poorly, with the highest score being a mere 42 rings. Consequently, at this moment, Zhou He had become the center of admiration. Huan, it's your turn. Xia Jinxin looked at Qin Huan and said, Okay. Qin Huan did not waste any time, stepping forward to take the pistol. Can he manage it? I can't shake the feeling that this is a bit dubious. I share the same sentiment. After all, he seemed to be wandering aimlessly during our earlier practice. No need to look, he certainly won't surpass Zhou He. Mark my words. As Qin Huan took the gun, the members of Class 8 began to murmur among themselves. Upon hearing their comments, the three girls couldn't help but step forward. What are you all saying? How can you doubt Brother Huan? Exactly. He scored a perfect 10 rings earlier. That's right. Let me ask you, who among you can achieve a perfect 10 rings? As soon as the three girls finished speaking, the crowd turned to them. 10 rings? Is that for real? I find that hard to believe. This is utterly ridiculous. 10 rings? Why not 100? Haha. I bet he meant 10 rings and 10 shots. Humph. Just wait and see how foolish you all appear. Is that so? I would very much like to witness that. To be honest, it wasn't that they looked down upon Qin Huan. The principal reason lies in the fact that while everyone else was diligently practicing their shooting, Qin Huan was merely wandering about. They could hardly believe that someone so leisurely could achieve any commendable results. Go, Brother Huan. Go, Brother Huan. The three women, too weary to engage in further debate, immediately rallied their support for Qin Huan. Meanwhile, in that very moment, as the gun was loaded, he raised his hand and fired. Bang! The sound resonated, prompting everyone to quickly turn their gaze towards the target. Wow, is this for real? A perfect 10 ring? The once skeptical crowd stood in stunned silence. They could hardly fathom that Qin Huan had indeed scored a perfect 10. It was worth noting that even Zhou He had never achieved such a score. In an instant, even the generals regarded Qin Huan with newfound respect. See, I told you Brother Huan could score a 10, yet you didn't believe me. Brother Huan is amazing. You are truly the best. With a triumphant grin, the three women finally felt their worries dissipate. Just as they expressed their excitement, Qin Huan fired his second shot. Bang! The sound echoed again, and the crowd, now transfixed, found themselves momentarily frozen in disbelief. The once exuberant three women felt a sudden flush of embarrassment on their cheeks. Chapter 0065. 8 shots in the same spot? Nonsense. No way. Did he miss the target? Is this for real? Is this some sort of joke? I thought he was genuinely impressive. The members of Class 8, snapping back to reality, gazed at the target, which bore only a single hole, their faces contorting into expressions of disdain. To them, Qin Huan's earlier 10-ring score must have been mere luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. What they failed to notice was that the generals were now looking at Qin Huan as if he were some terrifying creature. Bang! At that moment, Qin Huan fired his third shot. Ha ha ha, this is too ridiculous. If it were me, I could easily score 3 or 4 rings. They scoffed. I initially thought he had some real skill, but it turns out he's just a fraud. How embarrassing. If I were him, I would have given up by now. Clearly. To them, Qin Huan's third shot was just another miss. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, Qin Huan wasted no more time. Without hesitation, he unleashed the remaining shots, only to find, as expected, that the target still bore but a single hole. How embarrassing. The members of Class 8, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain their urge to mock him quietly. Yet, before they could utter a word, the group of generals erupted into applause and approached Qin Huan. What on earth is happening? Hadn't he missed all his shots? What could possibly warrant such applause? The members of Class 8 found themselves utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend why these generals would applaud someone who had so clearly failed. Was it mere flattery? As the generals drew closer to Qin Huan, one of them, a colonel, clapped him on the shoulder and exclaimed, Brother Qin Huan, you are remarkable. This is truly impressive. The colonel then gave a thumbs up. To hit one hole with 8 bullets? Even at my peak, I could scarcely achieve that. My dear brother, I must admit I underestimated you earlier. Please forgive me. Even 2 brigadier generals joined in, affectionately addressing Qin Huan with words brimming with admiration. Wait, did he just say 1 hole for 8 bullets? Is that even possible? If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Qin Huan scored an 80? Good heavens, how exaggerated is that? Surely this is nonsense. A novice like him couldn't possibly be that skilled. I refuse to believe it. I suspect he is only saying this to prevent us from thinking they're simply flattering him. The members of Class 8, upon hearing such claims, were initially struck with astonishment, only to be swiftly engulfed by skepticism. After all, Such an extraordinary feat seemed far beyond the capabilities of a newcomer. How about that? My brother is impressive, isn't? At that moment, Xia Jinxin, standing nearby, asked the generals with a smug expression. She was confident that Qin Huan would earn their respect. Indeed, he is impressive. No doubt he is your brother. He surpasses even my peak performance. Another general remarked. If you could join us, Brother Qin Huan, I would gladly relinquish my position as Brigadier General. Upon hearing Xia Jinxin's words, the generals felt a twinge of embarrassment, but nonetheless expressed their admiration for Qin Huan. Well, it seems you've completely won them over. Xia Jinxin turned to Qin Huan with a beaming smile. Where would that be? It is all thanks to Sister Wu's excellent teaching. Qin Huan scratched his head as he directed a compliment towards Xia Jinxiu. However, this was not merely flattery. It was an unequivocal truth. Without Xia Jinxiu's personal guidance, it would have been impossible for him to attain such formidable prowess in such a brief span of time. Clever lad. Xia Jinxiu smirked and turned to the students of Class 8, announcing, the current round of the pistol shooting assessment has officially concluded. With the first place awarded to Qin Huan's group. Let us give them a round of applause. Yay, we won. Brother Huan is truly amazing, exclaimed one of the girls. Indeed, 8 shots, 80 rings. I must ask, who else could do that? Incredible. Brother Huan is simply extraordinary. As Xia Jinxiu's words faded, the 3 girls in Qin Huan's group erupted into excited cheers, while the others in Class 8 remained indifferent, showing no intention of applauding. Encouragement? Nonsense. This is utterly unfair. Precisely. 8 shots, 80 rings. Are you trying to fool us? Do you really think we are blind? Clearly, their reluctance to applaud stemmed from a belief that the situation was unjust. Why is it that you are not applauding? Xia Jinxiu inquired, frowning at the Class 8 students. Upon hearing this, the students of Class 8 were eager to voice their opinions. However, before they could speak, a student named Zhou He interjected angrily. Instructor, I believe you are being quite unfair. I should be the one in first place. On what grounds do you declare your brother Qin Huan to be first? It must be said, the top student certainly possessed a sharp wit. Not only did he assert his claim to first place, but he also subtly pointed out that Qin Huan was Xia Jinxiu's brother, implying that this familial connection allowed Qin Huan to usurp his rightful position. Yes, indeed. Instructor, this is truly unfair. Qin Huan missed the target, yet you still declare him first. How is this any different from underhanded dealings? This is outrageous. I support Zhou He for first place. Me too. Me too. As Zhou He's words concluded, the other students of Class 8 immediately rallied in agreement. What is unfair about it? Did you not hear? Brother Huan hit the same spot with all 8 shots. One of the girls from Qin Huan's group countered. Indeed. Another chimed in before Xia Jinxiu could respond. Huh, who believes that? Zhou He scoffed, turning to the Class 8 students. Do you all believe it? Believe whoever you wish. I certainly do not, exclaimed Zhou He, skepticism evident in his tone. Can a novice truly possess such extraordinary abilities? What a farce. As soon as his words fell, the crowd from Class 8 erupted into a cacophony of jeers. The 3 girls, witnessing this scene, were incensed and immediately wished to voice their objections. However, before they could utter a word, Xia Jinxin interjected, So, you all do not believe, do you? Of course not. The crowd murmured in response. Very well, Xia Jinxin declared, turning to the forest wolf. You shall provide them with proof. Yes, the forest wolf replied promptly, wasting no time as he addressed the members of Class 8. If you do not believe, then follow me. Without waiting for further reaction, he strode confidently toward the target. Humph. I am most eager to see how you intend to prove this. The members of Class 8 thought to themselves. Except for Qin Huan, the others, including the 3 girls, quickly followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the front of the target, eyeing it with a mix of skepticism and derision as they noted the solitary hole in its surface. Commander, you cannot be suggesting that all 8 bullets passed through this one hole. Zhou He scoffed, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Indeed, the forest wolf affirmed with conviction. Is that so? Pray tell, how do you intend to substantiate this claim? Zhou He retorted, convinced that even if the forest wolf spoke truthfully, proving it would be an insurmountable challenge. After all, this was not an Olympic event, recorded by high-definition cameras throughout. If it came to it, they could always check the surveillance footage. It was evident that Zhou He was not alone in this line of thinking. The others from Class 8 shared the same skepticism. Isn't this simple? The forest wolf remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. We can directly examine the bullet marks. Bullet marks? What are bullet marks? The members of Class 8 looked bewildered, completely unfamiliar with the term. Follow me, and you shall understand. The forest wolf had no intention of elaborating further. As he spoke, he made his way toward the wall behind the target. The group from Class 8 promptly followed. Behold, this is the bullet mark. Observe for yourselves. The forest wolf pointed to a black impression the size of a cup on the wall, addressing the followers. This is... The crowd paused momentarily, then turned to scrutinize the mark. As I observed the 8 distinct marks, it became evident that they were indeed closely aligned. It appears that Qin Huan was struck by 8 bullets, all originating from a single location. My goodness, it seems we have misjudged him. His skills are truly remarkable. The proficiency of his marksmanship is beyond question. As the onlookers beheld the evidence before them, astonishment mingled with a sense of shame. How about now? Surely you believe? Forest Wolf inquired with a smile, surveying the crowd. Indeed. The assembly responded in unison. Well then, let us return. With that, they retraced their steps. Qin Huan, I apologize. I misjudged you. Instructor, your brother Qin Huan is truly formidable. I was mistaken. Qin Huan, I offer my sincerest apologies. I hope you will forgive me. Upon their return, the members of Class 8, save for Zhou He and 3 young ladies, earnestly apologized to either Qin Huan or Xia Jinxin. Zhou He, aren't you going to apologize? Yes. Indeed. Everyone else has. Why not you? The 3 young women remarked, frowning at Zhou He. Why should I apologize to him? Zhou He retorted, visibly displeased. In his view, he was destined to become a major in a few years. To apologize to Qin Huan seemed beneath him. The 3 young ladies, infuriated by his words, promptly countered. How can you say that? Was it not you who instigated this situation? If it weren't for your remarks, none would have questioned the fairness of the matter. What of it? Zhou He scoffed, displaying a mocking expression. I will not apologize. What can you do about it? You will come to regret this. Uft. Regret? I have yet to learn how to write that word. Meanwhile, as they engaged in their heated exchange, Xia Jinxin cast a glance in their direction before decisively commanding, everyone, assemble. With her words still resonating, the previously disorganized members of Class 8 quickly formed an orderly line. Once they were properly arranged, Xia Jinxin stepped forward to announce, the handgun assessment has officially concluded. We shall now proceed to rifle training. You will have 30 minutes for your next assessment. Are you all confident? We are confident. Upon hearing the words, the members of Class 8 immediately responded in unison, very well. Satisfied, Xia Jinxu nodded slightly before continuing. All right, come over to collect your equipment. Sure. The crowd, filled with delight, hurriedly made their way towards Xia Jinxu. In no time, the first dozen individuals had received their black Type 95 automatic rifles from their respective instructors. Just then, it was Zhou He's turn. With a face full of joy, he prepared to accept the rifle handed to him by the forest wolf. However, just as he reached out, Xia Jinxu, standing nearby, remarked coolly to the forest wolf. Forget him, he doesn't deserve it. Who is Xia Jinxu? She is a doting sister extraordinaire. Her indifference to receiving an apology is one thing. But how could she possibly tolerate this individual's refusal to apologize to Qin Huan? What? Is this for real? Zhou He is in quite the predicament. Alas, he brought this upon himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. The other members of Class 8, upon hearing Xia Jinxu's words, were initially taken aback, then immediately began to murmur among themselves. Su is begging for updates, seeking 5-star reviews, requesting gifts. Even free electricity would suffice. The data is utterly abysmal. It's truly tragic. Chapter 0067. The stealthy Shangwan Duo. Very well. The forest wolf, fully understanding Xia Jinxu's intent, did not hesitate to reclaim the rifle meant for Zhou He. Witnessing this turn of events, Zhou He, who had been brimming with excitement moments ago, suddenly found himself engulfed in embarrassment. His outstretched hand hovered awkwardly, unsure whether to withdraw or persist. At that moment, he finally grasped the true meaning of regret. Enlisting? Becoming a major? It was clear that such aspirations were utterly unattainable. Why are you still standing there? Step aside. Seeing Zhou He frozen in place, the forest wolf admonished him with irritation. Zhou He wanted to retort, but before he could utter a word, the forest wolf's piercing gaze locked onto him. Goodness, that gaze is terrifying. Upon meeting the forest wolf's fierce eyes, Zhou He gasped in shock and nearly stumbled backward. He dared not linger any longer and swiftly retreated from the crowd. As for whether he would simply abandon his post honestly, who could say? He was indeed somewhat hesitant. If he were to be expelled for this, it would be a complete loss. With no other options, he found himself standing alone, pitifully on the side, watching his classmates, all beaming with joy as they held the rifles he had longed for. One could only imagine the depth of his discomfort at that moment. "All right, everyone, let us prepare for training," said Xia Jinxiu. Without wasting any time, she immediately led Qin Huan and the others to practice with the rifles. Meanwhile, the generals, while instructing the other students, occasionally cast furtive glances in Qin Huan's direction. They were eager to discover whether his talent was limited to handguns or extended to all firearms. If it were the latter, it would indeed be terrifying. The subsequent scenes swiftly provided them with an answer. Xia Jinxiu merely demonstrated a technique in front of Qin Huan once. The next moment, Qin Huan executed the same maneuver with his rifle, akin to his earlier prowess with the handgun. 10 bullets, all through the same hole. My heavens, this is utterly astonishing. The generals, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but gasp in disbelief. They had never anticipated that Qin Huan's talent would manifest to such a formidable degree. In their estimation, individuals of Qin Huan's caliber were rare not only in Huaxia, but perhaps even in the entire world. Unquestionably strong. At that moment, they found themselves harboring a flicker of admiration for Qin Huan. If their adversaries on the frontier were to learn of this, they would likely be left utterly astounded. Who were these generals? It is no exaggeration to say that in the eyes of those barbarians on the border, they were akin to embodiments of death. For such individuals to now exhibit admiration for a mere university student was simply shocking. Brother Huan, you are truly remarkable. To achieve 10 shots through a single hole is simply incredible. I absolutely adore you. The 3 girls beside him immediately began to praise Qin Huan upon witnessing his feat. It seems you are indeed learning quite swiftly, Xia Jinxiu remarked with a subtle smile, her words laden with meaning. Isn't that thanks to you, fifth sister? Qin Huan understood Xia Jinxiu's implication perfectly. He opened his mouth, ready to respond, but at that moment, a casual glance caused him to freeze in place. What? Why is she here? Moreover, observing her demeanor, one cannot help but sense a hint of anger. No, wait, how could I have forgotten this? Huan, what are you staring at? Upon noticing Qin Huan lost in thought in the distance, Xia Jinxiu, while uttering these words, prepared to glance in the direction where Qin Huan was looking. This sudden movement startled not only the person nearby, but also Qin Huan herself. Realizing the situation, she quickly turned Xia Jinxiu back with a gentle nudge of her shoulder. Fifth sister, I need to use the restroom, can you see? It was evident that as Qin Huan spoke, she discreetly cast several meaningful glances at the individual in the distance. The person soon grasped Qin Huan's intent. After shooting a resentful glare at her, they promptly sought refuge. Don't get too handsy. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Xia Jinxiu brushed Qin Huan's arm aside and urged her. Hurry along. All right, thank you, fifth sister. Qin Huan replied, swiftly making her way towards the individual. Huan. Just as she reached the halfway point, Xia Jinxiu called out to her. Startled, Qin Huan turned around, her expression dazed. You're headed in the wrong direction for the restroom. Seeing Qin Huan's bewildered face, Xia Jinxiu reminded her. Oh, I know. Qin Huan feigned composure and fabricated a response. The restroom over there is too small. This one is larger. Is this brat out of his mind? Does he really need to consider size when going to the restroom? Xia Jinxiu muttered under her breath upon hearing Qin Huan's remark. Fifth sister, if there is nothing else, I'm off. Go ahead. All right. With a sigh of relief, Qin Huan quickly vanished from sight. Not long after, in a secluded path within the school, Teacher Shangwan, am I not allowed to be wrong? It hurts so much. Can you please loosen your grip? Oh, you know pain now? How did I instruct you earlier? I told you to come to my room by 10 o'clock. Did you take my words lightly? Watch me not deal with you. What do you mean? If it weren't for your fifth sister's presence just now, you would have faced the consequences. Are you afraid of my fifth sister? Upon hearing her words, Qin Huan immediately grasped the crux of the matter and deliberately inquired of Shangwan Duo. Who says I'm afraid of her? I simply, indeed, as Qin Huan suspected. Shangwan Duo became visibly agitated, and her grip on Qin Huan's ear unconsciously loosened. What do you mean by that? Qin Huan rubbed his still aching ear. With an expression full of curiosity, she leaned her head directly towards Shangwan Duo. Su pleaded, the data is too cold. Everyone, please help me. Suddenly, in chapter 0068, Shangwan Duo, who possessed the qualities of a virtuous wife and mother, lowered her head, just as she was about to say something. Unexpectedly, she caught sight of Qin Huan's handsome face, so close that her heart raced, prompting her to hastily push him away. "Why are you leaning in so close?" she exclaimed. Quickly changing the subject, she said, "You should hurry to my room and drink some mung bean soup. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Without waiting for Qin Huan to respond, she dashed away. Qin Huan, taken aback by Shangwan Duoduo's retreating figure, did not linger any longer. In no time, he arrived at the door of her room. Just as he was about to unlock the door with his key, an angry voice called out from behind, "Who are you? Don't you know?" Before the speaker could finish, Qin Huan turned around upon hearing the voice. "Oh, it's you, Qin Huan." The person paused, and then, with a face full of embarrassment, said, "Never mind, you continue with what you were doing. I won't disturb you." With that, before Qin Huan could react, the individual swiftly disappeared. Regaining his composure, Qin Huan shook his head and opened Shangwan Duoduo's door. To avoid further interruptions, he closed the door behind him as he entered. After changing into the slippers that Shangwan Duoduo had specially purchased for him, he headed to the refrigerator and enjoyed a large bowl of mung bean soup. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that the clothes and pants he had previously changed out of, which he had left on the sofa, seemed to be missing. What the? Could it be a thief has entered? With this thought, Qin Huan immediately became alert. He first glanced into the kitchen and, finding no one there, quickly made his way to Shangwan Duoduo's bedroom door. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. What he beheld was an entire bed adorned with lace. Feeling quite embarrassed, Qin Huan dared not linger any longer, fearing he might be caught by Shangwan Duoduo, and hurriedly shut the door again. Moreover, in a guilty manner, he gently wiped the doorknob with his sleeve to erase any fingerprints. After a deep breath, he began to search the room once more. He did not search for long. Soon, he spotted his changed clothes hanging on the balcony rack. Unlike before, these garments had clearly been laundered by the formidable Ms. Shangwan. It seems that this seemingly fierce instructor possesses the qualities of a devoted wife and mother as well. After a moment of silent reflection, Qin Huan realized that there was no thief lurking about, so he chose not to linger any longer. In the blink of an eye, he departed from the scene. 7 or 8 minutes later, at the playground near Class 8, Xia Jinxin teased him as soon as he appeared. Huan, you've been gone for quite some time. I thought you had fallen into the toilet." "Not at all," Qin Huan replied, clutching his stomach and offering an excuse. "I just suddenly felt a bit unwell." He knew that if fifth sister found out he had sneaked a drink of the mung bean soup prepared by Shangwan Duoduo, he would undoubtedly face a scolding. After all, just yesterday afternoon, Xia Jinxin had warned him against consuming anything from strangers. Although Shangwan Duoduo was a close friend of seventh sister Tang Shitting to Xia Jinxin, she was no different from a stranger. Unwell? Upon hearing this, Xia Jinxin immediately grew concerned. Leaning closer, she prepared to examine Qin Huan's stomach, saying, "Let me take a look." "Don't. I'm fine now." Startled, Qin Huan quickly interjected. "Really? You aren't just being shy, are you?" Xia Jinxin asked, her expression one of skepticism. "Fifth sister is not a stranger. What do you have to fear? I'm truly fine, look." To demonstrate, Qin Huan vigorously patted his stomach. "All right, but if you feel unwell again, you must tell me." Seeing that Qin Huan was indeed all right, Xia Jinxin did not press further. Turning to the assembled members of Class 8, she commanded, "Everyone, gather." As soon as the words left her lips, the students hastily formed up, including the woeful Zhou He. "All right, the rifle training has officially concluded." Upon seeing everyone lined up, Xia Jinxin announced, "Next, we will assess your shooting skills. Each group, send one representative forward." No sooner had she finished speaking than over 10 individuals stepped forward from the crowd. Unsurprisingly, Qin Huan once again astonished everyone during this assessment. Indeed, this pattern continued throughout all subsequent evaluations. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the span of 3 days, the various weapons brought by the generals had been thoroughly utilized by Qin Huan and his companions. Today, the much-anticipated weekend had finally arrived. Qin Huan had intended to indulge in a leisurely slumber, but to his surprise, the early morning was interrupted by a loud knock at his door. Huan, get up. Stop lazing around." The voice was unmistakable. It was none other than his elder sister, Xia Jinxi. "Fifth sister, it's the weekend. Can't you let me rest a little?" Qin Huan groggily rubbed his sleepy eyes and called out. "Rest? Have you forgotten what day it is today?" Xia Jinxi retorted sharply. "Regardless of the day, I insist on resting," Qin Huan declared, pulling the blanket over his head in defiance. Still not getting up? Fine, then don't blame me for being rude. What are you planning to do, sister? Qin Huan felt a sense of unease at her words. What else? I'm going to find the key and personally drag you out of bed. What? Fifth sister, please don't be impulsive. As Qin Huan sat up in bed, he hurriedly warned. I'm not even dressed. I don't care whether you're dressed or not. Just tell me if you're getting up. Xiaojinsi was not one to be easily intimidated. All right. I'm getting up, you've scared me. Qin Huan, left with no choice, ultimately conceded. After all, she was his sister, and it was only fair to give her this courtesy. After a moment of self-reassurance, Qin Huan quickly dressed himself. Now we're getting somewhere. Xiaojinsi remarked triumphantly upon hearing him. What is it that's so urgent this early in the morning? Once he opened the door, Qin Huan asked Xiaojinsi with a hint of grievance. How can you even ask? Didn't you ask me to accompany you to the Air Force Base this weekend? Oh, I had completely forgotten. Qin Huan admitted, finally recalling the plan. Come on, the commander over there is waiting for you. We should set off without delay, Xiaojinsi said, ready to pull Qin Huan along. What? The commander is waiting for me? Is that true? Do I really have such importance? Qin Huan could hardly believe his ears, astonished by the revelation. The commanding general of the Air Force Base, such an imposing figure. How could he possibly wait for a mere university student? Once he regained his composure, he instinctively felt the urge to speak. However, before he could utter a word, Xia Jinshu seized his arm and began to pull him outside. Sister, I haven't even brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. Shouldn't we have breakfast before we go? Qin Huan said with a wry smile as he was dragged along. Upon hearing this, Xia Jinshu finally released her grip on Qin Huan. All right, I'll give you 5 minutes. Hurry up. 5 minutes. Will you wash or not? If not, we're leaving right now. Fine, I'll wash. Qin Huan dared not protest further. Reminding himself that she was his sister, he hurried back to his room. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged once more. All right, let us go, Xia Jinshu declared, preparing to grasp Qin Huan's arm again. Sister, I can walk by myself. Okay, then hurry. Xia Jinshu acquiesced, heading towards the stairs. Seeing this, Qin Huan promptly followed. Just as they arrived in the living room, their eldest sister, Li Mingyu, spotted them. Perfect timing. Breakfast is ready. Come and have a bite. Great. Qin Huan responded, eager to head towards the dining room. However, before he could take a step, Xia Jinshu pulled him back. What is so great about it? You can eat at the Air Force Base later. With that, she turned to Li Mingyu and said, Sister, I need to take Huan out, so we want to be eating here. Without waiting for Li Mingyu's response, she dragged Qin Huan out of the villa. Before long, they had settled into a helicopter in the backyard. With the roar of the engines, the helicopter swiftly ascended from the ground. An hour and a half later, at the entrance of a certain Air Force base in the capital. General, why have you summoned us so early? Who are we waiting for? A military officer with the rank of Major General could not contain his curiosity as he addressed the tall, middle-aged man at the forefront. Yes, General, please enlighten us. Another Major General chimed in, equally intrigued. Could it be that a high-ranking official is coming? As soon as the Major General finished speaking, the other soldiers nearby immediately echoed his sentiments. In their eyes, the general's grand display of military presence, 3 major generals, 5 colonels, and 10 lieutenant colonels, surely indicated that the anticipated guest was of considerable significance. You'll find out shortly. Zhang Wen smiled lightly, teasingly withholding information. Indeed, this was not merely a matter of suspense. After all, he was unaware of whether the individuals were willing to reveal their identities. Meanwhile, not far away, in the square, a group of pilots engaged in morning exercises chanced upon the scene at the entrance. Goodness! Everyone, look! What is happening at the door? What's going on? No way. Is this real? That appears to be our commander-in-chief. Oh my goodness, what could the commander be doing? Why are they all standing at the entrance? Could they be waiting for someone? Surely, who else could warrant such attention from the commander? I must say, this sight is truly astonishing. They simply cannot fathom who could command such respect from the commander. Could it possibly be a leader or a superior? Just as this ominous thought crossed their minds, Qin Huan and his helicopter finally arrived above the Air Force Base. Here they come, Zhang Wenqing remarked, observing the descending helicopter, unable to suppress his excitement. Upon hearing his words, the others quickly turned their gaze toward the aircraft. Indeed, it was not just them. The pilots in the nearby square were equally eager to discover who could elicit such a personal welcome from the commander. The chief has arrived. As the helicopter touched down, Wang Ming turned to Xia Jinxia and said, All right, will you be joining us inside? or would you prefer to wait outside? Upon hearing this, Xia Jinxia inquired of Wang Ming and his companion. Let us wait outside. Very well. With that, Wang Ming finally brought the helicopter to a stop at the base entrance. Xia Jinxia, without further delay, led Qin Huan down from the helicopter. Goodness, is this for real? This place is incredibly remote. As Qin Huan stepped off the aircraft, he gazed at the towering mountains before him, hardly believing his eyes. He never imagined that the Air Force Base would be nestled amidst such grand peaks. To call it remote would be an understatement. Welcome, welcome. At that moment, Zhang Wenqing, accompanied by a group of high-ranking military leaders, approached with broad smiles. What is happening here? Could it be that the commander has orchestrated such a grand reception for these young individuals? They appeared to be nothing more than strikingly handsome and beautiful figures, seemingly devoid of any significant stature. Surely, there must be some mistake. The military leaders following Zhang Wenqing, upon catching sight of Qin Huan and his companion, could not help but furrow their brows in confusion, requesting updates, seeking 5-star reviews, hoping for gifts. Even free electricity would suffice. Su earnestly pleads. Chapter 0070. Madness. Even the commander must address her as superior? Indeed, not only the military elites present, but also the nearby pilots appeared utterly bewildered. Could it be that I am hallucinating? The commander awaits them? That young woman is extraordinarily beautiful, truly exuding grace. She is indeed stunning, yet she hardly seems like a figure of great renown. Moreover, the young man beside her appears to be merely a college student. How could he warrant such a personal reception from the commander? Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, the subsequent scene left them even more astounded. Commander Zhang Wenqing approached Xia Jinxin and, without uttering a word, saluted her. My goodness, what on earth is happening? The commander is saluting a young woman? This is madness. I am truly on the brink of insanity. Upon witnessing this, the crowd nearly bit their tongues in shock. Who is Zhang Wenqing? He is the highest-ranking officer at the Air Force Base. His military rank is at least that of a lieutenant general. How could he salute a young woman before so many witnesses without evoking disbelief? What are you all standing there for? Hurry and salute the commander. As Xia Jinxin returned the salute, Zhang Wenqing turned to the group of military elites behind him, reproaching them sternly. Indeed, although the military elites were somewhat perplexed, they promptly saluted Xia Jinxin. That is more like it. Observing this, Zhang Wenqing murmured softly and then, with a beaming smile, addressed Xia Jinxin. Commander, they do not recognize you, so please do not take offense. What reason do I have to take offense? Xia Jinxin replied, waving her hand dismissively. But you, old Zhang, we are at least of equal rank. Why the salute and the title of commander? Are you jesting with me? I would never dare to jest with you. I have heard that you are to be promoted to general before the year's end. Is that true? My heavens. So young, and a woman at that. Soon to be a general? As soon as Zhang Wenqing's words left his mouth, the military elites behind him widened their eyes in disbelief. Not only them, but even Qin Huan, standing nearby, couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Xia Jinxin, although he was aware of his sister's elevated status within the military. After all, even the generals of the Timberwolves must obediently comply with her commands. However, he never anticipated that Xia Jinx's military rank had escalated to such a terrifying level. It is worth noting that in Huaxia, those who are awarded the rank of general are exceedingly rare. One could say they are few and far between. Even combined, their numbers would scarcely exceed 100. For a nation boasting an army that surpasses 1 million, to claim that such individuals are a 1 in a million occurrence would be an understatement. Where did you hear this? Xia Jinx remarked with I only recently submitted my resignation. Resignation is of no consequence. Approval from above is unattainable. Zhang Wenqing scoffed, adding nonchalantly, they are promoting your rank merely to retain you. Let us set that aside for now, Xia Jinx decided, redirecting the conversation as she pointed to Qin Huan. By the way, I forgot to introduce you. This is my brother, Qin Huan. Commander, greetings. Qin Huan, undaunted, extended his hand. Hello. The commander offered nothing more than a polite handshake, revealing that he did not regard Qin Huan with much significance. After all, even the Timberwolves had treated him similarly in the past. Moreover, this was Zhang Wenqing, a person of considerable standing. The mere act of shaking hands with Qin Huan was already a significant concession towards Xia Jinx. If Qin Huan wished to earn his respect, he would need to demonstrate his own capabilities. As for Qin Huan, he recognized this dynamic. He believed that his sister's earlier remarks about departing were merely a ruse. The commander was not awaiting him. Rather, he was waiting for his sister. At that moment, in an effort to alleviate Qin Huan's discomfort, Xia Jinx shifted the topic. Addressing Zhang Wenqing, "Old Zhang, we haven't had breakfast yet. How could I have forgotten about that?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenqing quickly seized the opportunity. "Let us head to the cafeteria together. You have no idea how splendid the meals are in our Air Force. Is that so? I would like to experience it." With that, their group promptly departed. Once they finished breakfast and stepped outside the cafeteria, Zhang Wenqing inquired of Xia Jinx, "Commander, do you think we should go to the airport now or explore the surroundings a bit more? Please, refrain from calling me Commander. Just call me Jinx or Old Xia." Xia Jinx waved her hand, feeling somewhat awkward. In her view, they were still of equal rank. Addressing her as Commander felt rather uncomfortable. How can that be possible? "You are, after all, the esteemed Zhang Wenqing from our borders," he exclaimed, only to abruptly halt mid-sentence, his gaze towards Xia Jinxiu filled with profound remorse. The others around them appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why the commander had ceased speaking so suddenly. "It's nothing. We are all comrades here. Feel free to share." Xia Jinxiu, understanding Zhang Wenqing's intentions, merely pursed her lips and remarked coolly. In her view, these individuals were the loyal guardians of Huaxia. Even if they were to learn of her true identity, it was inconceivable that they would divulge it to outsiders. What does trust mean? This is it. Very well. Since you have said so, I shall not keep this from them. Zhang Wenqing was deeply moved by Xia Jinxiu's unwavering trust in his subordinates. Without hesitation, he prepared to reveal her identity to the assembled military leaders, eager for them to grasp the magnitude of the formidable figure before them. The situation had been dire. Data had plummeted daily, and only the encouragement from everyone's gifts had sustained her. It was utterly disheartening. Su Su felt on the verge of collapse. "My dear ones, do you think Su Su should attempt to increase her output? I await your responses urgently. I implore you for more updates, 5-star reviews, and gifts. Even free contributions would be appreciated. I humbly beseech you." Chapter 0071. The God of Slaughter, Xia Jinxiu Ahem. After clearing his throat a couple of times, Zhang Wenqing turned to the group of military dignitaries, his expression earnest. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you, with great honor, the Supreme Commander of the Frontier 001 Army, Major General Xia Jinxiu." Gasps filled the room. "The 001 Army? Is that for real? Good heavens. She is the Supreme Commander of the 001 Army." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of the words they had just heard. They had never anticipated that the legendary figure would manifest before them in the flesh. What is the 001 Army? It is the formidable force stationed at the borders, undefeated in battle, instilling terror in the hearts of the barbaric tribes. Their motto is renowned across the 36 nations of the eastern continent. As long as the frontier troops stand guard, no barbarian shall cross the Golden Mountain. And the frontier troops referred to here are none other than the 001 Army. They have slaughtered no fewer than 1,000,000 barbarians. As the highest commander of this army, Xia Jinxiu's reputation eclipses that of the entire force, though she has never removed her mask in front of outsiders, and even to this day, the barbarians remain oblivious to her name. It has been said by former barbarian leaders, "I would rather face the tyrant Xiang Yu than the God of Slaughter." The figure known as the God of Slaughter refers to none other than the supreme commander of the 001 Army Group, Xia Jinxin. It is noteworthy that when Xia Jinxin, adorned with a silver mask, stood atop the city walls, she successfully instilled such fear in 1,000,000 barbaric foes that they preferred to circumvent their assault on Huaxia rather than dare to tread even a step beyond the Yinmen Pass. One must ponder how such a legendary persona could appear before one without inciting astonishment. "Commander, surely you jest with us? You are the God of Slaughter? Is this truly the case? My heavens, is the God of Slaughter truly this youthful? You are my idol." "No, wait, Chief, greetings. I am your admirer. No, rather, you are my fan." To their astonishment, upon learning of Xia Jinxin's true identity, these esteemed military leaders initially wore expressions of disbelief, only to then babble incoherently in their excitement. Their voices betrayed their fervor, for there are scarcely 8 individuals in all of Huaxia worthy of the title of God of War. Moreover, the moniker of the God of Slaughter was bestowed upon Xia Jinxin by Huaxia's archrivals, the barbarians, lending it a significance that surpasses that of the other renowned warriors. In an instant, these once formidable generals, known for their stern demeanor, transformed into fervent admirers of Xia Jinxin. Were it not for the constraints of decorum, they would likely have already taken out their phones to capture a moment with her. All right, what are you all so excited about? Where is the decorum of a general? Zhang Wenqing admonished them upon witnessing this scene, before solemnly instructing, I do not wish for anyone outside this gathering to learn of Major General Xia Jinxin's true identity. Is that understood? Understood. The group responded in unison, their expressions serious. Commander, do you think we should head to the airport now? Or? Zhang Wenqing, after a brief nod of acknowledgement, turned to Xia Jinxin and inquired. Let us proceed to the airport, Xia Jinxin decided, initially contemplating correcting Zhang Wenqing regarding her title, but ultimately swallowing her words. Let him call her as he pleased. Very well, let us set off, Zhang Wenqing declared, then turned to one of the brigadier generals, saying, Zheng Hao, go and prepare a few vehicles. Yes, sir. The brigadier general promptly left with a few men. In less than 5 minutes, they returned with 6 or 7 military open-top vehicles. Commander, what do you think? Zhang Wenqing asked Xia Jinxin, gesturing toward the vehicles. I will ride with Huan Huan. You all can lead the way. Xia Jinxin understood Zhang Wenqing's implication and replied, all right. With that, Zhang Wenqing affirmed the plan. A vehicle was directly given to Xia Jinxiu and Qin Huan. Huan Huan, will you drive, or shall I? Xia Jinxiu inquired, gazing at Qin Huan. You drive, Qin Huan replied. Very well, Xia Jinxiu exclaimed, promptly taking her place at the driver's seat. Shortly thereafter, Qin Huan settled beside her. This scene elicited profound envy among the onlooking generals. After all, they were witnessing their idol allowing another to commandeer the vehicle, with that very individual seated next to Xia Jinxiu. How could they not be envious? All right, prepare to depart. At that moment, Zhang Wenqing addressed the crowd. As his words resonated, the 8 military open-top SUVs set forth towards the nearby airport. Goodness, everyone look! What is happening here? One exclaimed. Isn't that our commander-in-chief in the vehicle? What could they possibly be up to? Who knows? It seems they are heading towards the airport, another speculated. By the way, who are those two in the middle vehicle? I don't believe I've seen them before. As the convoy sped along, several pilots in training couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. Before long, Xia Jinxiu and her entourage arrived at the airport. The first sight to greet them was a row of military-armed helicopters. Once they disembarked from the vehicles, a coach with the rank of major swiftly approached them. Commander, you had requested the preparation of the J-11 helicopter, and it is ready for your command. The coach saluted the gathering and then addressed Zhang Wenqing. It was evident from his words that preparations had been made prior to Qin Huan's arrival. Please wait a moment. Yes. Zhang Wenqing turned to Xia Jinxiu, his expression earnest. Chief, although he is your brother, I must inform you beforehand. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Qin Huan before continuing. If he fails to meet my standards, I certainly will not accept him. Of course. Xia Jinxiu nodded, not elaborating further. In her mind, she hoped that Zhang Wenqing persistently plead with Qin Huan to stay. If the daily number of rewards reaches 300 times, currently around 200, whether it's for updates or anything else, Su will add an extra chapter. Su has a day job and occasionally works overtime, writing secretly. To maintain regular updates, she often toils late into the night, as her longtime fans would know. So additional chapters truly require immense effort. In the final moments, there was a fervent call for updates and accolades, alongside a desire for gifts or even free energy sources. Chapter 0072, titled The Slap in the Face, arrives as swiftly as a tornado, unfolds with Xia Jinxin lost in thought. All right, let us proceed, Zhang Wenqing declared, wasting no time as he led the group towards the nearby armed helicopters. At that moment, the pilots, engaged in maintenance of the helicopters, promptly saluted upon seeing Zhang Wenqing and his companions. Commander, greetings, they exclaimed. Zhang Wenqing nodded in acknowledgement and pointed at one of the helicopters. Turning to the instructor and inquiring, is this the one you have prepared? Indeed, the instructor replied. Very well, Zhang Wenqing responded without further ado, glancing at Qin Huan. He spoke with a hint of casualness. Young brother, I wonder if this poses any challenge for you? If it does, I can have someone teach you right away. It was evident that a trace of condescension lingered in Zhang Wenqing's expression as he spoke. No need. Qin Huan waved his hand, exuding confidence as he replied. This is completely manageable for me. Really? Is that so? The others were taken aback by his audacity. Did he truly believe operating the J-11 was so simple? A wave of incredulity washed over the group, and they could not help but scoff internally. To them, Qin Huan's claim seemed nothing short of arrogance. The J-11 was one of the most challenging military helicopters to operate. Even the most talented pilot in the base, Major General Zheng Hao, had spent an entire week mastering it. Now, this young lad boldly asserted that it posed no difficulty? Was this not the epitome of hubris? In an instant, everyone regarded Qin Huan as if he were a mere jester. You are exceedingly presumptuous, young man. Major General Zheng Hao could no longer restrain himself and stood to address Qin Huan. I'm merely speaking the truth, Qin Huan retorted, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Zheng Hao was ready to respond, feeling that this youth was truly unaware of the gravity of his words. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zhang Wenqing silenced him with a mere glance. Very well, since you claim it is not a challenge, then go ahead and give it a try. Zhang Wenqing, while recognizing Qin Huan's arrogance, chose to indulge him for Xia Jinxin's sake. All right, Qin Huan declared, ready to embrace the challenge. Without further delay, he proceeded directly towards the helicopter. In no time, he was already seated inside. At that moment, Zhang Wenqing gazed at Xia Jinxia and remarked, laden with meaning, Chief, your brother truly is. However, before he could finish his thought, the helicopter carrying Qin Huan suddenly roared to life. With the rapid whir of the rotor blades, it swiftly ascended into the sky. Holy moly, is this for real? Am I seeing things? Can he actually pilot it? Observing the helicopter circling overhead, the onlookers were nearly left speechless, their jaws almost dropping to the ground in astonishment. They had never anticipated that such a complex aircraft, the Z-11, could be flown into the air by someone as inexperienced as Qin Huan. Old Zhang, what were you about to say? Xia Jinxia inquired with a smirk, directing a playful gaze at Zhang Wenqing. And nothing at all. Zhang Wenqing waved his hand dismissively, feeling too embarrassed to utter another word. At that moment, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Qin Huan, piloting the Z-11, executed a challenging tailspin maneuver and then, astonishingly, hovered directly above them. Holy smokes! Is this for real? This is utterly unbelievable. He can perform such advanced maneuvers? The crowd below nearly erupted in exclamations. Initially, they had thought that Qin Huan managing to lift the helicopter off the ground was impressive enough. Little did they expect that he not only knew how to fly, but could also perform an array of intricate moves. It is no exaggeration to say that many of these maneuvers were beyond the experience of even the most skilled ace pilot, Zheng Hao. Impressive, truly remarkable. Indeed, that tailspin was simply stunning. I never imagined Qin Huan possessed such prowess. Those who had previously deemed Qin Huan arrogant, like Zheng Hao, now transformed into enthusiastic admirers, showering praises upon the helicopters soaring above them. Of course, it was not just them. Even Commander Zhang Wenqing was nearly drooling in admiration. What an extraordinary talent. Someone like him must be retained in our ranks. As Zhang Wenqing entertained such thoughts, Qin Huan finally guided the helicopter back to the ground. Let us go take a closer look, Zhang Wenqing exclaimed as he regained his composure. As he spoke, he immediately led the group forward. However, when Qin Huan opened the hatch and beheld the scene before him, he was utterly bewildered. The peculiar gaze directed at him was utterly confounding, giving him the impression that they were about to devour him. Just as Qin Huan was about to voice his thoughts, Zhang Wenqing, standing in front of him, seized his right hand and, with an expression of fervent excitement, exclaimed, "You young lad, I never expected you to be this formidable. I hereby officially appoint you as the armed helicopter instructor of the 4th Wild Air Force, with the rank of major." Yet, to Zhang Wenqing's astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Huan promptly declined, saying, "Commander, I fear that may not be feasible." Not feasible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenqing grew somewhat anxious. In his view, it would be a tremendous loss to let such a talent slip away. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "Are you dissatisfied with the rank? How about this? If within 3 months you can teach more than half of the armed helicopter unit, I shall promote you to lieutenant colonel." "That is not my intention," Qin Huan replied, waving his hand, ready to explain further. 300 updates today, already 155. It's coming soon, my dear ones, keep pushing. I seek encouragement for more updates. 5-star reviews, and gifts, even free electric power would be welcomed. Chapter 0073. Directly awarded the rank of Major General before he could finish his sentence, Zheng Hao, who mistakenly thought Qin Huan was upset with him, interjected, "Brother Qin, I was wrong earlier to call you arrogant. Why don't you just stay?" "Yes, indeed. Brother Qin, your driving skills are so remarkable that it would be a shame for you not to remain. Indeed, with your skills, you could easily surpass all the other helicopter instructors. The surrounding generals, upon hearing Zheng Hao's words, quickly echoed their agreement. What they failed to notice was the awkward expression on the face of the instructor standing nearby, who happened to be one of those other helicopter instructors they were referring to. You've misunderstood, Qin Huan exclaimed with a wry smile. What I meant is that I still need to attend school. At most, I could only serve as a part-time instructor. What? School? What is there to attend? Yes. Why not skip school and come be an instructor with us? It would be splendid. Indeed, entering as a major is infinitely better than attending school. By the way, what school are you attending? Upon hearing this, Zheng Hao and the others were momentarily taken aback, then quickly began to persuade Qin Huan. At the end, he inquired about the school Qin Huan attended, KO University. Qin Huan did not hesitate and readily revealed the name. KO University? What a shabby institution. You better not enroll there. What did you just say? KO. My dear uncle, so you are a distinguished graduate from KO? Qin Huan, my friend, you are quite impressive. Indeed, it is KO. No less. By the way, Qin Huan, what were your scores on the college entrance exam? Need I say? I estimate it was at least around 680. You should know. At first, we were somewhat dismissive. However, once they grasped the situation, they immediately began to lavish praise upon Qin Huan. Ahem. Seeing that this group had strayed increasingly from the topic, Zhang Wenqing quickly cleared his throat. The generals, upon hearing this sound, understood his implication. Thus, they promptly swallowed their forthcoming words. Zhang Wenqing, observing this, shot them a fierce glare. Then, he turned to Qin Huan with a beaming smile and said, All right then. If you insist, you may take on the part-time role. However, I fear the highest rank you might achieve is merely that of a major. With that, Zhang Wenqing looked at Qin Huan, awaiting his response. No problem. Qin Huan was about to agree when, at that moment, Xia Jinshu interjected, Old Zhang. Isn't the rank of major a bit too low? My brother Qin Huan isn't just proficient in piloting helicopters. Not just helicopters? Zhang Wenqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon pondered. Sir, are you implying he possesses other skills? Indeed. Xia Jinshu replied with a confident smile. Could he possibly pilot a fighter jet? Not only can he pilot a fighter jet, but he could also handle the J-20 with ease. Is that for real? You must be joking. Zhang Wenqing's tone was filled with skepticism. Of course not. Not just him. The others, including Zheng Hao, felt it was too far-fetched. Understand that even we, as professional ace pilots, cannot guarantee we can fly a J-20. Now, Xia Jinshu claims that a college student can do it. What else could it be but nonsense? Do I appear to be jesting? Xia Jinshu retorted, rolling her eyes. Very well. If he truly possesses such diverse skills as you claim, Zhang Wenqing paused, then continued, even if he merely works part-time, I would still grant him the rank of Brigadier General. Agreed. Then let it be settled. Zhang Wenqing concluded. Without further ado, they proceeded towards the cluster of fighter jets, accompanied by Xia Jinsi and others. To my surprise, why are the commanders approaching us? Who knows? They are probably just here for a casual inspection. By the way, that helicopter earlier must have been piloted by Major General Zheng Hao, right? Is that even a question? In our base, who else possesses such extraordinary skills? Zhang Wenqing and his group were merely approaching the fighter jets. The pilots engaged in maintenance immediately began to whisper among themselves. Greetings, Commander. At that moment, a coach with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel swiftly approached Zhang Wenqing and his companions. Su Jie, you arrived just in time. Prepare AJ-20 immediately. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Wenqing commanded the individual before him. Understood. Su Jie replied without hesitation and promptly set about making the arrangements. Zhang Tao, have you completed the maintenance? The commander requires your fighter jet. As Su Jie arrived at one of the aircraft, he inquired of a pilot who was busy with maintenance. It was evident that this pilot, named Zhang Tao, was also a major, which was sufficient proof that all fighter pilots held remarkably high ranks. It's all done. But what does the commander need this jet for? Zhang Tao asked curiously. The others nearby immediately perked up their ears. How would I know? Why don't you ask the commander yourself? Su Jie retorted with a hint of annoyance. I wouldn't dare. Su Jie, not wishing to waste any more time, quickly returned to Zhang Wenqing and the others after a brief exchange. Report, Comrade Commander. The J-20 fighter jet you requested has been arranged. Please provide instructions. Little brother. What do you think? Zhang Wenqing, upon hearing this, did not immediately give a command, but turned to Qin Huan instead. I need someone to teach me, Qin Huan said timidly upon noticing the situation. What? You still need someone to teach you? Is that for real? Didn't your sister just boast about you knowing everything? As soon as Qin Huan uttered these words, everyone present, including Zhang Wenqing, nearly stumbled in disbelief. To them, Xia Jinxi's earlier remarks seemed utterly absurd. Although achieving the target of 300 today was impossible, with everyone encouraging me so much, I must deliver additional content for you all tomorrow. I feel a bit dizzy today. Otherwise, I would have added more today. I seek your encouragement for more updates, 5-star reviews, and gifts. Even free energy donations would be appreciated. Chapter 0074. Learn in a few minutes? Truly boastful. Despite Zhang Wenqing's slight displeasure, he pondered for a moment, and then said, Zheng Hao, why don't you teach him? Certainly. Zheng Hao responded immediately, preparing to approach Qin Huan. However, before he could take a step, Qin Huan quickly waved his hand, saying, no need. My fifth sister can teach me. In his view, if Zheng Hao were to instruct him, he would surely face humiliation. He could tolerate being ridiculed himself. But to involve his fifth sister in such mockery was unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hao found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to proceed or retreat. Fortunately, at that moment, Xia Jinxin stepped forward, linking her arm with Qin Huan's, and addressed Zhang Wenqing. Allow me to teach him. I am confident that my brother's talent will enable him to learn within just a few minutes. What? People around them were astonished. Is that for real? He can learn in just a few minutes? Come on, that's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? As soon as Xia Jinxin uttered those words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to then begin to scoff internally. To them, it seemed as though Xia Jinxin was boasting to an absurd degree. Learning in mere minutes? If it were that simple, how could they be regarded as elite pilots? It is worth noting that even the most gifted among them, Major General Zheng Hao, had taken an entire week to barely manage piloting the J-20 during his training. As for the others, it was a different story altogether, with training periods ranging from a month to over half a year. Qin Huan was merely a university student. He likely did not even know how to open the cockpit of a fighter jet. To suggest that someone like him could master it in a few minutes was nothing short of ludicrous. At that moment, Zhang Wenqing, unable to suppress a frown, eventually nodded and said, very well, then you shall teach him. It was clear that he harbored no doubts about Xia Jinxin's ability to pilot the J-20. Xia Jinxin gestured with her hand, wasting no time as she led Qin Huan toward the nearby J-20. Who are these two handsome individuals? Why are they coming our way? I don't recognize them. They must not be from our base. Judging by the commander's demeanor, he seemed quite courteous to them, especially the young lady. They are probably from one of those prominent families. Typically, such individuals lack real skills and only cause trouble. Exactly. As Xia Jinxin and Qin Huan approached, Zhang Tao and others, who had been maintaining the aircraft, began to whisper amongst themselves. Greetings, everyone. We require the use of this aircraft. As soon as Xia Jinxin arrived, she addressed Zhang Tao and the others with utmost seriousness. What? You wish to use this aircraft? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao and his companions were nearly rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. I must ask, dear lady, are you jesting? Are you aware of the significance of this aircraft? It is inconceivable that you could simply request to use it. Indeed, one cannot fault Zhang Tao for his incredulity. The J-20 fighter jet, even by its name alone, conveys its paramount importance. Old Zhang, they want to permit its use. What are we to do? Upon hearing Zhang Tao's words, Xia Jinxin refrained from further discussion and turned to call out to Zhang Wenqing, who was not far away. Who is she calling? Old Zhang. Could it be she addressing the commander? My goodness, is this for real? Zhang Tao and his companions were left astounded, nearly biting their tongues in shock at Xia Jinxin's exclamation. Zhang Wenqing, after all, was the highest-ranking officer at their Air Force base. It is no exaggeration to say that few would dare to address him in such a familiar manner, save for those of higher rank. Zhang Tao, allow the commander to use it. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Wenqing called out to Zhang Tao and the others. Commander? What is happening here? These two individuals are commanders. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao and his companions were momentarily frozen in place. They were already astonished when Xia Jinxin referred to Zhang Wenqing as Old Zhang, but they could hardly fathom the implications of his subsequent statement. Why are you all standing there in disbelief? Did you not hear my words? Seeing Zhang Tao and his companions gaping in astonishment, Zhang Wenqing called out to them once more. Oh, I see. Regaining their composure, Zhang Tao and his companions dared not delay any further. Nodding fervently, they immediately gestured for Xia Jinxin and her companion to proceed. "Commander, please, after you." Xia Jinxin offered no additional comments. After a brief acknowledgement, she and Qin Huan made their way toward the aircraft. Simultaneously, Zhang Tao and his companions hurriedly removed the nearby ladder and promptly cleared the runway. "Do you think they can operate it?" "I believe they might. Otherwise, why would they ascend?" "That is a valid point." However, after distancing themselves from the runway, Zhang Tao and his companions began to whisper amongst themselves while observing the aircraft in the distance. Yet, before they could exchange more thoughts, the aircraft swiftly ascended into the sky. Shortly after taking flight, Xia Jinxin, seated in the cockpit, commenced her astonishing maneuvers. "My heavens, everyone look. What is she trying to do? Is this for real? This should be a 90-degree flight, right? Goodness gracious, a vertical landing? No way, a vertical ascent." Observing the unfolding scene before them, Zhang Tao and his companions were left agape, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that Xia Jinxu's skills had reached such an extraordinary level. Of course, they weren't alone in their disbelief. Not far away, Zhang Wenqing and others were equally mesmerized. "Commander, she is truly remarkable," someone exclaimed. "How impressive. She is indeed my idol. Not to belittle myself, but I reckon I would need years to master such a vertical landing. Indeed, it's astonishing." As the crowd below displayed expressions of sheer admiration, it wasn't long before Xia Jinxu expertly maneuvered the aircraft back to its original position. Today, an extra update is a must. As Susu said, no one can stop it. Hee. I seek your encouragement for more updates, 5-star reviews, and gifts. Free electricity would suffice too. Chapter 0075. This is Qin Huan's talent. How about it? Huan, have you learned it yet? After stabilizing the aircraft, Xia Jinxu turned to Qin Huan behind her and inquired. "Yes, I've learned it." Qin Huan nodded in response. "All right then, the next part is up to you." With that, Xia Jinxu wasted no time. As she opened the hatch, she prepared to leap from the aircraft. Wait, what is she doing? Is she really planning to jump down? Zhang Tao and his companions, who were approaching with a ladder, were taken aback by the sight before them. To them, the distance from the hatch to the ground was at least 2 meters. Not even they, as trained adult men, dared to attempt such a feat, fearing an ankle twist. Yet here was Xia Jinxu, a seemingly delicate woman, displaying the audacity to jump down. "Commander, please don't." As Zhang Tao and his companions rushed forward, they attempted to voice their concerns. However, before they could finish their words, Xia Jinxu had already landed safely on the ground. Moreover, she appeared completely unperturbed. Goodness, is this for real? She is no delicate flower. Her physical prowess seems to surpass ours. As they pondered this, they hurried to Xia Jinxu's side. "Commander, are you all right?" Zhang Tao scrutinized her with keen concern, worried that if she were injured, he might face the wrath of the commander. After all, a pilot as extraordinary as Xia Jinxu, even a minor scrape would constitute a significant loss. "No worries." Xia Jinxu waved her hand dismissively, gazing at the ladder being pushed towards them. With a face full of curiosity, she inquired of Zhang Tao, "What is the purpose of bringing this over?" Zhang Tao and his companions were momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, what was the purpose of this ladder? The individual had already jumped down. Wait, it seemed there was still someone up there. As Zhang Tao and the others pondered this, Xia Jinxu spoke up again. "Please step aside. My brother still needs to fly once more." "What? He still needs to fly again?" Zhang Tao and the others were taken aback. They quickly began to maneuver the ladder, clearing the runway once more. As for Xia Jinxu, after Zhang Tao and the others departed, she promptly strode towards Zhang Wenqing and his group. Is she really coming over? Is it true? She intends to teach him just once? They marveled at her audacity. Was she not concerned about the safety of Qin Huan? Observing Xia Jinxu's approach, the generals behind Zhang Wenqing widened their eyes in astonishment. They never anticipated that she would indeed teach Qin Huan only once. How is it that, in such a short time, you no longer recognize me? Upon approaching, Xia Jinxu teased the group, noting their dazed expressions. As the generals regained their composure, they hastily attempted to respond. However, before they could speak, Zhang Wenqing, standing at the forefront, furrowed his brow and interjected, "Commander, are you not being overly reckless? Setting aside the possibility of your brother encountering trouble, if this J-20 fighter jet were to be damaged as a result, who among us could bear the responsibility?" Initially, Zhang Wenqing had assumed that Xia Jinxu would accompany Qin Huan, thus ensuring that any operational errors could be swiftly corrected. Yet, it appeared that the situation was far from that. Have no fear. I have confidence in his talent. Xia Jinshu replied nonchalantly, a slight smirk on her lips. Confidence? I must say. Zhang Wenqing's expression turned increasingly grim. Talent? He found it hard to believe that anyone's abilities could be so exaggerated. Just as he was about to continue, an unexpected event unfolded. The fighter jet suddenly surged towards the runway and, upon reaching the halfway point, executed a vertical ascent. Good heavens! Am I seeing things? Is this not his first attempt at learning? Just a few minutes have passed, and he has already mastered it? The generals present were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. Initially, they believed that after only a few minutes of practice, even if he could merely activate the aircraft, it would be commendable. Yet, they were taken aback by such an extraordinary display right from the outset. A vertical ascent? It cannot be overstated that even the most talented among them, Zheng Hao, would find such a feat unattainable. As for Zhang Wenqing, who was about to voice his thoughts, he quickly swallowed his words. Doubt? What could he possibly doubt now? With just this initial maneuver, Zhang Wenqing comprehended the sheer magnitude of Qin Huan's terrifying talent. Meanwhile, Qin Huan was not idle. Following his vertical ascent, he proceeded to execute a vertical descent. Those knowledgeable could discern that these two maneuvers, from any perspective, were far more challenging than anything previously attempted by Xia Jinxin. Good heavens, everyone look! What is he about to do? At that moment, Zheng Hao, pointing at the aircraft, gasped in astonishment. Wait, has it come to a standstill? Is this for real? My goodness, he's spinning in circles? One complete revolution? He has spun an entire circle? No, he hasn't stopped. 2 circles? 3 circles? 4 circles? My word, is he treating the aircraft like a top? 10 complete revolutions, a full 10. It is undeniable that Zhang Wenqing and the others were on the brink of madness. They never anticipated that such a challenging aircraft as the J-20 could be handled with such ease by Qin Huan. A series of unprecedented, high-difficulty maneuvers were flawlessly executed before their eyes. Incredible. Truly remarkable. A genius. This is undoubtedly the mark of a prodigy. It is evident that all present, including the generals and Zhang Wenqing, gazed at the aircraft as if beholding a deity. More updates will follow, though they may be delayed. Please be patient, as it is no easy task. I humbly request your encouragement, 5-star reviews, and gifts. Even free electricity would be appreciated. I beseech you. Indeed, it is quite astonishing how much he has improved in just a few days. Shall we, my friends, venture over to witness this marvel? Of course, we must go. We must seek guidance from Major General Zheng Hao. I shall join as well, and so shall I. Before long, at least 1,000 individuals congregated at the airport entrance. Just as they were about to step inside, an unexpected scene startled them. Goodness, why are the commanders here? Quick, we must leave. If they see so many of us, we shall surely face reprimand. Leave? Have you not noticed the commanders are merely standing there in a daze? I refuse to depart. I still have much to learn from Major General Zheng Hao. I too. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. At this moment, the crowd was resolute in their determination. Major General Zheng Hao? Is he not right over there? Suddenly, amidst the throng, someone exclaimed, My word! It truly seems to be him. Should he not be in the aircraft? What is the situation here? Could there be someone else in the cockpit? Aside from Major General Zheng Hao, who else at our base possesses such remarkable prowess? It appears no one, and besides, one doubts Major General Zheng Hao could execute such intricate maneuvers. No sooner had the words been spoken than the assembled crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Initially, they had assumed the individual in the aircraft was undoubtedly Major General Zheng Hao, the most talented pilot in the entire base. Little did they expect that the esteemed Major General was merely standing nearby. My heavens, who on earth is this extraordinary individual? As curiosity enveloped the crowd, the aircraft in the sky suddenly began a vertical descent toward the ground. Goodness, what is happening? Could there be an emergency? This does not bode well. Such a drop would surely result in calamity. Wait, look at the expressions of the commanders. Why do they appear so unfazed? Indeed, as the onlookers beheld the unfolding scene, they were initially taken aback. However, they soon breathed a sigh of relief, for Zhang Wenqing and the others showed not a hint of concern. What does this signify? It indicates that there is no cause for alarm. Just as they suspected, the very next moment, the descending aircraft hovered gracefully, mere meters above the ground. Goodness! Is this for real? This is astonishing. The crowd could hardly contain their astonishment, teetering on the brink of falling to the ground. It is essential to acknowledge that such hovering maneuvers are, barring helicopters, virtually impossible for any military aircraft to execute. Moreover, this feat was accomplished after a vertical landing. The difficulty of such an endeavor is truly akin to climbing to the heavens. Goodness, who on earth is the individual within that aircraft? This is nothing short of extraordinary. The crowd, already filled with curiosity, found their intrigue intensifying at this moment. Just then, the fighter jet hovered for but a brief instant before, resembling a helicopter. It gracefully descended to the ground. This astonishing display not only left the thousands present, including Zhang Wenqing and his companions, in utter disbelief, but also caused the usually composed Xia Jinxin to briefly gape in astonishment. Clearly, even she was taken aback by Qin Huan's remarkable maneuver. Could it truly be done this way? Zhang Wenqing, unable to contain his amazement, exclaimed. It was simply too incredible. To him, if the pilots at their base could perform such feats, it would render runways obsolete in future combat scenarios. Individuals like this must be retained at all costs. Meanwhile, as Zhang Wenqing entertained these thoughts, Qin Huan, having stabilized the aircraft, promptly opened the hatch. Let us hurry over. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Wenqing could no longer wait for Qin Huan to approach and immediately led the group forward. Who is this person? Why does he seem unfamiliar? He likely ISNT from our base, given that he ISNT even in uniform. He appears rather youthful, almost like a student. I share that sentiment. But can a student truly execute such maneuvers? As Qin Huan emerged from the cockpit, the pilots at the entrance were momentarily rendered speechless. They could hardly fathom that the individual responsible for such impressive feats was not only unrecognized by them, but also remarkably young. Returning to the scene, Qin Huan wasted no time after standing up, emulating Xia Jinxin's earlier actions by leaping from the cockpit, which was over 2 meters high. Brother Qin Huan, you are simply astounding. Just as he regained his footing, Zhang Wenqing, who had just arrived, seized his right hand with exuberance, his smile radiating like a blooming chrysanthemum. As for the title Zhang Wenqing used to address Qin Huan, if an uninformed individual were to overhear it, their jaw would surely drop in disbelief. Who is he? He is none other than the commander of the esteemed Air Force Base in the capital. And who is Qin Huan? A mere ordinary university student. Yet now Zhang Wenqing refers to Qin Huan as a brother. How could this not astonish everyone? Well, I suppose it's acceptable. Qin Huan scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Brother Qin Huan, you are being overly modest. This is far more than just acceptable. It is indeed impressive. Indeed, your few minutes of study might surpass what I could learn in a lifetime. A lifetime? Perhaps even 10 lifetimes could not compare. Truly remarkable. You are exceptionally talented. As Qin Huan's words faded, the generals standing behind Zhang Wenqing hastily raised their thumbs in admiration. Their gazes towards Qin Huan mirrored that of starstruck admirers. All right, enough of that. At that moment, Xia Jinxin, standing nearby, forcibly separated Zhang Wenqing from Qin Huan. After linking her arm with Qin Huan's, she addressed Zhang Wenqing, "Old Zhang. I wonder if what you said earlier still holds true?" The chapter concludes here. If the gifts continue to pour in, I shall provide further updates. I humbly request your encouragement, 5-star reviews, and gifts. Even free power generation would be appreciated. I beseech you. Chapter 0077. The ceremony is about to commence. What? What did you say? Zhang Wenqing, fixated on Qin Huan, could hardly tear his eyes away and inquired. You don't recall, do you? Upon hearing this, Xia Jinxin immediately took hold of Qin Huan, preparing to depart. If you don't remember, then we shall take our leave. Wait. The two turned to leave, and Zhang Wenqing was taken aback. He dared not delay any further and swiftly stepped in front of them. It must count. It must. With that, Zhang Wenqing turned to Zheng Hao and instructed, Zheng Hao, immediately notify all personnel at the base to converge at the airport. I am to confer ranks upon Brother Qin Huan right now. Yes. Zheng Hao responded eagerly and hurriedly departed with a beaming expression. Chief, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Once Zheng Hao had left, Zhang Wenqing turned back to inquire. That is more like it. Xia Jinxin had merely been pretending to be indifferent, so she chose not to press the matter further. In less than 10 minutes, the airport grounds were quickly filled with over 10,000 soldiers. Due to Zhang Wenqing's orders, all personnel from the base had gathered. Thus, this vast assembly not only included pilots, but also missile troops, anti-aircraft gunners, radar operators, paratroopers, and personnel from various other branches. As they arrived at the airport, they could not help but question the first pilots who came through. "Brothers, what is going on? Why this sudden grand assembly? Could it be that there is a significant battle ahead?" It seems very likely, especially since the commanders are all present. In a rather absurd scenario, the commander seemed poised to bestow military ranks upon individuals. Upon hearing this inquiry, one pilot immediately responded, "Bestow ranks? Is that for real? What rank could it possibly be? You must be joking. Even if it were a promotion to major, there's no need to summon all of us." His statement prompted a moment of surprise among the crowd, soon followed by incredulous questioning. They believed that even if ranks were to be conferred, it would only involve personnel from their own branch. Yet, the commander had summoned individuals from all branches, making the notion of rank bestowal seem utterly implausible. "Why am I being dishonest? I speak only the truth," the pilot retorted, noticing the skepticism in the air. He pointed towards a young man named Qin Huan in the distance. "Look over there. That young man is the one about to receive a rank. And, to be candid, I overheard the commander mentioning plans to promote him to Major General." "What? Major General? Is that true?" The crowd quickly turned their gaze in the indicated direction. "Wow, what a stunning girl. Her aura is simply remarkable." However, to their surprise, the first figure they noticed was not Qin Huan, but rather Xia Jinxin, clad in a sleek black outfit, standing beside him. The sight of her flawless figure and ethereal beauty left the onlookers momentarily spellbound, even causing some female soldiers to stare in awe. After a brief pause, someone finally regained their composure. "Brother, are you sure you're not joking?" "Yes, I admit the girl is indeed beautiful, but surely she can't be promoted to Major General." Another chimed in, "That's absurd. Her attire clearly indicates she is not part of our military. How could she possibly receive a rank? Goodness, what are you all seeing?" The pilot exclaimed, clearly exasperated. "I'm referring to the young man, not the girl. Are you all serious? The guy? He is just average, aside from being somewhat handsome. He looks like any college student." Someone else remarked, "He lacks any semblance of military bearing. In fact, he seems to have less presence than that girl. Surely, they must be dating? A May-December romance?" As the pilot's words hung in the air, the crowd displayed their disdain. In their eyes, Qin Huan exuded no military aura whatsoever. The notion of such a person being promoted to Major General was utterly laughable. Clearly, no one believed his claims. "What do you know? You clearly don't understand the situation." The pilot was immediately eager to relay everything that had transpired not long ago. However, before he could even finish his sentence, Zheng Hao, not far away, shouted loudly into the microphone he had just prepared, "Attention everyone, silence." As soon as his words fell, the thousands of officers and soldiers present fell silent, including the aforementioned pilot. "Comrades." At that moment, Zhang Wenqing approached the microphone, first surveying the gathering with a glance. Then, with a beaming smile, he addressed them, "Hello, leaders." The crowd responded in unison. "You must be curious as to why I have summoned you all here today," Zhang Wenqing continued. He paused for a moment before adding, "To be frank, I am genuinely thrilled. Just now, I discovered an extraordinary flying talent, one that comes along once in a millennium. The primary reason for gathering you all here is to confer him with a rank." As Zhang Wenqing concluded this statement, to everyone's astonishment, he personally walked over to Qin Huan, taking him by the arm and bringing him to the front of the microphone. "Wait, what? Is this for real? We were called here just to confer him a rank? What on earth gives him the right?" Undoubtedly, the scene before them resembled a deep water bomb that had suddenly detonated, shocking the assembly. Initially, many believed that the pilot had been exaggerating, but it now appeared that the situation was far from what they had assumed. Furthermore, Zhang Wenqing exuded an air of humility and respect towards Qin Huan that left them bewildered. They simply could not comprehend what merit justified such treatment towards someone like Qin Huan. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Zhang Wenqing, having brought Qin Huan forward, proceeded to introduce him to the crowd via the microphone. "Comrades, this is the extraordinary flying talent I just mentioned, Brother Qin Huan." "What? Did he just say Brother Qin Huan? My goodness, am I hearing things?" The instant Zhang Wenqing's words echoed, the thousands of officers and soldiers present widened their eyes in disbelief. They could never have imagined that the usually imposing commander would refer to a mere novice as brother. Was this not an exaggeration beyond belief? Just as the crowd displayed expressions of utter incredulity, the next moment, upon hearing this, Zhang Wenqing continued, "I hereby officially announce that, effective immediately, Brother Qin Huan is appointed as a part-time instructor at our Air Force Base in the Imperial Capital. with the rank of Major General. Now, let the ceremony commence. As soon as Zhang Wenqing's words fell, a resounding military anthem echoed throughout the airport. Could this be true? Are they really bestowing upon him the rank of Major General? This is madness. The thousands of officers and soldiers present, aside from the pilots, were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before them. Soon after, their indignation surged. They believed that while Zhang Wenqing, as the commander of the base, wielded absolute authority, the hasty conferment of rank upon Qin Huan was utterly preposterous. Let us not forget that Qin Huan was not even a soldier. Even if he were, it would be inconceivable for him to be granted the rank of Major General so abruptly. What does Major General signify? It represents the pinnacle of command within the military. Regardless of the era, such a rank is a rarity, a distinction reserved for the exceptional. Most among them, despite years of service, had barely achieved the rank of major. Now, Qin Huan, not even a soldier, was being awarded the rank of Major General. How could they possibly accept this? Were it not for the stringent military regulations in place, they might have already voiced their objections. It is utterly unreasonable. As the crowd simmered with anger, Zhang Wenqing proceeded to present Qin Huan with a pristine military uniform. The suddenness of the event left Qin Huan little time for contemplation. In front of the gathered assembly, he donned the uniform without hesitation. To their surprise, once clad in military attire, Qin Huan appeared remarkably spirited. Who would have thought this impudent lad would look quite dashing in uniform? Even Xia Jinxin, standing nearby, couldn't help but momentarily brighten with admiration. Once Qin Huan had changed, Zhang Wenqing wasted no time in placing the rank insignia on his shoulders, handed over by Zheng Hao. Although the thousands of officers and soldiers present were reluctant to applaud, the situation was now beyond reversal. Moreover, the generals nearby were observing them closely as they clapped. Reluctantly, they too were compelled to maintain a stoic demeanor and applaud for Qin Huan. Following the placement of the insignia, Qin Huan, emulating the salute earlier performed by Xia Jinxin, offered a remarkably precise military salute to Zhang Wenqing. He then turned to face the multitude of officers and soldiers who were applauding him and rendered them a salute as well. Could this be real? His salute was incredibly precise. How is it that he appears to be more disciplined than we seasoned veterans? Observing Qin Huan's nearly flawless salute before us, the onlookers found it hard to believe their eyes. They had never anticipated that the individual they perceived as lacking any military demeanor could, at this moment, seem as though he had transformed entirely. Suddenly, they felt an uncanny sense that this military uniform suited Qin Huan perfectly. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, Zhang Wenqing finally gestured for everyone to cease their actions. The crowd, regaining their composure, quickly followed suit. Clearing his throat, Zhang Wenqing turned to the assembly with a bemused expression and remarked, "You must be quite curious as to why I am bestowing the rank of Major General upon Brother Qin Huan. Am I right? To be candid, not long ago, Brother Qin Huan learned to pilot the J-20 in a mere 6 minutes. Moreover, he executed over 10 high-difficulty maneuvers that even I have never witnessed. Is it so strange to award such a talent with the rank of Major General?" Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Wenqing scanned the crowd with narrowed eyes. As a seasoned veteran, he was well aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. His intent in sharing this was simply to convey that Qin Huan's true abilities warranted this rank. 6 minutes to master the J-20? Performing maneuvers that even the commander has never seen? Is this for real? Surely, this must be some sort of exaggeration. After all, we're talking about the J-20 here. Even learning to ride a bicycle in 6 minutes would be implausible. Upon hearing Zhang Wenqing's words, the crowd was initially taken aback, followed by a wave of skepticism. To them, his assertion sounded like something out of a fantastical tale. 6 minutes to learn the J-20? How could that possibly be? Not only the officers from other branches found it absurd, but even the thousands of pilots who had previously witnessed Qin Huan's skills shared the same disbelief. Such intricate maneuvers learned in 6 minutes? Who would believe that? Noticing their expressions, Zhang Wenqing could tell they thought he was being ridiculous. All right, if that is the case, let me show you what true talent looks like. At this point, he turned to Qin Huan, saying, "Brother Qin Huan," to gain their respect. "Why not demonstrate your skills once more?" "All right then," Qin Huan replied after a brief moment of hesitation. Shortly thereafter, he once again took to the skies in front of the assembled crowd, operating the J-20. As each intricate maneuver was executed, the soldiers below were momentarily rendered speechless. Goodness, these moves are astonishing. Vertical landing? Is that even possible? Truly remarkable. It is beyond impressive. One must acknowledge that had it not been for military decorum, they would likely have erupted into cheers at this very moment. They could hardly fathom that what they regarded as the most challenging operation, the J-20, seemed as effortless as drinking water in the hands of Qin Huan. Certainly, although they admired Qin Huan's prowess and deemed his promotion to Major General well-deserved, they still found it hard to believe that he had mastered it all in just 6 minutes. After all, that was simply too far-fetched. Chapter 0079, Just Basic Moves. No big deal. Meanwhile, Qin Huan, after piloting the J-20 and executing an array of complex maneuvers, wasted no time and swiftly landed once more. As he emerged from the cockpit, the entire airport erupted into thunderous applause. At that moment, Zhang Wenqing hurriedly approached Qin Huan, his face brimming with admiration, and exclaimed, "Brother Qin Huan, would you like to try another aircraft model?" The reason for Zhang Wenqing's inquiry was simple. He wanted everyone present to know that Qin Huan had indeed only practiced for 6 minutes. Of course, Qin Huan understood his intent perfectly. As he leaped down from the cockpit, he readily agreed. "Really? That's wonderful." Upon hearing Qin Huan's consent, Zhang Wenqing, filled with excitement, pointed towards a nearby aircraft. "What do you think of that JF-17? How about you learn to fly it next?" "No need." Qin Huan waved his hand and calmly replied. "No need? What does that mean?" Zhang Wenqing was immediately taken aback. "What I mean is, I don't need to learn. I can fly it directly." Seeing Zhang Wenqing's bewildered expression, Qin Huan elaborated. "What? You can fly it without learning? Is that true?" Zhang Wenqing exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. His exclamation quickly drew the attention of the generals nearby. Moreover, thousands of soldiers in the vicinity also stood on tiptoe in anticipation. However, the distance was simply too great. Nothing could be heard. "Commander, what were you just discussing? What is it that requires no learning?" Zheng Hao, observing the astonished expression on Zhang Wenqing's face, inquired with genuine curiosity. The other generals, upon hearing this, quickly perked up their ears. "Well, it is like this," regaining his composure. Zhang Wenqing promptly relayed Qin Huan's words to them. "What? No need to learn? Is that true? Brother Qin Huan, you must be jesting." Indeed, although the Xiaolong also belongs to the category of fighter jets, its internal structure differs significantly from that of the J-20. In my opinion, it would be prudent to study it a little. After listening to Zhang Wenqing, the generals, while still in shock, began to persuade Qin Huan. They believed that even if Qin Huan's talent was extraordinary, not learning anything at all would be exceedingly reckless. After all, there are considerable differences among various fighter jets. No need. However, in the next moment, Qin Huan confidently declared, "For me, as long as it is a fighter jet, there is no distinction." This statement prompted Zhang Wenqing to ponder for a moment. Still somewhat uneasy, he approached Xia Jinxin. "Commander, it is like this." Brother Qin Huan, Zhang Wenqing wasted no time and recounted everything that had just transpired to Xia Jinxin. He expected her to voice some concerns regarding Qin Huan. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Xia Jinxin merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. Let him take the controls directly." "What? What did you say? Are you not his elder sister? Teaching him for only 6 minutes was already pushing it. Now you intend to teach him even less than that." Undeniably, Xia Jinxin's words struck Zhang Wenqing like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly astounded. "Commander, are you certain this is not a jest?" Unwilling to accept it, he asked again, "Do I look like I am joking?" Well then, with no other recourse, Zhang Wenqing reluctantly acquiesced. Little did he know that Xia Jinxin's nonchalance stemmed primarily from her unwavering confidence in Qin Huan. When Zhang Wenqing returned to the others, he opened his mouth, intending to briefly explain some operations of the Xiaolong fighter jet to Qin Huan. However, to his dismay, Qin Huan showed no inclination to listen. Waving his hand dismissively, he proceeded directly towards the Xiaolong. What on earth? What does he intend to do? Judging by his direction, could it be that he plans to pilot that Xiaolong fighter jet? Not far away, the soldiers on tiptoe gazed in astonishment at the scene before them, their thoughts echoing this sentiment. The outcome unfolded precisely as they had anticipated. As Qin Huan approached the majestic JF-17 Thunder fighter jet, Zhang Wenqing, with utmost seriousness, addressed the microphone. "Comrades, our brother Qin Huan will now demonstrate the operation of the JF-17 Thunder. To be frank, he hasn't taken a single lesson." "What? Did you say he is actually going to pilot that fighter jet? And he hasn't studied at all? Is this for real? Such audacity is simply astounding. Does he not fear any mishaps?" As Zhang Wenqing's words fell, the eyes of the thousands of soldiers present widened in disbelief, incredulous at what they were hearing. It was utterly preposterous. While the crowd was engulfed in disbelief, Qin Huan had already ascended the JF-17 Thunder and, in an instant, initiated its startup. Goodness gracious! Are you certain he has not undergone any training? The roar of the engine echoed, causing the assembled soldiers to gasp in astonishment. Moreover, it wasn't just them. Zhang Wenqing and the generals were equally astonished. Initially, they harbored concerns that Qin Huan, with no prior instruction, would struggle even to start the aircraft. Yet, to their astonishment, within less than a minute, the JF-17 Thunder was successfully powered up by Qin Huan. What is genius? This is it. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. To be honest, if Qin Huan were to hear their current thoughts, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. Starting a JF-17 Thunder is hardly an extraordinary feat. It is merely a basic skill. Subsequently, Qin Huan's display of advanced maneuvers further validated this notion. Chapter 0080. Suddenly the center of attention shortly after initiating the JF-17 Thunder, Qin Huan, emulating his previous performance in the J-20, executed over 10 complex aerial maneuvers in the sky above the airfield. Goodness gracious! Am I seeing things? This is simply too incredible. Is it true he is not trained at all? The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle before them, could not help but begin to question the very fabric of reality. They never anticipated that Qin Huan could operate the Falcon fighter jet with such effortless grace, as though it were as simple as drinking water. The fluidity of his movements was utterly mesmerizing, truly remarkable. Just as the spectators below were lost in admiration, Qin Huan successfully returned the Falcon fighter jet to its designated position. As he leapt from the cockpit, the airfield erupted once more into thunderous applause. It was evident that, at that moment, Qin Huan had completely captivated everyone present. "Brother Qin Huan, your skills are astounding," exclaimed one. "Indeed, it's astonishing. I was left utterly speechless. To be able to pilot without any prior training is an extraordinary gift." Another lamented, "If only I possessed such talent." With Qin Huan safely on the ground, Zhang Wenqing and others approached him, unable to contain their admiration as they gave him a thumbs up. Their gazes toward Qin Huan were akin to that of devoted fans regarding their idol. "Well, it wasn't as exaggerated as you all portray. It's actually quite simple." Qin Huan modestly scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Wait, what did he just say? Quite simple? Oh my heavens! Is he even speaking human language?" Upon hearing Qin Huan's words, the attendees, including Zhang Wenqing, nearly stumbled in disbelief. What is the essence of subtle bravado? This was it, undeniably lethal. After a moment of recovery, Zhang Wenqing cleared his throat and said, "Brother Qin Huan, shall we proceed?" "Sure." With that, Qin Huan and his group returned to the microphone. "Comrades, I trust you now understand the veracity of my earlier statements?" Zhang Wenqing surveyed the crowd and, with a warm smile, addressed them. "Indeed, Instructor Qin is truly exceptional." Yes. Instructor Qin, our helicopter unit greatly requires your assistance." "Nonsense. Our fighter jet unit is in greater need." "Why should that be? I was the first to suggest it." "What's it to you that you were first?" As Zhang Wenqing's words settled, the generals behind him erupted into a spirited dispute. Each vying to claim Qin Huan as their instructor for their respective units. This rivalry was understandable, for the skills Qin Huan displayed were nothing short of extraordinary. Might I inquire, with such an exceptional instructor, who would not desire him? Instructor Qin must undoubtedly be a part of our helicopter brigade. Just then, amidst the throng of thousands of soldiers, someone boldly proclaimed this sentiment. "What are you thinking? He should rightfully belong to our fighter jet division. Indeed, he is more suited for our anti-aircraft unit. What business do you have in this discussion? Clearly, Instructor Qin is far more appropriate as our radar technician's mentor." Are you all out of your minds? Instructor Qin is not versed in your trivialities. How can you be so certain? With Instructor Qin's innate talent, he could master it in no time. This statement ignited a chain reaction, and the previously composed personnel from various branches of the military devolved into a cacophony of disputes. "Silence. Do you all intend to ignore my presence?" Witnessing the chaos, Zhang Wenqing's expression darkened as he shouted into the microphone. The generals and the assembled soldiers promptly fell silent at his command. "What were you all just displaying? This is utterly unacceptable." As the crowd finally quieted, Zhang Wenqing sternly addressed the microphone before turning to the dozen or so generals, especially you lot. Do you possess any semblance of a general's demeanor? Undeniably. A commander is a commander. His words rendered the generals present too cowed to lift their heads. Enough. I find myself disinclined to further address your behavior from now on. I expect you to conduct yourselves properly. After casting a fierce glare at them, Zhang Wenqing's expression shifted as if turning a page in a book. With a beaming smile, he turned to Qin Huan. Brother Qin, how do you propose we arrange for the instruction? Goodness. Commander, this is quite a disparity in treatment. I assent it. Observing this scene, Zheng Hao and the others could not help but internally grumble while eagerly straining to listen. Do as you see fit. Qin Huan shrugged, responding nonchalantly, though I can only come once a week, as I still have to attend school. What? Just once a week? That seems rather insufficient. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenqing immediately grew anxious. Indeed, not just him, but Zheng Hao and the others felt the same apprehension. From their perspective, if Qin Huan could only attend for a single day, who could say if their own units would ever benefit? Unable to contain themselves, they were about to speak up, but before they could, an equally anxious Zhang Wenqing interjected, Brother Qin, don't you have weekends off? How about coming for 2 days each week? What do you think? As soon as Zhang Wenqing's words fell, the generals present immediately turned their gaze toward Qin Huan, their faces brimming with anticipation. In their eyes, with the commander speaking up, it seemed improbable that Qin Huan would decline, yet imagination often flourishes while reality remains starkly unyielding. Given that Qin Huan considered it a privilege merely to be present for a day, how could he ever acquiesce to such a proposal? He scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and remarked, Commander, I fear I cannot agree to this. It must be noted that this was the first instance of someone daring to openly reject Zhang Wenqing's suggestion. Why is that? Do you not have weekends off every week? Zhang Wenqing inquired, somewhat perplexed but not angered. Qin Huan, upon hearing this, was about to respond when, unexpectedly, Xia Jinxin interjected, saying, he needs to spend the remaining day with his sisters. Surely that is understandable? The data from the past 2 days had been utterly incomprehensible, with no progress whatsoever made.